Chapter 201, Lucia Mengzhao found himself filled with respect for this man. He did not expect that Lin Chuan was not doing everything for himself, but for the children living in public renting houses in Blessed Heavenly Garden, Joyous Heavenly Garden, Longevity Heavenly Garden, and Happiness Heavenly Garden. But it made sense too. Lin Chuan fought in the wild most of the time and did not use up a lot of money. Besides, because he was an internet celebrity, the weapons factories paid him to do marketing, which was enough to ensure that he could live a lavish life. If he were not thinking about renovating Blessed Happiness Street Elementary School, he would have not needed to take the mine exploration mission from Sky Pillar Corporation. But Mengzhao had the feeling that Lin Chuan was going to be in great danger during this trip. He did not remember Blessed Happiness Street Elementary School going through any large renovations in his past. There were also no ace lecturers and veteran fighters to teach the children. Even though at that time, Mengzhao had been fully focused on taking care of his mother and practicing his harvesting skills, which meant that he did not pay attention to anything. Blessed Happiness Street Elementary School was right in front of his doorstep. He saw it when he passed through Blessed Heavenly Garden on his way to the hospital. Sometimes, when he ate at the entrance of his house, he even ran into his teachers from elementary school. If his elementary school had truly been renovated and even reconstructed, there was no way he would not remember it. So, just where did the problem lie? As Mengzhao pondered this, a deafening alarm rang out above their heads. Mengzhao looked up, and his pupils shrank swiftly. What a beautiful armored airship! No, it's not an armored airship. It's an aerial fortress. It might have 16 propellers pushing it forward, but there aren't any huge gas bags to provide buoyancy. Instead, circles of profound and complicated runic symbols were carved on the walls. They shone among the dark clouds and looked like light hoops that lifted it as if it weighed nothing. Maglev technology. Mengzhao knew that the University of Technology was researching maglev technology so that they could get rid of the large and clumsy gas bags on the armored airships. They wanted the normal people to also enjoy the pleasures of standing in the air, just like if they were Heaven Realm elites. But this was the first time he saw an aerial fortress that used maglev technology in real battle. He felt as if a huge black mountain came down on him. The weeds in the area were blown to the sides by the raging wind stirred up by the propellers. Countless small pests fled in a panic, and goosebumps broke out even on Mengzhao's skin, because the aerial fortress came with the might of an apocalyptic beast. As it descended slowly, a picture of an arm stretching upward like a pillar to support the heavens and earth entered Mengzhao's sights. That's Sky Pillar Corporation's emblem. It's so domineering. Mengzhao thought of something. Sky Pillar Corporation was one of the greatest forces of power in Dragon City. There were plenty of powerful fighters in the corporation, and its elites were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Many of the higher-ups were also leaders of various fields. Some of them were even part of the survival committee. If he could get affiliated with them, it would definitely be beneficial for him when he wanted to learn about the political direction and possibly change it. In an instant, the aerial fortress descended until it was about 5 meters above their heads. When it was at that height, Mengzhao could tell just how big it was. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he could not imagine that a steel beast like this could levitate in the air so quietly. At that moment, a folding ladder slowly lowered from under the aerial fortress. There was even a thick, red carpet on it. The first thing that entered Mengzhao's sights was a pair of high heels that gave off a crystalline quality. Then came a pair of long, straight, and perfect legs. After that was a handmade suit the color of blood. Finally, to finish the picture, came a matchless, beautiful face that gave off an incredibly aggressive feeling. The woman was dressed in high heels and a red suit. She had a small sling bag, and her makeup was immaculate. All of this should not be things seen in the wild. The young woman had a pair of eyes as fierce as those of a lion. With her aura, no matter what she wore and where she appeared, everyone would think that it was only logical for her to suppress all the creatures in the area. Lin Chuan. However, the moment she saw Lin Chuan, her aggressive presence faded away. A smile that could make half of the people in Dragon City fall for her bloomed on her face, and she did not even care about the mud. She just strode over and hugged Lin Chuan. Mengzhao sighed rather gloomily in his heart. He finally experienced the feeling that his classmates had when they saw Yan Feiru and Ning Zueshi squealing and charging at him before they were all to go through their mental strength tests half a year ago. Let me introduce you. This is Miss Lucia. She was my classmate during middle school and high school, and she is also my employer this time. Lucia hugged Lin Chuan passionately like an octopus for a long time before he managed to break free. With a slightly awkward smile, He introduced the both of them. "This is Meng Zhao, my—" "I know. Your young assistant." Lucia winked at him. "I'm sorry. It's just been too long since I last saw you, and I missed you so much. That's why I had the urge to come to the wild to look for you. I didn't interrupt you spending time alone with your assistant, did I?" Meng Zhao murmured. Lucia laughed boisterously. "I was just joking, Meng Zhao. Don't mind it. Right now, you're almost as famous as Mr. Weeping Reaper over here. Even I hear about you occasionally at Sky Pillar Corporation. Hello, I am Lucia." She extended a hand to Meng Zhao. Her fingers were very tough, and her palm was very coarse. Her grip was strong, and it was in stark contrast compared to her pretty appearance. "Lin Chuan, your introduction really hurt me, you know? You only remember that we're classmates from middle school and high school, and you even mention that I'm your employer? Why didn't you mention that I'm your best friend?" Lucia was the type of woman who wanted to take reign over a situation no matter where she was. While she held Meng Zhao's hand, she turned her head and put on an angry expression. "Of course, we're best friends." Lin Chuan immediately smiled. "My father was a normal miner working under one of the mining companies of Sky Pillar Corporation. At one time, the mine collapsed while he was working, and he unfortunately passed away. There were 5 children at home, and our father was our pillar, so our lives should have been really difficult." To her surprise, when Sky Pillar Corporation learned of our plight, Ms. Lu's father, who was the person in charge of the mining company at that time, would personally come and visit us. He handled our living and educational expenses. Later, he discovered my talent and wrote a few recommendation letters for me. That's why I was able to go to the same middle school and high school as Ms. Lu, and in the end, got into Agricultural University's martial arts course. Without Ms. Lu's father, I wouldn't be where I am today. I'm eternally grateful to them." "You sound like a stranger when you speak like that, and you're even calling me Ms. Lu? The more I hear it, the more I find it awkward." Lucia pouted and pointed at them before she said, "From now on, you will call me Sia, and you will call me Big Sisya. If either of you dares to call me Ms. Lu, I'm going to turn on you." "Sia," Lin Chuan immediately said. "Big Sisya." Meng Zhao frowned slightly and followed Lin Chuan's cue to address Lucia. "That's more like it. Also, what do you mean by without Ms. Lu's father, I wouldn't be where I am today? At that time, I was the one who discovered your talent and pestered my father to cultivate you, get it? If you want to thank anyone, you should be thanking me. What does this have to do with that old man?" Lucia then waved her hand. "But it's fine. We shouldn't talk about those old things. I'll send you both back to the base. I'll also give you a briefing about the mission tomorrow." For some reason, Meng Zhao felt that Lin Chuan had become wary. In the beginning, he thought that his mind was playing tricks on him. But when he took a glance from the corner of his eye, he saw that goosebumps had broken out on Lin Chuan's nape. It was only then that he realized, Lin Chuan and Lucia's relationship was definitely not as simple as it seemed. One of them was a talented but poor boy, and the other was a lady who could order people about. Could it be? Meng Zhao's mind instantly came up with a plot worth 30,000 words. All of them were full of censored, and censored, and some of them were even full of censored. What about Meng Zhao? Lin Chuan frowned and said, "This is a trade secret. It will not be good if he hears it, right?" "Why would it be? We're not going to kill people. Besides, I trust your judgment when choosing an assistant. He's definitely someone with good moral standing. Even if we were really going to kill someone, he wouldn't snitch on us." Lucia grinned and extended her hand. "Go on, Meng Zhao." Lin Chuan took half a step forward. His expression was gloomy, and he wanted to stop him. But Meng Zhao had already made up his mind. He got into the aerial fortress. Since it deployed maglev technology, it did not face the limitations imposed by the buoyancy of gas bags. The space inside the aerial fortress was much larger than in the pods of armored airships, and it was set up in the manner of a command center. Dozens of military-grade computers were next to the walls, while the center had a huge sandbox. It formed the map of Shattered Star Lake, Graveyard Forest, and Raging Waves. At the end of the sandbox was a large curtain which projected the complicated layout and alignment of the underground mines. The people in the aerial fortress were dressed in a completely different manner compared to Lucia, who had immaculate makeup, was dressed in a business suit, and wore high heels. There were dozens of built men with gloomy eyes and bodies covered in tattoos and scars. Even the women in the group had the sides of their heads shaved off. They had a tall mohawk at the center and toyed with guns thicker than their thighs, which made them really fierce. When they saw Lucia bringing a young freshman, they did not hide their sharp stares, as if they were curious as to why she decided to bring a burden who was probably still sucking on his mother's breast to such a dangerous mission. But they only glared at Meng Zhao for a moment before they lowered their heads and continued with their tasks. They were disassembling or modifying their guns, sharpening their weapons, reading military-issued maps, or toying with strange and rare-looking trinkets that Meng Zhao did not recognize. Who are they? They're so fierce. Regardless of their realms, all of them look as if they crawled out from under a pile of corpses. They shouldn't be from the Red Dragon Army. They give off an even wilder presence than soldiers. Could they be the private army of Sky Pillar Corporation? He became even more curious about Lin Chuan and Lucia's exploration mission. My brothers and sisters, all the people are here now. Once Lin Chuan entered the aerial fortress, the hatch slowly fell shut. Lucia walked among the burly men and women dressed in camouflage uniforms and clapped her hands as she spoke loudly. Now, I'm going to tell you just what target we're pursuing that requires so many experts from various fields to take action. Chapter 202, Red Radiance Jade. The light in the pod turned dark, but the layout and the alignment of the underground mines on the screen turned clearer. Various colors shone. The dazzling crystal mine was a treasure trove worth cities. Whosoever managed to discover a new crystal mine would turn rich overnight and acquire cultivation resources that cost insane amounts of money. Lucia said, "Everyone, you know that the main goal of the Northern Offense is to explore and excavate the never-ending mines hidden under Shattered Star Lake to raging waves. Over the past 10 or so years, Sky Pillar Corporation and the other mining companies in Dragon City sent hundreds of mine exploration teams, and we found dozens of mines that contain an astonishing number of crystals and rare metals. If we excavated all of them, it'd be enough to push Dragon City's technology, industries, and military power to a brand new level. But nature remains very generous with its gifts to us. There are still treasures we know nothing about hidden in the ground under our feet. They're waiting to be discovered by humans who have a good eye, courage, and wisdom. Our clues begin from the blood flowers." She tapped the table gently, and the screen showed a blood flower settlement. It dyed the entire place red like blood red mold. "Everyone, you must have heard about the news that a lot of blood flower parasites have appeared in the northern battlefield, right? These pseudo-fungus parasites can enter anything they want, and they're very difficult to deal with. But blood flowers didn't evolve all of a sudden from blood grass. Over the past few years, while we were exploring Shattered Star Lake and Graveyard Forest, we didn't discover any tracks of blood flowers. Why is it that while the northern offense is going on like raging fire, the blood grass in the depths of the wild would suddenly mutate into blood flowers? Sky Pillar Corporation's biology lab has got itself some blood flower bacterial floral to experiment on, and we managed to discover slight amounts of red radiance jade in them. This is it." Lucia removed her earring and gently opened the metal sheet that was as thin as a cicada's wings. It had a blood-red crystal. Even though it was only the size of a grain of rice, the blood-red light from it immediately filled up the entire room like a flood, and it attracted everyone's gazes. In fact, it even captured their souls. The crystal was too beautiful. Even Meng Zhao gulped. Red Radiance Jade contained the most spirit energy among the hundreds of crystals that Dragon citizens had discovered to this date. It was also the most suitable crystal for carbon-based lives and could promote their mutation. Even if the crystals were of the same grade, the value of the Red Radiance Jade was still worth 10 times or dozens of times more than blue amphibolite, lightning crystal, metal dolomite, or any other crystal. Forget about adding an entire Red Radiance Jade into gene medicine, for even if someone added a tiny pinch of its powder into gene medicine, it would turn normal medicine into miracle medicine. Red Radiance Jade can stimulate the mutation of pseudofungus parasites. The blood grass should have been influenced by the Red Radiance Jade, which is why they evolved into blood flowers. We've already found more than 100 blood flower-infested monsters in Shattered Star Lake and Graveyard Forest. There's a large number of them, and they've spread out through a large area. This means that there must be a Red Radiance Jade mine containing a lot of Red Radiance Jades hidden underground. Lucia smiled faintly and continued. Here lies the problem. If Red Radiance Jade mine has been hiding underground, why is it that the blood grass was never affected by it in the past and only now mutated into blood flowers? My theory is that in the past, this Red Radiance Jade was deep underground. It was closed off by thick stones and isolated from the world. It couldn't be used by bloodgrass and other monsters, which is why our mine exploration teams couldn't find it either. But during the Northern Offense, the humans and monsters' fierce fights, Especially the fights between deity realm elites and apocalyptic beasts at Raging Waves resulted in a clash between vitality magnetic fields. It stimulated the crystal mine underground and resonated with it, which resulted in a series of chain reactions. Everyone, you know that crystals contain a lot of spirit energy. Hence, they're special materials that are incredibly unstable. While crystals release spirit energy, they usually cause strange changes in the world as well, such as lightning, violent winds, and even earthquakes. The storm a month ago, the fog that is still causing us trouble, and the powerful spirit energy magnetic field interference is the best proof. So, while the spirit energy ley lines underground have been releasing bursts of energy, which raise the rampaging magnetic fields and all sorts of extreme weather changes, it might have also torn through the stones and changed the terrain. It would have then resulted in the red radiance jade mine being pressed from all sides and being lifted close to the surface. Hence, it was revealed. You can't deny this theory. Otherwise, how could the blood grass get into contact with the red radiance jades and evolve into blood flowers just now? After all, they don't have roots and can't crawl underground. Now, everyone, please close your eyes and imagine it. What does the inference I've laid out for you entail for us? Lucia's voice seemed to contain some sort of mysterious magic power. The burly and fierce men and women in camouflage uniforms actually shut their eyes obediently, and greed as well as longing appeared on their faces. That's right. We have before us a mine that has an astonishing amount of red radiance jades, which is incredibly easy to mine, and might be open to mining at any moment we want. Lucia snapped her fingers, which created a pleasant and clear sound that seemed to snap the people out of their beautiful dreams. But she soon brought them into another dream that was even more practical. Everyone, if we are the first to discover the red radiance jades, all that you want, money, fame, status, and power, will be in your grasp. No matter how crazy your dreams are, you can turn them into reality without much effort. In fact, you might even be able to end this war early and become a hero in everyone's eyes. This is the reason why I asked all of you to gather here. Are there any further questions? Yes, a woman with a hot figure and a mohawk spoke up. She was chewing gum and wore an army green vest. Red radiance jades are worth cities, and we might not be the only ones who know of them. Perhaps many other mine exploration teams have already headed into the depths of Graveyard Forest and are searching for this red radiance jade mine. How can you be certain that we will discover it ahead of them? That's right. There are already more than 10 mine exploration teams searching around in the depths of Graveyard Forest, and once Sky Pillar Corporation learns of the existence of the red radiance jade mine, it will send 3 more mine exploration teams. There are also the other mining companies involved. We have a lot of competitors, but compared to them, we have at least 3 advantages. Lucia pointed at her own eyes and said calmly, "First of all, I'm a spirit sensor." Quite a number of the elites who were hired temporarily were stunned. Then, they started talking in excitement. Menjiao narrowed his eyes at the back of the group. The full name of spirit sensors was spirit energy sensors. They were born with incredibly sharp senses toward spirit energy. Despite being normal people, they could see the colorful, wispy spirit energy ripples floating in the air. Once they awakened to supernatural powers, they could also detect the faint changes in spirit energy. There were only a handful of spirit sensors, and there were less than 1/1000th of them among superhumans. They might not be very strong in combat, but they were very great support classes or researchers. They also often become harvesters, etherealized plants botanists, mine explorers, crystal specialists, and spirit energy academicians. With the help of a spirit sensor, searching for an underground mine that was exposed to the air would indeed be much easier. Second, I invited Weeping Reaper Lin Chuan to join this operation. Lucia grinned and looked at Lin Chuan. Not only does he have great combat powers of a 4-star superhuman, he has been exploring Shattered Star Lake, Graveyard Forest, and Raging Waves for years while hunting and training. A large part of the military-issued map and virtual sandbox that the Northern Offense is using was drawn based on the data he provided. He knows the area better than anyone else, and with him as our guide, we will naturally move ahead of the others and be the first to discover this red radiance jade mine. Third, I have your help. You're all experts from various fields that I have selected meticulously. You're even better than the private squad from Sky Pillar Corporation. Lucia's voice became grave and filled with an enchanting power. Her gaze was intense as she looked at the people. Among you are veteran hunters who have fought for more than 10 years in the wild and killed tens of thousands of monsters. She looked at a built man with a mustache. The man instinctively puffed out his chest. There are also machine elites who have tens of thousands of blueprints stored in your heads and can instantly build more than 1,000 guns and machines. A small man with arms going past his knees and really long fingers wrapped his arms across his chest with great pride. Some of you are crystal experts who have been in the field for decades. A middle-aged man with messy hair and a red electronic prosthetic eye in his left eye socket smirked a little. In an instant, everyone nodded subconsciously due to Lucia's reasoning. But a handful of them remained puzzled. But will there be blood flower settlements near the Red Radiance Jade Mine? Would they have infested more monsters because of it? We're not strong. At most, we've just entered Heaven Realm. Most of us are only at the peak of Earth Realm. If there are many creatures infested with blood flowers, we might be able to handle them. The chances of that aren't high, Lucia said. Even though Red Radiance Jades can promote the evolution of carbon-based life, if something gets too close to a Red Radiance Jade mine, their magnetic fields will run wild. The radiation is too strong there, and carbon-based lives will have a hard time spending long periods of time in the area. It's just like how plants require water but will die if they get too much of it. Humans need fire, but if they jump straight into a fire, they will be burned to death. This is the same logic. As long as we can find the Red Radiance Jade Mine, there will not be many blood flower settlements around it. And since the Red Radiance Jade Mine has just risen from the depths of the ground, the high-grade superbeasts who reside on the ground should not have had the time to discover its existence. As for the pests underground, even if they have a certain degree of chance to mutate, they won't be too strong. Of course, there will be risks, but riches only come to those who take risks. All powerful people obtain their status by leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. I will be going underground with all of you. There is nothing for you to be worried about. Chapter 203, Key of the Battle. The group discussed everything, and what Lucia said made sense. If the outstanding member of the third generation of Sky Pillar Corporation was willing to go underground, what did they need to be afraid of? Then, do the other mine exploration teams have anyone great among them? A veteran who was the type to only take action after he carefully thought through everything looked over with a strange light shining in his eyes. The mine exploration teams from Sky Pillar Corporation don't have anyone strong enough to be our competition, Lucia said. The spirit energy ley line underground contains powerful and wild spirit energy. It's like a snowy mountain or an airtight storage room filled with flammable gas. The slightest movement will cause an avalanche or an explosion. When superhumans enter an underground spirit energy ley line, their brain waves and vitality magnetic fields are easily intercepted by spirit energy. The higher their realm is, the greater is the risk of them being intercepted. If a fight occurs underground, the possibility of them going through spirit energy deviation is higher by dozens of times compared to when they're on the surface. In fact, their spirit energy might even destroy their brains and turn them into idiots or lunatics. In the most extreme situations, the vitality magnetic fields from peerless elites might resonate strongly with the underground spirit energy ley lines, and they will rampage so much that they will rush to the surface like a volcano eruption. If energy that can be mined for decades instantly vibrates at maximum power, the results will be devastating. So, the mine exploration members do not possess high cultivation bases. 4-star superhumans are the limit. Besides, those at the peak of Heaven Realm and the Deity Realm are busy in Graveyard Forest and raging waves while fighting against apocalyptic beasts. So, even if we run into competition underground, at most, they'll be superhumans who are at the same level as us. And I believe my squad will definitely be invincible against those who are at the same level as they are. The group laughed at her words. All right, we'll be resting at the East Lake Base tonight. Gather your strength. Tomorrow, we will head beneath Graveyard Forest. Once we locate that Red Radiance Jade Mine, the world will be ours. Lucia gave a few more instructions before she strode over to her latest acquisitions. Lin Chuan was just thinking about pulling Meng Zhao to the side to speak to him when Lucia interrupted him. Lin Chuan, might I say a few words to Meng Zhao? Lin Chuan's pupils shrank. Without a word, he made way for her. Meng Zhao, help me out. Lucia went straight to the point and spoke without bothering with any formalities. I'm aware that you know quite a number of people in the harvesting field. Could you recommend a harvester for me? It'd be best if he or she was at the East Lake Base and could take up this mission at a moment's notice. That person doesn't need to have a very high cultivation base. It'll be fine even if he or she is just a 1-star or 2-star superhuman, but that person must have a lot of experience in surviving in the wild and have harvesting skills above their superhuman realm. It'd be best if that person had a certain degree of fighting skills so that he or she can protect themselves and avoid being a burden to the squad. If you have a candidate like that in mind, I'll sign a contract with that harvester right now. You've heard about the mission details just now. Once we find the Red Radiance Jade Mine, I guarantee you that I will definitely pay that harvester an exorbitant sum of money. Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. The mine exploration team will be staying in the wild for a long period of time. It'll be far easy for us to run into problems like lacking food and materials. Harvesters are standard members in all squads venturing into the wild, but the 2 veteran harvesters I've contacted had something to do at the last minute and can't come. Lucia shrugged. So now, I can only look for someone on the spot. Meng Zhao thought about it. The harvester doesn't need to have a high cultivation base? What do you mean? The higher that person's cultivation base is, the stronger his or her vitality magnetic field is. It'd make it much easier for him or her to be affected by the spirit energy ley line. It is often that even 4-star superhumans like Lin Chuan do not dare to act recklessly in mines where crystals gather, because those places have airtight spaces where spirit energy is very thick. At that time, an amateur who is only a 1-star superhuman will have an amazing effect. Lucia stopped talking for a moment before she provided further explanation. Don't go thinking that our goal is just to get rich. If we really find the Red Radiance Jade Mine, we will have the chance to end the Northern Offense earlier and save countless lives. Meng Zhao could not understand it. What do you mean? I told you just now. It's precisely because of the clash between the vitality magnetic fields between our peerless fighters and the apocalyptic beasts that caused the spirit energy waves, which led to the resonance of the spirit energy ley lines. It resulted in all sorts of extreme weather changes, and the spirit energy magnetic field interferences have become really strong, Lucia said. Rain poured from the sky, and lightning cracked. Fog is thick, and our communications are crippled. The Red Dragon Army's mechanized army can't do its job. Our pride, the Steel Army, is deep in the trenches of mud. This is the main reason why the Northern Offense is going so slowly. Right now, the spirit energy ley line is still resonating with the spirit energy, and it's not showing signs of stopping before the harshest winter arrives. If humanity wants to gain full victory, we will have to pay a devastating price for it. But if we find the Red Radiance Jade Mine, the crystal specialists and spirit energy specialists will naturally find a way to use it to calm the resonance from the ley lines around it, because it's the ley line with the greatest spirit energy. At that time, the clouds and fog will scatter, and the skies will become clear. Our Steel Army will be able to sweep through Shattered Star Lake and use their cannons to clear out Graveyard Forest. It will reduce our losses to the minimum, and we will be able to win this battle beautifully. You hope that we will be able to gain a glorious victory in the Northern Offense as soon as possible as well, right? Come, give me some names. Is there such a harvester in your circle of friends? Meng Zhao stared at Lucia for a long time. Lucia looked like she knew she was definitely going to get someone. Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath and said, Big Sissia, I don't know many harvesters, and if you limit them to only 1-star superhumans, I don't think that there's anyone else who is stronger than I am. Lucia smiled. Are you promoting yourself? Meng Zhao said, Big Sissia, you invited me into this aerial fortress and let me listen to such a detailed mission introduction. Weren't you already thinking about recruiting me? You're smart, and I like working together with smart people like you. That's right, after I learned that Lin Chuan has an assistant like you beside him, I checked your background and skills, and I felt that you're the most suitable person for this mission, Lucia said. But you're still in university. This mission has a certain degree of danger to it. Will your tutor agree to it? Meng Zhao shrugged and said, the children in Dragon City can kill monsters while they're just teenagers, and there is a casualty and fatality index every year for the National College Examination and universities. Even here in Shattered Star Lake, which is a relatively safe area, more than 1 or 2 students got injured or were sacrificed. The Northern Offense is connected to the survival of millions of Dragon City citizens. If we fail in this battle, the people back in the city will also be in danger. As long as you're willing to take me, I'll talk to my tutor. Right now, Xiao Jianqing, Wu Wu, Han Xing, and Xu Sheng are already fighting in the depths of Graveyard Forest with the other powerful fighters. They're facing the threat of death with every step they take, but that's how powerful fighters are created, no? Well said. Lucia said with a smile. Then, I'll wait for your news. If you need any help, please tell me. Sky Pillar Corporation has a certain degree of influence at the Alliance of the 5 universities. As for the contract and fees. As for that, I'll trust you. Even if you're just doing it as a sign of respect to Big Brother Lin, you will definitely not pay me below what I deserve. Meng Zhao smiled nonchalantly. When Lucia left, Lin Chuan went to him anxiously and dragged Meng Zhao to the side. "What did she say?" he asked anxiously. Meng Zhao told him the truth. "You shouldn't have agreed to it. She must have had her eye on you for a while and was just waiting for you to volunteer." Lin Chuan was frowning so much that his face scrunched up. "She loves using people like us." Meng Zhao had come back from the apocalypse, so he could tell that Lucia did not come up with the idea on the spot. But her final words had made him change his mind. As long as they found the Red Radiance jade mine, there was a possibility of quelling the resonance of the spirit energy ley lines and getting rid of the extreme weather as well as spirit energy interference on the surface, so their steel army could advance with loud, rumbling sounds under the guidance of their tactical network. It would allow them to win the battle. After all, the victory of the northern offense in his previous life might have gone up in smoke because of the resonance of the spirit energy ley lines. He now had the chance to attack the key of the problem, so there was no way he could back down. He thought about it and pretended to not understand what Lin Chuan said. "People like us? Poor people like us who don't have rich backgrounds and powerful families supporting us," Lin Chuan explained. "The succession in Sky Pillar Corporation is very complicated. Lucia might be one of the members of the third generation, but there are around 5 people in the second generation of the Lu family who are at the prime of their life and are extremely powerful. She also has more than 10 siblings in the third generation. They're all fighting for the seat of power, and that competition is even fiercer than the competition in the palaces on Earth. Lucia might be a spirit sensor, have ambition and strength, but she's definitely not the one who is favored the most." The mine exploration teams that Sky Pillar Corporation sent publicly to find the Red Radiance Jade did not include Lucia, so she could only organize her own exploration squad in hopes that she can produce a miracle and win. This matter can lead to a great outcome, but it can also lead to nothing. Still, there is a high possibility that it can change her fate in Sky Pillar Corporation and the Lu family, so she didn't look for powerful people born in aristocratic families. The skills of those from aristocratic families might be great, but they might have connections with her siblings and even uncles and aunts. If they found out about the Red Radiance jade mine and the astonishing number of crystals inside, she might not be able to control it firmly in her hands. "We're people with poor backgrounds, and we don't have a lot of connections with the rich and influential people. If we really discover the Red Radiance jade mine, we won't have any other thoughts, so aren't we just the best people for her?" Meng Zhao looked pensive. "I see. But Big Brother Lin, why do I feel like you don't have a good opinion about Big Sisya? Aren't you best friends? Or are you saying that? You know, she's actually a bad woman, and she once did some terrible things to you?" Lin Chuan stared at Meng Zhao for a long time before he finally figured out what Meng Zhao meant. His peerlessly handsome face instantly turned red. If it were not because there were many people around, he would have caused a scene. "What exactly is in your mind? What do you mean terrible things?" "Of course not. Ms. Lu and I are truly good friends. She took care of me while we were in school. How should I say this? She's definitely not the type of terrible woman you're thinking about. But she's from an aristocratic family, and it's unavoidable that she's a little overbearing. She doesn't accept other opinions when it comes to certain things. I believe you've sensed it too, right? If you think that Ms. Lu isn't a bad person, I don't think there's a problem, then," Meng Zhao said. "Since she's the leader of the squad, it's normal that she won't accept second opinions. I'm not that naive. If we're going to be part of society, we have to learn how to communicate with people like that." Chapter 204, You'll Regret It. Lin Chuan paced about and asked a little anxiously, "Do you like money? I can get you some other missions. They'll offer quite a lot of money as well." "I don't like money." Meng Zhao shook his head. He had gotten capital stock in Yan Organization with a future version of Ripple Force's technology investment. He was working on Surging Lightning with Luo Hai, and the profit was starting to pick up. He might be promoting the ultimate style for free, but he already had ways to earn profit from additional services. Through the connections he created, he had also managed to make his father's resource recovery company flourish. Besides, he had been fighting madly, and the feat of killing the will-o'-the-wisp dragon and harvesting the blood flower sclerotia had earned him a lot of monster coins, which were even more valuable compared to gold. If he were to say that he lacked money, then he would only be lacking money to make risky investments, expand the scale of promoting the future versions of the martial arts, and reach a higher cultivation realm. But he no longer faced any financial difficulty in providing for his family's daily lives as normal people, money to treat his mother, to buy a car for his father, or for his little sister to get the best education. "I didn't join this mission for the high fees," Meng Zhao said seriously. I just want to fight together with my idol." Lin Chuan was stunned, and his face turned red. "You'll regret it." His voice was a little hoarse. "Why?" Meng Zhao quirked his eyebrows. Lin Chuan sucked in a deep breath, and with a rather tormented expression, he said, "Haven't you heard that my luck is really bad? Every time I form a team with someone, they run into some sort of accident. There have been a few times when our entire squad was eliminated, and I was the only one who escaped. Many people have said that I'm a person destined for loneliness. In fact, they said that I'm cursed. Whoever forms a group with me will not end up well." "No way, Big Brother Lin, do you believe in that sort of thing?" Meng Zhao laughed in spite of himself. "It's because you stay in the depths of the wild all the time and volunteer for the most dangerous missions. That's why you have run into accidents more often. If you were like the other superhumans who look for a good job in the city after they become famous, you'd definitely be safe, because you'd only fight when monsters attack our city. The mortality rate of superhumans is higher than of normal humans. Then, are all superhumans destined for loneliness? Besides, there have been a few times when you managed to save a few of your comrades from the claws of high-grade monsters. I remember that there was once a time when you ran 300 kilometers in the wild while carrying an unconscious comrade and fought your way out of a few monsters' territories. You were so tired that you nearly collapsed from fatigue, but in the end, you saved your comrade's life. Many of those in the field gasped at this after they learned of it and claimed that it was a miracle, while you're a real hero. Big Brother Lin, I want to fight beside you and witness a legendary hell beast. I have a lot of fighting experience, and I will definitely not drag you down. Let me have the chance, please." "You." Lin Chuan sighed and smiled bitterly. "You still don't understand. Do you think that you have a lot of fighting experience just because you have been killing nightmarish beasts for 3 months in Shattered Star Lake? I'm telling you, you're far from being experienced. The real fights we're going through here have support from the military in terms of firepower, and we stay with numerous comrades. We can even return to the base every night to reorganize and rest. This is just a game in the ivory tower, and it has no relation whatsoever with real fights. A real fight means that you'll be going into the wild and staying away from society. Every night, you'll be sleeping in the cracks between rocks or a swamp. You'll be staying among squirming plants and the roars of monsters. Gradually, you'll forget everything about Dragon City. In fact, you'll even have the misconception that Dragon City doesn't exist, and you're just a monster wearing human skin. I'm telling you, the depths of the wild are a world ruled by the law of the jungle, and no other law exists there. Your enemies aren't just monsters, either. They're also other humans. After all, the veteran hunters who hunt in the wild all year long have some sort of mental disorders. And dense spirit energy as well as crystal minds can affect human brain waves. They amplify our emotions and desires. When you're in a place with no CCTVs and witnesses, death is common. When two superhumans meet each other because they're hunting the same superbeast that is worth cities, do you think that they work together? Even if they force themselves to work together while facing the superbeast bearing their fangs at them, what will happen when the superbeast is at its last breath? Meng Zhao was stunned by Lin Chuan's hints. "What?" Lin Chuan spoke softly. "The schools naturally don't tell you everything. They only mention things like human civilization, how we're comrades from Earth, how we're supposed to stand together against a common enemy, and make it sound as if we're all family who are really close to each other. But in truth, just like how monsters are never a single unit, humans are never a single unit too. Our goal is Red Radiance Jades. Their value is much higher than that of superbeasts. All the mining companies have sent their own mine exploration squads. The ones who discover the Red Radiance Jade mine first will have the right to mine it first. The profit from this will amount to an extraordinary figure, and it's enough to make anyone cast aside the fake mask they call civilization. I'm not afraid of not obtaining anything. I'm worried about discovering the Red Radiance Jade mine with some other mine exploration squad. Trust me. At that time, the situation will become very ugly." Meng Zhao became pensive. Lin Chuan thought that he did not believe in him, so he sneered and said, "Before you step into society, you're all flowers in a greenhouse and elites in an ivory tower. You haven't witnessed the truly ugly side of Dragon City just yet." Meng Zhao instinctively touched his neck. In his mind, the image of the instructor with the black skull and the bad breath cutting his throat appeared again. He sucked in a deep breath and said calmly, "Big Brother Lin, after you said that, I only want to witness it more. I don't want to live in a greenhouse and an illusion for the rest of my life. Regardless of whether it's beautiful or ugly, I want to see the world in its truest form." Lin Chuan bit his lip and remained silent for a long time before he repeated, "You'll regret it." "If I go, I might end up regretting it. But if I don't go, I'll definitely regret it," Meng Zhao said clearly and firmly. He was not certain whether Lin Chuan and Lucia's trip would be related to the success and failure of the northern offense. But it was the only chance he could take. If he missed this chance and the failure from his previous life reoccurred while Lin Chuan, a pseudo-hero citizen, died once more, he would definitely regret it his entire life. Their gazes clashed in the air, and sparks could be seen. Both of them were very firm in their stances, and neither of them was willing to back down. Lin Chuan? Lucia sat comfortably in the distance in a chair fit for bosses and absolutely did not fit into the command center. Her long and straight legs were placed on the table, and she beckoned Lin Chuan over in a rather lazy fashion. "It's been a long time since we met, and I don't know how you've been. Come over and chat with me." Lin Chuan cast Meng Zhao a deep glance before he looked away. Then, without a word, he walked to Lucia. Meng Zhao felt that Lin Chuan still had something to say, but in the end, he let his words die in his mouth. He seemed to have come to some sort of decision. When he returned to the East Lake base, Meng Zhao looked for Li Yingzi and contacted Gu Jianbo. He told them that he had been hired by Sky Pillar Corporation to participate in a mine exploration mission. As for the details about the Red Radiance Jade Mine, it was a business secret, so he could not reveal them. Mine explorations were one of the most common missions for superhumans in the wild. After all, if humans wanted to develop their civilization, it was not enough for them to rely solely on monster materials. It was only when they mined crystal mines at a large scale could they help their civilization develop to conquer the other world and explore the endless space so that they could search for a way to return to Earth. Over the past 2 months, many of the wealthy mining companies and heavy industry companies had released a lot of mine exploration missions in the East and West Lake bases. Most of the mine exploration missions did not require the participants to venture deep underground. They only needed to escort professional explorers and mine engineers to places with exceptionally thick spirit energy and use unique exploration devices to drill into the ground and extract samples. This would be considered completing the mission. The difficulty and danger rate was not high. Hence, even the outstanding freshmen such as the 4 specially recruited students for the fighting courses of the Alliance of the 5 Universities and the 4 Great Kings from Agricultural University's martial arts course had received such missions. When they learned that Meng Zhao had gained the favor of Sky Pillar Corporation, Gu Jianbo and Li Yingzi did not voice any disagreement. University students in Dragon City were different from students on Earth. Their statuses as superhumans allowed them to stand above 95% of Dragon citizens, and they could be independent in society. Forming connections with rich, mega-corporations was extremely good for their future development. Besides, they could not use normal education to restrain the development of monsters like Meng Zhao. The best way for him to learn was to improve by leaps and bounds in real battle. And when they learned that Lin Chuan would also be joining the mission, they became even more at ease. When they looked for Lin Chuan to understand the situation, things went slightly against Meng Zhao's expectations. Lin Chuan's attitude went through a full 180-degree turn. He slapped his chest and promised that he would definitely take care of the junior brother who went to the same school as he did. Li Yingzi and Gu Jianbo knew that they were close with each other and came from the same neighborhood and were taught by the same homeroom teacher in elementary school. Besides, Li Yingzi and Gu Jianbo were in a relationship, and they were already thinking about quickly getting married after the victory at the northern offense. Meng Zhao and Lin Chuan were their students, and it would be accurate to say that they were a senior-junior pair who studied under the same tutors. With Weeping Reaper leading the team, there would definitely be no problems, and both of them agreed with no worries. When Chu Feixiang and Meng Zhao's other friends learned of this, they were happy for him as well. Chu Feixiang said that he would be with Xiao Jianqing over the next few days, and they would go to Graveyard Forest to fight. They might end up running into each other there, and if they had the chance, they should fight together. Meng Zhao looked forward to this. After resting for an entire night, he went to the equipment center in the base and bought the best harvesting tools and outdoor survival equipment. He had to say, Lucia was really rich and generous. With just a swing of her hand, she told Meng Zhao to choose whatever he wanted. She would bear all the expenses. Meng Zhao did not hold back with the lady of Sky Pillar Corporation either. He brought with him bags of various sizes and got himself all the tools, regardless of whether he was going to use them or not. He practically brought the entire equipment center into Lucia's aerial fortress. After lunch, the runic symbols floating around the aerial fortress shone brilliantly again. The magnetic field surged and negated gravity. It floated up while swaying and flew to Graveyard Forest. Chapter 205, Reached Graveyard Forest. While they still had time, Lin Chuan introduced the other members in the team to Meng Zhao. The first was a professional mine exploration squad led by the veteran mine explorer, Zhang Wen, who came from Sky Pillar Corporation. Most of them were support-class superhumans who were skilled in blending their spirit energy magnetic fields with the planet's magnetic field so that they could sense the slight changes in the world. After doing that, they could outline the alignment of the spirit energy ley lines and identify thousands of minerals. The best mine explorers could even inject their spirit energy ripples into the depths of stones to change the particle structures of the stones and affect the geographical structure within thousands of meters. They could then display the effect of a human tunnel boring machine and dig out a tunnel that had a diameter of more than 2 meters in length. They could also create rockfalls and stalagmites to seal up or support cracks that were about to collapse. They could even create weak earthquakes. Hence, even though they were weak, no one dared to underestimate them. Instead, they were the key parts of the squad and the targets that the fighting-class superhumans had to protect. Then, there was a woman called Professor Yi. Meng Zhao had a deep impression of her from yesterday. It was because she had a red hair clip with her. At first glance, it was a red flower in full blossom, but when he looked at it carefully, it was in the shape of a blood flower. Lin Chuan told Meng Zhao that Professor Yi was a mate of theirs from Agricultural University, but she came from the biochemical course and was a specialist researching blood flowers. She was the secret weapon of their team. Lucia firmly believed that blood flowers only mutated because of the radiation from red radiance jades. Hence, if they searched based on the tracks of the blood flowers, they would be able to find the source of the red radiance jades. Besides, Professor Yi knew how to deal with blood flowers. She had created a special suppressant that could decrease the activity of blood flowers in carbon-based life, which would make them enter a state that was similar to hibernation. Blood flowers are not pseudofungi that can reproduce endlessly, Professor Yi told everyone. In truth, they are smarter than viruses and bacteria. They know that they can't drain their host to keep reproducing. If they split and reproduce endlessly and infest all living creatures, it will lead to a lack of food. The hosts and blood flowers would then both die. Usually, when the host's brain waves are really strong and their vitality is great, the blood flowers will not try to take over their bodies. Instead, they will enter a semi-hibernation state and will only stimulate their host's metabolism and increase their fighting power. Many of the hosts don't hate being infested by blood flowers. Instead, they welcome this win-win parasitic relationship. It's only when the host dies that the blood flower completely awakens. They occupy their host's body, so you can say that they're a pseudofungus that is very reasonable. My suppressant can affect blood flowers and make them think that the hosts are still alive, so they won't react in extreme ways. So, even if we run into blood flower-infested creatures deep underground, we don't have to worry. If we kill them and inject the suppressant in time, the chances of them turning into undead will be very low. Her explanation relaxed most people. After the support class specialist superhumans were the fighting class superhumans. Lin Chuan told Meng Zhao that the main fighting power in the squad was from a superhuman squad called Sharp Blade. They were a veteran fighting squad which had fought for more than 5 years in the wild. They killed countless monsters and took up many escort missions for exploration teams, mining teams, and all sorts of missions issued by labs focusing on research regarding the wild. They were very experienced fighters. The nicknames of the members in the fighting squad were also very unique. They were named after all sorts of cold weapons. Their leader, Scimitar, was a 4-star superhuman like Lin Chuan. He had a secret skill called spirit energy resonance. He used it to stimulate the mitochondria in the cells and make them release even stronger energy as well as modify the particle structure of weapons and equipment, which turned normal weapons into amazing weapons that could cut hair and release burning flames that could destroy everything. Of course, he could also use the principles of maglev to levitate in the air and could be considered to have officially entered the ranks of first-class fighters. However, Scimitar had a dark expression on his face, and he did not seem to want anyone to get close to him. Lin Chuan, I heard that this is the first time your junior will enter the wild? Scimitar stared at Meng Zhao but spoke to Lin Chuan. I don't understand why Ms. Liu would spontaneously stuff a brat at Spirit Tattoo Realm into our team. Taking care of those mine explorers and that blood flower expert is already troublesome enough. So, it'd be best if you kept an eye on your junior. Anything can happen in the wild, and if he walks to his own death, I won't risk my life to save him. Scimitar, just pay attention to your own business, Lin Chuan retorted stiffly. He's my junior, and it's not your place to make him know his. Scimitar's mustache was like two black scimitars. They curled up as his face muscles moved when he glared at Linguan. Then, he walked away. Half a year ago, Sharpblade received an escort mission to protect a small biology research group to set up a temporary lab in the wild. I heard that someone in the biology research group decided to be willful and refused to listen to the commands from Sharpblade. He provoked an incredibly fierce high-grade super beast and caused devastating losses to Sharpblade. They were practically crippled by it. Sharpblade returned to Dragon City to lick their wounds after that. They've been resting for a few months and only accepted Lucia's employment because they want money to rebuild their group. That's why Scimitar is a little paranoid. He is extremely skeptical towards all amateurs who don't seem like they have any experience in fighting in the wild. He might sound harsh, but he's very professional. Sharpblade has always had a very good reputation. So, try to listen to his arrangements as much as possible. Observe his movements and think about why he does certain things. Learning from him would be good for you. The team was made of support class superhumans led by Zhang Wen, fighting class superhumans led by Scimitar, Lin Chuan, the guide, Meng Zhao, the harvester, and Lucia. Based on what Lin Chuan said, Lucia herself was a veteran mine explorer and crystal specialist. She was a support class superhuman and did not possess great fighting strength. But she had a female bodyguard who stayed by her side all the time. Her name was Lu Fengying, and she was taken in by Lucia's father and taught carefully. Then, she was sent to all sorts of training camps to learn professional killing methods. She was in Heaven Realm and was a 4-star superhuman in Spirit-wielding Realm. They had 3 fighting class superhumans in Heaven Realm and at least 8 people from Sharpblade at the peak of Earth Realm. This was enough to explore the depths of Graveyard Forest. As they spoke, the aerial fortress started quivering. Through the porthole, they could see that Graveyard Forest was right underneath them, and raging waves was in front of their eyes. They were now close to the place where the spirit energy ley lines were gathered. Hence, the extreme weather changes caused by the spirit energy resonance were even more intense there. Thunderclouds crackling with lightning surged like raging waves to Graveyard Forest from raging waves. Each one was higher than the last, and the aerial fortress swayed. It was like a lone ship in a raging sea. One moment, it was raised to the top by a wave, and in the next, it dropped dozens of meters and practically landed in the forest. There was fierce fighting in Graveyard Forest despite the strong winds and rain. Humans used napalm bombs to repeatedly burn the depths of the forest, and the carnivorous etherealized plants screeched and swung their vines like demons in a lake of fire. As the light from the fire illuminated them, wisps of black smoke rose into the sky. It squirmed as it possessed life. Based on Lin Chuan's explanations, Meng Zhao knew that the smoke was not actually smoke. Instead, it was formed of clusters of mutated pests and insects. The smoke suffocated them, so they fled. If the Dragon City did not use napalm bombs to smoke out the terrifying insects and if they really crawled into the strengthened exoskeletons, they could suck a human dry. But while the insects flew away, there were still a lot of hell beasts lurking deep inside Graveyard Forest, which made the place into real hell. But even real hell would not be able to take away hope. If they looked into the distance, even though they could not hear the whistles from artillery, they could see balls of colorful light exploding in the forest. The waves of impact traveled with a momentum that could tear through everything and tore down the towering trees like weeds. Even black mushroom clouds rose into the air. The rising and falling of explosions was even louder than the roaring thunder and howl of the rain. The roars came from Heaven Realm humans as they suppressed the hell beasts in Graveyard Forest. As human civilization continued its perilous journey of expansion, several patches of large, empty spots appeared in the originally dark Graveyard Forest. All the carnivorous etherealized plants in the place were cut down and burned, which allowed humans to turn those places into battlefield airports that could accommodate armored airships and aerial fortresses. A large number of heavy construction machines were sent over by armored airships. The forts which had been constructed modularly and broken down into parts by the rear could also be built completely within a short 24 hours. The battle fortresses could then be stationed like needles deep in the territories that had belonged to the monsters for thousands of years. The aerial fortress slowly descended in a battlefield airport in the southeast of the Graveyard Forest. More than 10 fortresses were built around the airport. 3 trenches were dug around it, and double-layer electrical fences were set up. There were also automatic gun towers and high-voltage defense towers. The defense was incredibly tight, since it was one of the forward operating bases in the Graveyard Forest. There were already more than 10 armored airships parked there, along with 2 aerial fortresses that employed maglev technology. Meng Zhao saw that most of the outer shells of the armored airships and aerial fortresses had the emblem of Sky Pillar Corporation or some other major corporation painted on them. By the looks of it, this place was the gathering place of a lot of mine exploration teams. If they went further into Graveyard Forest and got closer to Raging Waves, the spirit energy magnetic field would turn even more chaotic. The extreme weather would be even more dangerous, and there was a high possibility that the aerial fortress would be torn to pieces in the air. Hence, the mine exploration teams could only park their armored airships and aerial fortresses here. Then, they would split up into their respective squads and start exploring. Their goal was the same, and they were competitors, so it was only natural that there was no harmony among them. Meng Zhao saw Lucia pridefully walking to another aerial fortress with Sky Pillar Corporation's emblem painted on it and started pointing and giving commands to the mine explorers left over there to guard the aerial fortress. By the looks of it, Lin Chuan was not exaggerating things when he said that the competition in Sky Pillar Corporation was very fierce and that the fight for power among the second generation and third generation was even more complicated than palace fights during ancient times. In just a moment, Lucia came back. Her expression was a little gloomy, but her gaze was even more intense. There are 5 mine exploration teams ahead of us, and among them are 2 of my idiotic brothers. But they went the wrong way. We should hurry. We must find the Red Radiance Jade Mine ahead of everyone else. Chapter 206, Finding the Blood Flower. Bone-chilling rain fell in the squirming forest. There was thick smoke everywhere, and only the occasional lightning tearing through the clouds illuminated the vague figures of the monsters. The group walked with great trouble in Graveyard Forest. It was a typical primary forest. The towering trees had their roots deep in the ground, and their branches intersected with each other. Hidden under the thick humus were countless caves and quagmires. Forget about the main fighting tanks and crawler-type infantry carrier vehicles, even the spider-fighting vehicles could not get through this place. The only vehicle that hunters and mine explorers could rely on were 4-legged military machines known as mules. The weight of the machine mules was no more than 300 kilograms, but they could carry a load weighing more than half a ton. Then, with a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, they could travel more than 100 kilometers. They had solar panels to charge their energy and could get energy from crystals. In emergency situations, superhumans could even inject spirit energy directly into their mobility core. Humans did not have satellites in the other world. Hence, it was only natural that they did not have a global positioning system, but biochemistry scientists and machine engineers worked together to insert a large amount of monster nerves into the mules, so they possessed a low-level intelligence. They could understand commands and follow their masters. Lucia's mine exploration team brought with them a total of 50 machine mules, which carried most of their resources, so the mine exploration team members were able to enter the forest while carrying little weight. But this did not mean that their journey was a lot easier, because Lucia chose a road with few people. Or rather, there was no road at all in the path they traveled. Everyone, including the crystal experts and mine explorers, had to swing their weapons to cut down vines, weeds, and other strange things between the trees as they moved forward with great difficulty. Quite a number of mine explorers grumbled. How long were they supposed to stay in this godforsaken place, and where they were going? Whenever they moved several kilometers, Lucia would stop and ask Professor Yi, the blood flower expert, to gather samples from the ground in search of a blood flower settlement. Meanwhile, she would also focus. Trails of bewitching spirit tattoos would appear beside her temples and swirl behind her eyes before gathering at the center of her forehead. Then, as if she had opened a third eye formed purely from spirit energy, she would search the depths of the forest. Then, she would point them in a new direction. Professor Yi has found traces of a blood flower settlement growing here in the past. I can also sense spirit energy gushing out from underground at a spot not far ahead of us. It's as strong as a volcano eruption. There's definitely a mine with a lot of crystals there. With Lucia's guidance, the group gradually left the area with a lot of human activity and entered an unexplored world. Even though Heaven Realm deities had already cleared the area repeatedly, it was inevitable that they missed a few hell beasts, and there were also pests that they could not kill no matter how many of them they slaughtered. They lurked in the dark and stared at the moving pieces of meat with greed. But compared to the pests and surviving hell beasts, the most commonly seen dangerous creature in Graveyard Forest was Snakevine. Scimitar, who walked ahead of the group, suddenly shouted. The leader of Sharp Blade drew his scimitar as quickly as lightning and delivered a layer of bone-chilling slashes above their heads. In an instant, he cut apart the 8 vines that fell down from the branches. When the vines coughed up liquid that was as red as blood and started squirming and twisting about like venomous snakes on the ground, the group noticed that they were not normal plants. They were instead highly active carnivorous etherealized plants. Snake vines ate monsters. They were giant trees like curtain figs and could turn into a forest on their own. One single snake vine could split into thousands of vines that could move on their own. Venomous spikes grew on their surface, and once the vines touched their prey, they would bind them like pythons and tear them into shreds. They were one of the reasons why the forest turned into a graveyard. Snake vines also never appeared alone. In an instant, a rustling sound that made everyone's skin crawl rose. Countless vines shot out from the darkness and went to bind the mine explorers. The fighting-class superhumans from Sharp Blade were positioned around the squad. Layers of cold light instantly shot out around them and formed a wall that was so densely packed that not even a drop of water could escape. They cut down hundreds of snake vines. But there were just too many of them. The Sharp Blade members and their leader had to protect the safety of the 10 or so crystal experts and mine explorers, so they could not attend to everything, and they were a little flustered. At that moment, a creature that was even thicker than a python shot out from the humus under their feet. Its head split into four and turned into a gaping mouth that pounced on a mine explorer. Slit-mouthed anaconda was a grade 2 superbeast. It often wandered around snake vines and helped them deal with prey that was too big and could not be strangled to death. They shared a typical symbiotic relationship. Even though slit-mouthed anaconda could compare to a python in size and was even called an anaconda, it was not a snake-type monster. Instead, it was a mutated vermin similar to a huge earthworm. It was great at digging holes and hiding. It loved lurking deep in the humus in forests, and even hell beasts or heaven realm elites whose fighting strength was much higher had a hard time sensing their presence. Once it succeeded in an ambush, it would immediately crawl into a hole under the humus while protected by the snake vines. Then, it would instantly disappear without a trace. It was an incredibly dirty and difficult monster to handle. The shocked mine explorer was about to have his waist snapped by the slit-mouthed anaconda. Even if he did not die, he would lose dozens of kilograms of flesh. Scimitar wanted to save him, but dozens of snake vines targeted his vitals at the same time, which slowed him for half a second. Then, a chain surrounded by lightning, and another surrounded by fire shot out of nowhere, perfectly binding the slit-mouthed anaconda's mouth. Then, as if the user was reining in a horse, he bound it tightly. The runic symbols on the chain shone, and through the vibrations on the atomic electron shell, electricity that was more than 10,000 volts and heat that was thousands of degrees Celsius high surged out. Like red-hot iron wires, the chains cut through the slit-mouthed anaconda like they were cutting bean curd. No matter how slow the slit-mouthed anaconda was in terms of reaction, it could still sense the searing pain, and it hissed. The chains shuddered and loosened their hold, allowing the creature to have a moment to breathe. But that was just the prelude before the fatal attack. At the end of the chains, two arc-shaped sabers shone with a strange and dim light that looked like a blood moon. They intersected with each other and cut into the gaping mouth, which looked like a chrysanthemum, and sliced the top half of its body, which was several meters long, into four. The mine explorer was still stunned from fear when Meng Jiao calmly pulled his chained sabers back. Scimitar's eyes shone with shock and admiration. Meng Jiao went forward and knelt down on one knee. He did not care about the struggling slit-mouthed anaconda. Sparks flew between his fingers as he inserted lancet knives and exploratory needles inside it. Slit-mouthed anacondas have a unique acid in their digestive gland. It's a very valuable material. Could you buy me some time to harvest it? He asked Scimitar. All right. Scimitar agreed to it instinctively. Then, he thought about it and added. How long do you need? The snake vines are still moving around. We can't keep waiting for you. I'm done. While saying that, Meng Jiao brought out the slit-mouthed anaconda's digestive gland. Then, he tossed the shuddering and thin organ into a mithril-based stabilizing solution. Scimitar's mustache curled up. He did not turn his head around as he grumbled while he cut down another 8 snake vines. It's useless to continue cutting them like this. To snake vine trees, snake vines are like the aerial roots to curtain figs. No matter how many you cut off, it won't be a heavy blow to the main body. It can create more at any moment. Meng Jiao used his searchlight to point into the depths of the forest. If my guess is correct, the 9th tree from here, the one that looks like a crooked pine, is a snake vine tree that has disguised itself perfectly. I'm pointing at it right now with my searchlight. It's the core of all these snake vines. If we destroy it, these snake vines will instantly die. Scimitar frowned. How do you know? With my nose and eyes, Meng Jiao explained. After a snake vine binds a prey, it will deliver it near the snake vine tree to digest and absorb it. That's why there's a bloody stench that you can't get rid of around snake vine trees. It doesn't have the refreshing scent nor the scent of mud that normal plants have. And when some of the larger monsters are bound by snake vines, they aren't killed by poison right away. While being dragged over, they struggle madly and leave marks on the brambles, trees, and stones. I first relied on my smell to pinpoint the suspicious areas. Then, I started observing which tree has the most friction marks. That will naturally be the main body of the snake vines. Scimitar cast Meng Zhao a deep glance. A few of the veteran sharp blade hunters pounced on the etherealized plant Meng Zhao had pointed out. Countless vines shrieked, and the etherealized plant started burning. It let out a screech that sounded like that of a monster. Lots of liquid poured out that looked like blood, and it looked terrifying. Once Scimitar cut the tree in half, the dancing snake vines around them stopped moving. They started shriveling and rapidly rotting away. You do have some skills. No wonder you're regarded highly by Ms. Liu. Once they broke free from the snake vine's harassment, the members of Sharp Blade became friendly to Meng Zhao. Lin Chuan's Jr. will definitely not be an ordinary person, Lucia said with a grin. They traveled through the night and ran into ambushes from etherealized plants and low-grade super beasts 3 times. But with 3 Heaven Realm elites and the Sharp Blade members working together, they managed to get through them with no danger. As for the Grade 4 to Grade 6 Hell Beasts, they possessed a certain degree of intelligence, and they saw this group that was clearly not to be easily provoked and did not dare to attack. When dawn arrived, they hunted down a blood flower-infested creature and found that it had fresh blood flower bacterial flora in it. This meant that they were heading in the right direction. Professor Yi used the blood flower-infested creature to conduct an experiment with her suppressant on the spot. Just as she expected, once the monster was injected with the suppressant and killed, it did not turn into an undead creature. Instead, along with the blood flower bacterial flora in it, it died. With Lin Chuan's guidance, they soon found the nest of the blood flower-infested creature. They also discovered a primary blood flower settlement that had not found any hosts in the area. It grew in the darkness of the shrubs like red moss and were so thick that it looked like blood was about to start dripping from them. The settlement extended all the way to a large, sparkling lake. Chapter 207, Lion Dragonfish. After moving through the dark forest for an entire night, their field of vision became wider, and the group's spirits lifted. While wearing an airtight protection suit, Professor Yi knelt down on one knee beside the lake to carefully collect a water sample. She wanted to know whether the original strain of the blood flower was in here. Scimitar and Lin Chuan protected her by the sides in case an aquatic super beast suddenly shot out of the mysterious lake. The results of the analysis showed that the original strain of the blood flower did indeed come from the depths of the lake and not the other way. It did not grow into the lake from the ground. My guess is correct, Lucia said excitedly. The original strains of blood flowers might like to grow in dark and humid areas, but they cannot grow for long periods of time in water. There is no river around this lake either, so it's impossible for it to have grown all of a sudden from the bottom of the lake. This means that there must be a subsurface stream under the lake, and at the end of the stream must be a large underground space. It should have fresh oxygen and the red radiance jade mine that is very easy to mine. It's only when these conditions are met that bloodgrass can evolve into blood flowers. It's no wonder why so many mine exploration teams have returned without any results. They've been looking for the wrong place. If we want to get the treasure, we must go into the depths of the lake and through the subsurface stream to reach our destination. Lin Chuan looked around him warily and said, if there's a lake in a forest, it should be the heaven of monsters. The living creatures within a circular area of dozens of kilometers rely on water to survive, but while coming here, we didn't discover a lot of tracks. It's either that the lake is very strange, or there are really fierce high-grade super beasts residing in the lake. We have to be careful. That's only natural. I've long since predicted that the Red Radiance Jade Mine would be under a lake, and I brought a full set of equipment. Scimitar. Lucia swung her arm. The superhumans from Sharp Blade smoothly removed a large amount of ammunition boxes from the machine mules. They took off the lid, which revealed deep water bombs with the logo of skulls spray painted on them. These are crystal bombs newly invented by the Red Dragon Army. The impact waves they create are very powerful. Everyone, it'll be for the best if you circulate your spirit energy to protect your eardrums, teeth, and organs. As Scimitar spoke, he picked up a deep water bomb and tossed it into the center of the lake. Most of the Sharp Blade members were powerful fighters at the peak of Earth Realm. They were built like bears, and their arm strength was greater than that of an average person. When they used their arms to throw the deep water bombs, they were no weaker than launchers specifically built to launch certain missiles. In just a short half a minute, they tossed dozens of deep water bombs at the center of the lake, where they sank while swaying. Scimitar commanded his team members to toss a few scientific instruments with round heads and exploratory needles stuck in them into the lake as well. They sank in. Lucia said that they were shockwave feedback readers. They could use the shockwaves created by the explosions of the deep water bombs crashing against the bottom of the lake to map out the lake. Then, they could figure out where the crack in the subsurface stream were. The group retreated into the forest and hid behind a towering tree. They poured their spirit energy to their eardrums, teeth, and organs and held their breaths as they waited. Boom. 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 The deep water bombs invented on Earth treated the endless ocean as their battlefield. After crystals were added to them along with runic symbols, their power increased 10 times. Explosions that caused the Earth to tremble arose, and they nearly overturned the entire lake. Dozens of water pillars shot into the air, making it look as if a storm had just started. The rainwater was mixed with all sorts of strange-looking aquatic monsters. They landed in the forest with loud splashes, and even though they were powerful, when they were on land, they were just prey. They turned into meals for the pests and etherealized plants. The team looked again at the lake before them. After exploding for half a minute, the water level had decreased by dozens of centimeters. Blood covered the surface of the lake. Torn flesh of all sorts of colors was mixed in it. Clearly, the large monster at the bottom of the lake was badly battered by the explosions and was now mangled. Blurp, 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 blurp. The next instant, the lake started to boil, and bubbles appeared on the surface. What a strong spirit energy reaction. It's the presence of a hell beast. The 3 fighting class Heaven Realm superhumans, Lin Chuan, Scimitar, and Lucia's personal bodyguard, Lu Fengying jumped at the same time to the side of the lake. A bizarre-looking fish with red scales that was as built as a lion appeared in the boiling lake. It was more than 10 meters long, and when it opened its mouth, it looked even fiercer than sand tiger sharks. Lion dragonfish. It was a grade 5 aquatic superbeast. It could bite through an iron fishing boat and could control water currents. It often caused trouble in Red Dragon River and used the unique structure of its mouth to release ripple blasts, which sent water currents at supersonic speed to tear its prey to pieces. An adult lion dragonfish was huge, and it loved large rivers or streams with rapid currents. It seldom appeared in lakes and swamp areas. This further proved Lucia's theory. There was definitely a subsurface stream at the bottom of the lake. When the lion dragonfish was very young, it should have accidentally swam through the subsurface stream and entered the lake. As its body grew bigger, it could not swim back, so it got trapped. Even if lion dragonfishes had developed brains, it had grown up in the lake, and it did not have any communications with its civilization, so it was impossible for it to have high intelligence. It was caught off guard and attacked by deep water bombs, which left it utterly confused, and it descended into rage. The 3 Heaven Realm elites stepped into the air and arrived above it. Lin Chuan was the first to attack. His body was supported by his burning beast soul. Spirit energy wings grew out of his back, and they looked as beautiful as an undying bird's. His chain spear shot out, and like a red bolt of lightning, it pierced the lion dragonfish's eyeball. With a loud plop, the lion dragonfish's eye, which was already bleeding because of the explosion, popped. Above the chain spear were 4 sharp blades that looked like wings. They shot up, and like fish hooks, they stabbed deep into the lion dragonfish's eye socket. The lion dragonfish started swaying its head and tail madly. Lin Chuan did not fight head-on against it. Instead, as if he was fishing, he pulled back the chain spear while sometimes letting go slightly. He patiently engaged in a war of attrition. Scimitar cut at the lion dragonfish's fins and tail in a very sinister angle. Even though the superbeast managed to sense it, the blade cut its fins into pieces, which reduced its agility in the water. Blurb. 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 The lion dragonfish opened its mouth and released a flurry of ripple blasts that were like artillery. But moments ago, it had been blasted off kilter and blinded by Lin Chuan. It also lost the ability to remain stable after its fins and tail were struck. It could not control its trajectory accurately, and the 3 water balls grazed past the 3 Heaven Realm elites. At that moment, Lucia's personal bodyguard, Lu Fengying, landed on the lion dragonfish's head. She twisted her limbs into a very strange angle. Waves of spirit flames surged out, and her spirit energy appeared in the form of very profound and complicated runic symbols. Her spirit energy magnetic field became visible. Swived slowly. The moment she finished creating her spirit energy magnetic field, thousands of spirit energy threads that looked like electrical arcs charged at the lion dragonfish as if they had been given life. They were so dense that they looked like snow falling from the sky. The lion dragonfish instantly froze up. The next 10 seconds, it was cut more than 100 times by an invisible but sharp blade. Its head, which was as mighty as a lion's, was cut to pieces, and only its lower body remained. It sank slowly to the bottom of the lake. The three Heaven Realm elites had worked together and smoothly killed a grade 5 hell beast. Meng Zhao's eyes went wide. All he could see in his head was Lu Fengying's might when she released her killing move. So, Lucia's personal bodyguard is an overkill-style martial artist. This is the real overkill style, which has been reigning supreme in Dragon City for decades. It does indeed live up to its name. Using the chain attacks from the ultimate style to search for the moment the overkill style user accumulates power, stiffens up, and cools down to cancel their killing move and thereby gain victory is theoretically possible. But it's just like performing a crouch slide to kill a tiger. No matter how ideal the dream is, I still need to turn it into reality. I will need to continue training and make this a reality. Meng Zhao thought that he did not come on this trip in vain. He had already learned a lot. After they killed the lion dragonfish, the lake became calm once more. No other aquatic monster showed up. But that was normal. No tyrant would tolerate the existence of another that could threaten their position. The lake was not big, so once a lion dragonfish, which was one of the hunters at the top of the food chain, came here, it was basically impossible for there to be another high-grade superbeast in the same area. At that moment, the shockwave feedback reader, which used the feedback from the shockwaves, finished drawing the terrain of the lake. Lucia's tablet showed a detailed 3D map. Look, there is a subsurface stream here. It's 50 or so meters deep. The subsurface stream is narrow, long, and dark, but there is a huge space inside. Lucia pointed at the map and grinned. I brought full-body diving equipment. We made the right gamble. Before beginning their operations, they had already done targeted practice to handle the environment that the Red Radiance Jade was most likely to appear in. With the superhumans' body constitutions and their precise control over spirit energy, it was not difficult for them to swim while dozens of meters deep. But Lin Chuan gave them a reminder. This lake's depth is more than 500 meters, and the environment at the bottom of the lake is very complicated. Even the reader isn't able to draw out the entire thing. We have to be careful about there being other superbeasts. How could that be? Lucia pointed her nose skyward and said confidently, lion dragonfish are kings of aquatic monsters, and they're not fond of living together with other high-grade aquatic superbeasts. It's not a native freshwater aquatic life either. It can only have come here from somewhere else. It was by pure coincidence that it came here. It can't have possibly brought its family here, right? But. No buts. Lucia had already switched to her diving suit with Lu Fengying's help. Even though we discovered this lake, there's no certainty that there is only one path leading to the Red Radiance Jade Mine. While we're here dilly-dallying, someone might have already beaten us to the draw and started dancing in our Red Radiance Jade Mine. Even if a second lion dragonfish appears, it's fine. Didn't you already kill one? I hired all of you here by promising a lot of money to solve problems like this. She cast Lin Chuan a profound glance. Then, without turning her head around, she was the first to jump into the lake. The mine explorers and crystal experts looked at each other. With the help from the Sharp Blade members, they put on their diving suits. The Sharp Blade members then removed numerous boxes from the load carried by the machine mules and set up various underwater vehicles. They could carry from 4 to 6 people at once. They could even be connected to military-grade computers. Once the destination they marked on the map they drew was uploaded to the military-grade computer, the vehicle could reach the destination on its own. Even the superhumans who had never received diving training before could complete the task as long as they fixed themselves to the underwater vehicle. Are you all right? After seeing most of the team jump into the lake, Lin Chuan felt resigned. He turned his head around. Meng Zhao rubbed the center of his forehead and examined the memory fragments from his previous life. They had jumped out just now. He shook his head and said, "It's fine. I quite like playing with water." Chapter 208, Change at the Bottom of the Lake. The surface of the lake and the bottom of the lake were two different worlds. The sky was covered by dark clouds, which made the forest dark. It also made it difficult for sunlight to shine through. When the team was around 5 meters deep, they felt like they had sunken into a swamp and could not see a thing. Even if superhumans' visual cells were more developed than normal humans and they could see when normal humans would be blind and sense spirit energy fluctuations, they could only see waves of colorful undercurrents flowing at the bottom of the lake. They illuminated all sorts of strange aquatic creatures and bewitching aquatic etherealized plants. Fortunately, the aquatic life and plants sensed the powerful presence from the superhumans and were baffled by the deep water bombs earlier, so they did not dare to go forward to bother the humans. They just hid away from them. As for stronger hunters? It was just as Lucia said, no tyrant would allow another creature that could threaten its position. There was no space for such creatures in the lake. The group held onto the underwater vehicles and listened to the sound of the propellers turning as they sank deeper. The vanguard with the best swimming abilities sent good news through the communication channel. He had already discovered the subsurface stream and was scanning the situation in the depths of the cave. Soon, an even more detailed map appeared on everyone's military-grade tactical watches. It pointed them to a winding path. "Congratulations, everyone. We're close to our treasure." Lucia's laughter rose in the communication channel. It was as if she already had victory in her grasp. At that moment, the walls of the lake not far away from the group squirmed, and something opened its mouth at them. The group was shocked. 8 searchlights gathered on the area and lit up a gigantic clam-type monster. It had been startled by the propellers. Clam-type monsters were usually fixed on walls or huge aquatic-type monsters. They did not pose much of a threat. The group laughed. "We found the entrance to the subsurface river. Just as we expected, there's a huge underground space up ahead, and there's a lot of fresh air in it. We can breathe there." The Sharp Blade Vanguard's excited shout came through the communication channel again. Suddenly, the giant clam-like monster closed in a panic. The insignificant aquatic life that had been swimming around the group also fled helter-skelter. Even the bewitching etherealized plants that had been dancing around curled up and started trembling. Whoosh! An incredibly quick water current charged at them from the bottom. The group was caught off guard. One of the underwater vehicles was struck by the water current, and it was smashed to pieces on the spot. All the people attached to it were thrown off. "It's another lion dragonfish!" A fighting-class superhuman cried out in surprise in the communication channel. The vision of fighting-class superhumans was better than that of the support-class superhumans. They saw another lion dragonfish in the dark, seemingly bottomless lake. It was larger and looked even fiercer. It swung its head and tail, and like a torpedo with hundreds of kilograms worth of explosive stuffed in it, it charged at them. And in the water, the lion dragonfish was at home. Its fighting strength there did not increase by a mere 5 times, either. While it rushed at them, it opened its mouth and fired water blasts repeatedly, which created a terrifying whirlpool of death. The creature wanted to rip the humans to shreds. The 3 Heaven Realm elites were sent scattering away by the undercurrents. They could not work together like they did on the surface of the lake. Their spirit flames were affected by the current, and they could not bring out their strength to destroy it effortlessly. The lion dragonfish seized the chance to charge into the crowd. It bit a mine explorer's lower body off and swallowed it whole. While doing so, it caught that mine explorer's upper body with its sharp teeth and threw it at the humans. It was a show of force, and it was also a way to affect the humans' minds and distract them. Sharp's inhales instantly rose in the communication channel. "Head to the subsurface stream." Lucia immediately made her decision. "It is narrow and bumpy, while this lion dragonfish is large. It won't be able to enter." Her personal bodyguard, Lu Fengying, pounced on the lion dragonfish without hesitation. With the protection from the Heaven Realm elite, everyone started racing to the subsurface stream. Meng Zhao originally wanted to use the dual chain sabers he had just obtained for himself and the past memories he had just awakened, which showed him how to fight underwater, to face the lion dragonfish. But with a simple and crude water blast, it had basically made him deaf, and his organs were forced to his throat, which made him understand the true power of a hell beast. "Do you want to die?" Lin Chuan dragged him from the fangs of the lion dragonfish by a hair's breadth. With all his power, he threw Meng Zhao in the direction of the subsurface stream. "I'll be here, fighting. Go." When he saw the line of the undying bird shining stubbornly in the dark lake, Meng Zhao gritted his teeth and swallowed the blood that had surged to his throat. Then, he turned around and swam to the subsurface stream. He did not know how long he had been swimming in the raging lake. It felt like he was swimming in murky water or mud. But he could sense a tsunami behind him. The shock waves traveled forward in waves and struck his back like a warhammer. When he crawled into the entrance of the subsurface stream, which was a crack in the wall of the lake, he refused to swim any further. Instead, He used his chain sabers to drag in the other mine explorers who arrived after him. Lin Chuan was the last to arrive. He used his beast soul to make the lake surge, and like a small fish with a fiery red tail, he swam in a zigzagging motion. The lion dragonfish swam madly after him. It was about to bite his legs. No matter how Lin Chuan threw his chain spear forward, it was affected by the current formed by the lion dragonfish. A few times he nearly even lost his spear. "Big brother Lin, here." Meng Zhao threw his chain saber out. Lin Chuan reacted and grabbed the chain. With a vicious pull, Meng Zhao helped Lin Chuan break free from the lion dragonfish, and both of them tumbled into the subsurface stream. Whoosh! The lion dragonfish charged into the subsurface stream regardless of the cost. But since its mighty head was just too large, it got stuck between the rocks. The more it struggled, the more it became stuck. Meng Zhao hesitated. He wondered whether he should use this chance to harvest its mouth. Lin Chuan grabbed him and hissed, "Go!" And just as Lin Chuan expected, when they swam a dozen meters forward, they heard a loud bang that made the earth tremble behind them. The lion dragonfish had finally broken free of the wall. Even though it did not swim inside, it used all its strength to fire an incredibly fierce water blast. The shockwave it stirred up felt like a main fighting tank ramming itself into Meng Zhao's back. He felt the taste of copper in his throat, and he could not help but cough up blood. In his heart, he thanked his lucky stars. If Lin Chuan had not stopped him, he would have been torn to shreds by the lion dragonfish. It's no wonder why that creature is known as a lion dragonfish. I remember now. It didn't gain its name because of its looks, but because of its greatest talent known as lion's roar. It can release a deafening roar underwater. Meng Zhao's heart pounded in fear. He and Lin Chuan supported each other and gradually cast the lion dragonfish and its raging roars behind them. They did not know how many times they ran into dead ends in the complicated subsurface stream, but at last, they saw faint light ahead of them. It was the searchlight that came from the mine explorers who had climbed to the surface ahead of them. Both of them swam with all their strength to the light and appeared above the water. Then, they crawled to the shore and lay sprawled on the ground with their limbs splayed. The dark stream behind them continued surging and did not calm down even after a long time had passed. Meng Zhao panted for a full 5 minutes before he sat up and observed his surroundings. It was a cave half the size of a soccer field. It had stalactites and stalagmites, which contained bites of crystals that let out faint light. The air might have been humid and smelled sour and foul, but it was perfectly fine for a person to breathe it. It seemed like there was a crack that led to the surface. They did not know what was above their heads. Could it be that they were already within the area of raging waves? Meng Zhao, Lin Chuan, and the other fighting-class superhumans recovered very quickly. The pale-looking mine explorers and crystal experts lay limp on the ground for more than 10 minutes. They could not get up. Lucia was the first to regain her composure. Or rather, even when the second lion dragonfish opened its mouth, she had not trembled in the slightest. She, her bodyguard, and Scimitar did a head count and started packing up their equipment. The sudden ambush resulted in the loss of 2 mine explorers and a hunter from Sharp Blade. Another hunter's left arm was torn off at the shoulder by the lion dragonfish. He only survived because his teammate had risked his life to save him. At that moment, he was injected with a sealing agent, and medical gel was smeared on his wound. For the time being, his life was not in danger. They also lost half of their food. Miraculously, their exploratory equipment was in perfect shape. But when they faced such great losses, even the expressions of mine explorers from Sky Pillar Corporation and a hunter as experienced as Scimitar turned dark. "Ms. Liu, you shouldn't have cared only about the exploratory equipment just now and given up on the underwater vehicle that carried our food supplies," he said. "Right now, our exit is sealed by the lion dragonfish, and we don't know how long we'll have to stay underground. We'll need food. Once we find the Red Radiance Jade Mine, we'll get everything." After saying that, Lucia opened her palm and showed the loot she had obtained just now. It was a crystalline mineral that looked like a crystal flower bud. Red jade pearls were not worth much, but they were commonly associated with red radiance jades. Usually, if someone discovered red jade pearls and blood flowers at the same spot, they would also be able to discover a red radiance jade mine. Everyone in the place was an expert, so their eyes immediately lit up. "I know that 2 of our teammates lost their lives just now, and we will have a hard time finding their corpses. My heart hurts too when such a thing happened." Lucia sighed and raised the red jade pearl tightly while saying loudly, "But there are bound to be sacrifices in the fight between humans and monsters. The path of Earth's civilization expansion in the other world must be built by the spirits of countless brave warriors. We're all superhumans here, and none of us are afraid of sacrificing ourselves, because we know that even if we die, someone else will inherit our spirit and complete our mission. The two brave warriors died for the sake of the Red Radiance Jade Mine, so it's only when we find the Red Radiance Jade Mine as quickly as possible that we can comfort their spirits. It will allow us to calm the extreme weather on the surface so that our Steel Army can enter the fray and win this battle, thereby saving more of our comrades. And all of us, including the families of those sacrificed, will not just become heroes, but the richest heroes in Dragon City. This is the only thing that I, Lucia, can do for you. Chapter 209, Mystery of Runic Symbols. The group said nothing. Lucia gritted her teeth and said, "Elder Zhang, I will make an application to the corporation for the mine explorers we lose, and I will give them double the normal blood money. Scimitar, I'll do the same for your teammates. Even if they're just injured, I will increase the wages by 30% according to the basic wage we agreed upon on the contract." I have to repeat my earlier words, as long as we find the Red Radiance Jade Mine, the whole world is ours. The group looked at each other and cast aside their unprofessional emotions before they started acting again. They used a specialized underground sound wave reader to scan the walls in search for the highest reaction and a crack that would lead them to a larger area. One of the mine explorers who came from Skypillar Corporation sat down in a meditative position and started mumbling. Fine spirit tattoos appeared non-stop at his temples, eyes, and the center of his forehead. Lin Chuan told Meng Zhao that this mine explorer had a special ability. He could sense the slightest changes in wind speed and wind direction, and he could also accurately feel the difference in temperature and humidity. He was basically the same as a human weather station. With his guidance, the group quickly went to a corner of the cave. The seemingly sturdy wall was covered in winding cracks. Wind blew through the black cracks. The walls were wet, and there were also creatures that looked like moss growing on it. The most crucial thing was that there was a beautiful, bewitching and dangerous blood flower settlement growing at the foot of the crack. Behind this crack should be an even larger space. The wall isn't too thick. The blood flowers reach this place from behind it. Lucia formed her conclusion. The feedback provided by the sound wave reader supported her theory. After Professor Yi collected her sample, two sharp-blade superhumans brought out flamethrowers and burned all the blood flower strains. Zhang Wen and the other veteran mine explorers from Skypillar Organization moved forward. They first placed their hands on the wall and shut their eyes before they released their spirit energy to sense the thickness of the wall, its structure, and components. After discussing for a while with each other, they used geological hammers and knife blades to carve runic symbols on the walls. The runic symbols they knew how to draw were all support-based and related to geological structures. Meng Zhao understood absolutely nothing about them. He just watched the men move their hands in a flurry. In a short half an hour, they drew more than 1,000 profound and complicated runic symbols that were connected to each other in the space that had a diameter of around 2 to 3 meters. They formed a complicated runic matrix. Then, they brought out runic made of super beast blood and spirit energy liquid. They slowly poured it into the runic matrix from the mouth at the top of it. A miracle happened. The runic ink did not spill all over the wall. Instead, it was led by a mysterious power and flowed in an orderly manner through the runic symbols. Very soon, it covered every line and shone with a faint light. The veteran mine explorers sat down cross-legged and chanted while they released powerful brain waves. Their vitality magnetic fields resonated with the spirit energy magnetic field created by the runic matrix. It stirred up powerful spirit energy contained in the runic ink, which reached the atomic electron shell of the stones and changed the properties of the stones on an atomic level. An unbelievable scene occurred. The originally sturdy rock softened as the spirit energy surged through it and turned into something similar to gravel. It quietly collapsed and revealed a long and narrow tunnel. The stones that were not covered by the runic symbols retained their sturdy structure and supported the tunnel. This was not the first time Meng Zhao saw how runic symbols worked. But every time he saw the amazing power that allowed them to gather sand into towers or turn stones into gold by changing the structure of the atoms, he gasped in amazement just like everyone else and could not understand what was going on. Even the superhumans who used this power only knew how to use them but did not understand the logic behind it. They could only make vague statements about runic symbols being surface-level projections of spirit energy magnetic fields. They could connect with humans' vitality magnetic fields and the planet's magnetic field. They could even connect with the universe's magnetic field, which existed between stars. No one quite understood it. Up to this date, the principles of runic symbol remained in a black box. Earthlings had only discovered words in the ancient ruins under the supernatural tower after they transmigrated to the other world and learned that they were amazing symbols that could stimulate great power. This was one of the reasons why humans were so interested in the true nature of the otherworld. Many people believe that it was not an uncultivated planet where only monsters resided. Millions of years ago, a highly developed civilization should have existed in it. But due to unknown reasons, it was destroyed, and only ruins that recorded its glorious past remained. Earthlings had inherited them when they transmigrated to this place. But why were they so certain that the ancient civilization was ruined? It was very simple. If a whole city from outer space transmigrated to Earth, even with the technology developed during the second half of the 20th century, it would be discovered within 24 hours, regardless of whether they descended in the Sahara Desert, the Amazon rainforest, or any other place with few people around. At most, humans would spend 3 days making preparations before they made contact with the city from outer space. However, Dragon City had transmigrated to the otherworld more than half a century ago. Even so, they had still not met any otherworld local tribes that possessed intelligence. Even if the fog had been surrounding them all this while, it still did not make sense. Hence, even if there was an otherworld civilization existing in the depths of the fog, its society and technology would not be highly developed, so they were destined to be suppressed by Earth's steel army. We'll conquer the otherworld and explore as well as inherit the strength from the ancient civilization. Then, we'll bring this incredibly advanced ancient technology back to Earth in a mighty manner so that we can help Earth's civilization move from living on one planet to living on multiple planets. We'll become the lords of the entire galaxy. This was the greatest dream hidden deep in the hearts of many Dragon City youths. Meng Zhao was the same before he returned to the past. Right then, he naturally knew that this dream was far-fetched. The other world did possess locals who were organized and possessed intelligence. Even though they had long since forgotten about the glory of the ancient civilization and even treated their ancestors' extraordinary technology as magic and curses, destruction was always far simpler than construction. The semi-automatic rifles in the hands of the primitive people could also kill a fully equipped modern man. After the monster war, the intelligent locals of the otherworld would bring great trouble to Earthlings. If they wanted to completely get rid of this problem, they had to pay the smallest price and use the shortest time possible to win the monster war so that Dragon City could fight against the multiple tribes of the otherworld while at full health. They had to obtain victory in the northern offense. And the key to it all might lay just in front of them. This was the reason behind why Meng Zhao was willing to take the risk to enter deep underground. It was definitely not for the money. And it was absolutely not to ride Lucia's long, luscious, smooth, and beautiful coattails. Instead, he did it for his comrades, for the future, and for Earth's civilization. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Chuan asked in a whisper. Meng Zhao was stunned. "No, I'm not doing it for the coattails." Lin Chuan was taken aback. "What tail now?" Meng Zhao scratched his head. "I'm talking about a demonic halberd pig's tail. I'm hungry. You have to be careful. We're about to enter where the spirit energy ley lines are gathered. I can sense the spirit energy magnetic fields around us getting stronger. It might affect our hearts," Lin Chuan said sternly. "The closer we get to a spirit energy ley line, the more likely it is for a human's brain to be affected. Our most primal emotions and desires will be magnified, and will gradually reveal our true nature. In truth, even our logic may be devoured, so we'll become someone else entirely. So, don't let your thoughts wander. Focus on the mission. Remember to take a meditative stance and think for a while once every half an hour or an hour. Make sure that your mental strength index is constantly around 100%. Got it. Thanks, Big Brother Lin. We're brothers. We even saved each other's lives just now. There's nothing to thank for. Let's go. Everyone has already gone in." The mine explorers moved through the tunnel. Once every few steps, the veteran mine explorers carved runic symbols into the walls and turned the stones into gravel so that the tunnel could continuously extend into the rock formation. When support-class superhumans used such magic, it was not at all easier compared to fighting-class superhumans releasing killing moves. The faces of veteran mine explorers, including Zhang Wen, soon began to wither. They had to take gene medicine and high-calorie nutritional fluid as well as meditate to recuperate. Fortunately, there were a lot of fighting-class superhumans in the team. Based on the investigations of the geologists, the rock formation in this area was very sturdy and could withstand powerful shockwaves. The three Heaven Realm elites and the Sharp Blade members who were at the peak of Earth Realm took turns attacking the rocks with the most simple and crude attacks. Even though their methods were not as elegant as those of the veteran mine explorers, they continued expanding the tunnel. A strange light sparkled in Lucia's eyes. She encouraged her teammates and said that she could sense an increasingly stronger spirit energy reaction. It was not far ahead of them, and it was definitely where the spirit energy ley line was. In the end, after 3 hours in the place, they cleared the tunnel and entered an even wider underground space. Boom! The first mine explorer who stumbled into the place was so shocked by the grand and beautiful spectacle in front of him that he sucked in a sharp breath. The people who came in after him were also dazzled and stopped absolutely dumbfounded. What appeared before them was a colorful crystal palace. Regardless of whether it was the stone walls, the stone pillars, or stalagmites, all of them gave off a semi-transparent, crystalline feel. They also shone with a dim light. It was like a reflection on water and flowed slowly in the air. Forget about ever seeing such a thing on Earth. Even in the other world, veteran mine explorers like Zhang Wen seldom saw such a beautiful sight. Red pillar crystals. Multi-blue lightning crystal. Heavenly green bronze. Violet snake stone. Fire glow stone. There are so many crystals and minerals here, and their purity is very high. The difficulty in mining them is very low as well. As soon as we get rid of the apocalyptic beast on the surface, we can use large drilling devices to reach this place. This is basically a treasure trove already at our fingertips. Zhang Wen's white beard started trembling. The fatigue that had settled into his bones after carving dozens of runic matrices and stimulating them was gone. His dried-up blood vessels seemed to have been filled up by the power in the crystals, and he became more than 10 years younger. Scimitar and the other Sharp Blade members were also delighted. Even the team member who had one arm bitten off by the lion dragonfish and had a pale face looked happy. Under the illumination of the ever-changing light from the crystals, every single one of their face muscles trembled. Chapter 210, Racing Against Time. The Survival Committee had set up a law called the Resource Act. The mines discovered within Dragon City by Dragon citizens were shared treasure that belonged to the entire civilization and had to be used for the grand cause of Earth conquering the otherworld. The first people who discovered a spirit energy ley line had the right to mine it first. They could form their own groups to mine it or give the right to mining organizations with great power so that they could earn high transfer fees. Also, there was an unspoken rule. All people who discovered a spirit energy ley line could pick a crystal with the highest purity, the best looks, and the most spirit energy from the mine as a souvenir. Based on the types of crystals, the size of that one piece would also differ. To retain its value, it was enough to make the mine explorers so motivated that they would search for mines wave after wave without regard for their own safety. After all, it was very difficult for the first-class elites who were above Heaven Realm to explore the depths of spirit energy ley lines. Hence, it became a shortcut for Earth Realm elites to reach Heaven Realm or pseudo-first-class elites who were at the early stages of Heaven Realm to become true powerful fighters. It was no wonder then why the experienced and mature mine explorers and hunters who had experienced hundreds of battles would be unable to help but feel delighted. Did you see it, everyone? Our sacrifices were worth it. Lucia jumped on a crystalline heavenly green bronze and swung her fist. Our past mining experiences have told us that the crystal mines are usually in the formation of multiple types of crystals surrounding the most valuable crystal. If there are dozens of crystals and minerals gathered together, then it must be because there is a supercrystal mine that has even greater spirit energy inside. That's the Red Radiance Jade Mine. My senses won't be wrong. I can already feel a beautiful red light shining underground. The value of the Red Radiance Jade Mine is definitely 10 times higher than of the crystals you're seeing right now. She wanted to motivate them a little more when a mine explorer stumbled over and told them a shocking bad piece of news. 3 minutes later, everyone gathered at the brightest corner of the mine. The vugs here blossomed as beautifully as flowers and formed an incredibly luxurious crystal throne. And if there was not a metal plate in front of the vugs, all the people would want to sit on it to record this unbelievable sight and boast about it decades later. But the bold words carved on the golden plate crushed all of their excitement. Mine Explorer Unit 122 of Universe Corporation, 25th of December, year 55 of the new era. And below it were the names of the mine explorers. Along with them were the records of their preliminary exploration as well as the names of the crystals they had managed to identify in the mine, along with the components of the associated ores. Universe Corporation was another major corporation that was about the same size as Sky Pillar Corporation. The two of them stood on equal grounds. Just like Sky Pillar Corporation, soon after Dragon City transmigrated, Universe Corporation rose to power during the bloody era when societal order collapsed. They helped build the new order and were also giants who created the Survival Committee. Universe Corporation and Sky Pillar Corporation were very similar in the road they took to become mega corporations. Both of them started off by exploring spirit energy ley lines and mining crystals. Up to this date, the mining industry was still the core industry of these two corporations. Naturally, if they were in the same field, they were enemies. And the day before was the 25th of December. The mine exploration team from Universe Corporation had been the first to discover the crystal mine. This meant that all the excitement and delight Lucia and her mine exploration team experienced a moment ago turned into a colossal joke. They had lost the right to mine the place first. Logically speaking, unless Lucia's team ran into life-threatening dangers and needed the crystals to save their lives, they could not touch a single stone. Everyone's faces instantly turned as dark as thunderclouds. Their gazes burned with rage as if they wanted to burn the metal plate to a crisp. Of course, all of them knew that even if they destroyed the metal plate, it was useless. The mine exploration team from Universe Corporation would have recorded the process of finding the crystal mine. They would have also taken a lot of samples and left behind a lot of evidence to prove that they were the first to discover the place. Once they brought all the proof back to the surface, Universe Corporation would definitely not need to worry about any of the methods Sky Pillar Corporation might deploy against them. Damn it, we were a step late. There were clearly no signs of a camp by the lake, and the two lion dragon fishes wouldn't have just watched them sneak to the bottom of the lake. Just where did these bastards come from? Could there be a second path leading underground? The group gritted their teeth, and their faces turned savage. Lucia sucked in a deep breath. A flush of red rose on her pale face, showing her stubbornness. She gritted her teeth and said, "Everyone, we haven't lost just yet. The mine exploration team from Universe Corporation just discovered the associate ores ahead of us. They haven't discovered the real Red Radiance Jade Mine. Don't forget our primary goal. The value of the Red Radiance Jade Mine is much higher than of these normal crystal mines. Right now, we're hidden from our enemy, while they've revealed themselves to us. We already know about the existence of Universe Corporation's mine exploration team, but they don't know that there is another mine exploration team that is close to them. Raise your spirits and let's seize every second we have. We will definitely turn the tables." This time, under the illumination of the dim light from the crystals, Lucia easily managed to boost the group's morale. The mine exploration team continued forward based on her instincts. The terrain of the underground cave was complex, and it was 100 times more dangerous than the surface. There were cracks whose end could not be seen, subsurface streams with rapid currents, small holes leading to larger holes, and sudden drops that often made them fall dozens of meters. Even if natural tunnels sometimes appeared, they were winding paths which had multiple branches. The place was like a maze. There were also a lot of underground creatures resembling pests. They were nourished by the spirit energy ley line and evolved into monsters. They were not like the monsters on the surface, who had learned of the might of humans and knew to choose fights when they were at an advantage, and were fearless and ignorant. They kept launching attacks at the mine exploration team. The group lost 2 more people while traveling further down the mine. One of the superhumans from Sharp Blade was overrun by a wave of venomous scorpions while taking rear guard. When his teammates saved him, the scorpions had already left multiple holes in his body and the venom caused his body to swell up so much that he turned into a black and blue meatball. No matter how many antidotes and gene medicine they injected in him, it was useless. The other one who perished was a mine explorer. While using a rope to cross a deep crack whose end could not be seen, he was swept down by a huge bat that lived at the ceiling of the cave. He fell into the crack, and his body could not be found. The wings of the large bats were as sharp as blades, and they could even release infrasound at a unique frequency that interfered with the spirit energy magnetic fields created by the superhumans, which turned them into troublesome enemies. Even the faces of the 3 Heaven Realm elites turned stark pale after they killed hundreds of the large bats. They were short of breath and had no spirit energy left. Lin Chuan told Meng Zhao that they were deep in the mine. There were different types of crystals here, and they created spirit energy tremors at different frequencies. When they intersected with each other, it resulted in huge interference to a superhuman's vitality magnetic field. The higher the realm of a superhuman, the greater the interference. For example, Lin Chuan was constantly hearing deafening booms. He could also see light spots like those in kaleidoscopes. His thoughts were a jumbled mess, and it felt as if every single brain cell of his was about to lose control. It was very difficult for him to focus, and at most, he could only bring out 30% of his fighting strength. Instead, Meng Zhao, who had just started his superhuman journey and was only a 1-star superhuman, could still maintain the stability of his mental strength index and bring out 100% of his fighting strength. Perhaps that was the reason why Lucia insisted on bringing a 1-star superhuman for the trip. Meng Zhao secretly observed the expressions of the remaining superhumans. He noticed that their faces were sometimes painted with rage while at other times, they would grit their teeth. Occasionally, they would smile in a crazy fashion, as if they were immersed in the dream of discovering the Red Radiance Jade Men. They looked to be already hypnotized by the treasure and did not even notice it. What Lin Chuan said was the truth. Wealth could tempt human hearts. Even those who claimed to have transcended worldliness could not help but succumb to their desires. Fortunately, aside from the pests and large bats, they did not run into any high-grade super beasts along the way. Besides, with Lucia using her instincts as a spirit sensor, Professor Yi searching for the tracks of the blood flowers, and the tracks left behind by Universe Corporation's mine exploration team, they never lost their way. More signs pointing to the existence of the Red Radiance Jade Mine appeared around them, and their morale remained high. After they crossed the deep crack where the large bats resided, they trekked forward for another half an hour. Then, the area ahead of them widened up, and they reached an underground forest formed by large fungus. They were thinner and longer than the shriekers Meng Zhao had seen in his memories. There was also moss shining faintly on them, making them look mysterious and dangerous. Even the experienced mine explorers had never seen fungus like this before. They should all be newly mutated species. The group did not know whether they posed any unknown dangers. Zhang suggested that they camp here and rest for around 6 hours to recover their strength and investigate the mysterious fungus to determine whether they were poisonous, acidic, or aggressive. They could also figure out whether there were even more dangerous monsters lurking in the shadows. But Lucia did not agree. "We don't have time. The mine exploration team from Universe Corporation is ahead of us by at least 12 hours. If we continue delaying matters and they discover the Red Radiance Jade Mine ahead of us, the 4 warriors who sacrificed themselves for us will have died in vain. There is only one path here. The mine exploration team from Universe Corporation must have passed through these fungi, and if they could do it, we can naturally do it too. Even if we have to reorganize and rest, we'll do it after we get through this underground forest." Just like how she had jumped into the lake where the lion dragonfish resided in the past, she once again decided to lead the charge and was the first to enter the mysterious fungi forest. Lu Fengying jumped up. Since she faced great interference to her vitality magnetic field, she swayed as she flew in the air. Her spirit flames turned into blades that cut fiercely through the mysterious fungi. A lot of the fungi fell because of her attacks and spewed out a lot of sticky liquid. But aside from being slightly disgusting and sticky, the liquid was not poisonous or acidic. Lin Chuan and Scimitar looked at each other. Then, they too flew above the underground forest. They released their attacks and cut down the mysterious fungi. The mysterious fungi never moved. It was as if they were just giant-sized mushrooms waiting to be harvested by humans. The group formed their battle formation and stepped into the underground forest. As they moved between the mysterious fungi, they stepped on the sticky, pink liquid. Even so, nothing strange happened. Their hearts had been thundering in trepidation, but gradually, they calmed down. But at that moment, the past memories in Meng Zhao's head became restless. For some reason, he had a bad feeling. Chapter 211, Demonic Stone Statue Spider. The sticky liquid under the feet of Meng Zhao's teammates formed long threads, and he suddenly stopped as he watched them while they moved in front of him. He shuddered. As a sharp stab of pain bloomed in his head, he remembered. Stone statue fungus were a unique fungus that grew near spirit energy ley lines. They did not take the initiative to attack, but once they were attacked, they would fire a large amount of sticky liquid. This sticky liquid was not poisonous or corrosive. In the beginning, it would not affect the enemies in the slightest. But very soon, a few seconds after the enemies stood on the liquid or were covered in it, the sticky liquid would turn firm and even freeze over. It would root the enemy tightly in the spot. Based on the biologist's speculations, after the sticky liquid from stone statue fungus solidified, it was stronger than even reinforced concrete. Small monsters like snakes, rats, and insects were not able to break free of it at all. They could only watch as they turned into a statue and in time became one with the stone statue fungus. This was the reason behind the name. Even superhumans who wanted to break free of the stone statue fungus sticky liquid after it solidified had a hard time doing so. What was even more terrifying was that stone statue fungus usually formed a symbiotic relationship with a monster known as 10,000 blade flying spider. They were small arthropod-type monsters, which had a unique hunting method. Just like many spider-type monsters, the 10,000 blade flying spiders were able to create sturdy and sticky spider webs. But it did not wait for its prey to come to it. Instead, after it finished weaving its spider web, it would work with 2 or 3 other 10,000 blade flying spiders to pull back that spider web like a slingshot, and by using the powerful spring of it, they would fire their spider web at their prey. Their spider webs were created from a natural, single-molecule substance that was even sharper than blades. The more a prey enveloped by it struggled, the more the spider web dug into their body. The prey's strength might even end up in it being torn to shreds. The 10,000 blade flying spider and stone statue fungus abilities complemented each other. When they worked together, they were usually able to kill large monsters that were more than 10 times their size. Even low-grade superbeasts had a hard time breaking free from their hands, so they were one of the most dangerous hunters in the underground world. Meng Zhao's body turned cold. "Careful! Don't step on the sticky liquid released by the fungi," he shouted loudly as a warning and shoved a mine explorer who was about to step on it. Almost at the same time, dozens of 10,000 blade flying spiders jumped up from the depths of the stone statue fungus forest. Like the most brilliant fishermen, they flung around 8 webs that covered the entire area straight at the 3 Heaven Realm elites who were levitating in the air. The 3 were affected by the powerful spirit energy magnetic fields and were already feeling incredibly dizzy. It was difficult for them to just remain levitating using the maglev principle, so they did not detect the 10,000 blade flying spiders ahead of time. When they saw the light, cotton-like spider webs that were about to touch them, the 3 finally displayed the powerful strength of Heaven Realm elites. They moved like phantoms and dodged the webs. Then, their weapons turned into millions of sparks and lightning arcs that reduced the 10,000 blade flying spiders behind the spider webs into pools of blood. But one of the spider webs still ended up entangling Scimitar's combat boot. His pupils shrank. He used the tremors in his calf and feet muscles to kick away his combat boot. The boot was made of processed monster leather, and it even had steel plates embedded in it. But the spider web had sunk deep into it. When the 3 saw this, they gasped in amazement. The mine explorers on the ground were not as lucky as the 3 Heaven Realm elites. They had been moving through the stone statue fungus forest, and at some unknown point in time, their bodies and souls were covered in the sticky liquid. When they realized it, the sticky liquid began to solidify and limit their movements. And the number of 10,000 blade flying spiders before them was growing. Spider webs shining with cold light came charging at them. One of the mine explorers who was covered in the most sticky liquid was enveloped by a spider web. He struggled instinctively, and the spider web sank into his uncovered face and hands like 10,000 soft blades. His face was instantly covered in intersecting cuts, and he lost 3 of his fingers. The mine explorer was in great pain, but he could no longer move. He fell to the ground, and coincidentally, he fell into a pool of sticky liquid flowing out of the stone statue fungus. Due to the stimulation of his fresh blood, the sticky liquid instantly solidified and blocked his entire face. He could not breathe, and by pure instinct, he started struggling. The spider web tightened swiftly and cut into his flesh, exposing his bones. Soon, the mine explorer died tragically from suffocation, pain, and blood loss. Even the veteran hunters who had been hunting in the wild for 10 years had never seen such a strange combination of a monster and a fungus, and they could not help but shudder. Don't attack the fungus around you. Those flying spiders are afraid of fire. Everyone, charge forward. We'll be safe after we get out of their hunting range. Meng Zhao shouted. He activated the fire crystal on the Surging Lightning flagship model and released a slash that was nearly 1000 degrees Celsius. It cut into a spider web, and even the 4 10,000 blade flying spiders on it started burning. Everyone became motivated to fight. Creating high heat flames was one of the most common offensive methods used by superhumans. Many of Sharp Blade's members had practiced fire-related skills or carried weapons embedded with fire crystals or fire-type crystals. Even the mine explorers usually had combustion liners or blast burners to melt minerals and survive in the wild. Once they understood the monsters' weaknesses, they could target them. Even though they still paid a devastating price, they were no longer helpless and forced to wait around like sitting ducks. A number of mine explorers fell down because of the combined attacks from the sticky liquid and spiderwebs. Once they fell down, it was very difficult to stand back up by relying on their own strength. Usually, they got stuck beside a stone statue fungus. If they tore at the sticky liquid and webs, they would end up tearing at the stone statue fungus, and it would spit out even more sticky liquid, which would catch even the person who came forward to save them. But most mine explorers and hunters used flames to open the path, and they gradually broke free of the area with the stone statue fungi. Meng Zhao had brandished his chain sabers like burning windmills to kill a lot of 10,000 blade flying spiders. He was about to leave when he saw that Lucia and the others were ahead of him and were about to get out of this terrifying hell made of sticky liquid, but a stone statue fungus that was shining with a faint red light suddenly moved. It revealed a spider-type monster that was even larger than a washing basin residing under it. Demonic stone statue spider. Meng Zhao's skin crawled. It was the king of 10,000 blade flying spiders. Under the great radiation from the crystal mine, it had mutated at a rapid pace, and its body swelled up dozens of times its original size. Then, it perfectly blended in with the stone statue fungus. Demon stone statue spiders could fire super powerful liquid that could instantly solidify as well as sharp spider webs. They were at least grade 2 nightmarish beasts. When it came to places where spirit energy ley lines gathered, Heaven Realm elites and Hell Beasts' vitality magnetic fields were affected and suppressed. Because of this, the fierce and cunning nightmarish beasts were the most difficult hunters to deal with. The demonic stone statue spider jumped up high and drew close to Lucia. Based on what Lin Xuan said, Lucia was a spirit sensor, so she focused on spirit energy ley line explorations and crystal researches. She was not very powerful in terms of fighting. And it was just as he said, she seemed to be dumbfounded and shocked by the nightmarish beast that suddenly appeared. Her bodyguard, Lu Fengying, let out a loud shriek. A sword thrust shot forward and cut into the stone statue fungus above the demonic stone statue spider. The wound might have been deep, but it did not manage to cut the stone statue fungus in half. Sticky liquid gushed out, and in an instant, it recovered her. Lu Fengying wanted to turn around and provide reinforcement, but more than 110,000 blade flying spiders dragged out dozens of spider webs to block her path. When Lucia was about to be torn to shreds by the sharp spider web that the demonic stone statue spider released, Meng Zhao, a puny one-star superhuman, was unaffected by the interference caused by the crystal mine. He swung his chain sabers from the left and right. The chains wrapped around the upper body of the demonic stone statue spider, and he yanked them, which made the spider web drop half an inch off its mark. Lucia's face was stark pale. She cast Meng Zhao a deep glance. The demonic stone statue spider bared its teeth and hissed. With a shout, Meng Zhao's spirit surged into the offensive runic symbols on the chains. The fire snake spread to the demonic stone statue spider and started burning it. The demonic stone statue spider was soon burned so badly that it looked battered. Its shell started cracking, but it did not wither as Meng Zhao expected. Instead, red tentacles shot out of the cracks and devoured the flames. The demonic stone statue spider brandished the red tentacles, and it looked like a large sea anemone from a sea of blood. A blood flower-infested creature. An undead. Meng Zhao's thoughts raced, and he broke out in cold sweat. The mine exploration team from Universe Corporation must have fought hard against the 10,000 blade flying spiders and demonic stone statue spider when they passed through the forest of stone statue fungi. They even killed the demonic stone statue spider. But they did not expect that a blood flower sclerotia had infested this demonic stone statue spider a long time ago, and after it died, the blood flower turned it into an undead, a creature that was even more difficult to deal with. The mine exploration team from Universe Corporation managed to get through, but they left behind the zombified version of the demonic stone statue spider to those who arrived after them. The monsters who turned into the undead possessed weaknesses that were different from when they were alive. The zombified demonic stone statue spider was not afraid of flames. It was enraged by Meng Zhao's provocation, and it spared Lucia by jumping in front of a different target. Meng Zhao's fingers controlled the chain saber like he was plucking at the strings of a zither. He attacked the joint connecting the demonic stone statue spider's upper and lower body. That part was its weakest point. The surging lightning flagship model released a cold, blue light that was at -100°C before stabbing into the flesh. The surging lightning youthful version could not handle the repeated impacts from the rampaging spirit energy, and intersecting cracks appeared on the blade. It was destroyed by the demonic stone statue spider as it swung its bladed limbs. Meng Zhao had been creating his Thousand Moon Slash, but he was interrupted and stiffened up for half a second. The demonic stone statue spider instantly released hundreds of spider threads that could cut even fine hair straight at Meng Zhao's face. At that critical moment, Meng Zhao heard the shriek of the undying bird by his ears. Lin Chuan appeared in front of him to block the attack. He brandished his chain spear, which looked like a burning vortex, and swept down most of the spider threads. The spear tip moved like a venomous snake and accurately stabbed the arachnidium in the demonic stone statue spider's mouth. Then, it struck the aciniform gland. The demonic stone statue spider was in pain. The stone statue fungus on its back swelled up rapidly, and more blood-red tentacles came out through the cracks. They swung madly. Go! Lin Chuan's expression changed drastically, and he grabbed Meng Zhao to run. The group stumbled out of the stone statue fungi forest. They ran for dozens of meters before they shoved each other into a crack in a crystal mine. Deafening explosions came from behind them. When the group looked there, they saw that the huge stone statue fungus on the demonic stone statue spider's back had exploded, and it was mixed with the sticky liquid of the blood flower bacterial flora. It spread through the entire stone statue fungi forest. Chapter 212, Upgrade Equipment. After the stone statue fungi which had been cut down by the superhumans were nourished by the sticky liquid, their wounds gradually closed up, and the incomplete parts regrew. The corpses of the humans and their equipment that remained on the ground were covered by the liquid as it squirmed about, and they became one with the ground and the stone statue fungi. The 10,000 blade flying spiders and demonic stone statue spider did not give chase. Perhaps it was because they knew that without the liquid from the stone statue fungus, they would be unable to do anything to humans. Instead, they would end up as the prey. It could also be that their harvest for the day was already enough for them. They hid in the depths of the stone statue fungi and disappeared. Silence returned to the depths of the cave. It was as if the fierce fighting a moment ago was just a nightmare that plagued their minds and refused to leave. Butterfly. There was a girl in sharp blade known as Butterfly Knife. She had fallen in the stone statue fungi forest. The eyes of some of the men turned bloodshot. They wanted to go back and fight. Stop. Scimitar took a step forward and blocked their way. Butterfly is already dead. Her corpse was enveloped by the liquid from those fungi. How are you going to get her out? You'll just be casting your lives away. Those sharp blade members who wanted to go back were pulled back by the others. After struggling for a while, they wept. Someone hit the wall beside him, and sparks flew. Those bastards from Universe Corporation. They've clearly gotten through this place, so why didn't they get rid of all those fungi and monsters? Instead, they left an undead super beast for us. They just want to destroy the path behind them. They set up this trap for their competitors. Lucia cursed. It's those bastards who killed our teammates. I swear that once I catch up to them, no matter who their leader is, I will kill him. The attack by the stone statue fungi and 10,000 blade flying spiders resulted in the loss of 5 more people. Along with the 4 people who died tragically before, there were only 15 people left in the mine exploration team. When they started off, they had 24. The eyes of the mine explorers and hunters were red. But when things had progressed to this stage, it was meaningless to try and figure out who was responsible. They could not return without any results. They could only brace themselves and continue onward. Should we destroy this fungi settlement? Scimitar asked. We know that their weakness is fire, so it won't be difficult to handle them. We still have some flares and fuel with us. With the help from fire-type skills, we can create simple napalm bombs and burn them all. That undead spider isn't afraid of fire, but the fungus on its back exploded. It should be in a weakened state right now. Once we burn all the fungi and spiders, we can get rid of it. Lucia thought about this for a moment. When she saw their dark looks and the strange light shining in their eyes, she shook her head and said, there might be fresh air in the cave, but it's still an airtight space. Air seeps in through the winding cracks. If we recklessly use fire, we might burn away all the fresh air and face the lack of oxygen, which will be dangerous. Forget it. Right now, the most important thing is to look for the Red Radiance Jade Mine. We can't let those bastards from Universe Corporation beat us to the draw. When we come back, we can get rid of the fungi and the undead. At that time, I will personally cut that undead into pieces to comfort those who passed away. Everyone, the dead are gone. We have to carry their dying will and persist onward. The appearance of the undead means that there were once blood flowers here. This means that we are very close to the Red Radiance Jade Mine. Lucia was about to motivate the people to move forward when Lin Chuan suddenly grunted and sat down on the ground. It was only then that Meng Zhao noticed that Lin Chuan's right arm was drenched in blood, and his face was pale as a sheet. Meng Zhao quickly used a dissection blade to cut through a sleeve, and he saw that his arm was covered in fine wounds. His flesh was flipped out like a baby's mouth. I've been hunting for so long, and in the end, I was attacked by one of those I hunt, and a small one at that. Lin Chuan smiled in embarrassment. The interference to vitality magnetic fields here is too strong. I was careless and got injured by an undead nightmarish beast with its spider threads. How embarrassing. Meng Zhao knew that Lin Chuan had only decided to fight against the demonic stone statue spider to save him, since his vitality magnetic field was heavily affected. He quickly disinfected Lin Chuan's wound, applied medicine on it, and sprayed medical gel on him. We need to rest. Meng Zhao looked up and stared at Lucia. We can't continue like this. If we run into another attack like this, we will all end up dead, he said stiffly. He had been the first to give the warning just now and pointed out the strange properties of the liquid from the stone statue fungus. He had also told them about the fact that the 10,000 flying blade spiders were afraid of fire, which was why he had the trust and favor of most people in the team. At that moment, they instinctively stood on his side. Lucia narrowed her eyes and thought about it for a moment before she nodded and said, "But of course. I told you that we will search for a place to rest for 6 hours once we get past this strange fungi settlement. Let's recuperate and seek to locate the Red Radiance Jade Mine after." They found a rather large and dry space far away from the stone statue fungi settlement. The exhausted and wounded mine explorers could finally stop and catch their breath. The temperature deep underground was very low. It was not suitable for the wounded to recover. Fortunately, everyone had a tent in their bags, and it was covered in insulation coating. After they lit up a small stove inside with heat provided by a fire-type crystal, the temperature became as warm as in spring. After dressing their wounds and taking in gene medicine as well as high-calorie nutritional fluid, quite a number of people sat down in meditative positions to enter deep meditation. They wanted to recover as much strength and spirit energy as they could. Meng Zhao also found a corner and spent thousands of contribution points to perform full-body health care. Moments later, Lucia summoned him into her tent, and she even zipped up the entrance. She had a tent used to survive underground. The space inside was not big, and two people felt a little cramped. The bodyguard was gone. Lucia was alone. She removed her bloody military pants, which were covered in sticky liquid, and used a secret medicine to massage the muscles on the calf to ease the fatigue from traveling for so long. Her legs were covered in black and blue spots. They were bruises she suffered on the way. They made the skin around them look like crystal white jade. It was so beautiful that it could cause hearts to race. If Meng Zhao were a normal 18-year-old boy full of passion, he might have been enraptured by her. But he had the whole city's hopes on his shoulders, and he was a man who had miraculously returned from the apocalypse. He had gone through all sorts of trials and tribulations, so it did not work on him. He snorted coldly in his heart and fixed his gaze sternly on Lucia's thighs. He wanted to see what she wanted to do to him. Lucia picked yellow ointment with her fingertip and wiped it on her calves. She slowly smeared it all over her muscles while saying faintly, "Do you know what part of you I admire the most? Your performance during the National College Examinations practical examination and the admission test of Agricultural University's martial arts course were indeed exciting, and Lin Chuan praises you highly. The ultimate style you're currently dabbling in is also very interesting, but what I admire the most about you is your performance during your mental strength test. Back then, you hadn't awakened to supernatural powers, but in the virtual battlefield, even when you faced all sorts of terrifying monsters and your pain feedback was more than 120%. Your mental strength index remained at 100%. It shows that you have extraordinary willpower, which is something you can't train no matter how much you practice. And just as I expected, just now, it was all thanks to you not panicking in the face of danger and reacting quickly that I was saved. Meng Zhao thought about it and said, "Since we're all teammates, no matter who is in danger, as long as I have the power to do so, I will save them." Lucia smiled. "I don't care about anyone else, but my life is very valuable. You saved me, so I will do something to thank you." As she spoke, she brought out an exquisite, dark red leather pouch from behind her and handed it to him. It had a short saber that was slightly longer than a dagger. Meng Zhao had not even drawn the saber yet, but the moment he touched its hilt, he felt a numbing electrical current flow through his entire body. It was as if every drop of his blood was dancing in his blood vessels. Whoosh! He drew the short saber, and the small tent filled with a blood-red light. It looked as if the two of them were in a red ocean. "This is a good saber." Meng Zhao's pupils shrank. He saw the dense runic symbols covering the saber, and he praised it from the bottom of his heart. Even if he was not a weapons craftsman, he could tell that the short saber was much stronger than the Surging Lightning flagship model. It was a truly good weapon. "I heard that Lin Chuan gave you a pair of chains as a gift and taught you the ways to dual-wield them. You used those chain sabers to save my life just now." Lucia watched Meng Zhao's expression with satisfaction and said with a grin, "Unfortunately, the sabers you use are nothing much. The one in your right hand is only of average quality and is just somewhat usable. As for the one in your left hand, it's just scrap metal. It'll break the moment something touches it. Coincidentally, I have here with me a short saber I have been carrying with me for years. I seldom have the chance to use it, but I can now gift it to a hero. This saber is known as Bloody Flame. It was created from the fangs of a grade 6 hell beast known as Bloody Fire Tiger. They are hard to come by, but what makes this even rarer are the runic symbols carved onto the blade. This is the third to last item engraved by runic symbol Master Shi's Unma before he stopped writing runic symbols. Everyone knows that Master Shi has to use his brain's capacity when he comes in contact with runic symbols all year long. His brain filled up with too much information after a while, and it can no longer bear the burden of writing runic symbols. The last item he inscribed was Celestial Death, a broadsword. It was sold in an auction in the Supernatural Tower for the exorbitant price of 990,000 supernatural coins. Bloody Flame might not be like Celestial Death and not have all of Master Shi's blood, sweat, and tears poured into it, but it's still an exceptional weapon. Once it enters the enemy's flesh, it can break their vitality magnetic field and absorb it as well as send it in endless streams into the user's body. I can sense that it will be even more suitable to be bound to your chain compared to the shattered saber you were using earlier. Meng Zhao swung Bloody Flame gently and sensed the layers of red ripples surging like waves. It contained a destructive power that did not fit to its size. His Surging Lightnings were heavy cold weapons. After he processed them and turned them into chain sabers, while he could still control the saber in his right hand, he could not quite use the one in his left hand as agilely as he wanted. He could use the Surging Lightning flagship model with his right hand to execute demon subduing slash or other such ultimate moves that were powerful and fierce. Meanwhile, if he attached the chain to Bloody Flame, he could use attack trajectories that were agile, strange, and unfathomable, and the blade could even suck blood from his enemies. This would definitely have the 1+1 is more than 2 effect. Chapter 213, Big Sisya offering Meng Zhao to join her. Meng Zhao knew that it was one of Lucia's tricks to get him to join her, but he could not help taking Bloody Flame. He made his decision. To save millions of dragon citizens, even if she made outrageous requests, he would just endure it. "Thank you, Ms. Lu," he said. Lucia's eyebrows curled up. "I don't like my friends calling me Ms. Lu," she said with the ghost of a smile. Meng Zhao hesitated for a moment, then said, "Thanks, Big Sisya." Lucia could see his hesitation, and with a chuckle, she went straight to the point. "What is it? Do you think that it's impossible for us to become friends? Do you think that I'm unreasonable and will do everything I can to get that Red Radiance Jade mine ahead of others, even trample on human lives like their grass? Do you think I'm risking so many human lives for the mine?" Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. He did not expect that she would be so straightforward. And for some time, he did not know how he should reply. There's a saying that goes like this: those who are merciful cannot command an army. The success and failure of this trip does not just concern us. It also concerns the thousands of comrades who are currently fighting with their lives on the surface as well as the lives of the millions of people in Dragon City, Lucia said faintly. Of course, I can put on a merciful facade and feign petty kindness while we advance forward carefully to ensure that everyone doesn't lose a single hair and are grateful to me, but if we discover the Red Radiance Jade mine a second later, the resonance of the spirit energy ley line will last for another second longer. The fog, storms, lightning, Spirit energy, magnetic field interference and all the other extreme weather conditions on the surface will wreak havoc for another second. Then, the number of soldiers and comrades who will die tragically by the claws of monsters will number 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more. If the northern offense continues to drag on until the harshest winter weather arrives, all our sacrifices will be in vain. That's why we have no other choice. We can only do everything we can to save ourselves and save the citizens. Meng Zhao said nothing. Lucia's words were decorated nicely, but they were not sincere. They could only trick stupid greenhorns. He was someone who had seen what Dragon City was like after the northern offense failed. And he had also carried out countless missions in which he would do anything to achieve his goals after he went through the training camp with the Black Skill and after Dragon City slaughtered its way out of Monster Mountain range only to be engaged in an even more brutal war. That was why Meng Zhao said, "Big Sisya, I'm just like you. I want to find the Red Radiance Jade Mine as soon as possible and win this damn war." Lucia stared at Meng Zhao and searched for any signs of contradicting emotions on his face, but she found nothing. So, she nodded in satisfaction. "That's good, then. You're much smarter than I thought you were? Perhaps. You're even smarter than Lin Chuan." A thought rose in Meng Zhao's mind, and he could not help but ask, "Pardon me for the question, but Big Sisya, just what is going on with you and Big Brother Lin? I mean..." He did not know how he could phrase this question in a suitable manner. Lucia smiled in a faint manner and said generously, "We were once the best of friends. His father saved my father's life. We studied together at high school, and he even stayed in my house for a period of time. At that time, both of us thought that our friendship would last an eternity and would never change. Unfortunately, people grow up. Over the past few years, everyone has been busy with work and training, and we grew distant. My original intention was to use this mission to gather as old friends and improve our friendship, but I didn't expect that he wouldn't agree with my actions." Meng Zhao wanted to defend Lin Chuan, but Lucia waved her hand and interrupted him by saying, "Lin Chuan has never been happy with what I do. He thinks I'm too eager for rewards and will do anything to get them. This was especially the case when we were in university. After we parted ways, I entered Sky Pillar Corporation to work and faced all sorts of attacks and lethal traps. For the sake of survival, I had no other choice but to arm myself from head to toe and step on other people's shoulders and even heads to continue climbing upward." Meng Zhao frowned and said, "But you're a lady of the Lu family." "So what?" Lucia asked with a cold smile. "Sky Pillar Corporation might have been created by my grandfather, but over the years, the consolidation of resources and buying of other industries resulted in him bringing in other factions. The internal conflict in the corporation is incredibly intense, and the Lu family doesn't have the say in the corporation. Even in the Lu family, there are more than 10 people with my status, and there are also uncles and aunts who long for power. They treat the outstanding ones in the third generation as thorns in their side. To the outsiders, children from powerful families like me are dressed in pretty clothes and live luxurious lives, but who knows about the dangers and pain I face when I walk on thin ice? Lin Chuan doesn't understand me. That guy's personality is just like his nickname. Weeping Reaper. Ha. He might seem like a ruthless person when he cuts monsters as easily as cutting vegetables, but I know him. He has a soft heart, and he's a very nostalgic person. His sympathy often starts acting up, otherwise, why would he cry while fighting? By the way, what did that kind Weeping Reaper say about me? He must have said that I'm a witch and tried his best to stop you from joining this mission, right?" Meng Zhao was caught off guard and was rendered speechless for a time. He thought for a few seconds before he said, "No, Big Brother Lin said that you're a good person." Lucia's beautiful eyes instantly widened. She was stunned for a long time before she laughed in spite of herself. "A good person? I've been his friend for so many years, and the only remark I have from him is that I'm a good person? Since I'm a good person, why did he refuse my offer to join Sky Pillar Corporation and help me so many times in the past? He would rather live in the wild and stay among monsters than join Sky Pillar Corporation, where he could enjoy power and resources that other people would never be able to get their entire lives." Meng Zhao could sense Lucia's grudge. He had a feeling that they could not continue on this topic, or it would really not be worth it if she destroyed his friendship with his idol. Before he could say anything, though, Lucia changed the topic. "Forget it. We shouldn't talk bad about him behind his back. Let's talk about you. Meng Zhao, have you ever thought about joining Sky Pillar Corporation?" Meng Zhao was stunned and said instinctively, "I'm just a freshman. I haven't thought about such questions just yet." "Then think about it. You're in the other world, and you've awakened to supernatural abilities. Our brain cells are highly developed, and our memories as well as comprehension are 10 times stronger than those of university students on Earth. We only need around a year to understand the knowledge they need for 6 years to learn. So, the students in Dragon City, especially those who learn from the ACE courses of the famous universities, only stay in the university to learn during their freshman years. When they're sophomores, they come in contact with the society extensively, and they carry out internships in major corporations, superhuman squads, the military, the police force, and other forces of power. Many of the incredibly talented people even sign contracts with various powerful forces right after they step into their respective universities and are cultivated with a predetermined direction, which allows them to enjoy much better cultivation resources than their coursemates can get. Besides, Dragon City is now moving to tactical offense, so the intensity of the war is going to increase. It's the optimal time for ambitious youths to get achievements. Why should you stay in that ivory tower for 4 years? It'll be a huge waste of your talent. I'll get straight to the point, Meng Zhao. Did you think that I invited you to join this mission on a whim? No. I've admired your talents from the start, and I believe that you're a talented person that can be molded. You could lend me a hand in Sky Pillar Corporation, so I wanted to test you during this mission. To my surprise, you performed even more exceptionally than I thought you would, so you're truly worthy of me offering you a contract. I promise you, it'll be a long-term contract that you won't be able to refuse. Lucia extended a hand to Meng Zhao. He put on an overwhelmed expression, but his thoughts were already racing in his mind. Based on the memories from his past life, after the Monster War, Sky Pillar Corporation was around for a long time and had coattails that were worthy to be ridden on. But Lucia seemed to be a person who wanted to be in control of everything. And she did not have a position where her word carried weight in Sky Pillar Corporation. She also faced all sorts of obstacles from all directions. At the very least, Meng Zhao did not remember a woman called Lucia being among the higher-ups in Sky Pillar Corporation after the Monster War. Of course, with him as the butterfly flapping its wings, he might be able to change Lin Chuan's fate, and if both of them helped Lucia rise up the ranks, she might be able to hold great power in Sky Pillar Corporation, which would affect the political direction in Dragon City. But he had to give this matter further thought and gain Lin Chuan's support. Meng Zhao did not want to face the ambitious, dominant, and dangerous woman on his own. After deciding that, he said, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Big Sisya. I'll think about this carefully." Usually, when people say that they will think about this carefully, it means that they're refusing. Why? Lucia stared deeply into Meng Zhao's eyes. You don't seem like those cultivation maniacs who do not care about what is going on in the world. I know that you're working on business projects with soul-breaking saber Luo Wu and his son, as well as Yan Organization. Luo Wu has been pretty famous over the past few years, but he's just at the peak of Heaven Realm, while we have Deity Realm elites in Sky Pillar Corporation. Yan Organization's Ripple Force might be really popular, but the organization still lacks power. It is far from reaching the heights of Sky Pillar Corporation. I believe that someone as talented as you will only shine with your full brilliance if you join Sky Pillar Corporation. Then, you'll realize your dreams and won't waste your talents. Big Sisya, I understand it. Sky Pillar Corporation is a mega force of power that is at the top of Dragon City. Many superhumans have been reeking their brains for ways to join Sky Pillar Corporation, and I'm the same as them. Meng Zhao smiled and chose to push Lin Chuan forward as a shield. He believed that Lucia would understand his meaning if he did it like that. But this is the first time I am carrying out a mission, so I don't have a lot of experience. My tutor told me that I am to listen to Big Brother Lin's suggestion no matter what happens, so I want to ask for his opinion. Then, I'll also ask the opinion of my personal tutor. Lucia's gaze turned colder with every word. Of course. I don't like to force people to do things, she said coolly. Future stars who will shock the world like you have a lot of paths to choose from. Regardless of whether you accept my offer, we will still be friends. If anything happens, you can come to me. Don't feel burdened by it. Meng Zhao sighed in relief. Thanks, Big Sisya. If there's nothing else, I'll go and rest. We have to hurry forward later, after all. Lucia nodded. Meng Zhao quickly unzipped the tent to get out. Wait. Lucia suddenly called out to him. Help me take this to Lin Chuan. She placed a red crystal emitting the temperature of a human body into Meng Zhao's palm. This is a blood jade essence. It's a very unique supreme-grade crystal. It can stimulate the activity in cells and promote the recovery of wounds. It can also automatically guide torn blood vessels to connect with each other, which will ensure that the healing will not affect the functions of nerves and tendons. Lin Chuan's right arm was cut to bloody ribbons by the spider threads, right? Even though he's currently a Heaven Realm elite and has great recovery abilities, we can't be careless. If he reconnects the wrong blood vessels, it will affect the precise control he has over his fingers. Tell him to place this on his palm and circulate his spirit energy to heal. It'll be better. Chapter 214, Stepping on Corpses to Move Forward. Meng Zhao was beginning to think that Lucia and Lin Chuan's relationship was really strange. "Okay," he said, and took the blood jade essence. "By the way, do you know how crystals are formed?" Lucia held onto his hand and refused to let go. She stared at him while saying, "The scientists from Earth have performed a lot of research on the other world's crystal mines, and they created all sorts of strange theories. One of the most popular ones is that crystals are the corpses of powerful and intelligent life forms from the ancient civilization that once ruled over the other world. When the terrain changed through the course of billions of years, incredibly high heat and intensely high pressure refined and squashed them, which is how they condensed and slowly turned into crystals. If we look at this from a certain angle, crystals are the fossils left behind by those from the ancient civilization. When we mine crystals, we're digging out the corpses of those from the ancient civilization. And when we find the Red Radiance Jade Mine, we'll have located the blood vessel of a huge giant from ancient times. The blood jade essence in your hands is the bone marrow or heart blood of someone from the ancient civilization. It's no wonder then why the resonance from crystals can affect a human's vitality magnetic field and even cause our spirit energy to deviate, which makes us see all sorts of illusions and hear things. It's because we've disturbed the spirits who have been sleeping here for billions of years, and we're hearing the murmurs from ancient times." Meng Zhao suddenly felt that the blood jade essence in his palm was quite the trouble. Lucia continued by saying, "Of course, there isn't a lot of proof supporting this hypothesis. But the coal, petroleum, and natural gas on Earth were indeed created by the corpses of ancient beings as the terrain on Earth changed over the course of a long time. Earth's civilization was built on the foundation of the coal and petroleum industry, and they rely on extracting the corpses of the ancient beings to obtain the power to continue pushing forward. Do you understand what I'm saying? The road human civilization steps on boldly has always been built by billions of corpses. It happened on Earth, and it's the same in the other world. Regardless of whether we're stepping on our own corpses, the enemy's corpses, the corpses of the ancient beings from billions of years ago, or the corpses of the people who are bound to be sacrificed in the future, we have to do it to move forward. Without sacrifice, there is no civilization. That's why I don't want you to adopt Lin Chuan's petty kindness. You have to realize that you must step on other people's corpses to move forward. Human civilization has always done this, and if we want to reach the top and become matchless among billions of people, we must do this. Tell this to Lin Chuan. I will pay 3 times the blood money to all the people who die in this mission, and I will buy twice the Red Radiance Jades that they should get to their families. But if we run into danger next time, I will still take the lead, and I will not stop until I reach my goal." Lucia flung away Meng Zhao's hand and zipped up the tent from the inside. Meng Zhao returned to his and Lin Chuan's tent and handed the blood jade essence to him. Then, he gave a simple account of Lucia's words to Lin Chuan. Of course, the words he used were not as extreme as hers. Lin Chuan held the blood jade essence in his hands and inserted a bit of spirit energy into it. In an instant, blood-red mist spilled out through the gaps between his fingers and circulated around his arm. As the red light nourished him, his wounds started healing. Soon, a faint layer of scabs formed up. Lin Chuan exhaled in comfort. He drank a high-calorie nutritional fluid made from super beast blood, and blood returned to his face. Perhaps it was because Meng Zhao's expression had been a little strange when he shared Lucia's words. Lin Chuan had been staring at him for a long time. Suddenly, he frowned and asked, "Are you bewitched by that woman?" "Of course not. How could I possibly be bewitched by a woman?" Meng Zhao denied stoutly. Then he thought about it, and found that his words were a little ambiguous, and he added, "That's not right. Of course I might be bewitched by women, but I won't be enchanted by women like Ms. Lu." "Ah, that's not right either. She's indeed a very charming woman, but I might fall for her type, but I will absolutely not fall for her. Anyway, she asked me to join Sky Pillar Corporation, and I refused." "Why?" Lin Chuan asked. "Working together with Sky Pillar Corporation is a chance that many superhumans dream of having, but can't get." "Can I tell you the truth?" "Of course." "Because I feel like you have a strange relationship with her." You might have gone through some cliché romance where you loved and hated each other, which got you deeply entangled with one another. Then, for some reason, you split up on bad terms, and since she can't have you anymore, she thought about using me as your replacement. I'm a passionate youth with great ambitions, and for my ideals, I don't mind working less for 20 years, but you're involved in this, and you're my neighbor, senior brother, and idol. I can't destroy our relationship for one Ms. Liu. And women aren't as important as the brotherly relationship between real men, you know? Lin Chuan sucked in a deep breath and said with a complicated expression, "You're overthinking things. Lucia and I are just friends. Besides, even if we really did have some other relationship, she would definitely not look for you to serve as my replacement." "Why?" Lin Chuan touched his incredibly handsome face. "Oh, got it. Then, Big Brother Lin, do you suggest that I join Sky Pillar Corporation and become closer to Ms. Liu so that we can work on some projects? That's your own path. No matter what you choose, I will support you. But I will give you this piece of advice: your life is your own. You shouldn't work too hard for anyone else," Lin Chuan said. "You fought against that undead creature to save Lucia just now, but it was far too dangerous. Even if it was to gain her favor so that you can realize your ambitions in Sky Pillar Corporation, there's no need for you to be so eager. By the way, have I ever told you about my father? And did I tell you how a poor boy like myself managed to get into the same high school as a lady like Lucia and even became her best friend?" Meng Zhao was a little taken aback, and he said, "Ms. Liu said that your father saved her father's life. Is that what she said?" "Hey, that's correct too, I suppose." A complicated light shone in Lin Chuan's eyes, and he said softly, "While my father was alive, he was a normal miner working in a mining company that belonged to Sky Pillar Corporation. He was not very educated and didn't have a lot of skills. The only good thing about him was that he was a diligent worker and quite strong. To take care of me and my 4 siblings, he stayed in the mines all year long and worked in the dark, humid places with lots of radiation and monsters lurking everywhere. Since he was constantly nourished by the crystals, his arms became deformed and swelled up. They were even thicker than his thighs, and his strength improved. Gradually, he became the best miner in his group. At that time, Lucia's father had just come to the mining company under the corporation to manage the mining industry in the area my father worked. Even though he was part of the Liu family, the competition in the family is very fierce, and he had to have outstanding results to have the chance to take over the mining company and then usurp the person with the greatest power in Sky Pillar Corporation. Lucia's father was very talented, and he was a first-class mine explorer. He also had a lot of amazing ideas that improved the mining efficiency after he used those ideas to smooth out and modify the exploration and mining processes at that time. My father was his best grassroots miner, and he recognized his worth. But if he wanted to stand out among the dozens of mines in the mining company, it was not enough for him to just modify the procedures and rely on my father's hard work. Those were nothing. Lucia's father relied on his sharp intuition and discovered a new mine near one of the mining spots he managed. It was a crystal mine that might contain a lot of spirit energy, but was stuck between 2 mining spots. The person in charge of the other mining spot was one of Lucia's father's competitors in the corporation, but no one knew just which mine the swindling crystal mine would eventually connect to. To prevent any accidents from happening, Lucia's father did not report his findings to the higher-ups of the corporation. Instead, he formed a mine exploration team on his own. He wanted to draw a full map of the crystal mine before doing anything else. Among the team members he brought with him was my father. Meng Zhao was engrossed in the story. He remembered that Lin Chuan had once mentioned that his father died in an accident when a mine collapsed. It should be this mine, then. Just as he expected, Lin Chuan soon continued, "At that time, my father had already worked for a few months in the mining spot without coming back home once. It was my birthday soon, and we had promised that we would have a family gathering. He had even asked his workmate to buy a teddy bear made on Earth from a second-hand market. He intended to gift it to me. He really treasured that teddy bear after he bought it, and he was reluctant to part with it. He even stuffed it into his chest pocket when he went to explore the mines. He treated it as his talisman. Or as a token from the family he was missing. But that talisman wasn't very useful. They ran into a super beast deep underground, and while they were fighting fiercely against it, the crystals resonated with them, and spirit energy surged forward. The mine collapsed, and their exit was blocked. In the end, all the normal miners and the low-grade mine explorers died. Only Lucia's father escaped, and he brought with him the present my father intended to give to me." Based on the words he said during the press conference after the accident, during the final moments, he and my father supported each other while they searched for a way out. But while my father had deformed arms, he was still a normal human. He couldn't handle the pressing of the walls, the friction of the stones on his skin, the hunger, and the torture of suffocation. He didn't manage to last until the end. Lucia's father couldn't save my father, so he could only fulfill his final wish and bring that teddy bear out. A very touching story, isn't it? As the young master of the powerful Liu family, while he faced the danger of the mine collapsing, he still remembered the present a normal miner wanted to give to his son on his birthday. The news spread out, and Lucia's father instantly won the favor of a lot of citizens. Even Sky Pillar Corporation's reputation increased because of it. Even though the mine exploration team had been completely wiped out, they managed to complete their mission. They drew the layout of the mine, noted the crystals it had, their alignment, and the components of the crystals. They gained the right to mine it first. Because of this, Lucia's father was able to raise up the ranks in the corporation. He reached the position of the general superintendent in the mining company, and it was a blessing in disguise for him. But my father never came back. The only thing left of him was a teddy bear covered in ash. It didn't even have a single bit of fur left on it. Chapter 215, No Humans. Meng Zhao sank into deep thought. He did not know whether his mind was playing tricks with him or whether he was affected by the powerful interference from the crystal mine to his spirit energy magnetic field, but he thought that Lin Chuan's vitality magnetic field was a little strange. Meng Zhao felt that after they went underground, a strange light had started flowing in Lin Chuan's eyes. The sharp glint vanished the next moment, and he said calmly, "Lucia's father did everything right when he settled my father's funeral. He called my father his best friend on many occasions and took care of my family's daily needs, but especially me, who received the birthday gift. After he discovered my talent, he did everything he could to train me and gave me the chance to study in a school for the rich. In fact, at the critical moment when he fought for the position of the general supervisor of the mining company, he even brought me to his house to stay with him for a while, which allowed me to become good friends with Lucia. Once I entered society, Lucia and her father continued helping me with everything they had. It's thanks to their support that I managed to become the Weeping Reaper of today. If all of it is just an act, then Lucia's father has really good acting skills, because it was practically perfect. Even so, all of that cannot replace a real, living, and breathing father. Can you understand how I feel? The pain of losing my father is like a pot of wine left to brew underground. When you're a teenager, you can't taste it fully, but as you slowly grow up, that piercing pain occasionally rises in your mind, causing you to be unable to sleep at night and you end up filled with great disappointment. That's right. My father's death got us a lot of things. In fact, it completely changed my fate, and while he was alive, he couldn't be considered to have been a perfect father. Instead, he was rather ugly and constantly reeked of sweat. He even had a bad temper. He was very different compared to Lucia's elegant and wise father. But he was still my father. Meng Zhao nodded. He remembered his own father. Meng Yishan was a harvester, and sometimes, when he worked too hard and was tired, he would not even have the time to bathe before he came back home, so he smelled. Besides, since they were poor, when things did not go well at work, his temper would also be pretty bad. But he was still a mountain that could not go missing from Meng Zhao's heart. Even if he had awakened to superpowers now and could kill nightmarish beasts with his bare hands, when he smelled his father's scent, he still felt strangely at ease. While I was an ignorant teenager, I could ignore the difference in our status and play with Lucia, but people inevitably grow up and learn of the differences between them. Lin Chuan's eyelids twitched, and he said with great difficulty, "This is especially so after I became a superhuman and gained experience in fighting in the wild as well as exploring the mines. When I looked back and carefully examined the mine exploration mission that killed my father, I noticed a lot of suspicious parts suggesting rashness due to an eagerness for glory. Perhaps, if Lucia's father had brought it up to the higher-ups and sent a larger mine exploration team or chose a stabler path and method, the accident could have been prevented. I don't want to say that Lucia's father killed mine. After all, he led the exploration and also faced a threat to his own life. He did not force the people to join him either, but used great rewards to attract the miners and mine explorers to join him voluntarily. Everyone knew that the mission would be very dangerous. And since fate was already predestined, if they lost the gamble, so be it. What Lucia's father did can't be blamed on her, though. Even if her father's choices that year were flawed, it shouldn't affect my friendship with her. But humans aren't beings with absolute reason. Logically, I know that she is innocent. But when my emotions come into play, it's become hard for me to mingle around her as purely as in the past. Besides, whenever I see her, I am unable to avoid meeting her father, the man who might have caused my father's death, but took care of me and nurtured me. So I avoided her for a few years, but this time, she came to Graveyard Forest, the place where I usually fight. I could no longer avoid her, so I had to join her mine exploration team. I thought that we could repair our friendship a little during this mission, but I'm regretting it now, because when I see Lucia's methods and how she is ready to do anything regardless of the costs, I cannot help but pay attention to it. Did her father do the same thing the year while they were underground? Did he spur people like my father time and time again to look for the crystal mine, which resulted in everyone's deaths? Meng Zhao saw that Lin Chuan was getting worked up and even started to grit his teeth. He looked completely different from the usual gentle and elegant Weeping Reaper, so Meng Zhao put a hand on his shoulder and said, "Big brother Lin, are you okay? Is the interference from the spirit energy magnetic field too strong? Your mental strength index is fluctuating. Do you want to enter deep meditation and rest for a while?" "I'm fine." Lin Chuan sucked in a deep breath and calmed down. "Let me tell you something. It's a reminder to you as well. Your life belongs to you, but it also belongs to your family. If you want to be outstanding, you will naturally need to work hard, but you can only fight for yourself and your family. No one else is worthy risking your life. So, in the next stages of the mission, if you run into any danger, you must remember that the most important thing is to protect your own life. No one is worthy of you risking your life to save them in the team, regardless of whether it's Lucia, me, or the others. Otherwise, if you die and she completes the mission, all she will do is cry a few times at your grave after she obtains all the riches, glory, and strength. Is that meaningful? You can join Sky Pillar Corporation or any other mega corporation, but remember this, you have to fight only for yourself. You can sell your time, skills, wisdom, and even your dignity, but absolutely do not sell your life, understand?" "Got it." After hearing that whole speech, though, he couldn't help but add, "Big brother Lin, you seriously misunderstood me. I wasn't thinking about selling my life for Ms. Lu just now when I risked my life to save her. I didn't join this mine exploration mission for her either. I only want to fight with you so that we can end this war earlier. I'm the same as you. I don't admire the way Ms. Lu does things, and I refuse to believe in her promises and her honey-coated words, but I do believe that there is some truth in what she says. Locating the Red Radiance Jade Mine is incredibly important if we want to win the Northern Offense, and she is a spirit sensor, so she cannot be replaced when it comes to locating the Red Radiance Jade Mine. That's the reason why I decided to risk my life. I don't care about how ambitious Ms. Lu is, and I don't care how many benefits she can get from the Red Radiance Jade Mine. I'm only concerned if she can end the extreme weather and the fog on the surface so that our Steel Army can rush into Shattered Star Lake and Graveyard Forest, thereby helping us secure a smooth victory. It would be beneficial for Dragon City and human civilization. Isn't that something worthy of us doing everything we can to achieve?" Lin Chuan stared at him for a long time. Suddenly, he grinned and laughed soundlessly. His laughter was very maniacal. He covered his hands with his face, and his shoulders trembled as if he was dancing a clumsy and strange dance. Meng Zhao frowned. "Did I say something wrong? Was it that funny?" "No. I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing at my past self, because my original thoughts were the exact same as yours." Lin Chuan finally had enough of laughing. He moved his palms away, revealing a tear-stricken face. There was still a faint smile on his lips, but his gaze was as cold and sharp as a blade. However, he seemed to have come to some sort of decision. He drew closer to Meng Zhao, and with a stern face, he said clearly, "Listen, Meng Zhao, if you really believe in Lucia's promise and fight, you can sell her your life for money, power, authority, or other resources. It might be stupid, but there is still a slight possibility that you will be able to get what you want. But you must absolutely not fight for your comrades, humans, and civilization. It's better to sell your life to Lucia, any other human, or any specific benefit, but never for human civilization. This is the most sincere warning I can give you." Meng Zhao could not understand it, but chills crawled down his spine. "Why?" Lin Chuan looked at him in an unfathomable manner. "Because there is no such thing as human civilization. In fact, there is no such thing as humans." Then, he stood up. "Come with me." He brought Meng Zhao out of the tent. They moved through the camp and came to a corner of the cave. The spirit energy there was rich, and it nourished all sorts of pests as well as underground creatures. The corner was close to the territory of the stone statue fungi, which released a scent that humans could not decipher but which attracted pests and lured them into the trap. When Lin Chuan gently moved a stone away, they could see a lot of squirming insects and vermin. They formed a small but specific ecosystem. Lin Chuan asked Meng Zhao to hold his breath and observe them quietly. Most of the insects and vermin had never seen humans before, and they did not fear them. They could not even fathom what sort of existence they were. They just continued hunting, eating, digesting, and reproducing. Soon, Meng Zhao saw a small insect eating moss while it squirmed about. Then, it was eaten by a monster in the shape of a praying mantis. This praying mantis was then gobbled up by a lizard-type monster, and that lizard-type monster was then eaten by a monster with flesh tumors growing on its head. A snake was attracted by the fragrance from the stone statue fungus. It swayed about as it slithered to the stone statue fungus troop, the hell made of liquid and sharp blades. "Do you see those monsters?" Lin Chuan asked. "Yeah." Meng Zhao nodded. Even though there was no sunlight underground, the crystal mine shone with a faint, fluorescent light that stimulated the superhuman's visual cells. They could see an incredibly dazzling world full of life. Lin Chuan shook his head and said, "No, there are no monsters here." Meng Zhao was stunned for a moment. He thought that Lin Chuan was saying that these pests were too weak and were not fit for being known as monsters. "I only see vermin, praying mantises, lizards, venomous snakes, spiders, and fungi. Tell me, where are the monsters?" Lin Chuan asked. "Aren't they monsters?" "Are they?" Lin Chuan smiled faintly. "If they're monsters but a mysterious power suddenly granted them human wisdom and the ability to communicate with each other, then, if this venomous snake told the lizard, 'Big brother lizard, we should fight to the death against human civilization for monster civilization,' what do you think the lizard who was just eaten by the venomous snake would think? Let's say the venomous snake goes even further and says, 'Big brother lizard, for the great, holy, and noble monster civilization, all monsters should do their duty and offer up all their strength to fight for our civilization. So, you should jump into my mouth on your own and sacrifice yourself so that I can become stronger and kill more humans. We'll be doing this for millions of our monster brethren.' Do you think the lizard would believe the snake?" Chapter 216, Major Difference. Meng Zhao stared at the lizard eating the insect in the crack. Then, he watched the snake eat the lizard. His instincts screamed at him that Lin Chuan's logic was wrong, and his emotions were off as well. But Lin Chuan looked as if he was severely affected by the crystal mine. His vitality magnetic field jumped about like a bewitching flame, and he answered the question himself. "No, it won't. No matter how stupid this lizard is, it won't trust the snake's words. Vermin is vermin, lizards are lizards, snakes are snakes, demonic halberd pigs are demonic halberd pigs, and crystalline nine-headed dragons are crystalline nine-headed dragons. Each race has its own interests, and they treat each other as mortal enemies. There has never been an entity known as a monster. To demonic halberd pigs, humans are terrifying, but they might not be as terrifying as crystalline nine-headed dragons. After all, millions of years before humans transmigrated to the other world, the crystalline nine-headed dragon had already eaten countless demonic halberd pigs, and even if demonic halberd pigs and crystalline nine-headed dragons grouped together to form the so-called monster civilization and defeat humans together, eventually killing the last human, will the demonic halberd pigs' fates change, and will the crystalline nine-headed dragon not eat them because of it? So, if you're a demonic halberd pig and a crystalline nine-headed dragon appears in front of you with a smile and invites you to contribute to monster civilization, you should definitely act fearlessly and without hesitation. But in your heart, you must understand that you're fighting against the humans right now because you don't want to be eaten by the crystalline nine-headed dragon. You should fight for yourself, and at most, your kind. You should fight for the other demonic halberd pigs, not the vermin, lizards, iron-armored rhinoceros, or the crystalline nine-headed dragon. You must not fight for this monster civilization, because there is no such thing as monsters. Do you understand? There is no such thing as friggin' monsters. Big brother Lin, you can't just compare monsters and humans together. They're two fundamentally different things. Meng Zhao scratched his head. Vermin, lizards, snakes, demonic halberd pigs, and crystalline nine-headed dragons have great differences between them, and they aren't the same creatures, but we're humans. We have the same appearance, share the same language, and can understand each other. Based on your logic, if I'm a demonic halberd pig, then everyone in Dragon City is also a demonic halberd pig. Shouldn't we fight and walk together if that's the case? Is that really the case? Lin Chuan asked coldly. Do you really think that all the creatures known as humans in Dragon City are the same species? Even the strongest and most fearsome leaders in demonic halberd pig drove are simply known as demonic halberd pig kings. Their daily lives are similar to those of normal demonic halberd pigs. I know that they enjoy living in the best nests in their drove, but it's still just a swamp that's slightly larger and prettier. What about the human world? Some people live in broken down, old, and narrow apartments. Their houses aren't that much larger than a rat's nest. They sleep in bunk beds with 3 levels, and they have to squeeze in with 4 or 5 of their siblings. Every day, they have to smell spirit energy that stinks of garlic, and when they eat, they can hear their neighbors peeing or pooping. You should know this very well. Oh, but your family is better off. You only have a younger sister, so you can empty out some space in the living room to call your own and retain the most basic human dignity. But I had 4 siblings. We lived like this since we were young, and I have no idea how I managed to get through my childhood. And my family's condition wasn't the worst. Among the tens of millions of Dragon citizens, there are millions who are still living in the slums in shacks. They don't even have their own kitchens, toilets, and plumbing. Big Brother Lin, that's all because of monsters, Meng Zhao said, interrupting him. The monsters are the ones who destroyed our beautiful homes, which left countless people homeless. The Survival Committee is already doing their best to solve this problem, but we don't have enough resources, and we lack space. We need to get through these difficult times before we can improve our situation and solve the problem. Lin Chuan cackled. Hey, we lack resources and space? Then why is it that when millions of people are staying in shacks, there are those who live in Dragon City number 1? And Dragon City number 1 isn't even where the most luxurious mansions in Dragon City are. You can't even imagine the mansions in which Deity Realm elites live. The nests of the demonic halberd pig kings are at most twice as large as the nests of normal demonic halberd pigs. They might also place some of their prey's bones inside as a decoration, but there's no difference in their nature. So, they're the same kind. But when it comes to humans, the living space of someone strong can be dozens of times larger than that of the weak. The price for it is also hundreds of times higher. How can they be considered the same kind? I won't talk about accommodation anymore. From food, clothes, accommodation, and transport, let's talk about food now. What do the normal people in Dragon City eat? They eat luncheon meat that is made from monster organs and the meat of gigantified earthworms mashed together. But what do the powerful eat? Super beast meat that is rich spirit energy. It can fill them with power and vigor. It can make them live longer, and it can even change the essence of their lives, allowing them to be far above normal people. I didn't even need to mention it, did I? You should know just how different is the food eaten by the rich and normal people. Let's talk about the food we've been eating during this mission. The value of one set of the high-calorie meal that Lucia provides is already higher than the monthly food and beverage expenses of a normal family. No matter how much a demonic halberd pig king can eat, it's impossible for it to eat 10 times the food of a normal demonic halberd pig. Their menu is not different in terms of its nature, so, they are still the same. When you eat instant noodles and luncheon meat, but can see other people enjoying good food in a luxurious hotel and know that you can only eat one of those meals if you spend half a year of your food and beverage expenses on it, can you really proudly say that you are the same as they are? Meng Zhao could not say anything to that. Admit it. You don't know what sort of lives the children from powerful families lead. They are destined to become superhumans and stand above other people since birth. You never even had the time to think about these questions. You only saw that they look similar to you and can speak the same language as you. And when rich ladies like Lucia lower themselves and come forward to recruit you by slapping your shoulder and saying that we are all friends, you believe in her and think that you're all the same. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes, and veins popped up on his face. He gritted his teeth and said, "But I'm different. I've personally seen how the rich live daily, and I know very well that even if I can become friends with Lucia, I will never be the same as her." Did you know? That year, when Lucia's father was fighting for the position of the general supervisor in the mining company, to create his character of someone who values his relationships, he deliberately brought me into his house on my birthday so that Lucia could celebrate my birthday with me. His house was at the top 3 floors of a luxurious apartment with more than 30 floors. For the first time, I learned that humans can have houses that are as luxurious as palaces. Even their nanny had a house larger than my entire family's. They even had a borderless swimming pool built on the roof and a multi-purpose field. It could be used by their entire family of 7. I also saw a small swimming pool by the big swimming pool. I said that it's a small swimming pool, but it was twice as large as the kitchen and toilet combined in my house. Do you know what that small swimming pool was used for? Meng Zhao shook his head and asked, what was it for? A strange smile appeared once more on Lin Chuan's face. It was for the dog to swim. Lucia reared 2 biochemical hunting dogs that had been genetically modified. According to her, they had to swim every day to retain their mobility. By the way, those 2 biochemical hunting dogs daily got the 2 most tender tenderloins located at the back of iron-armored rhinoceroses. Before I arrived at the Lu family, no one in my family had ever eaten tenderloins of that grade. Not me, not my entire family, and not my ancestors. That was an incredibly perfect birthday party. All the people in the Lu family were high-class members of society. They were cultured and very polite. They put on the most sincere smiles when they surrounded me and treated me like I'm the main character. They asked me to blow the candles, cut the cake, and even hugged me gently. Then, they asked the reporters to take photos of me with the bald teddy bear. At that time, I didn't think that there was anything strange about this. I was dazed and thought that I just had a good dream. But when I was sent back to Joyous Heavenly Garden by the Lu family's elongated, luxurious car and got back home, I discovered what was strange about it. My youngest sister was curled up at a corner of the dining table while eating luncheon meat made of earthworms. 2 of my older brothers argued non-stop because they couldn't agree who should use the toilet first. I could hear heavy breathing and the sounds of someone knocking against the wall next door. But nothing could be done about it. The people who stayed in this sort of place were already used to this sort of life. And I couldn't run, because the whole of Joyous Heavenly Garden was that way. Even if I escaped, my pores would still release an acidic and rancid smell left behind on me by low-grade crystals after they were activated. At that moment, when I watched my family eat earthworm meat and argue about who should use the toilet first while I listened to the disgusting sounds next door, I remembered what I saw a moment ago in the Lu family. Lucia placing her 2 biochemical hunting dogs into the swimming pool to play with water, her younger brother playing alone in a wide field, her mother lying beside the swimming pool while drinking a chilled beverage in the sun. At that moment, I felt a flash of lightning in my mind. For the first time, I began wondering about this question. Just what are humans? I believe that between Lucia and I, one of us is definitely not a human. If Lucia is not a human, then my family and I are definitely not humans. Instead, we are creatures who are even more lowly than her biochemical hunting dogs. If we are humans, then Lucia and her parents are definitely some sort of high-grade, super-intelligent life forms. They're gods or aliens, which is why they have the right to live a life that is practically a dream. Otherwise, I just couldn't understand what I just saw. If we were all humans, why would our living environments be so different? Why would there be such a huge difference between us when compared to the difference between demonic halberd pig kings and normal demonic halberd pigs? Chapter 217, could not understand his thoughts. Meng Zhao sighed softly. Honestly, he understood Lin Chuan very well, and he did not think that his thoughts were extreme. After all, in his previous life, he was set up by his rich class rep. His mother was injured badly, and his father was tricked by Shen Rongfa, the general manager of Prosperous Resource Recovery Company. He was also at the risk of losing his life, but the law did not protect them. When he could not reclaim his insurance money and the compensation money, his heart had been filled with darkness. When his increasingly corrupted sister said that the law existed to protect the rich and the poor could only rely on themselves, he had actually agreed in his heart. He was certain that the poor and rich were 2 completely different beings. However, when the apocalypse arrived and millions of lightning bolts crackled above Dragon City, the rich and the poor alike were reduced to ashes. It did not matter whether they were dozens of people squashed in a dark and humid shack or a luxurious mansion. It did not matter whether they could jump forward like kangaroos after they put on their 3D mobile gear or sat in elongated, luxurious cars. It did not matter whether they were powerless or were at deity realm. All of them died without a burial. After returning to the past, all Meng Zhao could think about was saving Dragon City and his family. Naturally, there was something wrong with the inner structure of Dragon City, but it was only if he survived that he could change it slowly and solve the problem once and for all. Perhaps it was because he had an empathizing look on his face because Lin Chuan smiled. I just knew that you would understand me. Our backgrounds and experiences are too similar. You and I are the same, he said. From that day on, a small seed took root in my mind, and it started growing slowly. While I stayed beside Lucia and her rich friends, I observed how the rich and noble children chosen by God lived. During that time, I tried to search for similarities between us. I wanted to prove that there is no difference between us, and we are all humans. But I couldn't find them. Are we the same just because our appearances are similar? But our appearances are different. At the very least, the clothes they wear are fighting suits made of super beast leather and shells. We can't afford to buy those. No one from Blessed Heavenly Garden and Joyous Heavenly Garden can buy them. Besides, every time after they finish training, they nourish themselves with secret medicine. They take supreme-grade gene medicine, use the most modern cultivation machines, enjoy the most scientific cultivation methods, and occasionally have peerless fighters personally teaching them. Spirit energy can promote the activity in cells and metabolism, so they grow tall, handsome, and beautiful. Their skin is fair, their vitality magnetic fields are crystalline, and they look as if they don't belong to this world. But what about us? My father had to take care of a family of 6, and he worked hard in a dark and endless mine. He wanted to mine minerals and he practiced some martial arts, but he had never obtained any guidance from famous teachers or had modern tech to help him. He could only let the residue left from his super high metabolism to continue accumulating in his body, so his arms would become deformed and swollen up. In time, his arms became thicker than his thighs, and he looked like a gorilla. When I was younger, whenever my father came home, the children in the neighborhood would imitate the way my father walks because of their immaturity, and I always fought them. But as my father's arms became even more deformed, I could not help but mumble about it in my heart. If he continued training like this, how would he look? In the end, will he only have a brain left that is connected to 2 incredibly large arms? Oh, even his brain was unnecessary, because when my father worked, he didn't need to think. Thinking was Lucia's father's job. My father only needed to act according to instructions and mine. That was my father's job, and the adults living in Blessed Heavenly Garden, Joyous Heavenly Garden, and the shacks did that as well in their various jobs. Due to the infection from the virus, the bites from the monsters, and the mutation of our genes, many of the dragon citizens were born with defects. Even so, they had to be tormented by all sorts of occupational diseases while they worked day and night. They couldn't catch their breath all year long. Gradually, they turned into something that no longer resembled humans, but they didn't look like monsters either. Meng Zhao nodded. The problem Lin Chuan mentioned did exist. The other world was an incredibly unstable world. Since the spirit energy magnetic fields could affect the atomic electron shell and completely change the nature of a substance, it naturally meant that it could also break the genetic chain of carbon-based life, which resulted in all sorts of strange, mutated shapes. This was something that happened to both humans and monsters. All of them had to face the problem of evolution and mutation. Humans, though, attempted to control the direction of their evolution and mutation through cultivation. The children from powerful families had a lot of cultivation resources as well as guidance from peerless elites to aid them, so they had a higher chance of controlling their mutation. If outer appearances are not the key that decides whether we are the same type of people, what about language? No matter how we look like, at the very least, we can still talk to each other, and that's good, right? A strange smile rose on Lin Chuan's face again. He shook his head slowly and said, "If that's what you think, you're gravely mistaken. When I was in the same school with Lucia, I noticed a very strange phenomenon. The rich children did not even look at the janitors and handymen in school. They sometimes ordered the handyman to do certain things and even politely said please and thank you to them, but there was no warmth in their eyes. They acted like this was the nature of the world and they were just inserting a bunch of code into a machine. As for the children of the janitors and handymen, they didn't even have the right to enter the school, because it was designed for rich children. Sometimes, when they came over because they had some matters with their parents, they had to wait outside the fence. The rich children often never speak once to the children of the handyman, so even if they speak the same language, is there any meaning to it? If it's not our outer appearances and language, could it be our genes? That would be even more hilarious if that's the case. We live in an era where biochemical tech is used by the general public. Humans can easily use spirit energy to break the chains of their genes and put in brand new gene segments. Genes are no longer the key that decides the essence of a species. I get it, then, it's our hearts, yes? Regardless of the differences in our appearances, genes, and standard of living, our hearts will still understand each other. But I don't. Up to this day, I don't understand why someone could deliberately build a swimming pool for their dogs to bathe, nor why would they feed their dogs the best tenderloins. Even if I've earned a lot of money now and could dig a hole for a swimming pool, rear 2 dogs, use the best tenderloins to feed them until they are fat, then toss them into the swimming pools to digest the expensive rhinoceroses, I wouldn't do that. Even if there comes a day when I reach deity realm and have money that I can never finish spending, I won't understand those actions, and I don't want to understand them either." His eyes shone fiercely, and he swung his arms viciously. The wounds that had just been repaired tore open again. "Big Brother Lin, your wounds reopened." Meng Zhao had tourniquets and bandages in the harvesting pack he brought with him. He quickly treated Lin Chuan. "I'm sorry, I got too worked up." Lin Chuan sucked in a deep breath and gradually calmed down. "Honestly, there's no need for me to say this. These words only paint me in an ugly light, and I sound like an ungrateful brat. I destroyed the perfect image of the Weeping Reaper, right?" "Of course not." Meng Zhao smiled. "I think you're even more of a real person right now. You have flesh and blood, and every person fighting to survive has definitely lived a tough life. If you think that way, then I didn't waste my breath. I just want you to understand within the shortest amount of time possible that school and society is different. In school, everyone enjoys cultivation resources that are more or less the same, and they are also bound by the same rules. The children of demonic halberd pigs and crystalline nine-headed dragons are about the same, but when you step into society, the difference is instantly clear." Then, with extreme seriousness, Lin Chuan used his bleeding right hand to hold Meng Zhao's hand tightly. "You must understand your status as soon as possible and find those of your kind. It'll be good for you. Trust me, we're the same kind of people. No matter what, I will absolutely not hurt you. I swear on my heart." Meng Zhao narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Chuan for a long time. "I trust you, Big Brother Lin." He nodded slowly. "That's good." Lin Chuan smiled and stuffed the blood jade essence into Meng Zhao's hands. He whispered, "I want you to have this. Put it away in a secretive spot. Don't let Lucia know about it." Meng Zhao cocked his eyebrows. "I'm mostly healed now. The rest is just superficial wounds. They won't bother me. Besides, I'm already in Heaven Realm. My healing abilities are better than yours." "You need it more than I do," Lin Chuan explained. "But this is something Lucia gave to me. If she knows that I gave it to you, it won't be proper. That's why, when you use it, try your best not to let her learn of it." "Thanks, Big Brother Lin." Meng Zhao took the blood jade essence and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Do you think I'll need to use it?" Lin Chuan was stunned, then said quickly, "It's better to be prepared. Who knows what sort of dangers we'll run into later. Besides, even if we locate the Red Radiance Jade with ease, when we come back, we will still have to face the undead with the fungus on its back and lion dragon fish." He massaged his temples and seemed to realize that he had said too many things that he should not have under the influence of the crystal mind's spirit energy magnetic field. He turned around and left toward the camp. "Wait, Big Brother Lin." Meng Zhao stared at his back and thought over his words before he said, "What you said just now makes great sense, and I thought about many things. Indeed, transmigration, the other world, spirit energy, supernatural abilities, and these new creatures are all things that Earthlings have never encountered in their millions of years of history. Dragon City is a lone army here, and we transmigrated here, which caught us off guard. We faced an unknown world to us, and we fought against zombies, monsters around our city, and the death of order. Things haven't been easy for us, and there definitely are some complications that we haven't been able to deal with perfectly. There are plenty of things in Dragon City that we should work hard to change, but I think that there are two things that are still pretty good. First, you said that those rich families have a lot of resources and can live lavish lives. This is something I believe that the powerful have risked their lives to obtain with every slash and bullet they fired to contribute to society. They didn't exactly seize it by force, right? Let's talk about the Liu family. Lu Xiao's grandfather is Lu Thongqi, the creator of Sky Pillar Corporation. He was formerly the strongest mine explorer in Dragon City and discovered nearly 100 spirit energy ley lines. He built a solid foundation for Dragon City's crystal technology system, which is why the Liu family can enjoy their lavish lifestyle today. If Lucia's father could become the general supervisor of the mining company, he must have some skills as well. It's impossible for him to get it just because he values his relationships. After he mines and refines the crystals in the crystal mines he discovered, he always gifts them to schools, the military, and the other factions of power. He sent them to various superhumans and helped people like us to cultivate and protect civilization. The stronger you are, the more responsibility you have, but after you carry out those duties, you get more resources and enjoy an even better lifestyle. It doesn't seem like much of a problem, does it? Chapter 218, We will bring back the beauty and glory of Earth's civilization. Lin Chuan swiftly turned his head around. A cold anger burned in his eyes for a brief moment, but Meng Zhao noticed it. He felt that every time he mentioned Lucia's father, Lin Chuan got especially worked up, as if he bore a deep animosity to him. Why? Could it be because he had escaped during the mine collapse that year and his father had unfortunately perished? Meng Zhao set aside this question for the time being and continued, let's put ourselves in their shoes. If I fight against monsters and use my blood, sweat, and tears to earn riches so that I can buy a huge house that is 300 square meters in Dragon City number 1 and stay in a luxurious apartment that is a few floors big, would I be living a corrupt life? When I have children in the future, even if they are useless and have no ambition, do they have no right to inherit my legacy and continue staying in the mansion that I got through my blood, sweat, and tears? If that's really the case, it's fair. But where would we gain our motivation to fight? Why should the powerful fight to the death against monsters for normal people? Lin Chuan sneered coldly. Based on what you said, the children of the powerful are born with the right to inherit resources and power and become the new generation of elites, while the poor don't have any hope in standing out. Is that it? Of course not. The promotion in Dragon City is still very smooth, and everything can be decided by the tests, competitions, achievements, and various other marking systems. The rules are transparent and fair, and all of us receive the same treatment. As long as we have the ability and are willing to fight, everyone has the chance to become outstanding. Both of us are examples of that. We were poor, but we relied on ourselves to change our fate. Lin Chuan could no longer hold back. He returned to Meng Zhao's side and gave him the ghost of a smile while staring at him. As to your first point, I won't argue with you. In time, you'll slowly discover just what the mega-corporations and superhuman families who control Dragon City today have done during the chaotic era before the Survival Committee was built. But let's talk about the second matter. The rules are transparent and fair, and the promotion channel is smooth, you say? Ha! If that was really the case, why is it that only a handful of children from Blessed Heavenly Garden and Joyous Heavenly Garden can become superhumans, and they're all friggin' broken star superhumans? Is it because the children in Blessed Heavenly Garden and Joyous Heavenly Garden are born with no talent and aren't smart when compared to the rich children who are destined to become superhumans? Well. Meng Zhao found himself speechless for a moment. As for us, do you think that we really relied on our talent and efforts to stand above the others? Lin Chuan gritted his teeth. I was discovered by Lucia's father because my father died, and he gave me a lot of resources. If my father didn't use his life to get this chance, no matter how great my talent was and how hard I worked, I would have become a broken star superhuman at best and would have never been able to reach Heaven Realm. As for you, Meng Zhao, you fell from the seat of power when you were in the second year of high school. You only rose to power miraculously when you met the old fire relayer. I believe that you know just what sort of person this old fire relayer is better than I do. He's a mega corporation with a lot of power and wealth. They discovered a brand new cultivation method that violates all sorts of morals, and since they did not dare to publicly bring it out to experiment on it, they used the old fire relayer's name to search for a lab rat in secret. You are a lab rat of a mega corporation. But you're lucky, and the experiment was a success. That's why the mega corporation continues to use the puppet that is the old fire relayer to continue working with you. They pushed you high up on a pedestal and made you like me, a fictitious idol. But you and I both know very well just how dangerous these forbidden martial artists from the underground life science forums are. When one lab rat succeeds, how many other lab rats go through spirit energy deviation because their experiments failed? The rich rely on technology, and the poor rely on luck. From a certain point of view, both of us were really lucky. It's like we hacked a game. That's why we stood out among the poor in Blessed Heavenly Garden and Joyous Heavenly Garden. Do you think our experiences have universal significance? Meng Zhao could not retort. Even though Lin Chuan's guess regarding the old fire relayer was wrong, he was right in one regard. Meng Zhao was indeed lucky. Lin Chuan's gaze was intense. Have you ever thought about how your future would be like if you hadn't been so lucky? Meng Zhao's lips twitched. He did not just imagine it. He had personally experienced it. The moment he closed his eyes, he could remember the tragic life he had in his previous life. All right, Meng Zhao admitted. It's like both of us cheated in a game. If we weren't lucky, we might have not been able to change our fate. Lin Chuan smiled. Meng Zhao, do you know why I treat you like my bosom friend? It's because you have the courage to face your true self. In the past, I've run into other people who had fought their way out of the slums. I wanted to treat them like my own kind, but after talking to them, I realized that they don't believe that their success was based on luck and chance. They think that their good luck is their hard work. They won't admit that they are demonic halberd pigs, or they believe that as long as they persist, they can turn into crystalline nine-headed dragons as well. If you can't change, then it's just because you didn't work hard enough. Our thoughts weren't the same, so I chose to remain silent. I don't even want to talk to those who think that they can rely on their hard work to turn from a demonic halberd pig to a crystalline nine-headed dragon. Honestly, I can hypnotize myself just like they did and believe that I can climb up the ranks. Then, I could think of ways to solve the problems from the position of a crystalline nine-headed dragon. After all, as a Heaven Realm elite and with the support from the Loof family, it wouldn't be difficult for me to build my own tiny superhuman family and get into the upper-class society. I could even kiss goodbye to everything in Joyous Heavenly Garden. But I just can't. I can't forget the things in Joyous Heavenly Garden, and I can't forget the demonic halberd pigs who are still struggling in the swamp. I can't forget those who are the same kind as me. I know that you and I were lucky enough to find our blessings and climb up the ranks. But there are plenty of the poor who don't have blessings. What will be the future of our elementary school classmates and the children of those who were our classmates? If we fight and kill countless monsters, but the children of demonic halberd pigs will forever remain as demonic halberd pigs and have to struggle for eternity in the swamps, what's the meaning behind our cultivation and fights? I haven't found the answer yet. Perhaps this is why I seldom return to Dragon City and Joyous Heavenly Garden. Every time I do, the neighbors and children in Joyous Heavenly Garden surround me and call me a hero. They cheer me and treat me like an idol. I feel guilty about it. I don't think I can change their fates at all. In fact, I've cast them aside and betrayed them, so how can I possibly face their sincere smiles? Perhaps this is also why I fight and cry, because I think that I'm fighting an endless but ultimately meaningless battle. No matter how many monsters I kill, it's useless. Lin Chuan's vitality magnetic field started trembling like a candle in the wind. Meng Zhao could sense the strong conflict and pain in his body. Big brother Lin, please don't think that way. Our fight is definitely meaningful. Victory is not so far off in the distance that we can't see it. The current Dragon City might have a lot of problems, but at the end of the day, it all boils down to one problem: we don't have enough resources. As long as we conquer the other world and obtain enough resources, we can solve all problems easily. Can we? Of course. Meng Zhao said firmly. Think about half a century earlier. Before Dragon City transmigrated, we had all the resources on Earth. At that time, everyone lived and worked in peace. The difference between the rich and the poor wasn't as great as it is now. The salary of a corporation CEO was not 5 times more than the salary of a janitor. Our positions in society were absolutely fair. Regardless if someone repaired the planet or repaired the toilets, all of them were respected. Their children could study in the same schools and play together without worry. Even when children took over their parents' jobs, they had bright futures ahead of them. At that time, normal people only needed to take up jobs that they could handle and they were able to enjoy living in wide and comfortable living spaces. Even if they had to work overtime occasionally, they could get a lot of overtime wages. During that era, the strong didn't have any special privileges. When someone powerful committed a crime, they were treated as a criminal, just like when a normal person commits a crime. While we were on Earth, humans didn't have to become deformed and ugly for the strenuous work they did. During those times, there naturally wasn't something as ridiculous as the powerful people's pets eating better food than normal people. In other words, at that time, when we had all the resources on Earth and did not have the bloody monsters bothering us, we could let everyone live satisfactory lives. Earth's civilization could shine at its brightest. After Dragon City transmigrated to the other world, we found ourselves alone. We faced the threat of viruses, zombies, and monsters, and we lost most of our living space and resources. That's why the normal people live such difficult lives. This is caused by monsters, not the powerful. And it's not a problem of our civilization, do you understand? Besides, we're at a war. To motivate the powerful to kill, they were given the optimized allocation of resources, so the situation where the powerful get more resources occurred. This is something that cannot be avoided during war. We can't ask for absolutely fair treatment between a general and a soldier, right? How can we win a war if that were the case? I'm the same as you are. I can't stand some of the chaos in the current Dragon City. That's why we're fighting so hard to defeat the monsters and to conquer the other world. We wish to turn the other world into a second Earth. I believe that when the flames of Earth's civilization light up in every corner of the other world, all the problems will be solved. And the lives of the normal people will become better. Dragon City will become more prosperous, powerful, and fair. In the end, we will rebuild our past glory and bring back the beauty of our civilization. We won't be divided into demonic halberd pigs and crystalline nine-headed dragons again. All of us will just be Earthlings. Meng Zhao's fervent words left Lin Chuan silent for a long time. All right, you might be right. I might have gone off track with my thoughts. Lin Chuan rubbed his face hard and exhaled heavily before he said, perhaps it's because I have been staying in the depths of the wild for too long that I've gotten too tense. That's why it's easy for me to overthink things. After your lecture, I feel much better. Thank you, Meng Zhao. Chapter 219, A Showdown. When Meng Zhao saw that Lin Chuan had relaxed and that his vitality magnetic field stabilized, he sighed in relief. We're all on the same side. This is just a casual conversation, right? Meng Zhao said in a semi-joking manner. Big brother Lin, you might have really stayed in the wild for too long. You're alone, and it's really easy for you to think yourself into a dead end. You should go back home more often. We can look for our neighbors and elementary school homeroom teacher to have a gathering with them and relax. Then, I'll recommend you to Feng Shui Medical Center so that you can go through a full-body examination. I can even recommend a psychologist to talk to you. No, I mean, I'm not saying that there's something wrong with your mind. But even if there was, it'd be normal. Everyone is stressed and has their own problems in this era, right? I just think that you've been training, fighting, and doing the online promotions too hard. You've been working day in and day out, and your body and mind are too tense and tired. You should rest for some time. You treat me like a brother, so please listen to me, okay? He thought that Lin Chuan would refuse his offer or avoid talking about it, but to his surprise, after being silent for a while, Lin Chuan nodded. All right. Since you're being so kind, I don't have a reason to reject it. But you have to promise me one thing. What is it? Take care of yourself. Don't risk your life for Lucia or anyone else like you did just now, including me. Lin Chuan stared into Meng Zhao's eyes and said, promise me that you'll protect your own life, and I'll promise you that once this mission ends, I will go back to Dragon City and visit our elementary school homeroom teacher and a psychologist. I will rest for as long as it is necessary. Meng Zhao smiled. All right. I know that you really care about me, after all. Duh. I know that you really care about me as well. After all, we're the same. Lin Chuan smiled as well. Let's go. When we go back, we can enter deep meditation for 3 or 4 hours. It'll be enough for us to recover our spirit energy and stamina. They headed to the camp. At that moment, gunshots came from deep in the cave. The sound was deafening in the airtight space underground. The pests around them were instantly shocked awake and fled helter-skelter. Noise filled the camp. Meng Zhao and Lin Chuan looked at each other, and like lightning, they shot in the direction of the gunshots. The cave was like a maze. They were surrounded by tunnels whose end could not be seen. There were also strange-looking stalagmites everywhere that resembled demons. They gave off a chilly and dangerous presence in the dark. When Meng Zhao jumped over a fold of rock, a black shadow suddenly shot in front of him. He instinctively swung his chain saber, and sparks flew when his weapon clashed against the other party's saber. Both sides kicked forward at the same time and hit the other's chests. 2 thuds were heard, and both of them fell into the fold. They relied on the light on their helmets to dazzle the other party's eyes. Then, they narrowed their eyes and threw a punch at each other. It was only when they pushed 5 meters away from each other that they saw each other's faces clearly. Qin Hu? Meng Zhao was a little stunned. He did not expect that he would run into someone familiar underground. No, it would be more accurate to say that he ran into an old enemy. It was Qin Hu, a veteran hunter and boss of Prosperous Resource Recovery Company. In Meng Zhao's previous life, Meng Yishan had ran into a tragic accident while harvesting a highly risky monster carcass and did not obtain insurance money. In the end, he died, and the one who caused all of this might have been the general manager of Prosperous Resource Recovery Company, Shen Rongfa, but Shen Rongfa was Qin Hu's brother-in-law, and this boss still had to bear the responsibility of oversight. Meng Zhao was not fond of him in the slightest. After he returned to the past, he seized the chance and unhesitantly struck Shen Rongfa and Qin Hu in the face. He even convinced his father to take away half of the skilled harvesters from Prosperous Resource Recovery Company and build Superstar to fight against Prosperous. According to his father, Prosperous had not been having a good time after that. Most of their skilled workers had left, and they did not manage to handle some of their deals in time, so they had to pay quite a lot of money for liquidated damages. They wanted to hire another batch of people, but the northern offense started, and the monster war grew in intensity, so skilled harvesters instantly became high in demand. When they heard that Prosperous did not provide good treatment and even did underhanded things in terms of their insurance, no one wanted to work for them. Superstar might still be unable to fight against Prosperous, but with the support from Ning Shuo, Thunderbolt, and Yan Organization, they became an existence which could not be destroyed by Chen Hu as he pleased. Their company constantly frolicked around in front of Prosperous, and sometimes, they even snatched some of Prosperous' deals. When Chen Hu saw that they were encroaching upon their work, he was angry, but he could not do anything about it. When enemies met, they were filled with hostility, so upon recognizing Meng Zhao, Chen Hu became so angry that his curled mustache straightened up. He hissed in exasperation. "I didn't expect it to be you, bastard. I didn't expect to run into you here either, Mr. Hu." Meng Zhao smiled and pretended as if he did not hear Chen Hu cursing him. He only asked curiously, "Huh? Wasn't Prosperous growing stronger every day after you kicked away the black sheep who also happened to be my dad? I thought you were getting busier? Why aren't you in Prosperous and dealing with the business over there? Why are you so free as to come underground for an exploration? Oh, I remember now. General Manager Shen is very devoted to his job and is loyal to you. He will definitely make your company really prosperous, so you don't have to worry about it." Chen Hu was so angry that he nearly fainted. His killing intent went pressing down on Meng Zhao like roaring thunder. Even when Meng Zhao was still a normal human, he was not afraid of his murderous intent. After he awakened to supernatural powers, Chen Hu became even less of a threat. Chen Hu was a 3-star superhuman, which meant that he was at Spirit Gathering Realm and at the peak of Earth Realm. He could gather his spirit energy to refine his organs so they could crystallize. But when it came to his fighting strength, he was not that much stronger than a 1-star superhuman. Meng Zhao had surging lightning in his right hand, and in his left, he had bloody flame. He had his chain sabers along with tens of thousands of contribution points with him. He could perform a full-body treatment at any moment he wanted and return to the peak of his condition, so even if he faced someone at the peak of Earth Realm, he would not be afraid. Chen Hu's eyes were dark. He seemed to be deliberating the consequences of attacking Meng Zhao. The place was dark, and there were scarcely any people here. Spirit energy magnetic field interference was strong, and the urges lying deep in humans were magnified 10 times. But he could tell that Meng Zhao's bloody flame was not something ordinary, because there was red light surrounding it as Meng Zhao held it in his left hand. His brief moment of hesitation gave Lin Chuan enough time to arrive above them, and he stared at Chen Hu coldly. "A Heaven Realm fighter?" Chen Hu's pupils shrank swiftly, and he snorted before he put his saber away. "You're lucky, bastard," he hissed. "Mr. Hu, if you call me a bastard one more time." Meng Zhao was still smiling as he spoke politely. "Then I swear to God that I will use every resource that I have to destroy Prosperous. It doesn't matter whether it will take 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years, as long as I'm not dead, I will make sure that no one in Dragon City will ever hear of Prosperous again." Chen Hu could not help but shudder. And his own reaction angered him. The sounds of fierce arguments came from the distance. Chen Hu cast Meng Zhao and Lin Chuan a few glances before he grit his teeth and jumped out of the fold so that he could head to his own camp. Lin Chuan landed on a stone and frowned a little as he fell deep in thought. "Is that Chen Hu of Frenzied Saber Squad?" Meng Zhao nodded. Frenzied Saber Squad was a rather famous superhuman squad in the Hunter Circle. Chen Hu was a vice-captain there, while their captain was a Heaven Realm elite. Both of them hurried to gather with their mine exploration team and found Lucia stuck in a cold stalemate against a young man with triangular-shaped eyes. There was a crack between them. Sharp Blade was behind Lucia. And behind the young man with the triangular-shaped eyes was Frenzied Blade and a group of mine explorers. Both sides had raging spirit flames. Ripples shot out as they crashed, and they looked like dark flames that could combust at any moment. Lin Chuan said to Meng Zhao in a whisper, "That is Shen Yulong from Universe Corporation. His status is about the same as that of Lucia. Both of them are outstanding members of the 3rd generation in their families. We're high school mates. Shen Yulong and Lucia have been competing against each other since they were young. I didn't expect that they would end up as competitors again over here. Chen Hu's Frenzied Bladed should have accepted Shen Yulong's deal and beat us to this place. This is going to be hard." After Meng Zhao talked to the people from Sharp Blade, he learned that after they set up camp, they posted sentries and ran into sentries from Frenzied Blade. Since it was dark, neither side realized that the other party was human. They thought that they had run into monsters, which is why they fired. They also exchanged a few blows, which made the atmosphere incredibly tense. A battle was about to erupt. Fortunately, they were only lightly injured, and no one was gravely wounded. However, no one could tell just how things were going to develop next. Shen Yulong grinned. I was wondering about it just now. I've been feeling someone sneaking behind me, and I was thinking about whose ghost it could be. So, it's you, ninth lady of the Lu family. Unfortunately, you came too late. Didn't you see the plate I erected outside? I'm the one who has the right to mine this place. Lucia was ranked at the 9th place in the ranking of the people in the 3rd generation of the Lu family. Since he called her the 9th lady of the Lu family, he was naturally mocking her for not being able to secure a powerful rank among those in the 3rd generation. Enough with your tricks. You can take the scrap metal outside all you want. I have no interest in it. I just want the Red Radiance Jade mine. A frosty look settled on Lucia's face. 5th master of the Shen family, if you've already found the Red Radiance Jade mine, bring out concrete proof, and I will turn around and leave. I will not stop you from getting rich. Otherwise, no one knows just who'll get the last laugh. Shen Yulong's smile turned vicious. The hunters from Frenzied Blade did not hide their killing intent in the slightest. In fact, 2 of the Heaven Realm elites used maglev to step into the air and look down. Lucia snorted coldly, and Lu Fengying as well as Scimitar levitated at the same time to show off their power. Lin Chuan flew behind Lucia and activated the red wings of his undying bird. Upon recognizing Lin Chuan, Shen Yulong's expression changed. You even brought your loyal dog? Lucia, looks like you're determined to get the mine. He spoke severely, but actually looked a little timid. Then, we'll fight fair and square, and we'll rely on our skills to see who finds the mine. Killing intent flashed briefly in Lin Chuan's eyes, but he remained silent and did not move. All right, we'll act based on the rules of mine explorers. Whoever doesn't find the Red Radiance Jade mine first will stand back on their own. This is a fair fight, and we will accept the loss if we do lose. We should avoid causing an irreparable misunderstanding between Sky Pillar Corporation and Universe Corporation. As Lucia spoke, she brought Sharp Blade and her mine explorers away. Shen Yulong flung his hand and brought Frenzied Blade and Universe Corporation's mine explorers into the darkness. Qin Hu glared at Meng Zhao fiercely from the darkness, then vanished. When they returned to their camp, Lucia asked Lin Chuan impatiently, did you see how many people they had at the peak of Earthrealm and Heaven Realm? If we run into the worst-case scenario, can you get rid of them in one go? Chapter 220, Be Wary. Lin Chuan thought about it. Ni Kuang is the captain of Frenzied Blade, and he's famous for being ruthless in the hunting circle. It has been a few years since he reached Heaven Realm, so he should be very familiar with using maglev to fight. I also saw Li Zina behind Shen Yulong, and he's famous for being a gunslinger who acts alone. That guy is a ruthless person who can kill super beasts with normal handguns. Even I would have a hard time running away if he targeted me. Thank goodness we're in the dark underground, and he will face certain limitations. Also, Shen Yulong himself is a fighting class superhuman. 2 years ago, he reached the peak of Earthrealm, and he is one of the outstanding ones in Universe Corporation. Naturally, he is supported by his family with a lot of cultivation resources. I can't tell whether he has reached Heaven Realm over the past 2 years. That guy has been really cunning since we were in school, and he might have been pretending to be scared just now. It's to make us lower our guard and underestimate his fighting power. It would be better to believe that our enemy is strong. If we face 3 Heaven Realm fighting class superhumans, this fight will be difficult. There will be many variables, and I'm not confident in our victory. Even if they're going to be difficult opponents, we still have to fight. Lucia cast a glance at the people and gritted her teeth. Everyone, you understand the situation now, right? This is no longer the problem of us getting rich or not. It's a problem of whether we can get out of this place alive. Everyone, get ready for battle. Once we run into the enemy ambush, immediately counterattack without hesitation. If someone dies, I will bear the consequences. Even if we need to kill Shen Yulong, as long as we're in the right, Sky Pillar Corporation will support us. Regardless of whether it was the hunters or mine explorers, they were used to this sort of situation. They nodded and checked their equipment with familiar ease. They then distributed their weapons. Even Zhang Wen, who was a veteran mine explorer with graying hair, hid a dagger in his boot. He also grabbed a handgun from Scimitar's hand and put it behind him. Meng Zhao was the only one who watched this with slack-jawed awe. Lin Chuan went up to him and stuffed a large amount of gene medicine and high-calorie nutritional fluid into his hands. He whispered, "If we really end up fighting, don't think about anything else. Just take care of your own life and run if you can." Meng Zhao could not believe this. "Big brother Lin, what's going on? Are the mine explorers from Sky Pillar and Universe really going to fight against each other?" "I can't tell." Lin Chuan shrugged. "You saw what happened just now. Do they look like they can happily hold hands and look for the mine together?" But..." Meng Zhao stuttered. "We're humans. The northern offense is raging right above our heads. We're fighting against monsters. We're at a critical juncture, so how can we start fighting among ourselves?" "There you go again. Didn't I tell you that there is no such thing as humans?" Lin Chuan whispered. "It doesn't matter even if war is raging. Monsters might be fighting against humans, but that won't stop a crystalline nine-headed dragon from eating dozens of demonic halberd pigs every day." Meng Zhao found himself speechless. "Listen, Greenhorn. If you want to survive in this brutal world, set aside those thoughts. They only belong to students." Lin Chuan slapped Meng Zhao's shoulder and said earnestly, "I know that the university teaches you to be united, to work together, and that a common will is as strong as a fortress. They make it seem as if all humans are close family and that there is no conflict between you. Even if there really is, you can solve it by backing down and communicating sincerely. Yeah, while we're in Dragon City and while spotlights, CCTVs, and everyone's eyes are trained on us, that's the case. When Lucia and Shen Yulong attend a charity dinner together, they can even chat and dance with each other. But we're in the wild. There's no spotlight here, no CCTVs, and there are no eyes watching us. No matter what happens, even if we kill another human and toss their corpse into an abyss or a bottomless pit, in less than 24 hours, the monsters and microorganisms will devour him or her clean. Not a single piece of their bone will be left. No one will ever know how they died. Do you think that everyone can remain the brightest face of humanity in this sort of situation? I'm telling you, behind the fog is the depths of the wild. And over here, it's not uncommon for superhumans to fight among themselves for crystal mines, high-grade superbeast materials, the interests of megacorporations, or settle conflicts between their families. Veteran mine explorers and hunters have all experienced it. At the very least, they've heard about it, and that's why they prepared for it a long time ago." Meng Zhao clenched his fists and said, But why haven't you heard about it before, right?" Lin Chuan asked. "The Survival Committee will never tell the citizens about what happens in the wild. It would corrupt the bright image of superhumans and make everyone come to a swift realization that aside from the conflict between humans and monsters, there exists other conflicts. Of course, don't worry about it, we're logical. We will not take the initiative to attack Universe's mine exploration team. But if they decide to kill us, we will have to defend ourselves. It won't trample on your morals, right?" Meng Zhao thought about it. "Will they ambush us? Who knows? Qinhu from Frenzied Blade has a grudge against you, right? I could see the fierce look in his eyes when he left. It looked like he wanted to skin you alive. He might incite his employer to attack us," Lin Chuan said. "You shouldn't think about harming others, but you must be wary of others. We must be prepared for the worst, so we can protect ourselves." Meng Zhao nodded with a solemn expression. If they took the initiative to attack, he would definitely not sit around twiddling his thumbs. Besides, based on the memory fragments from his previous life, there was a high possibility that the mine exploration would end in failure and Lin Chuan would die, which is why Dragon City would not hear of his name again. If that were the case, the possibility of both sides fighting was very high. Even if Meng Zhao had a grudge against Qinhu, he did not want to walk down the path of death where they crossed swords the moment they met each other. After all, this did not just concern the safety of two mine exploration teams, but also the success and failure of the Northern Offense. It would also affect whether the countless destructive sparks would explode above Dragon City decades later. Once he thought about it, Meng Zhao asked, "Can't we work together to explore the mine and share the right to mine the Red Radiance Jade Mine?" Lin Chuan threw a strange pitying glance at him as if he was staring at a naive child. "Let's not talk about whether the corporations behind the teams would be willing to do so nor the grudge between Lucia and Shen Yulong. Let's just focus on them hypothetically smiling and coming to an agreement. How can you promise that they won't be hiding knives behind their backs with the thought of making the other party lower their guard? Then, at the most critical moment stabbing the other in the heart? After all, monsters live here, and spirit energy magnetic field interference is very strong. We're in the dark underground where danger is everywhere. It's really easy to kill one person or even 100. And it's just as easy to destroy their bodies and be rid of suspicion. Besides, the right to mine the Red Radiance Jade Mine first is linked to an extravagant profit. It's enough to make even ancient eminent monks become greedy. Even if Lucia was willing to believe in Shen Yulong would not believe in Lucia. And since Lucia knows that Shen Yulong won't believe in her, how could she possibly believe in him? But even if the leaders of both teams were willing to trust each other, what about the teammates? We have dozens of people on both sides, and if just one person starts getting evil thoughts, it'll be like a spark being ignited in a barrel of gunpowder. For example, let's say Chin-Hu seizes the chance to kill you deep underground. It'll stir up a chain reaction, and with a boom, everyone will be killed by the explosion. Do you understand now? Once we get locked into this dead end where we suspect each other, we can only pray that we will stay far away from each other in our mine explorations. We can't run into each other again, and once one side discovers the Red Radiance Jade Mine, they have to pray that the other side will retain absolute rationality and morals, that they will be willing to accept defeat and will leave on their own. Otherwise, only God will know just what will happen. Meng Zhao remained silent. Lin Chuan sighed. I told you before that I didn't want you to accept Lucia's invitation and join the mission. I even told you that you'd regret it. No, I don't regret it at all. Meng Zhao shook his head slowly and said firmly, perhaps I know even better than you just how ugly humans can be, but no matter how ugly we can be, humans are humans. We will definitely think of a way to break free of being trapped in this darkness. Lin Chuan cast him a deep glance. Meng Zhao did not back down. He stared right back into Lin Chuan's eyes. In the end, Lin Chuan was the first to look away. Without another word, he turned around and left. Since something like this happened, it was only natural that the group could not continue resting. Many people had just entered deep meditation, which was similar to REM sleep, but they were forcefully awakened, and it was a torture to their minds and bodies. But everyone knew just how severe the situation was. Their competition was right in front of their faces, and whoever managed to find the Red Radiance Jade Mine first would have the initiative in terms of morals, the law, and the right to defend themselves in a fight. They had already lost so many of their people underground that they just could not accept going back empty-handed. Soon, the group packed up and took their weapons in a reverse grip. Then, carefully, they seized every second that they had to continue their exploration. With Lucia's guidance, they drew closer to their target. Gradually, faults in the rock that had only occurred in the last month or two appeared around them. The shattered underground folds created a 3D maze that was shattered by nature's axe and then put together in a mess. There were certain parts where they had to use ropes and spiked shoes to climb cracks or cliffs. If they dropped, they would fall down 100 meters. There were certain places where they had to swim through swift subsurface streams. Different crystal mines release spirit energy at different frequencies, which resulted in drastic changes in temperature. One cave was as hot as a steel refining furnace, and the next cave, the walls were covered in sharp icicles. The switch between extreme cold and extreme heat affected the superhuman's vitality magnetic fields. The powerful interference affected a human's optical nerves and perception of space. Even the experienced mine explorers found themselves lost, and they started moving around like lost spirits. Even with a superhuman's powerful physique, they could not handle such high-intensity torture, and all of them were near a mental breakdown. But compared to the treacherous environment and the difficulty of their work, what made them the most wary was the shadows of Universe's mine exploration team occasionally popping up in their field of vision. Chapter 221, The Traitor Runs. Lucia might have been an ambitious woman, and at the prospect that could bring her 300% profit, she did not mind trampling on all the laws set by Dragon City, but she was not a bloodthirsty lunatic. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she did not want to fight against Shen Yulong, especially when she was not certain whether she could take the victory. Unfortunately for them, their goal was the same. They had experienced mine explorers, and their exploration equipment and skills were about the same. If they went down the same spirit energy ley line, it was only natural that they would often chance upon the other team in the dark maze. The groups were incredibly frustrated because of the spirit energy magnetic field interference, and they were exhausted because the exploration was above their limits. They also had to be constantly on guard to not be ambushed by the other party. They were so wary that even their own shadows were treated as enemies. This was especially so since Shen Yulong had a 4-star gunslinger in his group. Lucia had considered the complicated environment in the dark underground and thought that it would not allow guns to show their full power, so she did not get a professional sharpshooter in her mine exploration team. It was not until they met Shen Yulong that she learned that she had made a miscalculation. She could constantly sense other people watching them from the dark. It felt as if needles were pricking their backs, and they drained their energy non-stop. Shen Yulong, that bastard. He knows that the underground creatures have never seen humans, so they aren't afraid of guns and there's no reason to bring a gunslinger, Lucia cursed. This guy planned ahead and intended to fight against his competitors. He hired a Heaven Realm gunslinger to intimidate the other humans. The realization came way too late. Since they did not have someone skilled in long-distance attacks and defense, they could only spread out their sentries as widely as possible to widen their defense zone. This method might ensure their safety for the time being, but it drained their sentries incredibly quickly. Soon, Sharp Blade members could not handle the pressure and began to grumble. Lin Chuan said nothing and took over most of the reconnaissance and guard duties. He was like a machine that knew no fatigue and could work at a stable pace. He ran back and forth and climbed up and down to explore the zones where dangers lurked everywhere. He found cracks filled with pests and led the group around etherealized plants and fungus that looked like the stone statue fungi and were also incredibly dangerous. Meng Zhao noticed that his vitality magnetic field was beginning to turn chaotic again, which meant he was at the verge of a breakdown. His eyes became brighter on his pale face, and they burned with an overly excited spark. Meng Zhao wanted to persuade Lin Chuan to rest, but the Universe Corporation mine exploration team and Frenzied Saber members as well as Qin who occasionally popped up, which didn't give them any chance to catch their breath. It was a fight of wills, and their nerves were strained. They could practically hear them snapping. But no one knew which side would be the first to falter. Fortunately, 12 hours after they ran into Shen Yulong, Lucia's mine exploration team discovered the first Red Radiance Jade mine. This is. They dropped down 30 meters along a newly formed underground crack and noticed a crack horizontally. They lowered their bodies and crawled into it. There was a wide space inside, which felt like another universe. It was a colorful, crystalline underground palace. And in the northwest corner of the palace was a bump that looked like a raging dragon baring its teeth. It shone with light that looked like a reflection on a lake. It was the Red Radiance Jade that the group had been dreaming of locating. The group was so happy that they cried and cheered. They felt that all their sacrifices and torment were worth it. They were also filled with respect and admiration for Lucia, because she discovered the Red Radiance Jade mine. They even forgot their grudge toward her for acting like a dictator. Zhang Wen led a few mine explorers forward and carved a few runic symbols on the red stones to stabilize the spirit energy. Then, they began carefully gathering samples. The Red Radiance Jade raw ores gave off a dark light, so they looked like red amber. They did not shine as brilliantly as refined Red Radiance Jades, but it was still filled with a power that could capture souls. However, 8.2%, 7.5%, 9.1% these raw ores don't have a lot of Red Radiance Jade in them. Zhang Wei frowned. They had already switched spots 8 times to gather samples, but the raw ores they gathered all had less than 10% Red Radiance Jade. This figure caused the group, who had been really excited when they discovered the Red Radiance Jade mine, to falter. Lin Chuan told Meng Zhao that since the rights to mine a place meant extraordinary profit, the requirements to verify that someone had located a mine were very strict. They had to mine 3 raw ores with more than 10% of a certain ore in the same mine, but the locations in which the 3 raw ores were mined had to be a set distance away from each other. It was only then that they could be considered to have discovered a certain crystal's mine. Otherwise, if they mined a normal stone with only a little bit of crystals and were considered to have discovered all the mines within a circular area of 50 kilometers, that would make absolutely no sense. Now, they could only be considered to have captured the tail of the Red Radiance Jade mine. They had yet to seize the right to mine the place first in their hands. It's fine. We're already very close to victory. This is definitely a fragment of a branch of the Red Radiance Jade mine. If we move along this branch, we will definitely find the main mine. Compared to the moment before she entered the underground mine, Lucia had now shrunk up, but she was even more excited than Lin Chuan. She continued motivating the people at the top of her voice. Everyone, let's work a little harder. We can't let our efforts go to waste. The group did want to press onward, but their bodies did not allow them to do so. They had been moving with willpower alone for some time, and when they thought that they seized the right to mine the place first, many people sat down on the ground and their minds relaxed. They could no longer get up. "Sia, let's rest for a while." When Lin Chuan saw the others, he could not help but say, "It has been 3 days and nights since we set out, and many people have not shut their eyes for even a minute." Even if their bodies were made of steel, they'd be about to turn into scrap metal. I'm going to be a little crass and say this. With our current situation, even if we discover the main Red Radiance Jade Mine but are ambushed by Shen Yulong and his group, there's no way anyone would have the strength to fight back. Lucia was stunned for a brief moment. Then, a contemplative expression appeared on her face. Makes sense. Then, we'll rest for 3 hours. Everyone, seize the time to eat some food and enter deep meditation. Then, check your weapons and equipment. Lucia observed the terrain around her. A thought sprung up in her mind and she said, but we will set up 2 camps. The mine explorers will rest here, and the hunters will rest at the corners. Lin Chuan, Scimitar, both of you set up a defense formation in a secretive location. Make sure that when Shen Yulong ambushes us, we can launch a beautiful counterattack. Lin Chuan nodded. Got it. Very soon, the camp was split into 2. They appeared to be unguarded. The mine explorers snored away with their limbs splayed. In the meantime, the hunters from Sharp Blade lurked in the dark and remained wary as they waited for Shen Yulong's mine exploration team to walk into their trap. But even after more than 2 hours passed, Shen Yulong did not appear. They did not know whether it was because he did not notice the crack that led to the Red Radiance Jade Mine or that he found some other crack that could lead him straight to the main Red Radiance Jade Mine. Ever since Meng Zhao returned to the past, it was the first time he had joined such a difficult mission. Even if he could quickly repair his body by spending thousands of contribution points in exchange for 2 initial stage healing skills, he could only heal the damage to his body. He could not repair his mind, which was so tense that it was about to snap. He sat down in a meditative position in his tent and entered a deep meditative state. He had a few nightmares while resting. In one of his nightmares, he dreamed that he and Lin Chuan had turned into 2 lizards living in a dark hell. As for Lucia, she turned into a beautiful female serpent that commanded them to fight against another group of venomous snakes and lizards. Lin Chuan continued shouting at the lizards across from them that they were the same kind of people. But the lizards across them did not care. At the command of a venomous snake that had Shen Yulong's head, they tore Lin Chuan to shreds until he was unrecognizable. Red tentacles then crawled out of Lin Chuan's mangled body and pieced his corpse into a deformed and ugly monster. Lin Chuan returned from the dead, and under the light of his undying bird, he smiled with savageness. It turned out that he had been infested by a blood flower a long time ago and now turned into an undead. Meng Zhao was shocked awake. Then, he heard Lin Chuan shout outside the tent. He could not care about wiping off the cold sweat on his brow. He grabbed his chain sabers and crawled out of his tent. Everyone had jumped up as if they were facing a great enemy. What's going on? Is it an enemy ambush? Lin Chuan, what did you discover? Lin Chuan's expression was dark as he returned from the distance. A few fresh lacerations were on his body. He made his flesh squirm and forced out a few bits of stones from his wound. Someone ran, and I chased after them, but I was ambushed outside the crack. It was dark around us, and the spirit energy magnetic field interference was too strong. I didn't manage to see who it was clearly, but he should be someone from Sharp Blade. I was worried about being surrounded by Heaven Realm fighters, so I didn't dare to continue chasing. I could only retreat. Someone ran? Lucia was silent for a while. Then, her gaze turned sharp. She turned to Zhongwen and Scimitar and said hurriedly, "Hurry up and do a head count of your team." Scimitar soon finished his head count. There was not a single person missing from Sharp Blade. From the other group, one Sky Pillar Corporation mine explorer was absent. They were also missing a sample of the Red Radiance Jade raw ore they had just mined. A set of the exploration trajectory records and a tablet recording their exploration data were also gone. "It's Upeng," Zhongwen said in a regretful tone. "This guy is a good mine explorer, but he's a gambling addict. I heard that he lost a lot of money last year in an underground gambling den and was taught a severe lesson by his family. I thought that he had turned over a new leaf and would be an honest man this year. I didn't expect." "No way." Lin Chuan's expression was full of surprise. "Are you saying that this Upeng is a corporate spy bought by Universe? And now, Shen Yulong got to know about our discoveries? Damn it, if that's really the case, I should have stopped him even at the cost of my own life." "Forget it. I was the one who picked him. It's an oversight on my part, and you're not to be blamed." Lucia narrowed her eyes and said through gritted teeth, "Yushalong loves playing these sort of tricks, but they won't change the ending. Let's go. Even if we die, we'll die in the Red Radiance Jade Mine." The fleeing of a corporate spy was like a huge stone full of spikes that pressed down on the group's heart. When they set out, The terrain became even more dangerous. The air became thinner, and just after a few steps, they found themselves feeling faint. It was difficult to breathe. They could only advance carefully while on guard against danger that could come from anywhere. But no matter how careful they were, they did not manage to spot the enemy ambush. Boom! When they were passing by a steep wall, a huge stone suddenly broke off and came falling on their heads. Chapter 222, Collapse. Careful! The three Heaven Realm elites jumped up at the same time. Their weapons flashed, and together with the Undying Bird, they formed a defensive shield from spirit energy. It cut through the rock, which had a diameter of more than 1 meter long. But even if the rock was reduced to fist-sized stones, there were many of them, and they came down on the group like a storm. Caught off guard, many people were struck. Even with the superhumans' powerful bodies, they were hit to the point that they bled. A lot of the exploratory equipment was also destroyed and buried under stones. Look! An observant person pointed at a white figure that shot past a wall. There's someone over there. The entire wall is about to collapse. Run! Lin Chuan shouted fiercely. Lu Fengying, protect the lady. Scimitar, pay attention to the area. I'll go up and look. He had the Undying Bird and the best aerial skills among the three Heaven Realm fighters, so he should be the one who went up to check. His beast soul turned into a pair of blood-red wings and bounced away the stones that kept falling on them. Lin Chuan shot like lightning above the wall. Unfortunately, at that moment, the entire wall collapsed and stirred up a lot of dust. Lin Chuan and the White Shadow vanished. The group could only hear the sounds of fierce fighting and see the ripples from spirit energy surging forward like waves. Boom! Rumble! The entire wall collapsed, blocking off the path they took to come over. Fortunately, Lin Chuan had alerted them in time, which was why they escaped the disaster itself, even if just barely. However, the thigh of one of the mine explorers was squashed to a bloody pulp, and he suffered a comminuted fracture. Even after the dust settled, everyone still felt shocked. Lin Chuan flew over with a piece of shattered stone in his hand. It had a runic symbol. He handed it to Lucia and Zhongwen. I didn't manage to see the man's face clearly, but I think it was Frenzied Saber's Ni Kuang. I wanted to make sure, but I sensed an incredibly sharp gaze trained on my heart. It had to be Li Xin, the gunslinger, so I didn't dare to be careless and just grabbed this stone and came back, he explained. The runic symbol on this stone is one of the most commonly used ones among mine explorers. Zhang Wen's expression changed the moment he saw it. It can turn sturdy granite into gravel, and it's used to clear tunnels or destroy walls. It's meant for construction work. So, this wasn't an accident. Lin Chuan analyzed the situation with a dark expression. The other party carved these runic symbols on the weakest part of the wall and carefully mixed runic ink before pouring it in. They estimated the time will take to reach this place and activated the spirit energy so the wall would collapse and bury us here. Shen Yulong, you mad dog. Lucia was furious. From now on, we're mortal enemies, and I won't stop fighting you until I die. Meng Zhao took a step forward and cast a fleeting glance at Lin Chuan before he said hesitantly, Big Sisia, are you saying that we're going to be taking the initiative to attack Universe's mine exploration team? It's Universe who attacked us first. If Lin Chuan hadn't warned us, many of us would have died here already. Lucia's anger burned hotly, and she swung her hand. You don't understand. Since Shen Yulong has chosen to attack us, he will definitely not allow any of us to leave this place alive. Otherwise, once his crime was exposed, he would have to face the fury of Sky Pillar Corporation and the Supernatural Tower. The whole Universe Corporation would be dragged down because of him. That's why he has come to the decision to kill us as quickly as possible. If we don't counterattack, we will become corpses in the deepest parts of this dark underground, and no one will ever discover us. Lucia wanted to push Meng Zhao away, but he stood his ground. Since we already have evidence of Shen Yulong's criminal acts in our hands, shouldn't we just get rid of the stones blocking our path with a blast and return from where we came? We can then go to the Supernatural Tower and accuse him of this. Since he used such a despicable method to launch a destructive competition, even if he really finds the Red Radiance Jade mine ahead of us, he won't be able to get the right to mine it first. Otherwise, we would be living in a lawless society. What you said is right, but how can we prove that he's the one who did it? Lucia asked with a sneer. We don't have concrete proof about the corporate spy and the collapse of the wall. I know that we have a stone with a runic symbol carved into it right now, but it's a commonly seen one, and practically every mine explorer knows how to carve it. If he refuses to admit on the pain of death and says that we were putting up a show, What should we do, then? As she spoke, she moved past Meng Zhao, drew a short sword, and cut a stone by the side. Everyone, we will never give up on the Red Radiance Jade Mine. Not only does this concern our interests and lives, it will also affect our reputation, she said fiercely. Everyone has more or less experienced this sort of thing before. The one who wins has the law behind them, understand? In situations like this, the ones who survive and walk out by taking the initiative have the right of final explanation. And since the dead can't talk, the living get to smear their name as much as they like. Even if we manage to escape, if Shen Yulong discovers the Red Radiance Jade Mine first, his status will change, and he will be the great contributor who calmed down the extreme weather and won the northern offense. He will become a hero. At that time, we'll be the despicable cowards who fled. Who do you think the masses will trust then? So, we have no other choice but to continue onward. From this moment on, as long as you see anyone from Universe's mine exploration team, no matter who they are, kill without mercy. The other party has already made up their mind to kill us, and if we continue to be merciful, we will just be asking for our own deaths. We should prefer to face the judges from the court and even the supernatural tower, because Sky Pillar Corporation will naturally hire the best lawyers in Dragon City to defend us. That is better than lying down in the cold boxes of the morgues, where we won't even be able to tell the forensic doctors our grievances. Oh, I almost forgot. We'd be dying in this stupid place, where we don't even have the right to meet the forensic doctor. The breathing of the mine explorers and hunters became heavy. Their greed toward the Red Radiance Jade Mine, anger toward their competitors' despicable methods, fear toward death, numbness toward their fatigue, and all other intersecting emotions along with the continuous spirit energy magnetic field interference made their faces as savage as those of demons. Their teeth and bones started making cracking sounds. I hereby announce that if we complete the mission smoothly, I will increase your wages by 30%, and that will be based on your wages after you receive your bonuses. Lucia seized the chance and added, if we really run into Shen Yulong and his bastards, whoever kills one of them will get an additional 10%, and if they kill two, they will get 20%. There is no limit to this increase. Whoever kills Shen Yulong will get double their wages. Sky Pillar Corporation will definitely support you till the end. Once she said those words, the hunters from Sharp Blade gulped. The light in their eyes became as bright as that of a monster who just saw fresh meat. Let's go. We have to locate the Red Radiance Jade Mine ahead of Shen Yulong. If we set up a defensive formation over there, we will be undefeatable. Lucia withdrew her short sword from the crack and put it back into her knee-length combat boots. Then, she strode forward into the darkness. Perhaps it was because bliss always came after a period of misfortune, or perhaps it was because anger had turned into a driving force, but 2 hours after the wall collapsed, they found a brand new cave filled with spirit energy. That underground space was the size of 5 soccer fields. Its walls were hidden by black fog. Even if they turned on their searchlights to the maximum, the light could not pierce the fog and allow them to see the walls. The height difference of the floor was incredibly great. It was like a giant flight of stairs that continued heading down until it reached the heart of the otherworld. The air was incredibly humid. There were colorful fungi growing all over the place, and all sorts of pests which were not afraid of human voices and light moved about them. Even when they were shone upon by searchlights, they remained dumbly in their spots. The underground ecosystem was rather well developed. The mine explorers estimated that there should have been an ancient subsurface stream that after billions of years of flowing through the area formed a staircase that headed down by creating a cliff. Due to the rock fragmentation later on, the subsurface stream changed paths. Water flowed down the crack, and that was why there was a damp riverbed. Look, subsurface plasma. Subsurface plasma was not a plant or fungus. It was a phenomenon unique to the otherworld. When the spores from etherealized plants and glowing microorganisms gathered together, spirit energy would stimulate them, and they would form thick, glowing fog. It gathered underground and did not disperse. Based on the types of spores and microorganisms, the subsurface plasma might contain slightly poisonous, corrosive, or hallucinogenic properties. Even if it did not have any poisonous side effects, it still affected human vision and was even more annoying than fog. Lucia tested the subsurface plasma, and after she was sure that it did not contain highly poisonous or corrosive properties, she did not hesitate. She asked everyone to jump down the stairs and head into the subsurface plasma. I can sense the Red Radiance Jade Mine somewhere near the last few steps of this staircase. There's a very strong spirit energy fluctuation coming from there. Besides, if Shen Yulong could predict the time we pass through and create the collapse, It means that he has a way to locate us. They're in the shadows, and we're exposed. He might be observing us even now. Don't forget. Beside him is the solo gunslinger Lee Sin. He's a 4-star superhuman, and he has the ability to kill people with one shot. We have 3 Heaven Realm elites with us, and we can't lose any of them. If even one of them is killed by Lee Sin, we'll be in an extremely disadvantageous situation. It'd be better to enter the subsurface plasma and use the fog created by the spores and glowing microorganisms to hide our tracks. It'll take away the 2 greatest advantages Shen Yulong has over us, and we'll be able to engage him in melee combat. It'll be better than being sitting ducks here. We might get shot by that gunslinger at any moment. Once she said this, everyone felt a chill at the center of their eyebrows. It was as if there was really a gunslinger with a 100% shooting accuracy lurking in the shadows, and a bullet might kiss their brains at any moment. They shoved each other to be the first to jump down to the step that was more than 10 meters below the cliff. Meng Zhao glanced at Lin Chuan's back and jumped down as well. They jumped down 3 cliffs. The further down they went, the thicker the subsurface plasma became, and soon, they could not even see their fingers. Ah! Someone suddenly screamed in surprise and was yanked back by a companion. The step below them was 100 meters down from where they stood. They were before a true underground cliff. If they leaned over to look, they could not see just what dangers hid at the bottom. Chapter 223, Clash. Right now, even without the use of a spirit sensor, everyone could sense the spirit energy ripples. It washed over their main and branch meridians like waves. The source of the spirit energy was at the bottom of the cliff, where the subsurface plasma was at its thickest. But the bottom was too far away. The spirit energy magnetic field interference was strong as well. When the superhumans activated their spirit flames, they swayed and were hard to control. Even Lin Chuan, who had the best flying abilities, did not dare to recklessly go down to investigate. They could only search the edge of the cliff in hopes of a flight of stairs or a spot where the spirit energy magnetic field interference was not that strong. If they could find a rock stratum that was rather stable, they could lower down ropes or foldable ladders to climb down in a safer manner. They were in the subsurface plasma, and most of the group was hidden from sight. The mine explorers could only see the backs of their teammates' heads and the side profiles of their teammates to their sides. All they heard was their heavy breathing and their rapid heartbeats. If they were the slightest bit careless, they would be split up and find themselves alone in the silent underground world. The spirit energy magnetic field interference affected their optical and auditory nerves, so quite a number of people began to hallucinate and hear things. Sometimes, when they accidentally turned their heads, they saw their teammates' faces turning pale because of the torment they went through in the subsurface plasma. They looked strange and unfamiliar, as if they were not a teammate they were familiar with, but a ghost that came from underground. While ending in the fear of the unknown, the group moved through the subsurface plasma for 5 minutes. Then, suddenly, someone discovered that something was off. There were more people. They were supposed to be a team of around 10 people. But now, they heard dozens of people's breaths and heartbeats around them. It was as if there were 2 mine exploration teams moving in the subsurface plasma at the same time, and they were moving in the opposite direction of each other. But at some unknown point in time, they had mixed together. This discovery caused quite a number of people to feel chills down their spines, and they instinctively screamed. Their voices were infectious and spread through the mine exploration team like lightning. Among the rising and falling screams, nearly half belonged to unfamiliar voices. No one knew who was the first to attack. They couldn't even tell whether they had really seen their real enemy. Everyone just drew their weapons and went to attack the seemingly unfamiliar people who had suddenly appeared in the subsurface plasma. With a growl, one of the hunters from Sharp Blade attacked the chest of a hunter from Frenzied Blade with his saber and broke 3 of that person's ribs. That person pushed against the Sharp Blade hunter's abdomen and fired all the bullets from his mini-submachine gun in one go. They were spirit energy bullets mixed with super beast bone powder and embedded with crystal fragments. They left holes in the Sharp Blade hunter's nano-fighting suit and his organs, and he fell in a bloody mess. One of the mine explorers from Sky Pillar Corporation had just used a foldable mine chisel to stab through a Universe Corporation mine explorer's temple when another Universe Corporation mine explorer used a flamethrower to turn him into a burning fireball. These devastating scenes were imprinted in the eyes of the hesitant mine explorers. Now, even if they did not want to fight against other humans, they had no choice. They could only use the tools designed to crush stones to crush other human skulls. The area descended into madness. Due to the stimulation provided by the astronomical profit from the Red Radiance Jade Mine, The new and old grudges adding fuel to the fire, and the threat of dying without a grave. Everyone from the mine exploration teams from Sky Pillar Corporation and Universe Corporation went mad. Their rationality was gone. Their civilized disguises fell away. They tossed the thought of being judged by morality and the law to the back of their minds and unleashed their desire to murder and destroy. In an instant, humans turned into monsters in human skin. They were even crazier than monsters. It seemed like only one person maintained his final bit of rationality in the crazed slaughter. Meng Zhao cradled his head desperately and dug his teeth into his lip. He used the pain to fight against the effects of the crystals. Helplessness and grief rose in his heart. He really wanted to fly into the air and shout at the top of his lungs for them to stop, because they were fighting among themselves, and if they continued, no one would be able to get the Red Radiance Jade Mine. In fact, they would cause the Northern Offense to end in failure. The plan to develop the new area would go up in smoke, and tens of millions of Dragon citizens would die in the future. But both sides had already gone berserk because of the slaughter. Forget about whether they would believe in his words. Even if anyone stopped and listened to him, their heads would be cut off the moment their attention wandered. How did things end up like this? Must we fight against each other? Can't I do anything even if I came back from the future? That's not right. There's something wrong. This clash happened too strangely. Meng Zhao was dazed. Suddenly, someone shoved him. It was Lin Chuan. His face was covered in blood, and he gasped like a monster. He shoved a packed military-grade backpack into Meng Zhao's arms. Listen, the mine explorers from Universe Corporation are too strong. We'll all probably die here. You're just in Spirit Tattoo Realm, so even without you, nothing will change. Lin Chuan grabbed Meng Zhao's collar and said fiercely, "Don't forget about the thing you promised me. You have to protect your own life. Run while everything is in chaos." I've collected survival and mine exploration tools into this bag. There are many crystal explosives here that can blast away stones, compressed MRE that you can eat for 3 days, and the most detailed map here. Take this bag, bypass the cliff, and look for a place to climb up. Return from where we came from. Find the place where the wall collapsed and see whether there is a crack. Then, climb over it or use those bombs to blast open a path. When Meng Zhao saw that Lin Chuan had already prepared everything beforehand, he shuddered. He stared at Lin Chuan. "Big brother Lin." Lin Chuan misunderstood his meaning and punched his chest. "I'm not asking you to run from the battlefield. I'm giving you a very difficult task. You have to live and escape from the underground. Go to the supernatural tower to report all that happened here. You have to tell the truth. It's Universe's Shen Yulong who attacked us first. We had no other choice and were forced to fight back. This way, even if Shen Yulong manages to get the upper hand for the time being, he will definitely be judged by the law. You, and all the family members of those who will die here will gain benefits when they get the right to mine the place first. Do you understand? Don't stand around in a daze, hurry up and go. If you don't, it'll be too late." Lin Chuan sounded really honest. He even had a sincere look on his face, as if he treated Meng Zhao like a brother he really loved. Meng Zhao gulped and said, "Big brother Lin, if I leave, what will happen to you?" Lin Chuan smiled heartily. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Don't forget. My beast soul is the undying bird. I've been in countless fights where I danced at the line between life and death in the wild. There are even a few times where I had one leg in my coffin, but I managed to get out. Shen Yulong is just a good-for-nothing rich man's son. He isn't strong enough to take my life. Enough with the nonsense. Go. Otherwise, I'm going to disown you." Meng Zhao gritted his teeth and came to a decision. "All right. Big brother Lin, please listen to one last thing from me, and I'll immediately go." He stared into Lin Chuan's eyes and spoke rapidly. "The fungus that spews out that sticky liquid after it's injured is known as stone statue fungus. It's named after the fact that its liquid can turn its victims into unmovable statues. The arthropod-type monsters that lurk in the depths of the stone statue fungus troop are known as 10,000 blade flying spiders. Just as their name suggests, their spider webs are like thousands of invisible blades. As for the largest creature, it's a spider that has a stone statue fungus growing on its back. It's known as demonic stone statue spider. It's a rarely seen evolved creature, and it's the leader of the stone statue fungi and 10,000 blade flying spiders. This is knowledge that I once saw on the Monster Forum. You have to remember it." Lin Chuan was stunned, and he said in puzzlement, "All right, I'll remember it. But why did you suddenly mention this?" Meng Zhao felt as if his throat was stuffed full of ice. and his voice instantly became colder. "It's nothing." Without batting an eyelid, he tightened his grip over his chain sabers and adjusted all the muscle fibers of his fingers to ensure that they were at the perfect state to execute power. Gunshots rang out around them. Bullets traveled even faster than the sound. One arrived in front of them like a fierce bolt of lightning. This was from the opponent's 4-star superhuman, solo gunslinger Lee Sin. "Move." Lin Chuan's pupils swiftly shrank until they were only 2 dots. He endured the pain, and his undying bird instantly grew to its largest. It opened its burning, bloody wings and formed an arc-shaped energy shield to protect Meng Jiao. Boom! The crystal bullet was filled with Lee Sin's powerful energy. It clashed fiercely against Lin Chuan's undying bird, and blinding sparks rose from it. Both of them were 4-star superhumans and Heaven Realm elites. Lee Sin had been lurking for a long time while observing them, forming his plans, and locking down on them. But Lin Chuan had to protect Meng Jiao, who was only a 1-star superhuman. He was caught off guard, and he suffered for it. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned stark pale. Even his undying bird's bloody wings turned dark. "Why aren't you gone yet?" Lin Chuan roared at Meng Jiao. His expression was so fierce that he looked like a savage demon who had crawled out of the depths of hell. Then, he turned his back to Meng Jiao and pounced at his greatest speed in the direction of the gunshot to close the distance between him and Lee Sin. While Meng Jiao hesitated for a moment, Lin Chuan and Lee Sin disappeared in the depths of the subsurface plasma. It was a fight to the death between Heaven Realm elites, and his current self was not strong enough to do anything about it. He could only watch dumbly as Lin Chuan's back vanished from his sight. With trembling fingers, he pressed against his eyeballs with everything that he had so that he could try and rub away the notification that kindling gave him at the top of his vision. Special Citizen Lin Chuan received your guidance, and his understanding toward unidentified monsters increased. Increased contribution points by 1. I knew it. Meng Jiao's heart clenched in pain. Lin Chuan, his neighbor, senior brother, and idol had turned from a pseudo-heroic citizen to a special citizen. Chapter 224, Idiot. He could not think too much about it. A powerful gust of wind came at his head. Meng Jiao felt as if electricity had just run through every single strand of his hair, and all of them trembled. He fell forward in a straight line and used his hands as support to kick back with his legs. His ambusher screamed in pain. His fibula was shattered by Meng Jiao's kick, and he instantly knelt on the ground. When Meng Jiao turned his head around to look, he found that it was an unfamiliar mine explorer. Universe Corporation's emblem was sewn on his sleeve. Based on the intensity of the spirit flames surrounding him, he should be a 2-star superhuman. However, mine explorers were supporters. Most of them were like Meng Jiao and trained their branch meridians. However, when it came to the circulation of their spirit energy circulated in slowly, and they did not pay attention to delivering instantaneous bursts of energy. They could change the structure of a rock or turn stones into gravel within 10 minutes, but they could not have their spirit energy burst out of them in a fraction of a second to crush their enemy's skull. It was just like how large and powerful herbivorous animals were usually not the opponent of fierce but small carnivorous animals who had all sorts of offensive methods. Hence, even though the miner's cultivation realm was higher, Meng Jiao pounced on him without hesitation. The mine explorer had fought to the point where he was in a frenzy, and his mental strength index had fallen below 50%. He was about to suffer a mental breakdown. The pain of his fibula breaking caused his mind to clear a little. And when Meng Jiao punched his face and nearly rammed his nasal bone into his brain, it completely destroyed his ferocity. He wanted to continue struggling, but a saber appeared horizontally over his neck, and killing intent pierced his blood vessels, muscles, trachea, and spine. "Don't move, or you'll die." Meng Jiao pinned the Universe Corporation mine explorer against the ground and lay down as well so the subsurface plasma would hide their figures. He drew closer to the person's ear and whispered, "Tell me, did Hu Peng go to your side? Did you make a wall collapse in an attempt to kill us?" The mine explorer's eyes went wide, and he looked confused. He could not understand what Meng Jiao meant at all. "Tell me, or I'll kill you." Meng Jiao gritted his teeth in exasperation. "Did you take the initiative to attack us? What did Shen Yulong tell you?" The mine explorer let out hissing sounds from his throat and waved his hands to show that he could not breathe because of Meng Jiao, much less speak. "All right, I'm going to let go of you a little, but you have to answer me honestly. This is very important to you and I. In fact, it's very important to everyone here. We can't continue fighting against each other, understand?" Meng Zhao moved Bloody Flame away from the man. He also moved his knee away from that person's back. The mine explorer sat on his knees and supported himself with his elbows. He sucked in a deep breath. Then, he shouted hysterically. "You idiot!" Meng Zhao was exasperated, and he quickly used his chains to lock down the person's throat. But a gorgeous figure who looked as fierce as a tiger had already shot out from the subsurface plasma ahead of them. A gust of wind arrived in front of Meng Zhao and pierced his eyes so badly that he could not open them. Bang! Their weapons clashed. Sparks flew against their faces, and they could feel pain, as if there were needles piercing into them. Meng Zhao took 3 steps back and knelt down on one knee. Both of his chain sabers were like venomous snakes lurking in bushes. The chains trembled soundlessly. The other person's momentum did not reduce in the slightest. It just increased. The saber slashes let out the faint sounds of tiger roars. His mustache was stained with blood, and he chuckled darkly. Meng Zhao's heart sank. It was a person he did not want to face the most from Universe Corporation's mine exploration team. Qin Hu, the vice captain of Frenzied Saber, the boss of Prosperous Resource Recovery Company, a veteran hunter whom he had once humiliated fiercely, and an elite at the peak of Earth Realm. "Bastard, the world is really small, eh? You probably never even dreamed that such a day would arrive, did you?" Qin Hu smiled fiercely. Meng Zhao braced himself and said, Mr. Hu, we can deal with the grudge between us someday later. Let's not fight right now. We have to make things clear." Qin Hu was slightly stunned. He did not expect that Meng Zhao would make himself so humble. He looked around and understood what he meant. His smile grew even more mocking. "What's wrong? You found out that Lin Chuan is being held back by my captain and can't save you now? You're scared because you know that you're about to die, so you're going to kneel down and beg for your life, is it? Hey, it's too late. Even if you beg for your life now, it's useless. It's never too late to beg for my life." Meng Zhao immediately made his decision and said readily, "Mr. Hu, everything that happened in the past was my fault. I admired you a lot since I was very young. I've listened to tales of your heroic deeds from my father over the years, and I'm really sorry about the misunderstanding between us. I've always been thinking late at night about how to apologize to you sincerely, but since I respect your great power, I never dared to visit you. Compared to a hero who fights for his life in Dragon City in the wild, I'm just a child, and if God forgives the sins of children, you're an adult, and you should be generous. Could you just pretend that I farted in your face and that's it? Can we sit down and drink some tea while we talk to understand each other?" Qin Hu was dumbfounded. His mustache trembled, and he said hesitantly, "Boy, what are you?" Suddenly, he seemed to have come to some sort of understanding. He shouted and swung his saber. "No way!" Meng Zhao wanted to cry. "I already begged for my life, and you're still attacking me? Duh, with your personality, it's impossible for you to beg for your life. But you're suddenly putting up such a humble stance. You definitely have some sort of nefarious plot cooking up in your head and some scheme boiling in your heart. You want to harm me, right?" Qin Hu swung his saber repeatedly. He looked smug and angry as he said, "Last time, you pretended to be a harmless sheep and scammed us of the Golden Spirit's etherealized neurosphere. You turned me into a laughingstock within my circle for a few months. You're infamous for being full of schemes. This time, I won't fall for it." Meng Zhao really wanted to faint. "Mr. Hu, aren't you just smart?" "Of course I have to be." Qin Hu felt really smug. "Everyone in the field knows that even though I look buff, I like using my head the most. Alright, I'll ask you to use your brilliant mind now. Please stop fighting for a moment or fight slower. You can listen to me while you fight, okay?" Meng Zhao was forced backward as Qin Hu continued cutting at him. He felt that his arms were so numb that he lost feeling in them. He had to use his eyes to be certain that they were still attached to his shoulders. But he refused to give up. He wanted to talk to Qin Hu and get a sense of the entire thing. Qin Hu narrowed his eyes and slowed down a little. He said in disdain, "You're afraid of dying, boy? You're not fit to be a superhuman at all." "I'm not afraid of death, but if I die, I should die meaningfully, not like this, where I become a corpse in the dark underground without even knowing what's going on." Meng Zhao gasped for breath. "Mr. Hu, this is what happened." Halfway through his speech, Qin Hu's attack speed suddenly increased. His saber, which weighed dozens of kilograms, suddenly became a metal block that weighed thousands of kilograms, and came charging at his head. Meng Zhao was caught off guard. He was sent flying by Qin Hu and fell heavily on the ground. Fortunately, he practiced the ultimate style, and he could control his muscle fibers and even his hair at will. He did not need to use his limbs. With the movements of his back muscles, he could slither forward half a meter like a python. Boom! Chinhu's saber crashed heavily between Meng Zhao's legs, and the blade sank deep into the ground. Shattered stones flew and hit Meng Zhao's leg. It stung with burning pain. Meng Zhao's eyes went wide, and he broke out in cold sweat. If he had not dodged in time, that slash would have cut him in half from between his legs. "Chinhu, you idiot!" Meng Zhao shouted angrily. "If I listened to another word you say, I'd be the real idiot." Chinhu licked his blood-stained lips and smiled savagely. "Quit your yammering. I hate cowards like you who are afraid of dying and will kneel down to beg for their lives. You were a normal person in the past, so I couldn't be bothered to deal with you. Now, we're all superhumans, so why bother with all the talk? Let's settle the grudge between us in the most satisfying way." His arms trembled. The heavy saber in the ground caused the earth to shatter as it trembled rapidly, and countless shattered stones shot out from it. The shattered stones were controlled by Chinhu's vitality magnetic field, and they shot at Meng Zhao's face like bullets. Meng Zhao could only keep retreating. But the anger in his heart continued burning. As he faced Chinhu's block-headed idiocy, he lost the confidence to convince him, because he refused to listen to anything. And as he faced the merciless chained attacks from this elite at the peak of Earth Realm, he did not even have any room to speak. He could only gather all his strength and swing his chain sabers like two tornadoes that devoured all the shattered stones. He reduced the stones to powder and flung them back at Chinhu in hopes to confuse him so the chain sabers could move to the back of his head and stab him. But Chinhu was a veteran hunter. He would not leave such an opening. Even with his eyes shut, he could locate Meng Zhao. Each of his slashes looked as if they could drain the air and even distort space. They were so powerful that they made Meng Zhao retreat repeatedly. He did not have the room to control his chain sabers accurately. Meng Zhao groaned. It was only at this moment that he learned of the true strength of someone at the peak of Earth Realm. Thinking about using the ultimate style to flip him over was just like thinking about using a shovel to fight against a tiger. Theoretically, it was possible, but the difference between theory and reality was as great as the distance between heaven and earth. Every slash Chinhu delivered did not just hit his saber, but also sent vicious blows to his arms, chest, heart, and vitality life field as well. If it were not for the long-lasting endurance provided to his branch meridians by the ultimate style, so his recovery speed and fighting endurance were 10 times higher than that of a normal one-star superhuman, Chinhu would have thrown him off his feet with just 5 slashes, and he would be a fish up for slaughter. Even now, aside from enduring it with great difficulty and passively getting hit, Meng Zhao could do nothing else. Suddenly, he felt a coolness behind him, and he could no longer find any place to stand. He had been pushed to the edge of the cliff by Chinhu. If he stepped back, he would fall into the abyss, right into an even darker world underground. With his great skills, Chinhu saw Meng Zhao swaying. His eyes lit up, and he lifted his saber high up. "Oh no!" Meng Zhao thought and dodged. But against his expectations, Chinhu's slash was just a feint. The veteran hunter had long since gathered a large amount of spirit energy to his right leg and now stomped viciously on the ground. 2 cracks appeared, and they traveled straight toward Meng Zhao's feet. The edge of the cliff where Meng Zhao stood instantly crumbled. He lost his balance, and the ground under his feet disappeared. It was at that moment that Chinhu roared loudly. He swung his saber horizontally and swept at Meng Zhao while 10 meters away from the cliff. At that critical moment, Meng Zhao finally flung the chains of his bloody flame, which he had not used all this while. Chinhu swung his arm to cut it up. The chain was chosen meticulously by Lin Chuan, so it was a good item made of super beast materials and super alloy. It was not so easily cut into two. Meng Zhao's fingers trembled rapidly, as if he was plucking zither strings. The chain moved like a snake and jumped up agilely. With the strength Chinhu used to cut it, it turned a corner, and from an amazing angle, it wrapped itself around his ankle. Sizzly. Offensive runic symbols were carved into the chain. They activated because of spirit energy, and fire and electrical arcs burned Chinhu's ankle until it was a mess. The chain from blood flame wrapped itself around Chinhu's ankle several times and tangled it up in a very ingenious fashion. No one could easily break out of it. The blade stabbed itself into Chinhu's calf as well, and the dozens of runic symbols on it shone as well. Wisps of light crawled into Chinhu's calf, causing him to continuously lose blood. Chinhu did not expect that Meng Zhao's weapon would be so bizarre, even though he was just at Spirit Tattoo realm. He was caught off guard and screamed in pain. Meng Jiao did not have the ability to use maglev to fly. So, he could only yank his chain saber in the hopes of using Qinhu's strength to return to the cliff. He did not expect that the edge of the cliff would still be collapsing, and when he yanked at Qinhu, the man lost his balance. He fell off the cliff as well. Both of them fell into the endless darkness. Chapter 225, Walking Corpse. Meng Jiao plummeted. He flung his arms all over the place, but there was nothing he could grab onto. He did not know what was waiting for him at the bottom of the dark underground, but fortunately, he still had one more chain saber. He threw his surging lightning into a wall more than 10 meters away from him. He yanked at the chains viciously, and they turned into straight lines at the same time. Surging lightning left behind a series of sparks on the wall, but Meng Jiao slowed down. Qinhu was still bound by bloody flame, and he fell even further away from the wall. He could not grab onto it. "Bastard, I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost." Qinhu howled in the dark. But his scream soon faded away in the thick subsurface plasma. Bang! Meng Jiao crashed against the ground and coughed up blood. He felt as if all his bones had shattered. He did not hesitate. He immediately cheated. Used 1,755 contribution points in exchange for one initial stage healing skill. Healing progress, 97%. As kindling burned, Meng Jiao heard faint, cracking sounds within his body. It was as if his bones, tendons, and flesh were rapidly growing, squirming, and healing. One initial stage healing skill could push his healing progress up between 8% and 10%. If he used it one more time, it would be a waste. But this was not the time for him to fuss over this. Meng Jiao did not even bat his eyelid and used another 1,767 contribution points to push his health to 100%. When there was no way he could push it any further, he sighed in relief. The price for rapid healing was a large amount of energy burned. Meng Jiao immediately felt hungry. It felt as if his stomach and intestines were about to be burned through by acid. Fortunately, he had the backpack Lin Chuan gave him. He opened it and found a lot of high-calorie compressed food inside, along with mine exploration and survival tools. All of them were packed neatly and fixed in place in a unique method to make sure that no matter how a person tumbled or crawled around, it would not turn into a mess and be squashed out of shape. Meng Jiao felt a stab in his heart once more. But his face remained expressionless. He tore open a few of the compressed food packages and forced himself to eat them. Right when he felt the discomfort in his stomach and intestines ease up, he heard the shrill howl that reminded him of an injured monster. "Bastard, come out. Fight me to the death. Bastard, you're shameless and despicable. You have the guts to provoke me, but you don't have the guts to come out and die? Come out. Get your ass out here. I'll rip you to shreds." Meng Jiao clicked his tongue. Did this idiot use up all the spirit energy for his brain on his muscles? His tenacity is really great. How can he jump around in such a lively manner when he just fell off a cliff that is at least 150 meters? Meng Jiao looked over. But he could not see more than 10 meters because of the surging subsurface plasma. He could not see the situation on the cliff, and he could not hear a single sound coming from it. The area on the cliff and below it were two different worlds. The cliff was hell filled with slaughter and bloodshed, but this place was a silent hell. And thank goodness, because the subsurface plasma was really thick. It absorbed all sound waves and light, so Qinhu was unable to discover his whereabouts immediately. Suddenly, the chain wrapped around Meng Jiao's left arm trembled. He was struck with surprise and fear, and it was only at that moment that he remembered that bloody flame was still wrapped around Qinhu's ankle. If that guy followed the chain, he would naturally arrive in front of him. Meng Jiao quickly yanked the chain and withdrew his chain saber. But it was already too late. A saber glare that was 10 times more vicious than before shot forward. Boom! It caused the stones beside him to fly, and air surged forward like waves. Meng Jiao's cheek was cut by the saber glare. Qinhu was close to him. But he did not scream nor counterattack. Instead, he stopped breathing and calmed his heartbeat. With the cover provided by the subsurface plasma, he bent his back and retreated bit by bit until he was next to the wall. Even if Qinhu was an elite at the peak of Earth Realm, his senses were still affected. He had fallen off a cliff that was nearly 200 meters off the ground and thrown off kilter. He was also affected by the crystal mine, and now, he was even in a really thick subsurface plasma. He would not be able to locate Meng Jiao immediately. Qinhu was so angry that he started causing a ruckus. He swung his saber madly in an attempt to frighten Meng Jiao and force him to come out. There were a few times where the saber glare grazed Meng Zhao's body and even cut a few strands of his hair. But Meng Zhao gritted his teeth and did not make a single sound. He intended to carry out his strategy and lie in wait until the end. The shock from the threat of death caused a familiar stab in the depths of his mind. A few of the memory fragments from his previous life shone, and like shards of glass, they scratched his cerebral cortex. This is... Meng Zhao widened his eyes. He did not expect that he would remember something from his previous life at such a crucial moment. In his days, he saw the Black Skull instructor who had pretended to slit his throat in the past. This time, they were in a dark classroom. Precise human nervous system diagrams and spirit energy circulation diagrams were drawn on the board. The 108 main meridians and 1024 branch meridians could all be seen. There were also dozens of other more mysterious and complicated spirit energy meridians. Meng Zhao heard the Black Skull instructor say darkly, "The army's strategy is scrap metal now. To hell with their steel army and using heavy artillery to get rid of all enemies. It's all just a bunch of bull." During the battle at Bloody Eagle Valley, the enemy just sent a few seven-ring magicians to summon a destructive fire meteor shower, and they got rid of our fully armored armor masters. We don't have that many fully armored armor masters in Dragon City to go through this sort of torment. We're too small. Even if we have great technology and a lot of skills, the other world civilization also has a lot of unfathomable abilities. If we face them head-on, we will definitely end up dead. But there are conflicts that have lasted for thousands of years between the different factions of power of the other world civilization. We can make them split up and stir up their conflicts to the maximum degree. Then, there'll be a war between the races of the other world. After that, Earthlings can use our status as outsiders to become offshore balancers. We can take advantage of the chaos and win. Humph, the Red Dragon army is filled with foolishly brave warriors who only think about how to fight with airplanes and artillery. They will naturally not be able to do this. If we want to save Dragon City, we'll have to rely on ourselves, the Ghost Tribe. Remember this. We are not soldiers. In fact, we don't exist. We don't need to obey any of the rules or limits set by the soldiers. We can ambush, poison, lurk, disguise ourselves, cause conflict, and do whatever it is to create chaos. As long as it's to weaken the other world's civilization, you're encouraged to use whatever methods are necessary. And the basis of all these methods are the walking corpse and bizarre stab. Today, we will talk about walking corpse. Walking corpse is a lurking technique created by the Zombie Research Center. It's a combination of the specialities of how zombies move, how the ultimate style controls muscles, fibers and the hair on our bodies, the assassination technique from blood elves, and the lurking technique from dark shadow casters. Just like the name suggests, after you practice all your breathing techniques, meditation techniques, body movements, and ways to control your organs, walking corpse will minimize your breathing, heartbeat, the heat released by your pores, the brain waves released by your brain, and even the movement of your organs. This is to lower the possibility of enemies discovering you. In the most extreme situations, walking corpse can cut off your vital signs completely, turning you into a cold corpse, but you will retain your thoughts and your ability to fight. You can move as fast as zombies, act as fiercely as blood elves, use the mysteriousness of dark shadow casters, and quietly kill your target. This is the initial construction model of the spirit energy magnetic field you will form when you cast walking corpse. Later on, it will change in more than 100 ways. You need to examine it and familiarize yourself with it. Remember this. When you carry out your missions in the future, walking corpse will become a very practical skill. It can lower your metabolism and the activity of your organs as well, reduce all the unnecessary energy consumption. It will help you escape the pursuit of a powerful enemy and repress your emotions so that you can stop thinking of unnecessary things. You will then become a stable and reliable killing machine which will lay out a bloody road for the future of Dragon City and Earth's civilization. Next, I will talk about the secrets of walking corpse in detail. Meng Zhao was about to suffocate. When the nightmarish memories from his previous life finally became dark and the Black Skull instructor vanished once more, kindling branded a new skill into his cerebral cortex. Walking corpse, normal level. Skillfulness, 9%. Is it because I'm at the border of life and death and am facing the threat of death that I remembered some of the ways to protect my life? Meng Zhao did not have the time to think about it. He immediately threw thousands of contribution points to increase walking corpse's skillfulness. But he could not increase his skillfulness with walking corpse as quickly as he could with basic gun technique or 100 saber techniques. Even after he threw thousands of contribution points into it, it did not increase significantly. Meng Zhao gritted his teeth and threw around 15,000 contribution points into it. Finally, Walking Corpse rose to specialist level. But even if he threw his life into it, he might not be able to push it from specialist level to master level. This proved his guess. Walking Corpse was a relatively high-grade skill, and it was not something that he should master now. On his normal cultivation path, he would not have activated this particular memory from his past life. It was only released to him beforehand because he was facing the threat of death and wanted to live. So, if I want to increase my power at the fastest speed possible, I have to constantly wonder at the line between life and death so that I can remember more things? He would think about it slowly later. When he sensed Qinhu's raging flames getting closer to him, Meng Zhao activated Walking Corpse. In an instant, all color drained from his face, and his skin turned pale and ashen. His breathing and heartbeat slowed, and even the speed at which his blood flowed and his spirit energy circulated slowed down. He was just like a cold corpse that fused together with a cold wall. Qinhu walked 8 meters past him with his saber in hand, but it was as if he could not see Meng Zhao. Instead, he shouted into the depths of the subsurface plasma. "Come out, bastard! I saw you. Come out and die. I'll give you an easy death." Meng Zhao narrowed his eyes and quickly calculated his chances of winning if he used Bloody Flame to ambush Qinhu from the back. Unfortunately, Walking Corpse was just a lurking skill. He had to add it together with the assassination skill Bizarre Stab to use it to the fullest. And the memories he had just activated did not provide him with the details of the spirit energy magnetic field and principles for Bizarre Stab. Just as he was wondering whether he should attack, Qinhu suddenly shouted excitedly and slashed at a spot in the depths of the subsurface plasma. "Die!" He cut into a soft object. But the thing that gushed out of his target was not blood. Instead, it was a highly corrosive acid. Numerous huge black shadows started squirming in the subsurface plasma. Chapter 226, Spoiler. Qinhu was caught off guard. The acid hit his left eye, and white smoke immediately rose up. His eye sizzled, and it hurt him so much that he wanted to die. One of the black shadows that popped out of the subsurface plasma opened its mouth and went to bite his head. It was a worm the size of a python. The place where its head should be opened up in 4 directions to reveal a terrifying mouthpiece covered in fangs. It was like a blossoming man-eating flower. The creature was a Grade 2 superbeast, slit-mouthed anaconda. Qinhu instantly turned from a hunter into a prey. He swung his saber instinctively and had his spirit flame surge. His blade swiftly cut off the slit-mouthed anaconda's mouthpiece. But another slit-mouthed anaconda tore off a piece of flesh and bone from his shoulder. His blood splashed everywhere in the dark area. After sensing fresh blood, more slit-mouthed anacondas crawled out of the subsurface plasma. They looked up and opened their mouths wide to smile hideously. Qinhu covered his wound with a pale face. "This idiot!" Meng Zhao stuck to the wall like a living corpse. He laughed coldly in his heart. He knew that there was a red radiance jade mine nearby, which is why the spirit energy here is rich, so it was obvious that the monsters here would be nourished to the point they evolved and mutated. Even if there were no high-grade super beasts here, a lot of low-grade super beasts or even normal monsters can give a hard time to someone at the peak of Earth Realm. Subsurface plasma is the product of the spores from etherealized plants and glowing microorganisms fusing together. Hence, when there is subsurface plasma, there is definitely a large ecosystem in the area, so one has to be extremely careful of monsters and superbeasts. Yet he didn't explore the area and look for the species around him, but just released his spirit flames carelessly. He's like a torch in the dark, so it's only par for the course that all sorts of monsters come at him. Slit-mouthed anacondas are just Grade 2 superbeasts, so they should not pose any threat to him, who is at the peak of Earth Realm, but with the nourishment provided by the Red Radiance Jade Mine, they are especially huge and brutal. As for him, he has been fighting for some time, and he even fell off a cliff. He's exhausted, and he's temporarily blinded in one as well. He might not even be able to bring out 30% of his fighting power. He brought this on himself. Fighting against so many slit-mouthed anacondas alone is certain death. Just as Meng Zhao expected, when more than 10 slit-mouthed anacondas charged over, Qinhu, who had been full off bluff and bluster, was immediately dragged into a vortex of death. He did his best and killed 2 slit-mouthed anacondas, but more than 10 wounds appeared on his body. His blood gushed out, and when one wound stopped bleeding, ghastly white broken bones could be seen. But he did not seem to notice it. He fought like a crazed tiger. Since he was facing monsters, he temporarily forgot about Meng Zhao's existence. He acted on his instincts of a hunter and activated his vitality magnetic field to the max. "Come on, you monsters. Whoever wants to eat me, come up and try." Chinhu's remaining eye shone with a brutal light. He laughed loudly and refused to retreat. He pounced into the midst of the slit-mouthed anacondas like a hungry tiger, and even with terrifying wounds on his body, he insisted on swinging his saber to make the monsters pay a terrifying price. His nano-fighting suit was swiftly torn to pieces by the slit-mouthed anaconda's fangs. Blood continued pouring over his arms. It made his saber hilt wet, and it became a little slippery. He decided to just remove his shirt, which revealed his refined and strong body. He then used the torn shirt to bind his injured arm and saber tightly together. The slit-mouthed anacondas were shocked by his momentum. They surrounded him and did not dare attack him for a moment. Even Meng Jiao was shocked for a brief moment as he watched him. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life or his current life, he did not like Prosperous Resource Recovery Company's boss. Chinhu was just too crude, unreasonable, domineering, stupid, and indulgent of rascals. But Meng Jiao had to admit it that if he ignored the man's identity as Chinhu, the man in front of him was someone who would fight even when drenched in blood and would rather die than retreat. He had the unyielding attitude of powerful humans. Why isn't he asking for my help though? He should know that I'm hiding nearby and am coldly watching him fight against these monsters. Well, makes sense. He knows that even if he asks for help, I won't help. Our grudge runs deep, and he has been calling me a bastard throughout the whole fight. He even tried to kill me. There's no way I would help him. And he claims himself to be a hero, so he would be ashamed to ask for help. Meng Jiao was still in the status of a living corpse. His mind was affected by walking corpse, and a cold sneer formed on his lips. He decided to just watch the fight. In any case, Chinhu had mistaken a slit-mouthed anaconda for him and swung his saber at it. That was how he had provoked the monsters. He deserved to be damned. Meng watched coldly as the slit-mouthed anacondas pounced on Chinhu once more. He watched coldly as Chinhu roared and cut the slit-mouthed anacondas until they were a bloody mess. His wounds continued accumulating, and burning blood flowed down the lines of his bulging muscles. It spilled all over the cold ground. He watched coldly as a slit-mouthed anaconda shot forward and bound Chinhu's thigh. The hunter drove his saber into its gaping mouth, and his spirit flames surged forward. They tore through the monster's upper body. He watched coldly as Chinhu killed in a frenzy and stuffed a slit-mouthed anaconda's still squirming flesh into his mouth. While chewing on it, he laughed. "You want to eat me? Well, I'm going to taste you first." Meng Jiao thought coldly, I shouldn't help that idiot. Besides, I'm just a one-star superhuman. Slit-mouthed anacondas are grade 2 superbeasts, and there are a lot of them. If I go, I'll just be asking for my own death. Besides, this idiot is the type that takes his revenge for even the pettiest of things. Even if I go and help him chase away all the slit-mouthed anacondas, he might not appreciate it. He might even end up stabbing me. Also, there's a high possibility that he'll push me to the slit-mouthed anacondas and run away. I won't save him. He called me a bastard really happily just now. Why didn't he consider that he might end up like this? I won't save him. It's not as if I can save him, anyway. At that moment, Chinhu's arm was grabbed by a slit-mouthed anaconda. He flung it, and the creature landed around 4 meters in front of Meng Jiao. Chinhu's vitality magnetic field was now incredibly chaotic. His mind was burning as if a volcano was erupting in his brain. Naturally, he did not notice that Meng Jiao was nearby. But Meng Jiao's heart leapt to his throat. Chinhu staggered over and spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with teeth and flesh. Then, he swung his saber at the slit-mouthed anacondas. This scene made it seem as if he was stepping forward bravely to protect Meng Jiao behind him. Meng Jiao's eyelids and lips twitched. For some reason, the Black Skull instructor's words rose in his mind. It's only when you get rid of all unnecessary emotions and thoughts that you can turn yourself into a loyal and reliable killing machine. Then, you'll be able to pave a bloody road for the survival of Earth's civilization. When the apocalypse arrived, Meng Jiao had carved those words deep into his soul. But the 18-year-old Meng Jiao rejected them instinctively. Because of it, he could no longer remain a living corpse. His heartbeat instantly beat like a war drum. A few slit-mouthed anacondas immediately noticed his presence. At the same time as some pounced at Chinhu, a few opened their mouths to attack Meng Jiao as well. He yelped and crawled on the ground like a human-shaped gecko. He only barely managed to avoid the attack. His movement meant that he joined Chinhu and was surrounded by slit-mouthed anacondas. "Oh no!" Meng Jiao groaned. I'm really going to die because of this idiot. Bastard, you were hiding so close by and acted like a rat who wouldn't even make a squeak? I just knew you're a coward afraid of dying. Chinhu was shocked and angry. He wanted to continue yelling at Meng Zhao, but 8 slit-mouthed anacondas attacked them at the same time. They could not bother with fighting against each other. They anxiously swung their sabers in different directions. With Meng Zhao helping to deal with the enemies behind him, Chinhu only needed to fight against those in front of him. His saber glare instantly grew, and he smoothly cut a slit-mouthed anaconda which was more than half a meter in diameter in half. Meng Zhao's chain saber bound a slit-mouthed anaconda's mouthpiece tightly. His spirit energy surged through the carved lines of the runic symbol, and as if he was slicing bean curd, he cut off the 4 flaps around its mouthpiece. Now, the slit-mouthed anaconda was left with only a bare body, and it trashed around as if it was mad. Since they were facing incredibly fierce monsters, the 2 men had to pay full attention to their fight. Gradually, they forgot about the other person's existence and only focused on fighting together until their backs touched each other. As if they were electrocuted, they jumped away from each other. They turned their heads around and saw the surprised and disgusted expressions on each other's faces. They instinctively lifted their sabers to attack the other. But they saw slit-mouthed anacondas jumping at the other's back. Both of them swung their sabers over each other's shoulders and cut the monster behind them. After more than 10 mangled carcasses lay on the ground, the slit-mouthed anacondas finally left. They slowly squirmed into the depths of the subsurface plasma while letting out rustling sounds. The 2 humans were covered in wounds and gasping for breath. They were exhausted and knelt on one knee. Even so, they held their sabers tightly and stared at each other like trapped beasts. They did not dare to lower their guard in the slightest. Chinhu was much more injured. After the stalemate lasted for a long time, he was finally unable to hold himself back and asked, Bastard, do you reckon these slit-mouthed anacondas crawled far away? How many monsters are left in the subsurface plasma? Chinhu, if you friggin' call me a bastard one more time, I swear that even if there are monsters around us, I'm going to kill you and then myself. Meng Zhao said fiercely. Son of a gun, do you think I grew up being afraid of other people? I'd be humiliated if I stopped calling you names just because you asked. Chinhu glared at him. Meng Zhao cackled. Is there a difference between son of a gun and bastard? Brat is fine, right? This is my limit. I won't relent more than this. Chinhu spat out another mouthful of blood, but he did not have the strength to spit it far away, so his mustache was a mess. Meng Zhao snorted coldly. The slit-mouthed anacondas have never suffered such a major loss here. Of course they won't go far. So, what do you want to do? Chinhu gritted his teeth and hissed. I wanted to kill you. If you didn't drag me here, how would I have ended in this state? I want to kill you too. Then, I'll split your skull open like a harvester and see whether your stupid brain is as big as a walnut. If you had talked to me calmly up there, we wouldn't have ended up in this state. Meng Zhao flicked his chain sabers. So, are we going to attack now, or are we going to rest for 3 minutes before we kill each other? Chinhu's eyes shone with a fierce light. When the killing intent from the 2 people rose, the rustling sounds in the subsurface plasma became grating to the ears. Chinhu narrowed his eyes. With great reluctance, he quelled his killing intent. You want to kill me, and I want to kill you too, but we know that humans don't always get to fulfill every single one of their wishes. I want to become a deity realm elite and reach the peak of supernatural tower. I even want to become a superhero that is respected by millions of dragon citizens. But I can't do it now, so I don't need to be bothered by it. It's the same thing as me wanting to kill you, so I shouldn't be bothered by it, right? Chapter 227, Mr. Who Treasures His Dignity. Yeah. Meng Zhao said tentatively. If we're going to kill each other some other day, it's better if we go to the wall and rest. At least, we won't have to worry about being surrounded by enemies there. We were lucky just now that we didn't run into hell beasts and that the slit-mouthed anacondas aren't infested by blood flowers, but good luck won't side with us forever. What do you think? I think you make sense. We'll settle our score some other day. Now, let's think of a way to leave this stupid place before anything else. Chinhu looked at the bizarre shadows squirming in the subsurface plasma and then at his open wounds. He also saw the ghastly white bones within them. He smiled bitterly and grudgingly accepted the truce. With his saber supporting his swaying body, he maintained a wary distance of 5 meters from Meng Zhao while he walked to the wall. He left a bloody trail behind him. Both of them sat down cross-legged and sighed at the same time. They moaned having just escaped death. Meng Zhao spent nearly 2,000 contribution points to perform a major treatment on himself. He then found the backpack he left by the wall and brought out some nice-smelling compressed food. Chin-Hu stared at it intently, but he found it too embarrassing to ask for food, so he gritted his teeth and vented his rage by punching his stomach. It tore a wound open, and the pain made him bare his teeth. Meng Zhao wanted to laugh, but he also felt a little conflicted. When he thought about how he did not know the situation on the cliff and that Chin-Hu might be the crucial piece that could change the situation, since he was at the peak of Earth Realm, Meng Zhao made his decision. He pinched his nose and tossed a few high-calorie compressed food packets, a few vials of genetic medicine, and an emergency medical kit. Chin-Hu was stunned for a moment. Then, his mustache-covered face turned red. Without a single word, he took the gene medicine. Then, with familiar movements, he stitched his wounds and wrapped them up. After he exercised his breathing for a while, his vitality magnetic field stabilized, and some color returned to his face. He said falteringly and really reluctantly, "Brat, I owe you one. Now, the grudge between us is gone. Once we're back in Dragon City, as long as you and your father don't appear in front of me, I won't cause trouble for you." Meng Zhao could not help but laugh, and he imitated Chin-Hu's way of speaking and said, "Are you really going to settle this grudge just like this because you said so? Then I'd be really embarrassed." "You." It was rare for Chin-Hu to humble himself to this point, and he did not think that someone younger would look down on him this way. He felt a little angry and embarrassed. "Since you don't intend to call a truce, why did you jump out to save me just now?" Meng Zhao snorted coldly. "Don't misunderstand. I never thought about saving you. I was only going to watch as you were torn to shreds by that slit-mouthed anaconda and die without a grave. This is something you deserve, and your death wouldn't be regrettable. But alas, I have yet to perfect my lurking skill, so I was discovered by the slit-mouthed anaconda. That's why I was forced to appear. It has nothing to do with you." Chin-Hu was stunned. He stroked his mustache and said, "You didn't have to tell me the truth. You could have just said that you wanted to return our grudge with kindness and decided to help. You would have been able to gain my favor." "Why would I want to gain your favor? You're not some peerless elite or deity realm elite," Meng Zhao said stiffly. "Besides, didn't you just claim that you're really smart and that you can see through my schemes with just one look? What if you think I have ulterior motives because I'm trying to gain your favor and just draw your saber to cut me down without caring about anything else? After all, that's what you did on the cliff." Chin-Hu felt embarrassed and angry. His face flushed red. "Let's make things clear, brat. It's true that I really want to cut you down, but if you weren't the ones who attacked first, I wouldn't have done that. What do you think I am, mad? If I kill someone carelessly, I'm going to be judged by the supernatural tower." Meng Zhao scowled. "What? You can choose to believe me or not, it's up to you." Chin-Hu spat out a mouthful of bloody phlegm and said in a tone full of despair, "Brat, you're really lucky. You managed to ally yourself with Thunderbolt, Yan Organization, Soul-Breaking Saber Luo Wu, and you're even a student from Agricultural University's martial arts course. All the forces of power siding with your people I cannot afford to offend. How would I ever dare to attack you?" Meng Zhao sank into contemplative silence. "You can kill me and throw me into the depths of the underground. Whatever my fate, no one will be able to find me. No evidence will be left." "What nonsense are you yammering about?" Chin-Hu asked. "Even if the supernatural tower can't find any evidence to judge me, do you think those ruthless people from Yan Organization, Soul-Breaking Saber Luo Wu, and Thunderbolt will care about proof and respect the law? You and I share a major grudge, and we appeared in opposing mine exploration teams in a fierce competition. Then, you disappeared out of the blue. If someone decides to accuse me of killing you, regardless of whether I did it or not, I could only open my mouth and obediently admit that I did it. I've been fighting for years in Dragon City and I'm pretty famous. I have a family and a business. Why should I fight against you because of a momentary impulse? If I did it, I'd have to face Thunderbolt, Yan Organization, Soul-Breaking Saber Luo Wu, and Agricultural University's martial arts course's wrath. My whole family might end up destroyed because of that. I'd need a few screws loose in my head to do something like that." Meng Zhao was dumbfounded. "When we ran into each other underground, you were really fierce and even threatened me. You said that I'm lucky, otherwise, you'd kill me. We're all working in society and we care about our dignity, you know?" Chin-Hu said shamelessly. "There were a lot of people around us, including Weeping Reaper Lin Chuan, and he's an internet celebrity. What was I supposed to do? Show weakness to you in front of the crowd? Even if I can't kill you, I can still say a few words to scare you. It's all normal proceedings in the real world. What? Were you really terrified by me? Ha 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 ha. He laughed as if he had discovered a new continent. And he laughed so much that his wound tore again. It hurt so much that he sucked in a sharp breath. A cold look settled on Meng Zhao's face. As he pondered over Qin Hu's words, his pupils suddenly narrowed into two small dots. You said that we're the ones who attacked first, which is why you decided to kill us. Duh. I couldn't be bothered to attack you, but you're the ones who went asking for your own death, so don't go blaming me for that. Qin Hu narrowed his eyes and said fiercely, you killed Yan Ping, which was the signal for a full-on war. In that sort of situation, even if I cut you down in front of soul-breaking Saber Luo Wu and the case was brought to the supernatural tower, I couldn't be faulted for it. Wait, who is Yan Ping? Meng Zhao felt that he had found the key. You have the guts to kill, but don't have the guts to admit it? Qin Hu sneered coldly and said, yesterday, your lot snuck into our camp to steal the sample of the Red Radiance Jade and exploratory data, but were discovered by our sentries. When you fled, you killed our sentry by slitting his throat. His name was Yan Ping, and he died a tragic death. Of course, judging by your expression, you were kept in the dark. But that makes sense too. You're just a one-star superhuman. Why are you in the mix here? Lucia is a cunning and devious woman. Even if she did these tricks, she wouldn't tell you. She wants to make you die here without even knowing the cause. Poor guy. Meng Zhao narrowed his eyes and enunciated his words clearly, so, that's why you made the wall collapse? To take revenge on us? Qin Hu could not understand what he said. What wall? Meng Zhao gave a simple account of the corporate spy and the collapse of the wall. Shen Yulong actually did something like this behind our backs? Qin Hu was a little shocked. He thought about it and shook his head. Impossible. Shen Yulong was with our captain all the time. He didn't have the time to come up with such a scheme. Don't you think that calculating the time and making the wall collapse is too complicated? You'd have to make sure that you calculate the time for the wall to collapse right down to the second. How would we know when you'd pass through the place? If we really had that ability, we might as well have just parked our 4-star gunslinger at the wall. The moment we blew one of the Heaven Realm fighters' brains off, we'd have a solid win without suffering any losses. As for that corporate spy you're saying, I've never even heard of him. We drew a lot of maps over the past few days and explored dozens of mines. We even have a Red Radiance Jade sample that has less than 10% Red Radiance Jade in it. We have everything, so there's no need for us to try and scheme against you. Are you sure? Meng Zhao stared at Qin Hu to find any sign of him lying on his face. Would your captain and Shen Yulong be blinded by their interests and work together to deceive you, which would end up in them bringing all of you to get involved in this fight where both parties will only end up being severely injured? Qin Hu disagreed and said, that's impossible. Frenzied Saber and Shen Yulong only share an employer-employee relationship. Even if we managed to locate the Red Radiance Jade mine, the ones who would get the right to mine it first would be Universe Corporation. They get to eat the meat, while we get to drink the soup. There's no need for us to do something that the whole world believes is wrong and defend Sky Pillar Corporation and the Supernatural Tower. Once he said it, he froze. He thought about it for a moment, and his mustache trembled. We didn't collapse the wall, and you didn't kill our sentry. Then, who did it? Now, do you understand why I didn't want to fight against you on the cliff? Meng Zhao asked coldly. We were both drawn into a scheme, and it doesn't just concern our lives and deaths. It also concerns the success and failure of the Northern Offense and will even affect the future of Dragon City. Your wife and children will be staying in Dragon City for years in the future. You share a good relationship with your wife, and you wouldn't want to see millions of monsters rush into Dragon City and tear her into shreds, right? Qin Hu was amazed. How did you know that I have a good relationship with my wife? If you didn't love your wife, why would you just watch your brother-in-law turn your company into such a bad place to work in and do nothing about it? Meng Zhao asked in annoyance. Qin Hu's face turned red. He defended himself by saying, we're an old married couple, and when you're married for as long as I have, you don't talk about love anymore. But my wife was with me when I had nothing. At that time, I was young and filled with vigor. When I was bitten to shreds by monsters, the doctors even said that even if they managed to save me, I'd end up useless. But she stayed by my side and took care of me for 10 days and nights. She dragged me back from death's door and said that it's fine even if I don't end up as a superhuman. She would become a harvester with me, and we'd be able to feed ourselves somehow. I don't have any other strengths, but I friggin' value my relationships. I know that Shen Rongfa is a good-for-nothing, useless son of a gun, but my wife is good. Even if my brother-in-law is a dog, I'll pinch my nose and bear with it. Seriously, brat, if you suffered under Shen Rongfa, you could have told me in secret. Do you think that I'm seriously that stupid as to not be able to differentiate right from wrong and would make my ace workers suffer? But you just had to make things hard for me in public. What was I supposed to do at that time? I could only support my brother-in-law to the very end, or else, I'd be embarrassed. Chapter 228, Only Survivor. Meng Zhao sneered coldly. So, are my dad and I supposed to apologize to you, Mr. Hu? Qin Hu pretended as if he did not hear the mocking tone in Meng Zhao's voice. He swung his hand and said, "Forget it. I'm a generous person. I won't bother arguing with someone younger than I am. What happened is now in the past, and whoever mentions it is a twat. What is the most important thing right now is that we have to get out of this stupid place." He ate the last mouthful of the high-calorie compressed food and patted his stomach as if he had not had his fill just yet. He thought about it and beckoned Meng Zhao over. "Come here, brat." Meng Zhao instantly looked wary. His chain sabers moved soundlessly like venomous snakes. Qin Hu's lips curled up, and he mumbled, "Aren't you wary, brat?" He removed his tactical watch and tossed it at Meng Zhao while saying, "The map my team drew as we explored the place is inside. It includes a few of the cracks I found leading to the surface. If we crawl up along these cracks, we can escape. Transfer that data into your tactical map. If anything happens, we will have a few paths we can use to survive." Tactical watches were the most loyal companions of superhumans in the wild. Not only did they show the time, they also showed various information like humidity, air pressure, height, depth, density of spirit energy, intensity of the spirit energy ripples, and other stuff. They could also store a lot of data regarding monster weaknesses and the ways to fight them. The watches were also carefully made using the sturdiest crystals and super beast materials. They could endure powerful tremors, corrosion, and spirit energy magnetic field interference. It could be said that they were the most valuable equipment a superhuman owned. Regardless of whether it was Lucio or Shen Yulong, they had thrown much of their money into the mine exploration, and both sides prepared the most advanced tactical watches for their team members. Despite the fierce fight earlier, the tactical watches were undamaged. Meng Zhao pulled out the cable from Qin Hu's tactical watch and connected it to his own watch. After he brought out the map and looked at it, he quirked his eyebrows. "So, you didn't come here through the subsurface stream?" "Yeah. This region has just gone through a major geographical change. The Red Radiance Jade Mine rose from deep underground. The powerful spirit energy impact tore through the sturdy rock stratum and created countless cracks. Naturally, there isn't just one path leading underground." Qin Hu told Meng Zhao that there was a geologist in Shen Yulong's mine exploration team as well. He brought them to the edge of raging waves and used a secret technique to locate a cave leading to the ore bed. Unfortunately, there were a lot of super beasts that were infected by blood flowers deep in the cave. After a fierce fight, most of the super beasts turned into the undead. While they fought, they retreated and fled deeper underground. Then, they exploded the wall behind them and sealed the cave shut so that the undead were blocked outside. This meant that there was no way for them to return up the same road. Even if they located the Red Radiance Jade Mine, they could only find another exit. Hence, Shen Yulong's team spent an extra 24 hours to explore the cracks above them. They used ultrasound to test the flow of air and discovered a few paths they could use to escape. "But unless it's absolutely necessary, it's better if we don't crawl through them. I'd rather go to the subsurface stream you mentioned and face that raging lion dragonfish," Qin Hu said. "Why?" Meng Zhao did not understand. "Because we're already under raging waves. If we crawl up along the cracks above us, even if we get to the surface, we'll be in raging waves," Qin Hu said. "And what do you think raging waves is?" "It's the nest of an apocalyptic beast. The deity realm elites are currently fighting an earth-shattering battle against that apocalyptic beast right now, and if we're unlucky, we'll walk straight into our deaths. We're just an earth realm, you know? The apocalyptic beast can kill us with a single kick." Meng Zhao thought about it and agreed with Qin Hu. Even if they managed to climb to raging waves, they would just be climbing from the 18th level of hell to the 17th. There was no difference. But when he thought further about it, he found that there was something off. He had overlooked something really important. Qin Hu was alive. In the memories from his past life, when his father was injured and they sued Prosperous, then looked for Qin Hu for money after they won the lawsuit, Qin Hu was always the boss of Prosperous. It meant that he had lived for another 5 years at the least. My God, that means that without me, the variable, Qin Hu had actually been lucky enough to escape this. Meng Zhao's eyes instantly lit up, and he thanked his lucky stars that he did not watch Chin Hu die just now. This idiot was actually lucky enough to become one of the few survivors in this strange scheme. In fact, he might even be the only survivor. But Meng Zhao narrowed his eyes and endured the pain from the depths of his mind to recall more things. In his previous life, after he became a harvester with his father, he seemed to recall meeting Chin Hu once. At that time, Chin Hu was really temperamental and ruthless. Every single one of his pores released bloodthirst, and he looked like a monster in human skin. He left behind a really bad impression on Meng Zhao. After he returned to the past, during the few times they ran into each other, while Meng Zhao still thought that Chin Hu was domineering, he did not seem to be as ruthless as he was in his past life. Did his experience in the underground cause the drastic change in his personality? That's right. Right now, Chin Hu is the vice captain of Frenzied Saber. But based on what I remember, Chin Hu was a solo hunter in my previous life. He handed the daily affairs of Prosperous to Shen Rongfu while he stayed in the wild all the time to chase some powerful monster. After we won the lawsuit, we tried going to Chin Hu for the money a few times, but he never showed up. He was either in isolated training or hunting in the wild. Back then, my sister and I thought that Chin Hu didn't want to give us the money, which is why he intentionally hid himself from us. But now that I think about it, with Chin Hu's power, there was no reason for him to hide from the two of us, because we're just normal people. This matter became an important reason behind why Jiakao turned into the Dark Witch. Even now, Meng Zhao could still remember Bei Jiakao's indignant words at that time. He went to the wild to hunt that white spirit again? What a joke! Chin Hu is just a 5-star superhuman. He hasn't even reached the peak of Heaven Realm. But the white spirit is one of the 9 great supernatural entities. Even those in Deity Realm might not be able to handle it, so how can he possibly kill the white spirit? Excuses. They're all lousy excuses. He's actually using such ridiculous lies to send us away? The law only protects powerful people like Chin Hu, the rich, and those who stand at the top. It does not protect our interests. I swear that from this moment on, I won't believe in those stupid laws anymore. I'll rely on my own power to take back what belongs to us. Meng Zhao widened his eyes. He was shocked by the memory fragments that rose to the forefront of his mind. Then, he sank into puzzlement. What's this white spirit? What are the 9 great supernatural entities? Even the Deity Realm fighters might not be able to win against them? Wouldn't that mean that they're even stronger than apocalyptic beasts? Why did Chin Hu insist on hunting one of the 9 great supernatural entities when they're even stronger than apocalyptic beasts? Also, right now, Chin Hu is just a 3-star superhuman. He's already a middle-aged man, so after fighting for so many years in the wild, he has a lot of hidden injuries accumulating in his body. His spirit meridians have already stagnated, and his cultivation base has stopped progressing. How could then he get to Heaven Realm in just a few short years and reach Spirit Gaze Realm? Did he run into some sort of fortuitous event? Meng Zhao's thoughts raced as quickly as lightning. Brat, what's wrong with you? Chin Hu asked in puzzlement. It's nothing. Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath and decided to bet everything. He threw his backpack to Chin Hu and said, "You aren't full yet, right? Your stamina and spirit energy haven't recovered to their peak. There's still some food and medicine here. Do whatever you want with them." You're giving them to me? Chin Hu widened his eyes. Then what's going to happen to you? I can't last anymore. Meng Zhao decided to bet everything on Chin Hu, but he was still worried that he would turn his back on him, so he wanted to test him one more time. So, he activated Walking Corpse and reduced his body functions. He slowed down his heartbeat, breathing, and movements of organs so that his face turned pale and he looked really weak. I'm suffering from internal injuries. The slit-mouthed anacondas just now crashed into me really violently, and they tore my organs, so I'm bleeding internally right now, Meng Zhao said weakly. I give you everything since you're at the peak of Earth Realm, so recover your strength as much as possible and save me. At the same time, he discreetly circulated his spirit energy and created a spirit energy magnetic field. He also adjusted his muscle fibers. If Chin Hu put on a savage face the moment he got the backpack, Meng Zhao would attack and strike a fatal hit. But Chin Hu did not betray him. In fact, he did not even take the backpack. Instead, he scratched his mustache for a long time and pursed his lips before he said, "Your acting sucks." Huh? Brat, you just fell off a really high cliff and jumped around like some cockroach. Yet you're saying that your organs are bleeding badly because of a few knocks from the slit-mouthed anacondas? Who'd believe that? Chin Hu continued, Besides, aren't you practicing that ultimate style? It claims that it can clear 1024 branch meridians, provide great protection to your organs, and give you great endurance? Well. Chinhu continued yet again. Also, I read an article in the official website of Agricultural University's martial arts course. It's called Records of the Birth of the Ultimate Style. It has a statement about a unique talent you have. It states that you have incredibly great healing abilities, which is why you could handle the initial stages of the ultimate style. Even if the wrong medicine formula caused major tears in the body, you could still go through more than 10 incredibly painful experiments every day. After a night's worth of sleep, all your pain was gone. You're practically a monster, which is why you're the #1 contributor to the birth of the ultimate style. Gu Jianbo wrote it, and I think he's your personal tutor. He wasn't lying, was he? No. One more thing, I saw you using your pinky to hook on your chain saber. Oh. Chinhu then went for the final blow. So, what's the meaning of this? You don't trust me and are testing me? If you don't trust me, you can just say it. We can split up right now. There's no need for you to beat around the bush like that. You can't even act well, and I saw through it with one look. I feel embarrassed for you. Meng Zhao could only apologize after that. Mr. Hu, I was wrong. My thoughts are too dark, and I suspected a good man who values relationships such as yourself. From now on, I will definitely trust you. Let's work together and break this scheme so that we can get out of this stupid place. Chapter 229, Fully Equipped. It was only then that Chinhu was satisfied. He dragged the backpack over and sat down in a meditative position before he started shoving food down his throat. While he ate, he spoke in a muffled voice. Brad, I'm going to use half an hour to regulate my breathing. Then I'll restore around 50% of my power. But now, the biggest problem is how we're going up. Meng Zhao walked along the wall for a while. The cliff was more than 100 meters tall, and it was washed by the subsurface stream in the past so much that it was as smooth as a mirror. Slippery moss grew on the rock as well, so there were very few spots they could use as a platform. If they climbed up barehanded, it would be very difficult for them to make it to the top. And spirit energy ripples of different frequencies came from the crystal mine in the depths of the cave. They surged forward and filled the space with unseen torrents. They were just like the legendary wind force. Even heaven realm deities who had mastered maglev technology would have a hard time flying in a stable manner while they faced the interference from wind force. Meng Zhao tried a few times to use the ultimate style to accurately control his muscles so that he could climb the wall like a gecko. But at most, he made it only slightly over 10 meters before he slid down. If he fell while he was more than 100 meters up, the consequences would be really severe. We need to use some kind of tool. As a harvester, Meng Zhao instinctively thought of the slit-mouthed anacondas, the grade 2 super beasts they had just killed. He dragged the incomplete carcasses of the slit-mouthed anacondas to Chinhu. Then, he knelt down on one knee and tore off the 4 flaps covering the slit-mouthed anaconda's teeth-covered mouthpiece. Then, he swung Bloody Flame. The thin, short, and dynamic saber perfectly separated the mantle on the slit-mouthed anaconda's body. Then, he cut it into moderate-sized squares. Mantles were the skins of mollusca. They had even greater stretchability compared to pelts and shells. They could absorb micronutrients from stones, turning them into sturdy shells resembling limestone. They could be said to be natural ingredients for protective suits that could turn sturdy or soft at will. Meng Zhao brought out a few mining needles from the backpack Lin Chuan had given him, and with his harvesting tools, he quickly pierced rows of neat holes at the edges of the slit-mouthed anaconda's mantles. After that, he brought out the meridians from the slit-mouthed anaconda's mouthpiece, which were the softest parts in their bodies, and tore them into 4 bundles. He bound them together and moved them through the holes in the mantles. He turned them into stretchable ropes and connected them together. The slit-mouthed anaconda's skin became 2 crude leather armors. Meng Zhao put the leather armor on his body. He did not even need to tighten his tendons and meridians. The leather armor shrank by itself and fit him perfectly. It would not bother him while he fought. Meng Zhao nodded in satisfaction and threw the larger leather armor to the sitting man. Chinhu had watched him move his hands so quickly that they looked like 2 balls of gray fog. He had worked for 10 minutes before he turned the slit-mouthed anaconda's mantle into the strange armor. He could not help but ask, "What's this? They couldn't even withstand 1 slash from me." "That's not for you to fend against enemy slashes," Meng Zhao said. "The biggest problem we face when we fight around crystal mines is the spirit energy magnetic field interference. The interference is strongest around the Red Radiance Jade mine we want to search." But all things in the world counter each other. There is definitely an antidote to the poison of a venomous creature within 7 steps of where it lives. Since the slit-mouthed anacondas can stay so close to the Red Radiance jade mine, are so huge, and possess such great offensive power, it shows that their organs don't face a lot of negative effects from an overexposure to spirit energy radiation. I believe that there must be something strange about their mantles. They might be natural anti-radiation coats. If we wear them, we can reduce the effects of spirit energy magnetic field interference and bring out greater fighting power. Qinhu did not quite believe him, but he still put on the leather armor Meng Jiao sewed and quietly circulated his spirit energy. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and said in surprise, "You're right. I feel much better than before. I can create my spirit energy magnetic fields faster, more accurately, and they're more stable. The pain in my spirit energy meridians also is not so bad anymore." Meng Jiao smiled faintly and continued with his work. He brought out a few bloody things that looked like rubber from his personal storage bag. He harvested a few of the acid glands from the slit-mouthed anacondas and poured acid over them. Bubbles appeared on the surface of the rubber-like material, and it soon softened into sticky liquid. Meng Jiao stuck the 4 flaps of the slit-mouthed anaconda's mouthpiece on the soles of his shoes and his forearms with the sticky liquid. At first glance, it looked as if he had 4 rows of sharp teeth growing on his limbs. He then pressed his arms and tips of his feet against the wall to test things. This time, he felt as if he was wearing track spikes and walking on ice. When the teeth dug into the stone, he had a firmer grip on the wall. Qinhu stared at him. "What's that?" "Sticky liquid from stone statue fungus," Meng Jiao explained patiently. "Stone statue fungi are what you ran into earlier. They're the fungi that spat out sticky liquid when injured, which then became as sturdy as reinforced concrete after solidifying. That liquid is not afraid of anything, but when it touches acid, it softens again. Coincidentally, slit-mouthed anacondas are monsters that love spitting acid. I killed a slit-mouthed anaconda while we were on the surface and harvested its acid gland. Once I discovered that the liquid from stone statue fungus solidifies, I realized that it's a really powerful and convenient glue stick, so I collected some, and they did indeed prove to be useful. I used the sticky liquid from stone statue fungus to stick the slit-mouthed anaconda's fangs on my leather armor and combat boots, which increased my friction. Like this, we can climb this smooth wall. When we return to the cliff, our fighting strength will be reduced to at most 50% because of the anti-radiation armor, while the Heaven Realm fighters will have their fighting strength reduced to barely 20% or 30%. Mr. Hu, when you round off the numbers, your chances of winning will be pretty good." Qinhu scratched his mustache and mumbled, "Brat, you sure know a lot of deviant tricks." Meng Jiao grinned. "Are you regretting being too indulgent of your brother-in-law's willfulness now? With such a genius harvester like me around, Prosperous might have become really powerful and climbed to great heights." Qinhu cackled and said smugly, "That's where you're wrong. Even though I find it a slight pity, I don't regret my actions at all. Even if that bastard Shenrongfa really causes Prosperous to go bankrupt, I won't care." Meng Jiao was dumbfounded. "Why? You don't understand. My wife knows her brother's character. The more trouble Shenrongfa causes, the more she will feel as if she let me down, and she'll be gentler to me." Qinhu looked at him smugly. "For years, my wife had the say in my house, and it has been especially so during the past 2 years, when she went through her menopause. Those days were hell. But over the past half a year, it was revealed that her brother had created a foul atmosphere in the company. She knows that he's in the wrong, so I became in control of the house again, and now, I can stand up straight in front of her. Anyway, harvesting is just my part-time job. My main job is still taking missions and killing monsters. Using a measly company to get harmony in the family is such a good deal that you don't know how worthwhile it is. I'm living the best of my life right now, so why should I regret it?" Meng Jiao sucked in a deep breath and said, "You've stated multiple times in the harvesting circle that you're in a terrible fix because of me and my dad and that your company is suffering major losses. You even said that you want to kill us. What's with that?" "Duh. If I didn't say that, how would my wife know just how many problems her brother caused me? How would she be as gentle to me as she was when she was 17? The more Qinhu spoke, the more vigorous he became. "Besides, if I make it sound like the company's financial situation is really bad, my wife will know that we're going through harsh times, and she won't buy handbags on a whim all the time. Anyway, this is the survival wisdom that middle-aged men gain. You don't understand it, do you? Ha 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 ha." Meng Jiao fell silent. He buried his head and continued to work. Soon, he created 2 more anti-radiation leather pieces that were covered by the slit-mouthed anaconda's sharp teeth. Chin-Hu jumped up full of life. At that moment, they heard an explosion above their heads. Boom! The sound of the earth-shattering explosion pierced through the layers of obstruction formed by the subsurface plasma and reached their ears. It sounded like a rumble of thunder during an afternoon in summer. The two of them looked at each other, and they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Chin-Hu mumbled, "They even used the crystal bombs to explode crystal mines? Aren't they afraid of making the cave collapse or burning through all the oxygen? They'll just make everyone die together." Thud. 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 Soon after the explosion, 5 burnt corpses fell from above and landed in the depths of the subsurface plasma. They were all swept down by the explosion on the cliff. The slit-mouthed anacondas which had been patrolling in the subsurface plasma immediately pounced forward and fought each other over the corpses. They tore them apart and ate them. As they watched numerous slit-mouthed anacondas squirm around while they ate, Meng Zhao and Chin-Hu felt chills crawl down their spines. Then, they thanked their lucky stars that they had not thought about fighting against each other. Otherwise, neither of them would have been able to escape becoming the slit-mouthed anaconda's food. At that moment, another mutilated corpse fell down. Meng Zhao moved quickly once he saw it. He flung his chain saber forward and pulled the corpse in midair before the slit-mouthed anacondas, they were already looking up, could get it. A few slit-mouthed anacondas opened their mouths at them in displeasure and hissed in a show of force. "Damn it! Do you really think that I won't dare to cut all of you down, trash?" Chin-Hu glared at them and took a step forward. He brought his saw-toothed saber above his head and gave off a really fierce presence. The slit-mouthed anacondas hesitated for a moment before they dragged the food they had obtained back into the subsurface plasma. Chin-Hu sighed in relief. He turned his head around and said, "He's dead, and a corpse is just a pile of foul-smelling flesh. There's no need for you to grab a corpse and stir up the fierce nature of so many slit-mouthed anacondas." Meng Zhao nodded. "I know. Mr. Hu, look. Who is this?" Chin-Hu drew closer. He spat into his palm and rubbed the corpse's contorted face. Then, with a great voice, he said, "Li Xin?" That was right. The mutilated and badly battered corpse was the ace gunslinger Li Xin, who was a 4-star superhuman. He was dead. Even if he had reached Heaven Realm, he was still cut in half at the waist and badly battered by the explosion. He was even swept off the cliff by the impact wave, which led to his organs spilling out. There was no way he could have survived that. Even a Heaven Realm elite died in the Dark World. There were only a few who could survive the battle on the cliff. Meng Zhao couldn't care less about that right now. He removed the Sam Brown belt bound around Li Xin's chest and back to check how many guns and bullets he had in the rifle case made of Dan's Super Beast leather. Chapter 230, Climb Up. Due to the requirements to fight in a dark region with a bumpy ground, Li Xin did not bring any anti-material sniper rifles, heavy cannons, or any other major killing weapons. Meng Zhao found a mini Samopulver 61 and 4 cartridges with 28 bullets in them. Mini submachine guns were not that much bigger than handguns, and they were a rare abnormality of guns designed to be crude and rough in Dragon City. Even though they were small and exquisite, in half a second, they could form a bullet storm. If one were slotted with cursed bullets, armor-piercing bullets, incendiary bullets, or freezing bullets embedded with crystals and carved with runic symbols, it would be very powerful. Li Xin was holding on to an assault rifle. Unfortunately, the gun barrel was distorted during the explosion. Fortunately, the grenade launcher added to it was still in perfect shape. Meng Zhao found 3 fist-sized rifle grenades in Li Xin's Sam Brown belt. He inserted a rifle grenade into the grenade launcher, stuffed it into his trouser pocket, and used his dagger to cut a few intersecting lines at the bottom of the last rifle grenade so it would travel in an unstable manner. At a critical moment, if Meng Zhao threw it at a stone, it would become a grenade. This is something that only the best Special Forces soldiers in the Red Dragon Army would do, and only those who have gone through hundreds of battles would think of. Chin-Hu looked at Meng Zhao with admiration in his eyes. Meng Zhao remembered how proud of himself he had been, and he did not say anything. He continued searching. He found a few stabilizing fluids that could increase the stability of sharpshooters in the rifle case, multi-purpose night vision goggles, a scope for a sniper rifle, and a flexible periscope. The last one was like a metal tube connected to the showers and bathrooms, but it could be twisted 360 degrees at the user's will. It could observe the enemy situation from different directions and angles. It could also be used at corners or extended into cracks. Gunslingers loved using these sort of observation tools that could bend to reduce the risk of exposing themselves. Meng Jiao whistled and tossed the multi-purpose night vision goggles to Qin Hu while he put away the scope and periscope. At the end, he found a bumpy object at the spot above Li Xin's heart. It was a strange-looking handgun. It seemed to have been made by hand, and it was the amalgamation of a revolver and starting pistol. Only one huge bullet could be fitted into its cylinder. The bullet was in a semi-transparent glass bottle, and it floated in a mithril-based stabilizing solution. It shone with a dark but dangerous light. At first glance, it did not look like a bullet. Instead, it looked like a crystalline meteor fragment or the core of a high-grade superbeast. But someone had carved a series of fine runic symbols on its surface, and they worked together with the mithril-based stabilizing fluid to control its destructive power. Meng Jiao put his ear to the glass bottle and heard hissing sounds. It sounded like the moans that came from the deepest parts of hell. "Is this a self-destruct gun?" Qin Hu sucked in a sharp breath and quickly said, "Brat, put it down. This isn't something you can control." Meng Jiao worked his eyebrows. When Qin Hu saw that Meng Jiao was still staring at it, he thought that he was attracted by the bullet's incredibly dangerous beauty and spoke louder. Normal crystal bullets are made with only a bit of crystal or monster materials. When they're released, they create powerful spirit energy ripples which impact the gunslinger's brain. This is what you call recoil. And in the gunslinger circle, there is a thing called self-destruct guns. They're not mass-produced. Instead, they're only made when someone finds an incredibly rare crystal or superbeast material that has a shape suitable for a bullet. They then carve runic symbols into it and polish it a little. Then, based on the strange and unique shape of the bullet, they make a gun for it by hand. Do you understand now? This self-destruct gun is made for this bullet, and this bullet is either a meteorite fragment that fell from the sky in ancient times or a crystallized organ from a hell beast or even an apocalyptic beast. It has the power to destroy the world, so when it's fired, you will definitely need to pay a price for it. The meaning behind the self-destruct gun's name is that once a gunslinger uses it, there is a good chance that their brain and the target's brain will explode at the same time. Look, Li Xin didn't dare to use this self-destruct gun even when he died. He didn't even dare to bring out the bullet from the mithril-based stabilizing fluid and stuff it into the bore. You can tell from this alone that it is a killing weapon that is incredibly powerful and has great side effects. It's not something a puny spirit tattoo realm superhuman can use. If you try to use this gun, I promise you that the moment you pull the trigger, the first thing you will see will be your own brains. Thanks for the reminder, Mr. Hu. In his previous life, his fighting class was a gunslinger. Then, he received harsh military training in the Ghost Tribe, so there was no way he would not know just how dangerous a self-destruct gun was. But Li Xin did not use his self-destruct gun, and he even died in such a tragic manner. Meng Jiao held the super bullet that seemed to be made of a meteor fragment loosely on his palm. Then, he stuffed the bullet and the self-destruct gun into the two trouser pockets at his thighs, because it was from where he could retrieve his items the easiest. The two men cleared up their tracks. Then, they went to the furthest corner of the wall, sucked in deep breath, and prepared to climb the wall. Meng Jiao reorganized all the things he could use one last time. He had 2 chain sabers, 2 mini Samopolvs 61, 4 cartridges, a grenade launcher, 3 rifle grenades, 1 self-destruct gun, and 1 incredibly dangerous super bullet. He also had a scope, a periscope, night vision goggles, anti-radiation armor, and 1 last solid block of stone statue fungus liquid, along with 1 slit-mouthed anaconda acid gland that could make it soften and restore its sticky properties. He also had around 27,000 contribution points, which meant that he could perform 2 full-body treatments. He could also push killing moves like Demon Subduing Slash or Thousand Moon Slash to another level. Oh, and over the past 2 months or so, he had been sparring madly with the students in the base and killing monsters in Shattered Star Lake. So, he had actually completed the second and third segment of the fight for the ultimate style quest over its requirements. When necessary, he could declare that he had completed the quest and get at least 20,000 contribution points. There was also a chance that he could awaken the brand new techniques, Mind Lightning and Monster Blood Combustion. I will definitely survive and figure out the truth to change the future. Meng Jiao exhaled slowly and pressed the slit-mouthed anaconda's teeth on his arms and soles against the wall. Then, like a gecko, he started crawling up. The 2 men were superhumans, so their mobility far surpassed that of rock climbers on Earth. Since they had rows of sharp slit-mouthed anaconda teeth helping them as well, they soon climbed dozens of meters upward. The higher they climbed, the more clearly they could hear intense fighting and explosions above. They could also sense the spirit energy ripples and shockwaves clashing and surging repeatedly. The wall in front of them even let out cracking sounds. Quite a number of stones fell from above them, and some parts of the wall cracked into thin lines like spiderwebs. This made them climb even faster. But it also made their hearts sink. The vitality magnetic fields of the humans surged madly. The chain crystal explosions also caused high-frequency shockwaves. The vibration from different crystal mines affected each other, and the vibrations grew worse, which created a destructive cycle. In spirit energy studies, this phenomenon was known as self-oscillation. When self-oscillation reached the maximum, it became an unstoppable spirit energy tsunami. Forget about the underground cave facing the possibility of collapsing. Even the deity realm fighters and apocalyptic beasts in raging waves would be severely affected by it. This doesn't seem like the normal fights when you fight for the right to mine first. Chin-Hu narrowed his eyes and looked at the subsurface plasma-shrouded cliff. Brat, who is the mole you suspect of instigating both sides to fight each other to the death? Meng Zhao hesitated for a moment. He did not want to mention the name he respected and idolized to Chin-Hu, a middle-aged man who was domineering, sleazy, and whom he bore a grudge with in his previous life. Chin-Hu snickered. Even if you don't say it, I know. It's Lin Chuan, right? At that moment, Meng Zhao was truly stunned. He could no longer care whether Chin-Hu might be lying to him and blurted out, "How did you know?" "You aren't familiar with Lucia or anyone else from Sky Pillar Corporation, so there's no way you'd figure out if they were the mole, and you have even less reason not to tell me their name," Chin-Hu said. "Lin Chuan is your university mate. Recently, you have been together often, and you even became his assistant in his broadcasts. You should know him very well, which is why you might suspect him while also not wishing to tell me his name." Meng Zhao admitted it in silence. Chin-Hu grabbed a crack that had just appeared and used his other hand to scratch his mustache. "But here's the strange part. Isn't Lin Chuan's Lucia's guard dog? He's bound tightly to the Lu family. If Lucia gets the right to mine the place first, he will also be able to enjoy a good life. If he forces both mine exploration teams to die together and kills Lucia and Shen Yulong, what sort of benefits will he get? The only thing I can think of is the right to mine the place first, but the largest mining companies in Dragon City are Sky Pillar and Universe would oppose him. And with Lin Chuan's ability alone, it's impossible for him to occupy the Red Radiance Jade Mine. Is he going to join some other force of power with the Red Radiance Jade Mine? That's crazy. After this happens, no matter which force of power wants to mine the Red Radiance Jade Mine, they'll have to face Sky Pillar and Universe's wrath. No one would do something so stupid. The loss would outweigh the gains. What do you think?" Meng Zhao frowned and defended Lin Chuan seriously. "Big Brother Lin isn't a guard dog." Chin-Hu was stunned for a moment before he realized that the two of them were not on the same channel. "All right, he's not Lucia's guard dog. Seriously though, I didn't have any ill will in what I said. In the current era, relying on a woman to survive is also an ability. If I was as handsome as Lin Chuan, I wouldn't come to this stupid place to risk my life." "Mr. Hu," Meng Zhao interrupted him, "please don't destroy the teeny tiny bit of good impression I formed of you just now." Chin-Hu tugged his mustache. "Forget it. I'm not interested in Lin Chuan's personality. I'm curious about his motives. I don't know them. I just feel that Big Brother Lin is a man with great ambitions and is far above such low tastes. If he really plotted this entire scheme, he's definitely not doing it for a vulgar goal like getting the right to mine the Red Radiance Jade Mine first." Meng Zhao was silent for a moment, then told Chin-Hu what Lin Chuan had said about there being no monsters and humans, though he did away with all the unnecessary details. "Do you think his theory makes sense?" "I don't friggin' care whether it makes sense or not," Chin-Hu shouted out. "I've long since passed the age where I have enough free time on my hands to come up with such stupid theories. What's the point of just yammering about? I only want to earn money, resources, and train. Then, I'll get more money and resources so that my wife, my children, and I can live comfortable and glorious lives." Chapter 231. Lin Chuan died? Meng Zhao felt as if he was speaking to the wrong audience. Even so, he did not give up and continued. "Don't you think that there is a certain unfairness in the current Dragon City? Perhaps Big Brother Lin just wants to change." "The human world has been unfair since ancient times," Chin-Hu interrupted him coldly. "The world being unfair is the correct way to go. It's only when it's unfair that it can motivate people to continue climbing up. It's only when you want to be above others that you will flaunt your power and work hard. On the other hand, Absolute fairness would just lead to stagnation. Meng Zhao frowned and said, absolute fairness is impossible, but the current Dragon City is steadily heading into another extreme. The distance between the rich and the poor and the divide between the strong and the weak is getting more prominent. Normal people keep getting less and less resources. Duh. We're at war. Normal citizens are lucky to be able to live. Look through the history books and see what sort of lives normal people led when war broke out on Earth. Qin Hu pursed his lips. What's the point of normal people getting resources? Let's say we killed a hell beast and got its blood, but it's highly radioactive. Are we supposed to let normal people bath in it? That's a huge waste of blood and resources. Everyone would just die. High-grade cultivation resources should be given to Heaven Realm fighters or those at the peak of Earth Realm and just a step away from kicking down the wall blocking them from Heaven Realm, like me. Is that a problem? If you're a normal person, you should get the fact that you're nothing beaten into your head as soon as possible and get rid of those unrealistic dreams. Just wait obediently for the strong to save you. Why are you still wondering about these things? Mr. Hu, I think that your words are filled with disdain for normal people, Meng Zhao could not help but say. I remember that you were a normal person once and that your family didn't have any power. Why aren't you thinking from the point of a normal person? You just said that I originally didn't have any power. Qin Hu's mustache quivered, and he glared at Meng Zhao. When I was a normal person, I naturally thought like a normal person, but now, I'm strong, so I naturally look at the world from the point of view of someone powerful. This is what is meant by status determining your mindset. Is my mindset not supposed to be determined by my status but your status or some other poor bastard's status? In any case, I can't be bothered talking about all these useless theories with you. You and Lin Chuan can go chase after that friggin' fairness, but it has nothing to do with me. I only care about my family and whether they can enjoy an eternity of wealth and riches. If you want fairness, go and fight for it. But I have one rule, don't stretch your grubby hands into my pockets. If anyone wants to take even a single penny from my pocket, don't blame me for cutting off your grubby hands, cutting you into pieces, and throwing you into the mouths of the monsters in the wild. Meng Zhao was stunned for a long time. But you just said that your dream is to become a superhero and save. Stop, you misunderstood me. Qin Hu said in a righteous fashion. I only said that I want to become a superhero. I didn't say I want to save anyone or anything. The reason I want to be a superhero is to enjoy the benefits a superhero gets. It's not to take up the responsibility of a superhero. The only things worthy of me sacrificing everything to save are my wife and son. As for the millions of dragon citizens, they can die for all I care. Meng Zhao was silent for a long time before he suddenly buried his head in a crack and exhaled gloomily. He mumbled, this shouldn't be happening. Things shouldn't progress this way. How can I work together with this sort of person and fight against my idol? What did you say, brat? Qin Hu narrowed his eyes. I said that we're facing a great enemy, and humans shouldn't be fighting against each other. Even if we do, we shouldn't be killing each other like this, Meng Zhao said gloomily. Then how should we kill each other? Qin Hu asked curiously. The killing methods and targets I can accept? Meng Zhao thought about it and said, let's put it this way. The idol I respect the most is Big Brother Lin, someone who has noble sentiments and great ambitions. I would work together with him to explore an underground mine with him for the interests of dragon citizens. We coincidentally ran into an opposing mine exploration team. My enemy is in the enemy camp, and he's Qin Hu, an antagonist who takes revenge for the pettiest reasons, is selfish, and unreasonable. This Qin Hu intentionally instigated both mine exploration teams to fight against each other to the death to kill me and get the right to mine the Red Radiance Jade Mine first. Then, he'd seize the chance to run into the depths of the Red Radiance Jade Mine and use the ultra-powerful radiation from the crystals and increase in strength given to him by blood flowers to turn into a major boss who is mutated, deformed, and ugly, but really powerful. Of course, since ancient times, evil has never won against good. Even if he planned out everything, I would work together with my idol to crush this antagonist's wild ambitions, and in the end, he would fall into the bottomless abyss and die without a grave. Big Brother Lin and I would get lucky and our cultivation base would increase by leaps and bounds, and our relationship would deepen. Then, we would smile at each other and hold hands as we walk toward a brighter future. Damn it, things are supposed to progress this way. Why is it that somehow, for some reason, I ended up working together with you to fight against my idol? Qin Hu gave him a look. Then you should hurry up and work together with your Big Brother Lin and his noble ambitions in case you fall into the endless abyss and die without a grave. This Mr. Hu takes revenge for the pettiest reasons is going to leave first. Saving my own life is more important, you know? Don't, I was just joking. Mr. Hu, you can't leave. This event concerns the success and failure of the Northern Offense and the safety of Dragon City. If you want your wife and son to have glorious and wealthy lives in Dragon City for decades and the Qin family to exist for centuries, you have to become the hero here. While they spoke, they continued climbing up, and soon, they reached a spot near the edge of the cliff. The air there was really thin and hot. They felt like two roasted ducks stuck to the wall of an oven. Stones kept falling down from above them. The surges from spirit energy ripples were really strong, and they could even hear people cackling like malicious ghosts. Meng Zhao and Qin Hu looked at each other and motioned at the same time to keep quiet. They found two rather thick cracks and stretched one arm and leg into them to fix themselves in place so that they could grab the items they needed with their other arm. They were half a meter away from the top. They were hidden by a perpendicular wall with a right angle, so they were not worried about being discovered by the people above. The chain explosions and surges from spirit flames completely burned off the subsurface plasma on the cliff. Aside from smoke covering the area, visibility on the cliff was not too bad. Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath and twisted the flexible periscope until it was at a suitable angle and extended it inch by inch along the crack. Li Xin was a solo gunslinger at Heaven Realm. He often served as his own scout, and the equipment he brought was the best that could be bought. Meng Zhao saw the ground littered with skeletons and shattered stones, along with a lot of burning mine exploration as well as survival equipment. Only a handful of severely injured people were still squirming around with great difficulty. The oxygen had been almost completely burned through. The spirit energy magnetic field interference was getting stronger as well, so because of the severity of their wounds, they could not be saved. Meng Zhao sighed and quietly handed over the periscope. Qin Hu took a few glances, and his eyes became a little red-rimmed. They're all dead. All the frenzied Saber members died, and even my captain is dead. He rubbed his face, then rubbed it again. Then, in the softest voice, he said slowly and clearly, "That old bastard lost to me in a contest to kill monsters, and he owes me a meal." Suddenly, both of them sensed an incredibly strong spirit flame. A demonic cackle rose, and it was growing fiercer. Someone rose into the air and levitated there. A Heaven Realm fighter is still alive. Their hearts froze, and they quickly pushed themselves further into the crack. Then, they pulled the flexible periscope back by 2 inches so that they could adjust the angle. With the help of the periscope, they saw the person levitating in the air. It was Shen Yulong of Universe Corporation. He was badly battered and covered in blood. The skin-tight armor made of super beast cartilage and nano-fighting suit hung on his body in shreds. With his hideous face and fierce laugh, he looked less like a human and more like a ghost. The spirit flames that burned around him controlled dozens of flying blades that spun around like drones. They drew flowing rays that were dazzling and dangerous. He held a person, who was badly injured. His hands hung limp by his side, and he looked like a lamb waiting for slaughter. Big Brother Lin? Meng Zhao's heart raced. Could it be that he had thought wrong of his idol and that he did not actually set up any scheme? Did Shen Yulong cause everything because he was blinded by his personal interests? That's right. If Lin Chuan set this up, he should be the one who benefits from this the most and use the Red Radiance Jade Mine to become rich overnight. He could even become a matchless elite. So why don't I remember anything about Lin Chuan from my previous life? He must have died here underground. He was about to jump out to save Lin Chuan, but Qin Hu grabbed him and yanked him back. Don't be hasty. Qin Hu narrowed his eyes. He appeared to be calm, but the veins on his forehead were throbbing madly. While holding back his rage, he whispered, "If someone in Heaven Realm wants to kill someone, you won't be able to save them in time, and if he doesn't want to kill, there's no need for you to take the initiative to expose yourself." Meng Zhao was slightly stunned, but he realized that his emotions had taken control of his thoughts for a moment. He quickly used Walking Corpse to control his breathing and heartbeat. At the same time, his mind, which had almost been overcome by rage, calmed down. Fortunately, Shen Yulong's attention was fixed on the person, who had lost to him, and he did not notice the two people's existences. "Lin Chuan, you stinking dog, you never thought that you would end up like this, right?" Shen Yulong laughed madly in the air. "While we were in school, you were really cool, handsome, and powerful, even though you're just a dog. You were better than me in everything, and you're the reason behind why Lucia always laughed at me. Once we began working in society, you rose to Heaven Realm the fastest among us, so we were unable to lift our heads in our families. We were always scolded by our seniors, and they wondered why we can't compete with a poor brat like you despite having so many cultivation resources. But I'm telling you, cultivation is not a 100-meter dash. It's a marathon. We depend on the power we accumulated over the years and the accumulation of strength passed down through generations in our families. Do you think that you can jump to the top and climb up the social ladder just because you're talented, lucky, and managed to ride Lucia's coattails while eating that wench's scraps? Did you think that you could be successful after you became an internet celebrity by relying on the resources of the Liu family? Ha 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 ha, what a joke. A dog will always be a dog. No matter how famous you are, to the people who are destined to control Dragon City, you're just a slightly prettier dog. You can never become a human. Chapter 232, Trump Card. Lin Chuan was like a torn ragdoll as he was flung around by Shen Yulong, who held his collar. No matter how Shen Yulong willfully mocked him, he did not react. Even if you ran 10 kilometers ahead of me at the start, it's fine. I've caught up to you now. We're all 4-star superhumans, but I have 49 shooting star blades protecting me. What are you going to use to fight against me? Shen Yulong vented the grudge he had held onto for 10 years and said smugly, each shooting star blade is made from a meteor from outer space and crystallized organs from hell beasts. The best runic symbol masters have also been hired to refine them. They were soaked in super beast blood to nourish them, and the best older generation fighters in the Shen family used their vitality magnetic fields to repeatedly stimulate them so that their essences were branded inside. The value of this set of weapons is something people like you can never imagine. Speaking of which, you're really loyal to Lucia, aren't you? Didn't she give a loyal dog like you some good equipment? By the looks of it, she knows very well that you're just a dog. You're someone who doesn't belong at the same level as us. Since you're a dog, when she feels good, she feeds you a few pieces of meat, and that is enough. There's no way she would let you sit at the dining table and enjoy the same treatment as humans. Ha 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 ha. Lucia, you wench, where are you hiding? Do you see how your loyal dog has ended up? Come out, Lucia, you wench. I'm going to kill both of you. Shen Yulong shook Lin Chuan with everything that he had. Lin Chuan's blood spilled out in streams. It fell on the ground with splatter and gathered to create small blood puddles on the ground. Meng Zhao's eyes were wide, and he felt like his blood vessels in them were about to burst from rage. There were a few times when he was nearly unable to hold back from attacking. But Qin Hu kept a tight grip on his wrist, and there was no way he could easily break free of the monstrous grip of a fighter at the peak of Earth Realm. At that moment, a faint grunt suddenly came from a corner. Ha, found you. Shen Yulong's eyes lit up, and he threw Lin Chuan viciously at that corner. A black shadow shot out of the corner and caught Lin Chuan. It rolled on the ground to cushion its fall, and because of it, it could not help but reveal themselves. It was Lucia, and she looked really pale. She held the seemingly dying Lin Chuan and retreated step by step. Look how far you've fallen, wench. Shen Yulong stepped on a staircase made of air and descended slowly. He pressed in on them. His expression was savage, and there was great pleasure on his face. Lucia retreated to the corner with Lin Chuan in her arms. She sat down slowly on the ground. Her originally ambitious eyes were now filled with despair. Shen Yulong brought his arms up. The 49 shooting star blades flew out with shrill screech. Meng Zhao cast Qin Hu a glance. Qin Hu kept his hold on his wrist and shook his head. At that moment, something happened. Ah! The aggressive Shen Yulong suddenly screamed in pain. With observant eyes, Meng Zhao saw 2 sharp spikes having suddenly grown out of the ground under his feet. They pierced his steel-embedded soles and broke out of the top of the foot. He was pinned to the ground. Then, a thick and long spike shot out of the ground between his feet and went straight up. It was an attack that men feared the most. Shen Yulong was shocked and terrified. He could no longer care about the pain in his feet. He just forced his feet out from the spikes. They turned into a bloody mess, and 2 huge, see-through holes could be seen on them. Even so, he did not manage to evade the attack from the 3rd spike. A terrifying, bloody gash appeared on his thigh, and it nearly cut through his artery, which terrified him so much that he broke out in cold sweat. His feet were pierced, and there was a tear on his thigh. He had lost most of his mobility, so he could only rely on his maglev to float in the air. Even so, he swayed. The spirit energy in the underground was incredibly complicated. The great interference caused his flying speed to be incredibly slow, and his movements were rather clumsy. More spikes appeared under Shen Yulong. They rose up like the spine of an aquatic dragon. Soon, All the spikes gathered together into a stone python that opened its mouth to swallow Shen Yulong. "What's that?" Meng Zhao and Qin Hu watched wide-eyed. The despair in Lucia's eyes changed into burning ambition. She put down Lin Chuan and stood up slowly. She mumbled while swaying and danced in a strange manner. As she chanted and danced, the huge python made of stones danced and continued attacking Shen Yulong. It was as if Lucia had turned into a snake charmer and was using a fierce and mysterious snake dance to fight. "That's impossible. Aren't you supposed to be a support class superhuman? Lucia, you wench, ah!" Shen Yulong kept trying to dodge the spikes, but at that moment, he ran into a torrent formed by the spirit energy magnetic field interference. He could not control his body, and Lucia's stone python bit his thigh. 8 spikes pierced his femur and dragged him down. Then, he was pinned on the ground. Shen Yulong coughed up blood. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He lost control of the shooting star blades, and they shot at the walls around him like rain. He wanted to continue struggling, but 2 more spikes shot out from behind his shoulders. They pierced his scapula and pinned him to the ground. The dancing stone python split up into dozens of spikes that surrounded Shen Yulong and formed a sturdy cage. The situation had changed drastically, and the victor was decided. Lucia stopped dancing and smirked at man on the ground. Shen Yulong could no longer contain his anger. He started yelling at her. "Lucia, you're so despicable. You're clearly a fighting class superhuman, but you pretended to be a simple mine explorer. You watched me fight fiercely against your dog just now while holding back. You only revealed your trump card when victory was in your grasp. Ah!" Lucia snapped her fingers lightly and controlled another spike to pierce his body. He was in so much pain that he curled up like a crawl and no longer yelled at her. "Shen Yulong, you talk too much. Since this is a trump card, I will naturally not use it until the final moment. I will only attack when there are no other variables left. The Red Radiance Jade Mine is mine. No one can steal it away from me." Meng Zhao was in shock. He did not expect that the children of powerful families would be each more ruthless than the last. Wait. If Lucia was a fighting class supporter, why didn't she do anything when they ran into the lion dragonfish, the stone statue fungus, and all the other dangers? Was it all to hide her trump card? That was why she watched as her teammates died? She was a wicked woman with the heart of a snake. Lin Chuan was right. He should not have saved her at all. Once Lucia was done dancing the snake dance, she was drained of all strength as well. She ran out of spirit energy. She staggered back to the corner and held up Lin Chuan to feed him some gene medicine and high-calorie nutritional fluid. Lin Chuan moaned and opened his eyes slightly. "Sia, you?" he asked weakly. "I'm sorry, Lin Chuan. I was a little lucky the past 2 years as well, but I never had the chance to tell you," Lucia explained. "I've only just learned how to control stones to form a stone python to fight. I'm not very good at using it yet, and every time I release an offensive spirit energy magnetic field, I need a long time to cool down. That's why I didn't attack all along the way. I didn't even help you when you were fighting against Shen Yulong just now. I could only grit my teeth while he acted all arrogant and revealed an opening. You won't blame me, right?" "Why would I?" Lin Chuan smiled faintly through blood all over his face. "But we've really not talked to each other for a long time. I didn't know that you had such a powerful trump card hidden up your sleeves. What did you go through over the past 2 years and who taught you such a powerful skill? This doesn't seem like a skill the Liu family uses." "Don't worry. Once we find the Red Radiance Jade Mine, I'll tell you everything," Lucia said with a smile. Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. "All right. Once we find the Red Radiance Jade, I'll tell you everything as well." He summoned strength out of nowhere and broke free of Lucia's embrace. Then, he struggled up to his feet. In the beginning, he crawled forward like a blood-drenched monster. But soon, he stood up straight, and his footsteps gained more power. His breathing slowly evened out, and his eyes shone with a light that no one had ever seen on him before. In the end, he arrived in front of Shen Yulong with his chest puffed out. Meng Zhao and Qin Hu looked at each other. They gulped. There was something off. Gene medicine and high-calorie nutritional fluid would not be effective so soon. Lin Chuan's wounds recovered too quickly. Now, it was Lin Chuan who slowly formed a savage smile with very clear malicious intent. He intentionally stretched out his arm inch by inch and grabbed Shen Yulong's throat. He slowly tightened his grip and said with a smile, "Now, who is the human and who is the dog?" Shen Yulong's arrogance finally turned into fear. Lin Chuan, don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. If you want money, the Shen family has a lot of it. You can have as much as you want. You'll regret killing me. You'll definitely regret it. You won't be able to escape the Shen family and Universe Corporation's never-ending revenge. You will never have a place in Dragon City. Lin Chuan, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, you're the human, I'm the dog. Don't kill me. Woof. Don't kill me. Tears streamed down his face, and he acted like a buffoon. When he sensed that Lin Chuan's killing intent was getting stronger, he turned his head around to beg for mercy from Lucia. Sia, we were once classmates, and our families are friends. Don't kill me. The Red Radiance Jade Mine is yours. Everything is yours. No matter what you fancy in the future, I won't snatch it from you. I swear on my life. Why you can't do this? Do you really want Sky Pillar Corporation and Universe Corporation to go on a full-on war? You won't be able to bear the responsibility. You and your father will be ruined. Lucia arrived beside them and watched as Lin Chuan gave out his judgment to Shen Yulong. She did not say a thing. Lin Chuan quietly tightened his grip. Shen Yulong's eyeballs bulged out, and he could no longer say anything. Suddenly, with a gasp, he lost control of his bowels and wet himself. A foul smell filled the air. Lucia scowled and took 2 steps back. Lin Chuan, let him go. Lin Chuan quirked his eyebrows and cast Lucia a surprised glance. Even though this guy deserves more than death, since we're already in control of the situation, it would be better for us to keep him alive, Lucia explained. 2 mine exploration teams went on a full-out war in the underground. If the mine exploration team from Universe Corporation is completely destroyed, they might think that we killed them to silence them, because the dead tell no tales. Even if the supernatural tower acknowledges us and gives us the right to mine the Red Radiance Jade Mine first, Universe will inevitably bear a grudge, and if things don't go well, both families will wage a full-out war. But if we have someone living and makes Shen Yulong tell all the crimes that he did, it will serve as proof of Universe's crimes, and we can gain even more profit than finding the Red Radiance Jade Mine. Besides, there's something strange about this clash. We still have a lot of mysteries unanswered, so it's enough to just make him suffer a little. Don't kill him, I still want to interrogate him. Lin Chuan fell silent. Suddenly, he laughed to himself. Lucia frowned and said, "Why are you laughing? You need to stop choking him." "I'm laughing because this is what happens every time. The demonic halberd pigs at the bottom fight to the death. They die, are disfigured, and their corpses are strewn everywhere as both sides are badly wounded." Lin Chuan kept on holding Shen Yulong's neck. He did not show any intention to let go. But the crystalline 9-headed dragons who stand at the top can calmly spare each other's lives to maintain the balance and dignity of the ones at the top. After all, no matter how many demonic halberd pigs die, they're just demonic halberd pigs at the end of the day, right? Chapter 233, A Supernatural Entity Shows Up. Lucia looked puzzled. Lin Chuan, what's all this about demonic halberd pigs and crystalline 9-headed dragons? I don't understand. Are you too wounded? Did your brain get fried by the spirit energy magnetic field interference? Perhaps I've been pretending to be ignorant for too long, so I've never asked you a question. Lin Chuan turned around and stared at Lucia. He asked slowly and clearly, in your heart, do you treat me like a dog? Lucia could not believe what he said. Lin Chuan, what are you saying? How would I possibly think of you as a dog? We're best friends. Are we? Lin Chuan laughed in a tragic manner. From the moment we met Shen Yulong underground, he mocked me multiple times that I'm your loyal dog, and you never spoke up to refute him. When we were in school, your rich friends mocked me multiple times that I'm a pet kept by the Lu family and am the same as your personal bodyguard, Lu Fengying. They said we're just 2 loyal hunting dogs to you. Have you ever defended me against that? How could I not have? Lucia said anxiously. Back then, I always fought against Shen Yulong because of you. I told them repeatedly that you're on my side, and I will definitely protect you. I'd skin whoever touches even a strand of your hair. That's where the problem is, Lin Chuan said. Sia, right from the start, you never understood one thing. I'm not your dog, and neither am I on your side. I belong to myself. You're sick, Lin Chuan. The radiation from the spirit energy magnetic field is affecting your brain, and you're really sick. You might even be suffering through spirit energy deviation right now. Lucia spread her arms and tried to ease up the atmosphere. It's fine. Sky Pillar Corporation has the best medical equipment, and they specialize in treating illnesses in the head caused by radiation from crystal mines. You just need to calm down right now and let go of Shen Yulong. Come back to my side. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine." Lin Chuan smiled. He continued tightening his grip, and his fingers turned into steel clamps, which closed on Shen Yulong's throat so tightly that his eyes bulged out. His spine let out cracking sounds. "Let him go." Lucia became angry. "This is an order, let him go." "Look. You finally said what you're really thinking," Lin Chuan smiled and said, "if you don't treat me as a loyal, obedient dog, how would you think that you have the right to order me around?" "You." Lucia became anxious and angry. Suddenly, she intersected her fingers and danced like a snake while chanting swiftly. All the spikes that had entered Shen Yulong's body suddenly retreated and fused with the ground. Then, a sharp spike shot out from beside Lin Chuan to stab the arm he used to choke Shen Yulong. Lin Chuan could only let go, but the spike still managed to break his skin. Shen Yulong screeched, and like a balloon with all the air inside escaping, he instantly jumped more than 10 meters away. "You injured me for him?" Lin Chuan remained expressionless. With narrowed pupils, he observed the wound on his arm. It was not deep, but it was not light either. Once again, he laughed to himself. "That's right. After all, you're the same type of people. You're all crystalline nine-headed dragons." Even if crystalline nine-headed dragons fight fiercely against each other and make each other bleed, they won't just stand by and watch while a lowly, filthy, and stinking demonic halberd pig crawls over them and tramples on the glory of the crystalline nine-headed dragons. "Lin Chuan, snap out of it. Do you even know what you're doing?" When Lucia saw that he was injured by her own hand, she felt her heart ache for him, but she was also puzzled and angry. She gritted her teeth and said, "I don't have a lot of friends, and you're the most important among them. Stop forcing my hand." Shen Yulong scrambled more than 10 meters away before he finally dared to stop and cover his neck while gasping for breath. In puzzlement, he watched Lin Chuan and Lucia. He could not understand what these two bastards were trying to do. "Shen Yulong, don't run away. I'm just going to ask you one question. Did you ask a mine explorer in white to make our wall collapse?" Lucia's eyes were fixed on Lin Chuan, but the question was directed at Shen Yulong. He was stunned. "What mine explorer in white? I don't have anyone in white in my team." "That's right. Mine explorers who venture underground seldom wear white, because they get dirty easily. When they do these sort of tricks in the dark, they don't wish to stand out either." Lucia's pupils shrank bit by bit. As she stared at Lin Chuan, her expression filled with resentment and pain, and her voice trembled. "Now, I can finally understand why there has been a voice in my heart shouting at me not to reveal my trump card, but unfortunately for me, I didn't believe in my own instincts. Or rather, my trust for you suppressed my instincts of a spirit sensor." Lin Chuan, the white figure who made the wall collapse wasn't Shen Yulong's subordinate but your companion, right? Lin Chuan swiped at the blood and grime on his face. This motion caused all the emotions that had been accumulating in him for years to be fully unleashed on his incredibly handsome face. At that moment, he had become. Meng Zhao snuck a glance at Qin who was beside him. At that moment, Lin Chuan had become uglier than Qin. "Why did you suddenly look at me?" Qin asked. "It's nothing. Be quiet. All the people up there are bad guys. We have to be careful not to be discovered." As they spoke, something happened on the cliff again. After catching his breath for a while, Shen Yulong recovered some strength, and he staggered toward the way back. Lin Chuan and Lucia were busy being in a stalemate, so neither of them could divert their attention to deal with him. When Shen Yulong ran into the subsurface plasma, Lucia suddenly shuddered and shouted, "Shen Yulong, come back!" But it was already too late. Shen Yulong's scream tore through the subsurface plasma, and a white monster's savage and strange figure came out from it. It bit Shen Yulong's neck, and with a crack, his spine snapped. Shen Yulong's cervical vertebrae broke, and blood gushed out of his artery. Shen Yulong's eyes bulged out, and he died on the spot. The white monster tossed Shen Yulong's corpse back between Lin Chuan and Lucia. Then, it calmly revealed itself. It was a wolf-shaped monster that could not be considered large. Its eyes shone with a profound light, which meant that it possessed intellect that did not lose to that of a human, but it also had the cunning of a fox. Its fur was as white as snow, and it had a crystalline quality to it. Not a speck of dust could be found on it. Swinging behind it were 3 fluffy tails. They looked beautiful, but dangerous. Chinhu's eyes went wide, and he mumbled in disbelief, "White spirit?" Meng Zhao shuddered. "What?" "This is a different type of illusion wolf. In the hunter's circle, we call it white spirit. Normal illusion wolves are just grade 1 nightmarish beasts, and they can be considered to be distant cousins of the demonic blood moon wolves. They don't have powerful talents, but they have a faint mind attack that can interfere with a human's brain waves. They can then create all sorts of illusions. They're like the fox spirits in legends, but it's not difficult to see through their illusions. But this illusion wolf is different. It's very rare and is an abnormality that can evolve on its own will. Look at the 3 tails it has, that shows just how powerful it is." Monsters who are skilled in mind attacks usually have highly developed brains, and the heat dissipation issue they face when their brains work at high speed is always a major problem for them. Aside from the normal brain that illusion wolves have above their cervical vertebrae, they have a bundle of special nerves that are swelled up at the end of their caudal vertebrae. It's like a second brain for them. It's an organ to release mind attacks which can interfere with human brain waves and create all sorts of illusions, and their fluffy tails can increase the surface area for heat dissipation, which is deliberately there to help their second brain dissipate heat. Normal illusion wolves only need 1 tail for heat dissipation. But this super illusion wolf has 3 tails to dissipate the heat because of its second brain. From this alone, you can tell just how strong its mind attacks are. By the way, this 3-tailed illusion wolf goes way back with your big brother Lin. Lin Chuan has been staying in Shattered Star Lake and Graveyard Forest for years because he has been hunting it. Don't you know about it? Of course I know, Meng Zhao said in a daze. During Big Brother Lin's first mission, he ran into this incredibly cunning illusion wolf and nearly suffered a party wipe. He was the only one who escaped. Big Brother Lin has a huge grudge against that illusion wolf, and to take revenge for his comrades, he formed a few hunts to take it down, but every time, his teams suffered heavy casualties and have come back dejected. Big Brother Lin's hate has continued growing, and as he trained and hunted madly, he improved by leaps and bounds, but the 3-tailed illusion wolf seems to be a genius among monsters as well. Its strength had flown over the roof, and it became his mortal enemy. Big Brother Lin has said multiple times in his broadcasts that half of the tears he shed as the Weeping Reaper are for the 3-tailed illusion wolf. If he doesn't kill it, he won't come back to enjoy his life in Dragon City. He will definitely fight against this monster until one of them dies. But why have I never heard that this 3-tailed illusion wolf has the nickname of White Spirit? This is a nickname that has only recently spread around, Chinhu explained. In the Northern Offense, this 3-tailed illusion wolf moves through Graveyard Forest like an elusive spirit and by now has killed more than 10 hunters. Recently, it killed 2 4-star superhumans back to back, and it became a lot of hunters' nightmare. You know that we aren't that afraid of high-grade monsters who are born strong. They just have brute strength. Their attacks are monotonous, and they're huge creatures who can't understand human strategies. They don't pose any real threat to our teamwork and steel army. But these sort of mutated types who can evolve very quickly, have great learning abilities, and are incredibly cunning and fierce get more and more troublesome the longer they live. This creature has risen from a grade 1 nightmarish beast to a grade 4 hell beast in just a few short years since the first time it appeared and attacked Lin Chuan's squad. No one knows just what sort of terrifying existence it will become if we don't kill it soon. So, the hunters named it White Spirit. The Supernatural Tower also put a high bounty on its head because they want to get rid of it and be free of trouble. It's a surprise that it not only did not run far away, it actually went under raging waves. Meng Zhao's eyes widened further. White Spirit. White Spirit. White Spirit. This name was like a burning steel needle that crawled out of the depths of the memories from his previous life. White Spirit, one of the 9 great supernatural entities. 9 great supernatural entities were so intelligent that they were nearly at the level of supernatural beings. These 9 creatures not only had apocalyptic-level destructive power at the end of the monster war but also great intelligence, which allowed them to have a good understanding of human civilization. They even tried to gather all monsters to upgrade monster tribes into monster civilizations. They were the ultimate superbeasts. Among them was the 9-tailed illusion wolf, White Spirit. Its most terrifying talent was not the illusions that normal illusion wolves created. It was mind control. It could control human hearts. Chapter 234, Helping Each Other. When Lucia saw the 3-tailed illusion wolf standing together with Lin Chuan, she screamed hysterically, and rings of profound and complicated spirit tattoos appeared around her eyes. Spirit flames also gushed out of her temples. Her mental power reached its maximum, and she summoned the stone snake again to bite the 3-tailed illusion wolf. But the three-tailed illusion wolf moved with the agility of a ghost. It turned into a white ray of light and tapped the stone snake's head to jump in front of Lucia. Blood spilled out of Lucia's chest, and she was thrown away like a kite with its string snapped. Once Lucia lost control of the stone snake, it crumpled and spilled all over the ground like a basket of apples thrown on the floor. It no longer had the strength to jump around. Meng Zhao's teeth dug into his lip. He wanted to go forward and save her, but it was too late. Besides, he was a one-star superhuman, and Qin Hu was just at the peak of Earth Realm. Lin Chuan, however, was at Heaven Realm. At that moment, even though the white spirit had yet to reach the level of a supernatural entity and turn into the nine-tailed illusion wolf, it was still a hell beast. If they fought against it head-on, they would have no chance to win. "Whitey, stop," Lin Chuan said with a dark expression. "We can't kill her. She's a mine explorer and a spirit sensor. We still need her to locate the Red Radiance Jade Mine." The white spirit seemed to understand his words. It nodded and stepped back. Lucia refused to accept this gesture of mercy. She leaned against the wall and glared at Lin Chuan. "You're calling it Whitey? You actually became friends with a monster? You're mad, Lin Chuan. You've lost your mind. Even if it's a monster, it's fine. At least Whitey has never humiliated me and never tried to kill me," Lin Chuan said calmly. "Just now, Shen Yulong wanted to trample on my dignity and cut me to shreds. Tell me, should I give up on becoming friends with Whitey and instead become friends with a human like Shen Yulong? Also, Sia, stop pretending to be righteous. You're a woman who will do whatever it takes to reach her goal. You don't care about how many of your kind you sacrifice to obtain the right to mine the Red Radiance Jade first, right? The term humans has never been more important than personal interests to you. I know that Whitey is a monster, but look at the corpses around us. How many of them were killed by Whitey? Only Shen Yulong. The other humans killed each other. So, to those who died, just who is more dangerous? Monsters or humans?" Lucia looked around. Clearly, she had given up on communicating with Lin Chuan and was thinking about how she could launch a desperate counterattack. While she regulated her breathing, she recovered her spirit energy in secret. Meanwhile, she changed the topic to stall for time. "Its name is Whitey. Is it the white spirit you have been chasing all this while? Didn't you say that you won't stop hunting it until one of you dies? So, were you terrified by it and decided to become its slave?" A mocking smile appeared on Lin Chuan's face, and he said, "Sia, stop wasting your breath. We won't let you sow discord between us. Whitey and I have never had any hate between us. On the contrary, we're helping each other and taking only what we need from this relationship. Do you want to hear our story?" Lucia snorted coldly. "Do I have the right to say no?" Lin Chuan gently caressed the white spirit's head. It then ran away and started examining each corpse. "Do you remember the first mission I carried out officially? I was to escort your cousin, Lucilian, to train in the wild. At that time, I ran into Whitey." Lin Chuan sank into his memories. Anger, pain, and great pleasure rose in his eyes. "Of course I remember it well. You were attacked by a white spirit, and aside from you, everyone died," Lucia said. "You then swore that you will take revenge for Lucilian, and from then on, you became the lonely avenger, weeping reaper." "Take revenge? For Lucilian? Ha ha ha. Why should I take revenge for that wench? I killed Lucilian with my own hands. I killed her with Whitey's help. Ha ha ha." Lin Chuan laughed so hard that tears spilled out of his eyes. Lucia was shocked. "What? Aside from you, no one else in the Lu family has ever treated me as their equal. All of you saw me as your loyal dog." Lin Chuan gritted his teeth. "It's especially so for Lucilian. Her mouth was even worse than Shen Yulong's. She often said that without the Lu family, I wouldn't be who I am today. I was branded by the Lu family a long time ago, and I am to serve her exactly like how I serve you. She also made even worse demands. I can't say them, but I will never forget them." Lucia's voice quivered. "Ah. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I would have helped you execute justice." "Forget it," Lin Chuan said coldly. "You would definitely side with me when you face a competitor like Shen Yulong, but how could you possibly help me when you face the Lu family? At that time, your father was not satisfied with just becoming the general supervisor of the mining company and wanted to get an even higher position in Sky Pillar Corporation. He needed the support from Lucilian's father, which is why he sent me to Lucilian's team to kiss her feet. In a sense, I'm a present he gave out. Are the feelings of a present important? Would you break ties with your cousin and uncle for a present?" Lucia fell silent. But that's fine. I could tolerate it. In any case, I ran into similar events an unknown number of times ever since I stepped into the upper-class society. I've heard those humiliating words countless times, and I tolerated them unless you coincidentally heard it as well, Lin Chuan said expressionlessly. All the time I was in her squad, I carried out the duties of a loyal dog and even satisfied those creepy demands from Lucilian. I tolerated all the humiliation until I hunted down a blue dragon lizard in the wild and found an incredibly rare crystal that looked like a blue agate in its stomach. That was the first time I obtained such a valuable material. It could help me improve further. But Lucilian insisted that she was the one who brought me out, and it was only with her commands and support that I obtained the blue agate-like crystal. So, it was her reward, and she insisted on snatching it from my hands. But do you know what made me the angriest? If Lucilian had really needed the blue agate-like crystal, or if she only had this one chance to obtain it, I would have let it slide. But she didn't lack such treasures at all. The allowance her father gave her every month was enough for her to buy an even better blue agate-like crystal. She didn't snatch the crystal away because she wanted to cultivate. It was because it was fun. She told me that herself. She said that she was only joking with me and testing my loyalty to the Lu family. If I gave it to her on my palms without any complaints, she would have given me 2 even better crystals if she felt good, because she didn't care about this blue agate-like crystal, since it was of normal quality. But if I didn't want to give it to her, it would show that I'm not loyal to the Lu family and she would snatch it away. Then, she would look for you and your father to tell them what happened so that you can punish me, the traitor. I don't know what came over me at that time, but when I heard those things, my mind went blank. Thunder roared in my ears, and all the wrongs I suffered over the years just exploded. That's why I fought against Lucilian. I was naturally not her opponent, and she beat me up badly. But I did leave behind a really small wound on her face. When the people in the squad saw that the situation had turned back, they came forward to persuade us to stop. They forced us apart. They took the blue agate-like crystal from me and stuffed it into Lucilian's pocket. Things would have gone by just like that. After all, if you're in the wild for a long period of time, your mind gets tense, and it's not something big even when a conflict arises. My wounds are much worse than hers, and she got the blue agate-like crystal as well. What else can she want? At that time, I was that naive. We continued with the mission. On the surface, it looked like her anger had subsided after our team member's persuasion, and she ignored me. I got to enjoy the peace and quiet. A few days later, while we were lying in wait on a cliff to observe 2 packs of monsters staring at each other for territory, she ordered me to crawl to the front to look properly. I thought that she was angry and wanted to make me suffer a little, so I gritted my teeth and obeyed her. But when I reached the edge of the cliff, she pushed me from the back. Lucia gasped. Meng Zhao and Qin Hu gritted their teeth as well while they hid at the edge of the wall. They nearly cried out. The last thing I saw when I fell off the cliff was that wench's resentful and stupid face. Lin Chuan giggled in a maniacal manner. She thought that even if I didn't die from the fall, I would definitely be torn to shreds by the packs of monsters under the cliff and trampled to pieces. Against her expectations, heaven often opens a way for the desperate. There were a few plants that grew horizontally on the cliff, and they hit a cave that went downwards. My instincts to survive kicked up, and I grabbed those plants without even knowing what they were. I rolled down the slope into the cave until I reached the deepest part. I met Whitey over there. She was in the same shape as I was at that time. She was also gravely wounded and was like a homeless dog at the last of its breath. The illusion wolf pack she belonged to was killed by the golden mastiff pack they were enemies with. All the illusion wolves, including her parents, were killed and eaten. She was the only one left, and she had to face the pursuit of 2 golden mastiffs. When I fell into the cave, the golden mastiffs were about to attack her. They were shocked by my presence and turned around to target me. I was forced to work together with Whitey. She created illusions while I executed the ultimate moves of superhumans. After a bloody fight, we finally killed the 2 golden mastiffs. We fell into a puddle of blood, exhausted, and without any strength to kill each other. But we stared at each other, and gradually, our heartbeats and breathing reached the same frequency. In the end, Whitey was the first to recover. But she didn't kill me. Perhaps it was because the flesh and blood from the 2 golden mastiffs was already enough for her, or perhaps it's because the creatures that killed her pack and ate her parents were not humans, but monsters. Soon, I regained my strength, but I had no interest in attacking Whitey. We ate the flesh and blood from a golden mastiff, and while we ate, we observed each other. As we did, I suddenly felt something really amazing in my heart. The propaganda spread by the Survival Committee states that monsters are the only obstacle humanity faces in our colonization of the otherworld. If we destroy monsters, a beautiful, new world will descend upon us. Hence, humans must fight to the death against monsters. However, the ones who wanted to kill me weren't monsters, but my fellow humans. And the ones who wanted to kill Whitey weren't humans, but her fellow monsters. In that instant, light shone in my mind, and I finally had an answer to the question I could never answer. I was never the same type of living being as the rich people who stand supreme, like Shen Yulong, Lucilian, and even you, Lucia. I had no right to become the same type of person as you are. Whitey and I are the same type of people. At the very least, both of us have nothing. Monster war? Ha! Even if I help all of you superior, rich people kill all the monsters, what sort of benefits will I gain? Most of the pie will be eaten by you, while I'll have to crouch down by your feet and wait for some scraps with wide eyes. Similarly, even if Whitey helps the apocalyptic monsters kill all the humans, it will not be beneficial for a low-grade super beast like her. She won't be able to avoid the tragic fate of being slaughtered and eaten by high-grade super beasts. So Whitey and I don't care about this monster war at all. Even if we're fighting, we fight for ourselves and for the ones who are truly the same kind of beings as us. A look of understanding appeared on Lin Chuan's face. There were flames around him, which was the sign of a person going through spirit energy deviation. The white spirit had finished examining all corpses and returned to Lin Chuan's side. It lowered its head to nuzzle his thigh. Its tongue even rolled out and licked his open wound. There was a hurt look on the creature's face. I stayed with Whitey for 3 days and 3 nights in the cave. We ate the 2 golden mastiffs and gained a deep understanding of being kindred. Then, we supported each other and walked out of the dark cave. Lin Chuan hugged the white spirit. His expression turned incredibly gentle, and he said with a smile, "Perhaps God has eyes, because even he wants to tell me that my understanding is correct." Lo and behold, we ran into Lucilian and her group again. But they were not in a good condition. Soon after she pushed me off the cliff, they ran into a hell beast called Six-Armed Demonic Snake. They suffered devastating losses and were scattered. Most of the people were severely wounded, including Lucilian. The Six-Armed Demonic Snake chased after them, so they had to hide in the dark and hold their breaths in a hope to avoid the disaster. Guess what I did as I watched all this transpire from high above? Lin Chuan winked at Lucia. That was the most monstrous expression Meng Zhao had ever seen. Lucia's ambitions turned into cold sweat. She asked in a quivering voice, What did you do?" "An eye for an eye. She pushed me off the cliff, so Whitey and I pushed a huge rock that weighed hundreds of kilograms off to where she hid. It's very fair, isn't it?" Lin Chuan shrugged and said, "Oh, I was wrong. I didn't actually kill her with my own hands. A rock that weighs hundreds of kilograms cannot kill a superhuman. She was torn to pieces by that 6-armed demonic snake. So, this crime of murder is still considered to be committed by an evil monster, isn't it? Hey. Ha 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 ha." Chapter 235, I Have a Dream. Lin Chuan's laughter echoed in the cave, and the whole place shuddered. Stones continued falling on Meng Zhao and Qin Hu's heads, hitting them, but the laughter was what filled their hearts with disappointment and sadness. Lucia's strength was sapped by the laughter, and she lay limp on the ground. "Then, after you came back, why did you say that you want to take revenge for Lucilian and cried while you fought? You even became the Weeping Reaper because of it." "It's just for show," Lin Chuan said with a smile. "The entire squad died, but I survived. If I didn't make it seem like I'm filled with sorrow and look as if I'm suffering from PTSD, what would Lucilian's father and the leaders of the Lu family have thought? Would they blame me for not taking care of her like the dog that I am? Her father could destroy my future with a single finger, so how can I not take revenge for Lucilian?" Even if I was really crying, not a single drop of my tears would have been for the crystalline 9-headed dragons. I only cry for myself, Whitey, and my real kindred, because we're deceived, enslaved, and suppressed by you. My heart aches and cries for us." Lucia was silent for a while before she suddenly sucked in a sharp breath and said in disbelief, "But you joined a few squads later on to chase after the White Spirit, and your whole teams were nearly wiped out because of it. You only ever saved 1 or 2 people. Were those alacs put up by you and the White Spirit?" "That's right," Lin Chuan said coldly. "Ever since I gained my epiphany, I swore that I will control my own fate. I will not let anyone step on me. I will become stronger, and I will do everything to become stronger." But compared to all of you lucky people who are born in rich families and have all sorts of cultivation resources within your reach, the cultivation resources I have in my hands are just too few. Shen Yulong was right. Compared to the expensive resources, talent is nothing. No matter how hard I train, my foundation is too weak, and gradually, my strength can't match up to my ambitions. This was very obvious during my university years. If it continued, the distance between me and the rich people would just continue widening. So, I tricked some of the rich people to come into the wild with me and work together with Whitey to get rid of them. Then, Whitey ate them while I took their weapons, medicine, treasures, and all the valuable resources. Of course, I didn't do that every time. Sometimes, Whitey used its wisdom to lure a large group of monsters into my trap. There were even a few times when she pretended to be severely injured by me in front of witnesses so it would look as if she could be killed with just one more blow. Like that, with Whitey's help, I obtained a lot of resources, and my strength grew by leaps and bounds. My fame rose, and as my character as the Weeping Reaper was set, more connections, forces of power, and resources came to my doorstep on their own. And with my help, Whitey broke through the shackles of the illusion wolves. She evolved into a hell beast and turned into an infamous middle-grade super beast in Shattered Star Lake and Graveyard Forest. Do you understand now, Sia? Whitey and I are comrades who fight together. It's impossible for you to sow discord between us. Lin Chuan, I didn't expect for you to turn out like this. Lucia's voice quivered. How could you cast away your humanity and act without boundaries? You're wrong, I do set boundaries, Lin Chuan said seriously. First, I always choose my targets carefully. I only pick those rich people who treat themselves as superior. After all, they're not the same type of people as I am. When I kill them, it's no different from them killing monsters. I've never hurt a single normal person. Second, every time before I take action, I conduct a test. I use a treasure like the blue agate-like crystal and work together with Whitey to stir up the selfishness, greed, and bloodlust and the other dark sides of humanity lurking in their hearts. Did you know, none of the rich people ever managed to pass the test? There were a few times they even ambushed me to steal the treasure from my hands. Ha ha ha. That ugliness definitely makes you wonder what is the difference between humans and monsters after you see it. Perhaps humans are just monsters and there is no difference between us. Lucia lowered her head and used her messy hair to hide her face. Her shoulders trembled as she spoke in a choked-up voice. I get it now. The clash between Shen Yulong's team and my team was a test. That's right, you saw it too. How many people died in Whitey and my hands, exactly? Most of the people died because of their own greed, selfishness, and fear, Lin Chuan said coldly. Because of their greed, they became selfish, and because of their selfishness, they became fearful. They wanted to kill others, so they thought that others wanted to kill them too. They were ready to do anything to get the Red Radiance Jade Mine, and because of it, they thought that others would do the same. Sia, I thought that you would be different from Lucilian, but in his mission, aside from the way you treat me, you're the same. You follow the rules of the crystalline nine-headed dragons and care only about your own interests. Hey! Honestly, my junior brother warned all of you about it, didn't he? If you had preserved a bit of your naivety, kindness, and true humanity like Meng Zhao and believed that humans should not kill each other, everyone would not have needed to die. But a pity, Sia, you didn't listen to Meng Zhao's warning. You killed them, and then they killed themselves. While Chen Hu listened to the conversation as he leaned against the wall, he cast Meng Zhao a glance. There was puzzlement on his ugly face. Meng Zhao shrugged at him. That's what everyone says. I'm famous for being naive and kind. What can I do about it? Meanwhile, Lucia spoke in despair on the cliff. So, I didn't pass the test and I can only end up as food for the White Spirit? A conflicted look appeared on Lin Chuan's face. Sia, you can choose not to believe in me, but among all the rich people, you're the only one I can't bear to hurt, he mumbled. No matter what you treat me as, I've always regarded you as my friend. Before today, I've always treated you as a friend as well. Lucia gritted her teeth. And that's the greatest mistake in my life. I know that I'm a demon that wears the skin of a human in your eyes right now, but I hope that you can believe me when I say that unless there was no other choice, I wouldn't have wanted to drag you into this. Why were you so ambitious and decided to run underground in search of the Red Radiance Jade Mine? You don't know just how important it is to my dream, Lin Chuan said in anguish. Lucia was stunned. Your dream? I told you about it when we were discussing our wages. Lucia's eyes went wide, and she said, The matter about expanding and upgrading Blessed Happiness Street Elementary School? Are you sick, Lin Chuan? If that's your dream, you could have built the best elementary school with the profit you'd get from the right to mine Red Radiance Jade and my help. Your neighborhood children would have all enjoyed the best education. There was no need for you to do all these things. You're right. If I were just aiming to upgrade Blessed Happiness Street Elementary School, the pay from this mission and the money I saved over the years would have naturally been enough. At most, I would just need to beg for help from you and your father, Lin Chuan said gloomily. But how many schools like Blessed Happiness Street Elementary School are in the slums of Dragon City? They're all worn down and don't have enough teachers and resources. They can't even provide 2 nutritional meals filled with spirit energy every day. Blessed Happiness Street Elementary School produced a Weeping Reaper and received donations from big shots like you, so it has become brand new. But what sort of education would the children of normal households in other areas can enjoy? How are they supposed to compete against the rich children who are born on podiums in the race for their lives in the future? Sia, you said that after this mission, you would help me rebuild Blessed Happiness Street Elementary School, and one day, after you got a major position in Sky Pillar Corporation, you would even invest and buy over Blessed Happiness Street Elementary School and invite the elites from Sky Pillar Corporation to teach there. I have full confidence that you would do it, and I'm grateful to you for it. But could you rebuild 100 or 1,000 schools with the highest specifications and provide them with the richest resources so that all the normal children in Dragon City would be able to enjoy cultivation resources at the level of rich children? Could you? Would you dare to? Would you even be willing to? Lucia was dumbfounded. She remained stunned for a long time before she murmured, "Those normal people have nothing to do with you. You're already at Heaven Realm." Lin Chuan laughed, shook his head, and said, "That's why I said that we can only be friends, but never kindred. You will never be able to walk the path I want to tread. You can't even see it." As he spoke, he spread his arms and activated his spirit energy magnetic field and used maglev to rise into the air. Red drops of blood surrounded him, and with a holy look that appeared as his mind filled with self-sacrifice and delusions which he indulged in, he looked incredibly out of place. "I didn't kill so many people and cause so much trouble for myself. I did it for the millions of children who are born in poor families and have the same dream as I do and want to fight as well as become successful. They are the hope of Dragon City. I long for the day when there will no longer be a difference between the rich and the poor, the noble and the common among the children. Regardless of whether they have the blood of powerful fighters flowing through their bodies or the blood of the weak, they can enjoy the same resources in the same school and obtain meticulous instructions from peerless fighters who treat all of them the same way. At that time, they can unleash all their potential. And even if they have to compete, everyone will start at the same baseline. I long for the day when the rich children will no longer be haughty and treat it as a natural fact that they are superior to others. I long for the day when they will stop willfully bullying the poor because there are just so few laws that will judge them. I long for the day when the accommodation and food the poorest normal people in Dragon City eat will not be too different compared to that of the most powerful elites. At the very least, when the peerless fighters see the shacks normal people live in and step into their glorious palaces, they should feel their hearts ache for them. I long for the day when all humans can truly become kindred and human civilization's glorious light will be enjoyed unconditionally by everyone. Chapter 236, at the end, his goal is revealed. His excited words made Meng Zhao's eyes tear up a little while under the cliff. "I knew it," he mouthed to Chen Hu. "Big brother whose motives are definitely not vulgar." Yes, he's noble. And I'm vulgar." Chen Hu responded by mouthing his answer as well. His mustache moved as he did so. "So, who are you siding with?" Meng Zhao was conflicted for a long time before he answered with a scrunched-up face. He looked like he was suffering from constipation. "I'll side with you, Mr. Hu." Chen Hu huffed and rolled his eyes. "Dragon City is sick, and if it continues developing like this, the strong will get stronger, and the weak will get weaker. Even if we really do win the monster war, our goal of having our steel army sweep through the other world will not end well. One of these days, Dragon City will definitely be destroyed." Lin Chuan was completely convinced by his logic. He even growled at Lucia. "I want to change the order and save Dragon City so that our civilization will renew itself. And if I want to realize my dreams, I need incomparable power. The Red Radiance Jade Mine will help me. As long as I find the main mine and cultivate there for a few years, I will definitely reach Deity Realm and become invincible." "You're just daydreaming," Lucia criticized coldly. "Forget about how strong the radiation from the Red Radiance Jade Mine is, it's also very unstable. It's very difficult to use it to cultivate. And do you actually think that I will help you find the Red Radiance Jade Mine now? Lin Chuan smiled. Why not? Lucia smiled bitterly and said, once I find the Red Radiance Jade Mine for you, you'll silence me, right? I'm not that much of an idiot. If you want to kill me, do it now. Lin Chuan gave her a strange smile. I won't kill you. Once we find the Red Radiance Jade Mine, you can leave whenever you want. If there are extra Red Radiance Jades besides those that Whitey and I need to cultivate, you can mine them with Sky Pillar Corporation. I won't mind. You. This time, Lucia was really stunned. You'll let me go? Aren't you afraid that I will tell the supernatural tower that you're working together with a monster to kill humans? Will you, Sia? I know you too well. You're the same as your father. You're both ambitious and hungry for power. To obtain the authority over Sky Pillar Corporation, you will trample on all laws and risk everything. You will even go over your boundaries. Lin Chuan smiled coldly and said, don't forget that to the world, I share an ambiguous relationship with you. I even stayed a few years in your house and have long since been treated as part of the Liu family. We're seen as comrades by others. Just now, you mentioned that I belong to your side. If you go to the supernatural tower to accuse me of working together with a monster, won't you be accusing yourself? Also, I killed Lucilian and a lot of rich people, including Shen Yulong. The wrath of their families will not subside even after they cut me to pieces. Who else will they blame then? Naturally, it's you and your father. Even if you can clear yourselves of blame with the law, you will definitely no longer be in favor in the Liu family, and you can forget about making a comeback for the rest of your lives. Lucia trembled violently and flew into a rage. Lin Chuan, my father and I treated you so well, and yet you set us up? You're an ungrateful piece of crap. Hey, if my dad hadn't saved your father's life during the collapse of the mine and used the last of his life to push him out of the cave, if your father hadn't wanted to use me to make it look like he valued his relationships, and if he hadn't discovered my talent, would the both of you have been so nice to me? Lin Chuan asked faintly. But even if your father had ulterior motives, I don't intend to bite the hand that fed me. On the contrary, I came to repay the favor in this mission. Sia, I know that you're ambitious and smart. You want to reach the top of Sky Pillar Corporation, but you won't be able to if you just rely on your ambition, intellect, and connections. You need the protection of a peerless elite. Haven't you realized that even now, I'm leaving you an option? You, me, and Whitey can work together. I'll use the Red Radiance Jade Mine and your power to become matchless, and you can use Whitey and my strength to get rid of your competitors and clear out all your obstacles to fulfill your ambitions. Whitey will also become the Queen of Beasts with our help. She will be rule over a batch of monsters and provide us with great help. In the end, you can get Sky Pillar Corporation, and I will get the chance to change Dragon City. Whitey will also be able to rule over Monster Mountain Range. We'll be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The other world is large, and there are definitely even more resources hidden outside. We don't have to fight to the death against smart monsters like Whitey in this puny Monster Mountain Range. We'll just end up dying together. What do you think? I'm going to say this, you're either mad, or you're completely bewitched by this wolf. I won't help you even if I die. Lucia said coldly. Don't act that way. I can't bear seeing you die. Lin Chuan put up his signature, charming smile. He stepped down a blood-drenched flight of stairs made of air and slowly arrived in front of Lucia. He knelt down on one knee and used 2 bloody fingers to lift her chin. He said softly, Sia, I know that you have always liked me, and I do like you as well. But the timing was never ripe. That's why I was never able to show you my true self. I promise you that if you work together with me, once everything ends and I'm invincible, I'll be together with you lawfully, and we won't have to worry about other people talking about us behind our backs. Lucia shuddered. She stared at Lin Chuan, as if she was getting to know him again. She mumbled, I finally get it. In the past, I thought that you either had a heart made of stone or was some sort of moral prude. I even thought that you didn't like women, which is why you'd ignore my hints and rather sleep together with Meng Zhao. Under the cliff, Qin Hu perked up. All his fatigue was gone, and his eyes shone brightly. Meng Zhao really wanted to cry. We were just talking and sparring. I get it. You were just sparring. I completely get it, Qin Hu quickly comforted him. Don't worry. I'm not a woman who likes to gossip. I'm famous for being able to keep secrets in the field. If we're able to escape from this and some reporter comes up to me, I will only say that you were chatting with each other and sparring. Meng Zhao gritted his teeth and perked up his ears to continue listening to the conversation on the cliff in hopes that he could find an opening or a weak point and seize the chance to do something. "I understand now. You just have an inferiority complex," Lucia said clearly. "The mighty Weeping Reaper, the super idol worshipped by countless Dragon City girls, is actually a person with an incredibly low self-esteem." Lin Chuan's smile turned stiff, and his handsome mask started cracking. His expression turned monstrous again. "All poor people have low self-esteem. You're a lucky girl born with a silver spoon. You will never understand it. Enough with the nonsense. Are you going to help me or not?" "Never. Lin Chuan, don't assume that you know me well. I can give up on a lot of things for the sake of personal interests, but there are still certain things that I will not give up." Lucia might have remained sitting on the ground, but her back was straight. "Why?" Lin Chuan roared. "For the sake of personal interests, you even spared scum like Shen Yulong and were willing to let him live, but you refused to help me and give me a chance." "That's right, with how things are right now, if Shen Yulong or anyone else extended their hand to me, I would agree to work with them." Lucia looked pleased for finally being able to take her revenge. "But I won't help you, Lin Chuan. I can help anyone, but not you." "Why? Is it because I can't even compare to Shen Yulong in your heart?" Lin Chuan flew into a rage. "Even if I say it, you won't understand." Lucia smiled coldly. "There's something you said that is right. We're not the same kind of people at all. You're a man, and I'm a woman, and a conceited man who has low self-esteem like yourself will never understand a woman's thoughts." Lin Chuan seethed with rage. The white spirit beside him suddenly raised its three fluffy tails. Lin Chuan instantly calmed down. "It's fine. I don't need to understand it." A strange smile appeared on his lips. "You'll work together with me willingly?" He took a step back, and the white spirit moved forward. Its crystalline fur on its tail stood up, and like a peacock spreading its tail, it blocked Lucia's vision. What are you?" Before Lucia could finish her question, she suddenly looked dazed, and the image of the three white tails swaying about were reflected in her pupils. "This is bad. The white spirit is brainwashing Lucia," Meng Zhao said anxiously. "We need to hit it." "What?" Qinhu was shocked. "I thought the talent of the three-tailed illusion wolf was to create illusions. It can even control human minds?" "Middle-grade and high-grade super beasts don't just have one skill. Creating illusions and mind control is just one step apart. They're both skills that involve the release and interference of brain waves." Meng Zhao's mind raced as he analyzed the situation, but I think that the current white spirit isn't too good when it comes to its mind control. Lucia also seems to be determined. If it wants to brainwash this ruthless woman, it will need to use up a lot of energy. Look, its tails are all straight. A lot of spirit energy ripples are spreading out. So, its tails aren't actually cooling systems, but antennas. Since it's using so many antennas, the brain waves it releases must be very shocking. Its vitality magnetic field should also be very chaotic. Its body is even swaying. That means my guess is right. It's currently paying the price for brainwashing, and the success rate is probably not high. Otherwise, Lin Chuan wouldn't have needed to talk for so long just now. It could have just gone straight to brainwash Lucia. There's no time for further explanations. Mr. Hu, this is the time when the white spirit is at its weakest. We only have one chance to get rid of the white spirit. Then, Lin Chuan will be alone, and if we work together with Lucia, our chances of winning will be very high. Qinhu was still hesitating. "How high is your high?" "From 8 to 9%, and if you multiply 8 with 9, you'll get 72. If you round up that number, our chances of winning are 100%. We're going to win." Meng Zhao tried to boost his morale. Qinhu spat. "Brat, did your P teacher teach you math at elementary school?" Meng Zhao was stunned. "How did you know?" Qinhu ignored him. "I don't think there's a reason for us to fight so hard. Once they find the Red Radiance Jade Mine, we'll seize the chance to escape from the underground and report their crimes to the Supernatural Tower. Then, the adjudicators from the Supernatural Tower will arrive, and they will have no choice but to surrender." Meng Zhao smiled wanly. That was what Qinhu did in his previous life. He was able to hide himself until Lin Chuan left with the white spirit and escaped. Unfortunately, once the northern offense failed and Dragon City ran out of money to support the fight to build their first branch base, their fate in the apocalypse was set. Even if they destroyed Lin Chuan and the white spirit, they could not change anything. Meng Zhao widened his eyes to show his earnestness and said this through gritted teeth, We don't have time to get reinforcements. Mr. Hu, we're the only ones who can change everything and save Dragon City. Shut it, Chin Hu said instinctively. Do you think I'm sick in the head? Why do I have to work together with a brat like you who doesn't know anything to be a hero and save friggin' Dragon City? Because your wife, children, your children's children, and your children's children's children are all in Dragon City, Meng Zhao said seriously. Trust me. Right now, you're the only one who can save them. Chin Hu was stunned by Meng Zhao's gaze. It was as if he was staring straight into his soul. He could not help but loosen his grip over the youth's wrist. Meng Zhao used the chance to break free of his hold and climb half a meter up. He grabbed the grenade launcher and sucked in a deep breath. He peeked out from under the cliff and used the stones as well as mangled corpses as cover. Then, he narrowed his eyes, took aim, and locked onto his target. The white spirit's fluffy tails appeared in his scope. He placed his finger on the trigger. Chapter 237, Complete the Quest, Reward for completing the quest above the quota. Meng Zhao's palms were covered in cold sweat. Even though he had activated Walking Corpse and lowered his breathing and heartbeat to the lowest to perfectly hide himself so that he would not be discovered by Lin Chuan and the White Spirit, he did not dare to use the ultimate basic gun technique and use his mind to lock on the White Spirit. Otherwise, this cunning creature would definitely be able to detect his presence. But if he did not use the ultimate basic gun technique, he was too far away, and the angle was not good. The grenade launcher was not a sniper rifle that paid great attention to accuracy. He did not have the confidence to blow the White Spirit's brains out. Seriously, I can't believe I just decided to go along with your crazy ways. You must have brainwashed me, brat. Why else would I act as crazily as you are right now? Chin Hu drew his saber and crawled over. So, how are we fighting? Meng Zhao narrowed his eyes. He was at the point of no return. Even if his chances of winning were low, he could only. At that moment, Lucia suddenly cast a glance in his direction. Meng Zhao's heart froze. Perhaps it was because Lucia was brainwashed by the White Spirit, she did not shout. Instead, she quickly blinked and shook her head, as if she was spasming. Lin Chuan and the White Spirit thought that it was the normal reaction due to the mind control, and they did not pay attention to it. Meng Zhao bit his lip and removed his finger from the trigger. Then, he slunk back to the wall. What's going on? Chin Hu glared at him. I finally got myself into the mood, and you decided to be a coward? No, Meng Zhao shut his eyes. The scene he saw just now quickly appeared in his head, and he was certain that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. Lucia knew about his existence, and she shook her head to signal to him not to attack. How? And why? Meng Zhao licked his torn lip and used the pain to clear his head. He took out the periscope to observe the situation above. The White Spirit had already completed the mind control, and its tails fell back. Lucia's eyes were still clear, and she did not show the numb look of a person who was hypnotized. But she seemed a little excited, just like how Lin Chuan was after he entered the underground. That's right. The amount of red radiance jades in the mine is definitely very high. It'll be enough for the three of us to share it. With your help, I will be able to climb up to the highest seat of power in Sky Pillar Corporation. I should work together with you. It's better than dying here and turning into a pile of ugly bones, she mumbled to herself as if a certain emotion in her heart had been amplified. She hypnotized herself with it. Sia, you finally understood. Lin Chuan placed his hand on her shoulder and said gently, once we're done with this, we can become kindred and be together forever. That's right. Lin Chuan. We'll become the same type of people. We'll be together, forever. Lucia smiled. The aversion and anger from a moment ago were completely gone. She cast a deep glance at the White Spirit before standing up with the help of Lin Chuan's hand and fell into his embrace. The White Spirit watched it quietly. It was as if it was just a creature with no emotion. I can sense the red radiance jade mine below us. We have to hurry, though, or other mine exploration teams might find it. Lucia nuzzled in Lin Chuan's arms and pointed at the darkness below the cliff. Whether it was intentional or not, the direction she pointed was incredibly far away from where Meng Zhao and Chin Hu were. Lin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. He packed up everything with the White Spirit and organized a few sets of the equipment mine explorers used to drop down from high areas. With Lucia's guidance, they went to the spot that was incredibly far away from Meng Zhao and Chin Hu and fixed the equipment against the wall. Then, one after another, they slid down. Meng Zhao and Chin Hu stayed stuck to the wall like two dried-up geckos. They did not even dare breathe loudly. Fortunately, As the force of the explosion gradually subsided, the subsurface plasma also became thicker. Besides, the depths of the underground were dark. The only source of light was the faint glow from the crystals in the mine, so visibility was incredibly low. There was more than 100 meters between them, and the wall was slightly curved. Lucia also continued speaking, introducing the characteristics of the Red Radiance Jade Mine and how they should explore it to attract Lin Chuan and the White Spirit's attention, so they did not notice Meng Zhao and Qin Hu's existence. They held their breaths for a total of 5 minutes before they jumped onto the cliff. Then, they lay sprawled on the ground with cold sweat on their skins as they gasped for breath. Qin Hu nudged Meng Zhao. "Why didn't you shoot just now?" Meng Zhao hesitated for a moment before he mentioned what happened. "Lucia knows that we're hiding here? Impossible." Qin Hu was stunned for a long time before he frowned and said, "But when I think about it, she seems to have been intentionally luring Lin Chuan to talk a lot and expose an opening. I don't really know that mind control mumbo-jumbo, but I do know that a dam bursts when there is a crack in the wall, and if you want to cure a sickness of the mind, you need to know what caused it. If you want to break mind control, you need to know where the crack is. Now, we know what exactly is the sickness in Lin Chuan's mind." Meng Zhao nodded and analyzed the situation. Lucia is not a simple woman. She won't be controlled by the White Spirit. There are a lot of slit-mouthed anacondas down there, and they have never tasted human flesh over the years. That's why they're not very aggressive. After we made them retreat, they did not surround us again. But now, they have eaten a lot of human corpses, and they know our taste. They will be much more aggressive. It won't be easy for Lin Chuan and the White Spirit to move through the hunting area of the slit-mouthed anacondas. If they really find the Red Radiance Jade Mine, under the powerful interference from the spirit energy radiation, their brainwaves will turn into mush. The White Spirit's mind control will be incredibly weak and the distance between someone at the peak of Earth Realm and Heaven Realm will shrink to only one step. I think that Lucia was hinting to us that there would be a better chance to attack. Do you believe in Lucia that much? Qin Hu asked. Meng Zhao nodded. Regardless of whether Lucia was a ruthless woman with a heart as diabolical as a snake's, there was one thing he was certain about. In his previous life, she did not choose to work together with Lin Chuan and the White Spirit. Otherwise, she would not have remained a nobody, and Lin Chuan would not have died. There had to be some other variable in the Red Radiance Jade Mine. To stop all this, I can work together with you, Mr. Hu, and that Lucia too. I don't care anymore. Meng Zhao gritted his teeth. Qin Hu scratched his chin for 3 seconds before he registered Meng Zhao's words. "Brat, what did you say?" "It's nothing. We have to hurry and see how many useful items we can find here. Weapons, medicine, explosives, mine exploration tools, anything works." Both of them quickly packed up. Meng Zhao found a lot of high-calorie food. Qin Hu brought back dozens of weapons that looked alive. They were shaped like throwing knives and had numerous runic symbols carved on them. I think that when the White Spirit took control of Lin Chuan, something went wrong with his brain. All he can see now is the Red Radiance Jade Mine. Otherwise, there's no reason why he wouldn't pick up Shen Yulong's shooting star blades. They're really powerful. Qin Hu whistled. "But I earned from this. I've never used a treasure like this before. Brat, give me half an hour. I need to activate my vitality magnetic field and resonate with the runic symbols on these shooting star blades. Then, I can claim them as my own." The weapons of Heaven Realm elites were things that those at the peak of Earth Realm could only somewhat control. Meng Zhao was not strong enough, so even if he had them, they would be useless to him. When he looked at shooting star blades, a thought rose in his mind, and it was a scary one. I think that the White Spirit's plan doesn't involve items like the shooting star blades. It only needs a lot of explosives. Meng Zhao's voice was cold. "What did you say?" "Didn't you notice, Mr. Hu? They packed a lot of bags full of crystal bombs just now," Meng Zhao said. "At first, I thought that the White Spirit was checking the corpses and searching for weapons like the shooting star blades or giving the last strike to those who were severely injured. But now, when I was looking around, I noticed that it wasn't interested in weapons and gene medicine. Instead, it took all the crystal bombs. Even though mine explorers could change the structure of stones to create tunnels or escape routes, the effectiveness was low when exploring the underground. They also had to face the problem of their spirit energy running out. Crystal bombs could blow up places and create tunnels or crush fierce underground monsters to death, so they were very useful. That's why both mine exploration teams had brought a lot of them. Miners could also open up holes in rock strata and stuff crystal bombs inside, Then, they would seal off the holes to maximize the explosive power. In the fight, someone had even gone mad enough to throw crystal bombs at their enemies. But since they were not war-issued hand grenades, there were a lot of procedures to activate them and not everyone was mad enough to use them. There had to be a lot of crystal bombs left used, and they were all taken away by Lin Chuan and the White Spirit. They even took the tools to open up holes in walls to stuff bombs inside so that they could increase the explosive power. Why? Chinhu could not understand it. The Red Radiance Jades have lots of spirit energy, so they're one of the most unstable supercrystals. You don't need to use explosives to mine them. Why would they need numerous crystal bombs down there? Chinhu's voice suddenly died down. He exchanged a glance with Meng Zhao, and both of them shuddered at the same time. 10 minutes. I just need 10 minutes. Chinhu sat down cross-legged and spilled his blood on the shooting star blades. He then activated his vitality magnetic field and resonated with the weapon. Meng Zhao found a corner and used his fastest speed to wolf down a large amount of high-calorie food until his stomach became as round as that of a pregnant woman. Then, he used his mind to activate kindling. I've completed the second and third segments for the fight for the ultimate style quest. Settle my results now. Your goal for the second segment of the fight for the ultimate style quest was to win against 300 fighting class superhumans who are at the same level as you, but from different styles. Your quest progress is at 399-300. You have completed the quest above the quota. Due to your unwavering diligence, countless new one-star superhumans have understood the value of the ultimate style. The ultimate style is currently being spread rapidly among the alliance of the 5 universities and the grassroots unit of the Red Dragon Army. You gained a 5-star appraisal for the quest. Obtained 18,000 contribution points, and repaired 10 main meridians. Awakened special skill, Mind Lightning. Mind Lightning, your spirit energy will pulsate at a certain frequency that will impact your brain cells, and you will release brain waves as powerful as lightning, which will allow you to disturb the minds of intelligent creatures around you. The time that intelligent creatures accumulate power, stiffen up, and cool down will increase by at least 10%, and they will reveal more openings that are a danger to their lives. Your goal for the third segment of the fight for the ultimate style quest was to hunt at least 1,000 normal monsters and 100 grade 1 superbeasts. Your quest progress is at 712 1,000ths and 315 100ths. You have completed the quest above the quota. Your performance in Shattered Star Lake has struck fear in the monsters. Your heroic gait when hunting has spread through the internet in Dragon City. More people have acknowledged the value of the ultimate style in real battle, and you have gained a 5-star rating for this segment. Obtained 21,000 contribution points and repaired 10 main meridians. Awakened special skill, Monster Blood Combustion. Monster Blood Combustion, stimulate the dormant parts residing in the depths of your genes with spirit energy and release an ancient power. Your maximum output will increase above 10%. Chapter 238, Chase Closely. Meng Zhao felt as if the dam sealing his soul started cracking, and the cracks intersected with each other. 2 rampaging waves of energy spilled out through the cracks and flowed through his body. Those waves continued clearing his spirit meridians and lighting up his spirit acupoints to create 2 profound, complicated, and brand new spirit energy magnetic fields. Meng Zhao gritted his teeth. Spirit tattoos bloomed on his body, and it looked like some elite had used every ounce of his strength to form them on him. The lines that outlined the shape of his body drew out the explosive strength lying in him. The high-calorie food he ate had been enough for more than 10 people for 3 days and 3 nights, but his hungry cells instantly devoured everything. Fortunately, the 2 mine exploration teams had compressed the high-calorie food even further in case they were going to be trapped underground for a long period of time. Even if the food was only the size of a fingernail, it could still help a normal soldier last an entire day's worth of high-intensity work. Even so, all this food was only enough for Meng Zhao to last through the first creation, circulation, and activation of Mind Lightning and Beast Blood Combustion. Big Brother Lin. Meng Zhao had successfully learned the brand new skills, but he looked dejected. If it were not for Lin Chuan often talking to him the entire night and teaching him martial arts without holding anything back, his fighting strength would not have improved so quickly. He had become so good that many of the sophomore 1-star superhumans in the alliance of the 5 universities and broken star superhumans who had been working in society for 20 years could not win against him. Xiao Jianqing and the other 3 specially recruited fighting course students in the alliance of the 5 universities also lost to him when they sparred against him. That was why kindling had given him such a high rating for the second segment of his fight for the ultimate style and let him awaken Mind Lightning. Big Brother Lin, you did everything you could to stop me from joining this mission. Was it because you were prepared to do this and didn't want to get me involved? You also prepared a backpack for me meticulously at the last moment. Did you do it so that I could escape and I won't see your ugliest side? While he was thinking about it, kindling shone before his eyes again. Beginning the fourth segment of the fight for the ultimate style quest. Quest details. During the second and third segments of the quest, you helped many people understand the power of the ultimate style against low-rank superhumans and superbeasts. Now, it is time for you to challenge stronger enemies. Quest target: kill one hell beast. Quest reward: 30,000 contribution points, and 10 main spirit meridians will be repaired. One of the dragon meridians will be cleared. You can choose any 3 skills you want and raise their skillfulness by 1 level. This is... Meng Zhao's eyes lit up. If he could complete the fourth segment of the fight for the ultimate style, the number of main spirit meridians he would have cleared would be in the 40s. He would also have 1 dragon meridian, which was incredibly mysterious, powerful, and many superhumans were unable to clear one of them in their whole life. The ability to clear dragon meridians was key to whether a superhuman would be able to reach true heights. Right now, the white spirit has only evolved 3 times. It hasn't grown to its full power yet and is just a hell beast. Big Brother Lin, I'll definitely get rid of the white spirit and make you wake up. Meng Zhao shouted, and spirit flames surged out of his spirit tattoos like a flood. They started burning madly around him. Not far away from him, Qin Hu jumped to his feet and whistled. Dozens of shooting star blades swayed and trembled as they surrounded him. Qin Hu was ecstatic. His mustache trembled as he jogged happily to Meng Zhao. I'm not a person who likes to boast, but I'm seriously a genius. Brat, did you sense my spirit flames surging? I've become a new man, my fighting strength has gone. What the heck? Why does it feel like your spirit flames are surging and you've become a new man? Your fighting strength has gone up by leaps and bounds. As he stared at the dazzling and flamboyant spirit tattoos around Meng Zhao and found that his spirit flames were even more dazzling than his, he was dumbfounded. Brat, are you really a 1-star superhuman? He could not help but grumble. Meng Zhao smiled. Shining in his eyes were confidence and a surging fighting spirit. Realms such as 1-star, 2-star, 3-star, Earth Realm, Heaven Realm, and the likes were created by our pioneers in the past. They are meant to measure the powerful people in this era, but Meng Zhao paused, and swallowed the words "I came from the future." After making sure that they died in his throat, he said firmly, I will definitely not be restricted by something like our realms. Regardless of whether they are hell beasts, heaven beasts, apocalyptic beasts, or even deity realm elites, it doesn't matter. I will rip apart all those who try to stop me from creating a brand new future. Qin Hu shuddered and grew respectful. Not bad, kid. It's been a long time since I've seen a boy with such determination. If my eyes aren't deceiving me, are you one of those legendary existences who are destined to save the world? Qin Hu said excitedly. Since you've already broken the boundaries between realms, you're definitely 10 times stronger than I am. Then, later on, I'll be in charge of saving Lucia while you go and fight against Lin Chuan and the White Spirit. After all, if we round things up, our success rate will be 100%. We'll be able to settle the matter easily and happily. The fires instantly left Meng Zhao's eyes. He put on a conspicuous smile. I'm just joking. Mr. Hu, you're already a middle-aged man. You've gone through hundreds of battles and have a lot of knowledge about the world. How could you not tell that I was just boasting and trying to give myself courage? Wow, after you subjugated the shooting star blades, you've truly become a new man and regained your youth. You've become so much stronger. I feel like you're going to reach Heaven Realm at any moment. Later, it'll be better if I go and save Lucia while you fight against Lin Chuan and the White Spirit. Once I settle Lucia, I'll immediately go and help you. They talked strategy while their hands worked. Soon, they packed up their equipment and headed to the deepest part of the underground cliff. Right when they landed, they smelled a thick scent of blood in the subsurface plasma. They looked at each other, and both of them became wary. They crouched down on their hands and knees and crawled forward while sniffing the blood and the scent of the White Spirit. At the same time, they used the subsurface plasma to hide their presence. Soon, they found dozens of mangled carcasses of slit-mouthed anacondas. Based on the stickiness and corrosive properties of the acid, they were all just killed by Lin Chuan and the White Spirit. It has to have been a terrifying, bloody battle. The two looked at each other, and they lowered their bodies even further. Meng Zhao drew closer to the carcasses of the slit-mouthed anacondas. He almost put his head into one of the devastating wounds. "What are you doing?" Chinhu whispered. "We have to hurry up and catch up to them. Otherwise, we'll lose them because of this thick subsurface plasma." Injury examination. Meng Zhao's eyes shone. It was as if there were circles of light in his pupils, so they shrank pupils and dilated. He observed the corpses for a long time and even used his scalpel and clamp to turn over the wounds. In the end, he made this conclusion. Lin Chuan and the White Spirit are both injured. To gain Lucia's trust, Lin Chuan revealed all his trump cards to her. He was injured by Shen Yulong, and he'll need a lot of time to recover. The White Spirit is not a super beast famous for its fighting strength either. At least, it was not now. They had to fight against a lot of slit-mouthed anacondas who have been nourished by the Red Radiance jade mine here, so they had to pay a devastating price. Look at the wounds caused by the chain spear. They're pretty accurate in the beginning, and all of them are fatal attacks, but gradually, they became chaotic. The wounds are in the shape of plum blossoms. This means that Lin Chuan's strength is rapidly decreasing. It's getting difficult for him to gather all his destructive power at the tip of his spear. It's about the size of the tip of a needle, after all. Based on the angle of the injuries of the final two stabs, Lin Chuan's left shoulder blade is injured. Perhaps he was bitten viciously by a slit-mouthed anaconda, so he can't smoothly execute power with his left shoulder. The angle of his stabs is slightly off, which forces him to attack again. I know Lin Chuan's fighting style. He's quite the perfectionist. If it weren't because he was heavily injured, he would never attack in a flawed manner. It's the same for the White Spirit. Look. These slit-mouthed anacondas were ripped to shreds by claws, which is the typical style for canine-type monsters. But there's almost no wolf fur on the first few carcasses. This means that the White Spirit either managed to kill them with one strike or dodged at a high speed. It was not held back by the slit-mouthed anacondas. But the last two carcasses are covered in wolf fur, which means that the White Spirit has become increasingly slower, and it had to fight for a long time against the slit-mouthed anacondas before putting them down. Ah! This slit-mouthed anaconda even has a clump of wolf fur between its teeth with a bit of flesh left. This is the tissue of a canine-type monster. Based on the elasticity and stretchability, this should be the skin from its hind leg. Its left hind leg has been injured. Chinhu listened to this quietly, and as he stared at Meng Zhao, his gaze became stranger. Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. "Mr. Hu, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about what a bastard Shen Rongfa is. How could he make me provoke a monster like you? If I'll survive this, the first thing I'll do when I go back is beat him up." After saying that, Chinhu realized that it didn't sound right, so he scratched his mustache. "No, if I personally beat up my brother-in-law, I won't be able to explain things to my wife. She'll just quarrel with me when I go back. I'll do this. I'll tell you where Shen Rongfa is hiding, and you can." "Oh, you can't do it. You're already a superhuman, so you can't beat up normal people. Have your dad look for a few strong harvesters and beat him up so that I can vent my anger, okay? Then, when my wife yells at me, I'll go to your house, eat and drink there, then we'll find a makeup artist for you so you'll look like you're beat up. After that, we'll take a picture, and I'll go back home and tell my wife that I've taken revenge for my brother-in-law. It'll be killing two birds with one stone. Everyone will be happy, right?" Meng Zhao was stunned for a long time. "Wow, Mr. Hu, you're so evil." "Well, are you in or not?" "Of course I'm in. How could I not agree to such an evil plan? Now, we have one more reason to defeat that White Spirit and laugh while we live." As they talked to each other, they went through the slit-mouthed anaconda's habitat. The subsurface plasma ahead of them was still thick. Even when they extended their fingers, they could not see anything. Drops of human and canine blood were on the ground, though, and they were very fresh. They gave off a faint bloody smell. Sometimes, there were also a few strands of wolf fur. Meng Zhao cultivated his branch meridians, so his sight and smell were much sharper than those of a normal person. Chinhu had fought in the wild for years, so he also had a lot of experience in tracking down monsters. The two worked together and soon found 3 cracks in the wall hidden by subsurface plasma that humans and monsters could crawl into. One of them shone with red light. Chapter 239, White Spirit's Heaven. Chinhu crouched on the ground and observed it for a long time before he said, "It's the path in the middle. There's faint traces of blood and wolf fur here. You can even see red light coming from inside. This path must lead to the Red Radiance jade mine." But Meng Zhao narrowed his eyes. He thought about it and ran his fingers over the 3 cracks before he shook his head and said, "No, It's the one to the left. Look, Mr. Hu. Under his guidance, Chin Hu examined the crack on the left. They had a faint row of spikes that formed an arrow. It went to the depths of the crack. The spikes were less than 5 centimeters long. With the cover from the subsurface plasma, if they did not look closely, they would not be able to see them. The white spirit used its fur and blood to deceive intruders, but Lucia used the stones to leave us a sign. She knows that I'm a harvester and an ultimate-style practitioner. My senses are far sharper than those of a normal person, so there was no way I would miss the spikes. Meng Jiao was amazed by Lucia's ruthlessness. In her previous life, she had to have engaged in a battle of wits with the white spirit to the bitter end. However, at that time, he was not around, and Chin Hu had fled, so she was alone and did not have backup. That was why she could not stop the white spirit's scheme. This time, the white spirit had underestimated the human's wisdom and determination, so it would definitely suffer. The two men held their breaths and entered the left crack. There were a lot of twists and turns in the crack, along with a lot of forks. Fortunately, every single time, they were able to find the small bumps left by Lucia, which pointed them in the right direction. There were even 2 times when Meng Jiao found 2 crisscrossing spikes. They were a sign telling him that they were not to enter a certain place. They went forward carefully, and just as they expected, they found alarms set up by Lin Chuan. If they were the slightest bit careless, they would end up triggering them. With Lucia being the mole, Meng Jiao and Chin Hu bypassed the alarms safely. As they continued going forward, they soon no longer needed Lucia's guidance. The crack grew wider, and the spirit energy waves became each stronger than the last. Gradually, they grew so thick that they could be seen with the naked eye and dyed everything around them in bloody red. The two's breathing became chaotic, and their blood boiled. Their ears rang, and they kept seeing sparks in front of their eyes. Their brainwaves went out of control, and a storm rose up in their heads. The spirit energy magnetic field interference here is so strong. We're definitely close to the Red Radiance Jade Mine. Chin Hu gritted his teeth. Sticky blood came out of his orifices, and he gasped while he said, "It's as they said, if you risk your life in this sort of stupid place, you'll definitely minimize the distance between your realms." The red light in front of them looked like a volcano eruption. They reached the end of the crack and saw a huge cave. Once again, Meng Jiao found a cross left by Lucia. He leaned against the stone and placed his grenade launcher where it was easily accessible. He used his periscope to investigate the cave. As he pushed the periscope upward, his breathing froze. He saw a red, crystalline palace. Countless huge red crystals grew from the ground throughout the entire cave. They shone with a dark light and shades of red Meng Jiao had never seen before. They competed with each other in their beauty and covered their own weaknesses. They looked like a living volcano, but also like the entrance to the deepest parts of hell. This feeling was especially prominent at the center of the cave. The red crystals there were the brightest and most brilliant. They were like aquatic dragons baring their teeth while lurking in the ground. Their mouths were wide open and gushing out with red spirit energy, which drenched the entire cave in a sea of blood. We finally found the main Red Radiance Jade Mine. Lin Chuan's laughter could be heard from the depths of the sea of blood. It sounded like he was so happy that he cried. "Sia, do you see it? This is the future of Dragon City. It's also the children's hope. With so many cultivation resources, I will definitely be able to reach Deity Realm and change Dragon City. The children will then be able to compete fairly under the sun and grow equally." Lucia remained expressionless. Her eyes shone a little. The white spirit stared fixedly at Lin Chuan and swung its tail slightly. It seemed to be happy for him as well. Since Lin Chuan had reached his dream, he was delighted. He kept on repeating things like saving Dragon City and allowing everyone to be equals. Suddenly, his movements became a little stiff, and he brought out a lot of crystal bombs from his backpack. He placed them on the brightest Red Radiance Jade cluster and brought out a chisel to dig out holes for the bombs in the depths of the Red Radiance Jade Mine. Lin Chuan. Lucia discreetly cast a glance at the entrance of the mine, where Meng Jiao and Chin Hu hid. Suddenly, she put on an expression as if she had just registered what was going on. She mumbled, "Why did we bring so many crystal bombs? You can't mine the Red Radiance Jades by blowing them up. We want to save Dragon City and give all the children the same bright hope." Lin Chuan did not answer her question directly. His face was filled with a feverish, crazy look, and as if he was reciting a tongue twister, he said, "As long as I become a Deity Realm elite, I can change Dragon City's future, and only this Red Radiance Jade Mine can help me reach Deity Realm." It seemed like he was not looking at the chisel, explosive-actuated tools, and crystal bombs in his hands. All he could think about was the beautiful, brilliant future that would no longer have a difference between the rich, poor, noble, common, powerful, and weak. Everyone was equal there. But the white spirit became wary. Its tail stood up, and it jumped in front of Lucia. "Wake up, Lin Chuan!" Lucia shed her disguise and took half a step backwards. She screamed, "Look at the crystal bombs and tools in your hands, and see what you are doing. This creature has never been thinking about mining red radiance jades. It wants to completely destroy this place." The white spirit bared its teeth, and its expression turned incredibly savage. It turned into a white bolt of lightning that went for Lucia's neck. Meng Zhao grabbed the grenade launcher and was about to fire when Lin Chuan's expression changed drastically, and he pounced over. Blood bloomed like a flower on his shoulder. He had blocked the white spirit's fatal bite for Lucia. Lucia and the white spirit screamed at the same time. Lin Chuan did not care about his flesh being torn. He just looked at both sides with a conflicted and puzzled look, as if he was struggling in the depths of a nightmare. His consciousness gradually rose to the surface. "Sia, Whitey." The white spirit still wanted to jump forward. Lin Chuan instinctively stood between it and Lucia. He called out, "Whitey, what are you doing? We already promised that we won't hurt Sia. We still need her to mine the red radiance jades." "Don't be stupid, Lin Chuan. Do you still not get it? You treat this monster as your kindred, but it's only treating you as a tool." Lucia sneered and started speaking like a machine gun. "While I was held hostage, I kept wondering about its real goal. All that talk about the three of us working together to mine the red radiance jades is just to trick you, because you're a layman who has no knowledge about how large-scale crystal mining works. There are too many procedures and interests of other parties involved in this. The time required to mine them is too long, and there are too many variables. Even if I will get the right to mine the place first, it'll be impossible for me to rely on my father's power. There will definitely be a lot of specialists from the Lu family who will be sent here. Also, Shen Yulong's whole team died here, so Universe Corporation will definitely not let things slide. To dissolve the conflict between both parties, we might even end up letting Universe Corporation have a share. Right now, the Survival Committee is getting increasingly more displeased with Sky Pillar Corporation and Universe Corporation monopolizing the crystal mining industry, and they're supporting the rise of medium and small mining companies. Many specialists and powerful elites will enter the underground to mine the red radiance jades together, and as long as they find any clues about what happened, we'll be done for. This creature has known it from the start, which is why it has no plan to mine this place slowly. Instead, it wants to explode it. The red radiance jades contain incredible spirit energy and are one of the most unstable supreme-grade crystals. Once you open up detonation holes in suitable spots in the main mine and stuff them full of explosives, there's a high possibility that you will cause a chain reaction at the level of an avalanche, and the ancient divine power that has been accumulating for billions of years in the red radiance jade mine will instantly burst forth. This is a power that is 100 times greater than even a volcano eruption. It will form a destructive spirit energy tidal wave that will affect all living beings. Even deity realm fighters and apocalyptic beasts cannot use a spirit energy tsunami to cultivate. They will go through spirit energy deviation, and their violent tendencies will increase by leaps and bounds. In fact, their bodies might even explode. Lin Chuan, I still don't understand why the white spirit wants to do this, but my guess is definitely right. I'm begging you, open your eyes and look at the crystal bombs and explosive-actuated tools in your hands. The murky look in Lin Chuan's eyes disappeared bit by bit. In disbelief, he stared at the explosives and explosive-actuated tools piled up around him. An expression of pain appeared on his face, as if his dreams had shattered. He mumbled, "Whitey, what are we doing? What are we?" The white spirit's tail started swinging rapidly. It used its mind control again, and Lin Chuan's expression suddenly changed, as if he had become someone else. It was strange. There was smugness and monstrous ruthlessness on his face. "That's right. If we work together to mine the red radiance jades, it'll be too slow. There'll be a lot of problems, and the process will be filled with variables we can't control. We can't possibly succeed like that. Right now, humanity's deity realm fighters and the monster's apocalyptic beasts are fighting in raging waves. They've been at a stalemate for a few months, and countless low-grade superhumans and normal monsters have been injured, but these people remain unharmed. Thus, I'll make this red radiance jade mine explode and add pressure on them. Once the ancient divine power that has been accumulating here for billions of years explode, we can create a spirit energy rampaging field that is 10 times greater than the one on the surface. It'll cause all the deity realm fighters and the apocalyptic beasts in raging waves to go through spirit energy deviation, and their violent tendencies will be magnified, which will result in both sides being badly injured. And the extreme weather conditions will become even worse than a few months ago. Raging waves, graveyard forest, and shattered star lake will experience violent storms. Fog will fill the area, and space-time rifts will be everywhere. The low-grade superhumans and the Red Dragon Army will have to return in failure, and Dragon City will be unable to develop this place for at least 10 years. This place will then turn into our heaven. We will eat the corpses of all the deity realm fighters and apocalyptic beasts and grow stronger endlessly, just like before. Without deity realm elites and apocalyptic beasts, we will stand at the top of the food chain in this chaotic region. When the environment stabilizes again, we will long since have obtained invincible power, and we will no longer need to be slaves. We'll be free to carry out our will and create a beautiful new world for our kind. Chapter 240, Kill. Lin Chuan's voice became sharp and shrill as if he was forcing the words out of his throat. His features remained the same, but it was as if they had twisted into a completely different face. Meng Zhao's heart raced as he listened to the hysterical shouts. A strange thought appeared in his head. He's not Lin Chuan. Another soul has crept into Lin Chuan's brain, and it is the one speaking. Lucia also noticed the huge difference in Lin Chuan. She screamed, "You're not Lin Chuan. What are you, the White Spirit? Lin Chuan, you're completely controlled by the White Spirit. These aren't your real thoughts. These are the thoughts of the White Spirit." Lin Chuan's face looked as if it had been sawed in half by an invisible chainsaw. On the left, he looked conflicted and confused, but on the right, he looked smug and ruthless. While he panted, he laughed savagely. "No, this is our thoughts. The deity realm elites and apocalyptic beasts should die. They're like the trees that cover the sun. They steal away all the sunlight and grab all the nutrients. They're covering the whole world. It's only when we kill those deity realm fighters and apocalyptic beasts that we will be able to rise to power from their corpses and create a brand new world. Sia, didn't you always say that coal, petrol, and crystals are the corpses of ancient creatures and civilization is just us walking on those corpses? Then, we should. I will never declare a monster and a beast as my comrade." Lucia hissed through gritted teeth. "This is the biggest difference between you and I? You think of all humans as us and all monsters as them. But I think that normal people and normal monsters are us, while deity realm elites and apocalyptic monsters are them." Lin Chuan spread his arms wide. His expression was holy and strange, as if he was reciting some kind of mantra for hypnotization. "As long as we can get rid of them, we'll be able to win the war." "Idiot. You're just an idiot who was utterly deceived by a beast." Lucia had a disdainful look on her face, but cold tears fell down her face. "Whitey didn't lie to me. She would never lie to me. All of this is for me." Lin Chuan waved his arms and defended the White Spirit in a rather lunatic fashion. It was hard to say whether he was speaking for Lucia or for himself. "If we don't do this, the Red Radiance Jade Mine will soon be taken away by those people who stand above all of us. The Heaven Realm elites will rely on the Red Radiance Jades to become Deity Realm fighters, and the Deity Realm fighters will rely on the Red Radiance Jades to become even stronger, but what about the low-grade superhumans and normal humans? At most, they will get scraps. The difference between the strong and the weak will become even more obvious. The rule of the powerful will become stronger. When then will we be able to completely change Dragon City so all the normal children in the city can live good lives?" "Yes, that's right. That's what Whitey thinks. It believes in my beliefs. It supports my dreams. It's only when I explode the Red Radiance Jade Mine can I stir up the spirit energy tsunami to get rid of those deity realm fighters and apocalyptic beasts." "And what happens after that?" Lucia asked coldly. "If you kill the former deity realm elites and replace them to become a new person in power, what difference will it make?" "Of course I'll be different from them. I came from a poor family and am a normal person. Even if I become invincible, I will think about the interests of the thousands of normal people in Dragon City. I will make Dragon City shine brighter. I won't be like them. They've fallen a long time ago and have become rotten." Lin Chuan seemed to have gone mad as he screamed hysterically. The more lunatic he became, the calmer Lucia looked. She gave a mocking smile. "My grandfather, Shen Yulong's grandfather, and countless powerful people who control Dragon City came from poor families and started with nothing. They fought their way up the ranks during the war to protect Dragon City. If you think that they have already fallen and become the targets that must be killed, how can you ensure that you won't fall and become corrupted as well? In truth, you're even worse than they are. At the very least, they never worked together with the monster while they walked down their paths of becoming superhumans. They never killed their own people. But you, right from the start, you dyed yourself red with human blood in a mountain of corpses. Her words struck Lin Chuan's weakness. The expressions on the left and right side of his face became no longer melded with each other. They became even more distinct, making him uglier. Wait, I was wrong. You aren't working together. You're just being used. Lucia sucked in a deep breath and unleashed her major move. Lin Chuan, you're a man who has low self-esteem, but you're conceited as well. You spent half of your life trying to break free from being used by others, but at the end of the day, you're just a lapdog of a monster. Right after she said this, the white spirits first stood up. Lin Chuan's expression became even more monstrous. He let out an incredibly shrill shout. I've never treated Lin Chuan as my lapdog. Lucia's eyes lit up, and she shouted, did you hear that, Lin Chuan? That's not your voice at all. You're controlled by the white spirit. The white spirit howled and tried to bypass Lin Chuan to attack Lucia. Lin Chuan also raised his right arm under its control to form a blade with his spirit flames at his fingertips. He pointed it at Lucia. Lucia took half a step forward fearlessly and craned her neck. A complicated light shone in her eyes as she stared at Lin Chuan. She smiled like a beautiful snake. Come on, kill me with your white spirit. Lin Chuan trembled. He acted like a puppet who was controlled by two puppeteers at the same time. The left side of his body clashed with his right side, and he was positioned in a really strange manner. The white spirit was angry and agitated. Its tails trembled fiercely, and drops of blood oozed out of its crystalline fur. Clearly, its mind control had already reached its limit. Lin Chuan was caught in a fierce battle in his head, and the white spirit was about to lose control. Hence, neither of them noticed two things. First, Lucia had been subtly changing her position non-stop so that they were now at the best firing range and angle from the entrance of the Red Radiance Jade Mine. Second, an incredibly fierce power was swiftly gathering together behind a rock at the entrance of the Red Radiance Jade Mine. It was as if it came from ancient times and could pierce the soul. After a short tug-of-war, Lin Chuan, whose mind was held captive, was finally unable to maintain his balance. He staggered. The white spirit seized the chance to pounce on Lucia. Lin Chuan did not manage to stop it in time, and he cried out in despair. No. Lucia shut her eyes as if waiting for her death and fell backwards. Her action exposed the white spirit, who had its mouth wide open, to Meng Zhao, who jumped out of the entrance. Now! Meng Zhao shouted, and his spirit flames raged. Mind lightning and beast blood combustion instantly reached their maximum power, even though he had just mastered these spirit energy magnetic fields. The former stimulated his cells and allowed him to instantly release brain waves that were 10 times stronger than before. They affected the thoughts of all intelligent life forms, which had the amazing side effect of breaking the mind control. The latter allowed him to unleash the power from his genes. It helped him fight against the effects of the Red Radiance Jade Mine. Despite the fact that he was under the Great Spirit Energy magnetic field interference, he was still able to control his optical cells and all his muscles. His muzzle was firmly locked between the white spirit's eyes. This time, Meng Zhao activated the ultimate basic gun technique without hesitation. Since it had been focusing most of its attention on Lin Chuan and Lucia and was under the great effects from the Red Radiance Jades, the white spirit did not notice him right away. When it finally took notice of him, it was already too late. Bang! Bang! 2 rifle grenades filled with all of Meng Zhao's will exploded in front of it. The white spirit was only able to turn its head a little, so it would avoid the fate of being blinded, but the left side of its face was blasted off. Its eye socket turned into a mess, and its eyeball flew out. The white spirit and Lin Chuan screamed from extreme pain. It seemed like even their senses were connected in a profound manner. It's weak now. I have to kill it. The moment Meng Zhao's finger left the trigger, he rushed forward. He threw the assault rifle that was now empty of rifle grenades at the white spirit. Then, he grabbed the 2 Samopulver 61s. Bullets shot out like the rain, and all of his shots were aimed at the white spirit's messed up eye socket. Under Meng Zhao's fierce and powerful attacks, the Hell Beast was shot to the point where its flesh and blood fell to the ground. It was forced to move back. Meng Zhao. Lin Chuan was dumbfounded. Indescribable shame appeared on his face, but the moment he saw the white spirit's devastated appearance, All his emotions instantly turned into anger. Whitey! He gave a monstrous shout. His undying bird rose into the air, and under the blood-red light, it looked incredibly monstrous and fierce. His chain spear formed a destructive vortex. With the additional power of the undying bird, it went to strike Meng Zhao. But halfway to Meng Zhao, a saber glare that charged over like a hungry tiger cut it in half. "Your opponent is me." Qin Hu arrived with a strange cackle. "I've long since found you an eyesore, pretty boy. You used that face to enchant so many ignorant girls, and even my wife is your fan. She even asked me to gather likes for you. To hell with the likes." At that moment, every pore on Qin Hu's body gave off the fierce flames of someone at the peak of Earth Realm. The shooting star blades spun around him at high speed, but since he was still not familiar with them and affected by the red radiance jades, their flying trajectory was very strange. They were basically moving based on the Brownian motion, and even Qin Hu himself could not predict their trajectory. Hence, it made him even more dangerous. Lin Chuan did not expect that there would be another survivor aside from Meng Zhao, and his fighting strength was about the same as his right then. The many injuries left Lin Chuan much weaker than originally. He narrowed his eyes and spread his arms wide open, allowing the undying bird to envelope him. His feet rose 3 feet from the ground, and he spoke in a monstrous voice. "Qin Hu, you also came from the poor. Why are you helping those rich people who stand above us? We can. My foot." Qin Hu went to cut him. "Enough with the yammering. All I've been listening to today is your constant yakking. I'm telling you, I hate people who just keep talking before attacking. If you want to fight, fight. Do you think you're one of the ladies playing mahjong? You." Lin Chuan was caught off guard, and he fell to the ground pathetically. Qin Hu's saber was not really that threatening, but his Brownian motion shooting star blades were quite difficult to fend against. Even Meng Zhao, who was fighting fiercely against the white spirit by the side, yelped when his butt was nearly cut. Lin Chuan simply could not predict Qin Hu's movements, because he refused to act according to convention. "I'm a simple man. Aside from my wife and kids, I don't care about anything else." Qin Hu cackled savagely. "I don't care whether it's you or the white spirit who likes cooking up these schemes. It has nothing to do with me. But if you blow up the Red Radiance Jade Mine and land a huge blow to Dragon City, you'll be harming my wife and kids. Even if you're the father of God himself, if you dare to touch my wife and kids, wash your neck and wait. I'll kill you." Qin Hu's blood-stained mustache was straight now. Every muscle on his body bulged up, and it was as if shocking explosions were happening inside. The saw-toothed saber above his head shone with a brilliant light, and he swung it at Lin Chuan's undying bird. Chapter 241, Bloody Battle. Boom! The beast's soul clashed violently against the saber glare, which created a shocking roar. Spirit energy ripples spread out and crashed against the red radiance jades repeatedly, causing the blood-red crystals to tremble violently. Intersecting cracks appeared on the crystals. A few of them even exploded with a bang. Visible waves of rampaging spirit energy rushed out like a volcanic explosion. Everyone could feel their blood boil, and it felt as if their brains were about to be burned to a crisp. The spirit energy magnetic field interference was incredibly strong. Even if Lin Chuan was a Heaven Realm fighter, he could not accurately and swiftly create spirit energy magnetic fields. Even though he was supposed to be in a fight between superhumans, he was dragged into a crude fight that was similar to a street brawl. Qin Hu laughed loudly. He knew that he was definitely not Lin Chuan's opponent, but all he needed to do was create chaos. The greater the chaos, the better it would be. Hence, while he swung his saber like a madman, he kept on making the shooting star blades dance madly. Under the effects of the spirit energy magnetic field interference, he drew a number of fierce saber glares that had absolutely no pattern. Lin Chuan, Meng Zhao, Lucia, the white spirit, and even he himself were endangered by it, but they had nowhere to hide. Lin Chuan was shocked by Qin Hu's momentum, and for a period of time, he could do nothing about him. On the other side of the battlefield, Meng Zhao's 2 Samopulvs or 61s let out a faint click. He ran out of bullets. Half of the white spirit's face had been blown off, but now, it revealed a savage smile. "Oh no!" Meng Zhao groaned in his heart. He had already pushed his basic gun technique to the peak and had additional strength from Mind Lightning and Beast Blood Combustion. Each bullet had 120% their power, and not one of them had missed its target. All of them hit the wound around the white spirit's eye socket. Meng Zhao had already done everything he could, but hell beasts were hell beasts. Even if it was a creature skilled in mind control and not one famous for its fighting strength, it was not something that a mere one-star superhuman could deal with using rifle grenades and mini-Samopulvs or 61s. The moment his mind became slightly unstable, illusions suddenly bloomed in his vision. The red radiance jade seemed to have turned into a hell drenched in a sea of blood. The white spirit's body began growing, and its pelt gained a thick, red color. 3 heads grew out of its neck, and each of its fangs was thicker than Meng Zhao's arm. The 3 heads bared their teeth and smiled. It was enough to make anyone lose their wits. The white spirit was an illusion wolf. Its basic racial talent was to create illusions. Meng Zhao had fallen into a nightmare. He shuddered and could not move. The white spirit cackled and pounced forward to take his life. Suddenly, a cunning light shone in Meng Zhao's eyes. His surging lightning and bloody flame drew a lightning bolt and bloody flame that intersected with each other. They shot at the white spirit's throat. "You're using illusions on me? I'll have you know that I wrestle every night with a black tortoise in an illusory world." Ever since Meng Zhao had gained the guidance from the deity realm elite, Zhang Yue of Agricultural University's martial arts course, a part of the black tortoise's strength was branded in his cerebral cortex, courtesy of black tortoise Zhang Yue. The moment Meng Zhao entered deep meditation, he could see the illusion of the black tortoise and start mind training. During the few months he was in the northern offense, he had been killed multiple times by the black tortoise. At the same time his mental strength grew, he gained another benefit: he became immune to all the illusory attacks from middle-grade and low-grade superbeasts. The white spirit did not expect that Meng Zhao would not fall for its trick. And Meng Zhao was very cunning with his acting. He predicted that since one of the white spirit's eyeballs had exploded, its vision would have shrunk by half. So he deliberately made surging lightning unleash piercing electrical arcs to attract its attention. Then, he sneakily threw bloody flame forward. It stuck close to the ground, and the chain slithered about like a snake. It only jumped up when it was in front of the white spirit. The diagonal angle at which the saber jumped up was chosen after Meng Zhao included the white spirit's injured left hind leg and other factors. Every detail of the attack was just right. The white spirit dodged the first attack from the surging lightning, but it did not manage to avoid the bite from bloody flame. The thin, blood-red dagger dug into its wound. The runic symbols on the blade and chain shone brilliantly, attaching its vitality magnetic field tightly together with the spirit energy magnetic field created by the runic symbols. The dagger began draining the white spirit's vitality, and the hellbeast struggled fiercely. Meng Zhao curled up his pinky and yanked the chain. The chain connected to surging lighting jumped up and formed a lasso in mid-air. It surrounded the white spirit's neck. Sizzle-lee. The runic symbols on the chain shone with a dazzling, electrical light and burned the white spirit's neck to a crisp. Ah! Lin Chuan did not expect that the chains he gave to Meng Zhao would end up around the white spirit's neck. He descended into a frenzy and willingly suffered the attack from 2 shooting star blades to rush to Meng Zhao. Qinhu roared and knocked him away. Both of them rolled to a corner where the red radiance jades had shattered. It was where spirit energy was surging like a volcano. Boom! Both of them were simultaneously exposed to spirit energy magnetic field interference that was 10 times higher than the safety limit. Their hair stood up, their nails exploded with loud cracks, blood gushed out from their 7 orifices, their teeth became loose, the main meridians and branch meridians in their bodies started expanding, exploding, or shriveling up while they burned. "You lunatic!" Even Lin Chuan, who was in a frenzy, was shocked by Qinhu as he fought as if he wanted to die together with him. "That's right, all the people in frenzied saber are lunatics." Qinhu laughed, and his tears burned in the sea of blood. The white spirit was jarred by the pain, but it was worried that Lin Chuan would be dragged to hell by the mad Qinhu. It shrieked and yanked its neck, which made the 2 chains, one of them burning with flames and the other with lightning surging all over it, dig deeper into its flesh, but it did manage to drag Meng Zhao in front of it. The monstrous strength of the raging hell beast was not something Meng Zhao could withstand. The white spirit clawed forward, and 2 wounds instantly appeared on Meng Zhao's chest. They ran so deep that his bones could be seen. Meng Zhao screamed, and blood shot out. He fell back like a kite with its string snapped. The 2 chains fell limp on the ground like snakes with their bones extracted. The white spirit used its teeth to grab the chains so it could drag Meng Zhao over, but suddenly, it sensed that something was off based on the feeling it had around its bloody eye socket. Its eyeball had exploded, and it could not see clearly. Everyone else, however, could see what was happening. Moments earlier, when Meng Zhao was within range of the beast, He had swung his arm and stuck an object above the messed-up eye socket. It was his last rifle grenade. Meng Zhao had cut 2 deep gashes under it, and before the battle, he had rammed it against a stone, so now, it was at the point where it would blow up at any moment. Meng Zhao had stuck it above the white spirit's injured eye socket with a sticky liquid from the stone statue fungus. The white spirit could see what Meng Zhao had done based on everyone's expressions. But the stone statue fungus liquid had great adhesive properties, and it solidified very quickly. Without acidic liquid, it was impossible to yank it away. The white spirit's claws were also not as nimble as human hands, so it could not touch the rifle grenade. Boom! The third rifle grenade exploded on the white spirit's wound. It was like a huge hammer had rammed down between the white spirit's bloody eye socket and temple. The flames and impact wave knocked it to the ground. Its skull shattered, and its wobbly brain was exposed. It was the third rifle grenade that Meng Zhao used, and all of them had struck the same vital spot. And this did not even include all the crystal bullets he had fired with the Samopulsar 61s. Even hell beasts would be injured severely by humanity's steel, crystals, and will, and now, the white spirit was at its last breath. Meng Zhao fell on the ground, exhausted. Blood kept pouring out like a volcano eruption from the terrifying wound on his chest. He gritted his teeth and spent nearly 20,000 contribution points in exchange for 10 initial stage healing skills. He performed 10 treatments in one go. As kindling turned into dew that flowed slowly through his body, new parts grew out of his injured blood vessels, nerves, and muscle fibers. A thin layer of paniculus carnosus grew over the deep wound, and it started healing rapidly. The price for it was that the energy in his cells were nearly drained. The high-calorie food worth 10 men that he ate earlier had long since been digested. His intestines and stomach started squirming madly. It was as if they wanted to drag his organs inside and digest them. Meng Zhao no longer had any high-calorie food or gene medicine with him. Just as he became so hungry that he curled up, life force suddenly traveled into his body through his left arm. Meng Zhao was slightly stunned, then noticed that his left arm was bound by a chain, which was connected to bloody flame embedded deep in the white spirit's wound. That's right. Lucia said that runic symbols on bloody flame were carved by the famous runic symbol master Shi Zunma before he retired. The runic symbol meticulously carved by Master Shi created an amazing spirit energy magnetic field. It had the effect of absorbing the target's life force and replenishing the user's vitality magnetic field. Bloody Flame was an amazing saber that could absorb vitality and replenish life force. Meng Zhao's body was repaired quickly, but his life force was drained, so he turned into a black hole with endless suction force. The white spirit was gravely injured and did not have the strength to fight against Bloody Flame's absorption of its life. Its vitality was sucked into Meng Zhao's body. After seeing it, Meng Zhao became highly spirited. The white spirit's energy began to wane. Its blood-drenched white fur fell off in clumps, and it now looked incredibly pathetic and ugly. When Lin Chuan saw that all its life would soon be sucked out and it would die, he screamed in grief. The moment he saw the white spirit's pitiful state and got distracted, Qin Hu seized an opening and thrust his saber through his shoulder. The tip of the saber rammed into a crack of a shattered red radiance jade, and Lin Chuan was pinned to the red radiance jade cluster. When he screamed in pain, a brilliant light shone in the dying white spirit's remaining eye. For some reason, it gained brand new strength. It yanked the chains again and dragged Meng Zhao over. It opened its mouth to bite his throat. The hellbeast's vitality is just too strong. Meng Zhao wanted to cry, but he was pinned under the white spirit, so he could only bring up the 2 chains to block it with everything he had. The white spirit opened its mouth wide, and as if it were possessed, it started biting the 2 chains to the point that sparks flew. Meng Zhao's chest wound that had just healed tore open again, and the life that he had gathered spilled out like a flood. The stalemate lasted for a few seconds, and he was defeated. When the white spirit's fangs were about to pierce the artery in his neck and crush his cervical vertebrae. Move! Suddenly, Lucia's shout rose behind him. The beautiful snake which had been sitting and accumulating power for a long time in a corner finally attacked. Meng Zhao felt a chill travel from his cervical vertebrae to his spine, and from his spine, it went to his coccyx. The deepest fear of men allowed him to act on reflex. His originally straight body curled up like a shrimp. Whoosh! A thick, long, and sharp stalagmite shot out from the ground between his legs and pierced the white spirit's abdomen, which was its softest part. The stalagmite went through its organs and came out of its back with blood all over it. The white spirit was now like rock candy. It was pinned to the ground by Lucia's spy cart. Chapter 242, Perfect Form of the Weeping Reaper. Meng Zhao was dumbfounded. He stared at the stalagmite right below his crotch for a full 10 seconds. Then, he turned his head inch by inch and stared at Lucia. "Don't worry, I did precise calculations," Lucia said. Then, she swayed and fell limp on the ground. "Calculated it, my foot." Meng Zhao's tears spilled out. "You look as if you're mentally drained, which is a sign that you were draining your mental power like some lunatic just now. You decided to bet everything on that one shot. If your attack went slightly higher, my good friend would have become skewered together with the white spirit. You're really ruthless. You'd do anything to achieve your goal." But now was not the time for him to settle accounts with Lucia. The white spirit's abdomen had been pierced by the stalagmite, and its spine was damaged. It would not last much longer. Sticky blood oozed out of its orifices. It also gushed out of its mashed temple and abdomen. Its limbs twitched powerlessly. It could not pull itself off the stalagmite. Its vitality magnetic field rapidly became weaker, and even the light in its remaining eye became like a waning candle in the wind. It swayed non-stop. This hell beast finally fell into true hell. But it continued to struggle in the dark abyss, stubbornly releasing its final brain waves and vitality magnetic force. Meng Zhao's wounds slowly recovered as bloody flame continued absorbing the beast's life. He wondered why it was still struggling when its death was a certain matter. Then, he saw it swinging its three tails slightly. The fur on the tips of its tails stood up like antennae, and Meng Zhao's pupils shrank swiftly. No. It's trying to perform its final mind control. Qin Hu said that the white spirit has two brains. The first brain has been reduced to mush by the 3 rifle grenades, so it can no longer think, but the swelled-up nerves at the end of its coccyx are still in perfect condition, and it's considered its second brain. It can still cause trouble. Who does it want to control? It's not me nor Lucia, and even less likely to be Qin Hu. It's Lin Chuan. It's using its final drop of life to send an incredibly wicked brain wave to Lin Chuan. Then, even if it dies, Lin Chuan will turn into its manifestation and the white spirit will continue living in an extreme and evil method. Meng Zhao gritted his teeth and staggered to his feet. He swung his saber at the white spirit's tails. But he was a step too late, and Qin Hu crashed into him while yelping. Both of them rolled onto Lucia, and they could not get up even after a long time had passed. The undying bird rose once more at the corner of the red crystal cluster, and this time, it was 100 times more monstrous than before. The undying bird's despairing and angry shriek filled the entire cave. Red light gathered together to turn into a bloody sea. Raging waves rose up and crashed into their nerves. The white spirit's fox-like face twisted into something that resembled a human's gratified expression. While smiling, it slowly closed its eyes and fell limp. No, things are bad. Meng Zhao felt his skin crawl. Even though they managed to kill the white spirit and got rid of a supernatural entity-level problem, they also pushed Lin Chuan into the dark. He might become a demon that was even more terrifying than the white spirit. Was this change good or bad? Damn it. I'm not dead yet. Again. Qin Hu spat out a mouthful of blood that contained at least 3 of his teeth. He swung his broken saw-toothed saber and stood up. His vitality life force surged to the maximum, and he gathered all the shooting star blades that were madly flying through the area. When the shooting star blades reached the supersonic speed, he flung his saber with an indomitable spirit. Whoosh! 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 The dozens of shooting star blades had been flying madly like headless flies in the crystal cave, but at that moment, they bounced back from the crystal clusters, and their unpredictable trajectory became even more chaotic. Meng Zhao and Lucia jumped up. Ack! Qin Hu's thigh was cut. Some of the shooting star blades stabbed into the cracked red radiance jades, which released the ancient power contained in them. The entire cave trembled, and it looked like a high-pressure cooker that was about to explode at any moment. Meng Zhao was nearly touched by the rampaging spirit energy that gushed out of the cracks of the red radiance jades. He felt as if he was a roasted ruck stuck in a furnace. He wanted to cry. "Mr. Hu, ease up a little, will ya? Fighting fiercely in a red radiance jade mine is like firing a gun in a gunpowder storage. If you're the slightest bit careless, a spirit energy tsunami is going to happen. Even if it doesn't rush to the surface, it's still more than enough to burn all of us to a crisp." Qin Hu was also shocked. He bared his teeth and pulled out the shooting star blade stuck in his thigh. For the price of getting hit himself, he had sent more than 10 shooting star blades at Lin Chuan, but they were all blocked by the wings of the undying bird. When it opened its red wings, Lin Chuan stood in the middle of a sea of blood. Crimson light shone in his eyes, and it was even brighter than the light of the red radiance jades. He cast a deep glance at the white spirit, who had died tragically on the spike. Then, he tilted his head and looked coldly at Meng Zhao, Qinhu, and Lucia. His gaze was that of a monster. Crystalline tears mixed with blood finally spilled out of his eyes, and he fully entered the state of the Weeping Reaper. Meng Zhao braced his courage and began shouting with the hope to take Lin Chuan up. "Be big brother Lin, wake up. You were hypnotized by the monster. It's skilled with mind control, and when it was about to die, it bewitched you." But Lin Chuan smiled sadly and whispered, "I know. I was willing to be hypnotized." The group was shocked. Meng Zhao stuttered, "Be big brother Lin, what do you mean by willing? How do you think Whitey was able to develop mind control?" Lin Chuan sank into his memories, and his expression turned gentle and sweet. "I'm too soft-hearted. I easily get conflicted and hesitate a lot. I often second-guess myself, and I wonder whether my choice is correct. After killing Lucilian, I might have realized the path that I am to take and decided to become enemies with Sia's father, and all the crystalline nine-headed dragons in Dragon City, but when I returned to Dragon City and met Sia and her father, I would remember the days we spent together, and those were good memories. No matter how much Sia's father owes my father, and regardless of whether he got closer to me because he wanted to set up himself as someone who values his relationships or not, I have to admit, there were instances when I treated Sia's father as my father in my days." Lucia bit her lip and turned her head away. She did not wish for anyone to see her expression. "At that time, I felt very pained. I believed that the path I chose was correct, but it was too difficult. I had to give up and betray too many things. With every step I took and every person I killed, I felt like I'm killing something deep in my heart," Lin Chuan explained. "Whitey saw me feeling dispirited and tormented by my pain, and she heard me screaming in my nightmares. She became anxious and worked up, but she did not know how to help me. She helped me by creating a lot of illusions. They were of my father, Sia, her father, of us, and the children. In those beautiful illusions, everyone was alive and smiling. They did not face any restrictions imposed on them by their status, wealth, and power. Everyone was happy and lived carefree lives. But illusions are just illusions. She didn't understand the complicated emotions at the deepest part of the human mind. Well, she didn't understand it at that time. It would be great if there was a way to get rid of all my pain and conflict so that my beliefs would become much stronger. At that time, I often stood beside the lake and stared at my reflection while I mumbled these words in an attempt to hypnotize myself. Whitey saw this, and she wanted to help me be free of my pain completely. So, she quietly ran off to the depths of Graveyard Forest and even the mountainside of Raging Waves to hunt the super beasts who had mind control abilities. She ate their flesh and brains to develop a brand new ability. I don't know just how many super beasts skilled in mind control she ate. I don't know how she managed to fend against the control of those super beasts either. But when I discovered this secret, she had already been wandering at the edge of hell. Every time, she returned bruised and battered and with her brain nearly burned away. In the end, it might be due to coincidence or fate providing us guidance again, but she succeeded. Of course, when Whitey just evolved, her mind control was very weak and unstable. Besides, the brain structure of middle-grade and low-grade super beasts is relatively simple. Mind control and brainwave interference for them is about the same. If it's used on the highly complicated human brains, their success rate isn't high. But that's okay. Whitey had me. I willingly opened up my brain so that she could train her ability. At the same time, I asked her to get rid of all my inner conflict and hesitation and repeatedly strengthen my beliefs. I wanted her to put a mental brand that I could not get rid of on my cerebral cortex. Now, you should understand that Whitey had never used me. Right from the beginning, these were my thoughts. Whitey only chose to strengthen them. I admit that Whitey tricked me in this matter. I never intended to destroy the Red Radiance Jade Mine to create a large-scale spirit energy tsunami so that the Deity Realm fighters and apocalyptic beasts would die together. But I believe that this is just a white lie from her. Her goal was to increase our strength as quickly as possible so that we could realize our dream to build a fair and beautiful new world. Now, Whitey was sacrificed for my beliefs. Tell me, what should I do next? The Weeping Reaper's bloody tears gathered at the corners of his mouth. It formed a strange-looking smile on his face. He turned around and looked at the explosives gathered at the depths of the red crystals. No. Meng Zhao gritted his teeth and intersected his chain sabers to pounce forward. Lin Chuan flapped his undying bird's wings to fling him back, and Meng Zhao crashed into the wall. Qinhu and Lucia used their remaining strength to roll forward and launch a pincer attack. Lin Chuan chuckled. His chain spear wrapped around their legs like a snake, and with a light flick, he flung them away. Chapter 243, Big Mistake. Qinhu and Lucia crashed into a protruding crystal cluster. Their blood gushed out, and they fell on the ground, unable to get up. Lin Chuan went to the explosive actuated tool and was about to grab it when two chains shot forward elusively and grabbed the explosive actuated tool. He narrowed his eyes. When he turned around, he saw Meng Zhao staggering to his feet while bleeding heavily. He tossed the explosive actuated tool to the side and crossed his chain sabers to put up a fighting stance. "Why didn't you leave? Why must you stop me? Why can't you just fake death over there quietly? Once I set up the timer, I would save you." Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes and left bloody footprints in the air while he walked to Meng Zhao. He gritted his teeth and said, "We're kindred. Why didn't you say that in the beginning?" Meng Zhao spat out a mouthful of blood and smiled sadly. "If you really believe that I'm the same kind of person as you are, that your beliefs are absolutely correct, and that you're doing this for the future of millions of normal dragon citizens, why didn't you dare to tell me about your plan and didn't do your best to make me join your plan? Did you lack confidence in me, or yourself? You know that the experiences we had growing up are very similar, and we have a lot of thoughts that are the same. I've also treated you as my idol. I trusted you, so why didn't you dare to tell me anything? Did you just refuse to believe that I would join you? Oh, right. After we ventured deep underground, you faced the effects of the spirit energy magnetic field interference from the crystal mine and your mind turned chaotic. You nearly told me your plans. But after all those seemingly logical words, you stopped speaking at the final moment. In fact, you even meticulously prepared a backpack for me to escape. Why? Big Brother Lin, are you thinking about not dragging me into this mess because I'm your junior, or is it because you know full well in your heart that you're treading down a path of darkness that requires you to get rid of your humanity? You spared me because you wanted to spare your final shred of humanity? Lin Chuan's gaze wavered. He stopped walking in the air. His undying spirit fixed its stare on Meng Zhao, but no matter what, he could not stab him. Do you know the roots of your pain, Big Brother Lin? Meng Zhao grinned. You know all too well that you're wrong. Regardless of whether your motive is in the right or not, your method is completely wrong. You knew what your mistakes were, but you couldn't rectify them, so how could you possibly not be conflicted, hesitate, and be in pain? Asking the white spirit to use mind control to wipe off your pain is just like eating painkillers when your body is in pain. You're just treating your problem temporarily instead of getting rid of it permanently. No matter how great the dose you take, if you don't get rid of the root of the problem, you won't be able to truly get rid of your pain. I'm not wrong. The bloody light in Lin Chuan's eyes grew brighter. It was as if he had a sturdy metal fortress built in him, and he finally threw his chain spear at Meng Zhao. I'm fighting for millions of normal citizens. You don't know how rotten and corrupt those powerful people at the top have become. If they rule over Dragon City, it's bound to be destroyed. I'm also willing to fight for the millions of normal dragon citizens, my comrades, and my home, but I won't do it your way. Meng Zhao crossed his chain sabers and parried the chain spear. His vitality magnetic field shuddered because of the undying bird. His wounds were torn open again, but he endured the great pain and shouted, "We could use a righteous method and spread our ideals in an upright manner. We can search for help from more people to keep the mega corporations and peerless fighters in check. We can use the internet to get more people to support us. We can contribute during the war and create our own force of power. Then, step by step, we can climb up the ranks of the Survival Committee and to the peak of the Supernatural Tower. If you're displeased with the methods of certain peerless elites, you can publicly mention it so that all the citizens would discuss it. Even deity realm fighters cannot seal up millions of mouths, after all. If you're displeased with how certain megacorporations cover up their misdeeds with their power, we can propose laws that will cut down or limit their power. If you don't want to see the poor children lose at the starting line, then we can start from Blessed Happiness Street Elementary School and continue renewing, rebuilding, and upgrading the elementary schools one by one. I believe that we will get the support from countless people, and we will not be fighting alone. In any case, we have countless ways to create a bright, fair, and just new world. Why did you have to choose the worst, bloodiest, and most evil method?" Boom! The two chain sabers crashed against the chain spear, and two spirit flames gushed out like an avalanche. It ripped open a wound on Meng Zhao's head. Then, he was knocked off his feet by the undying bird and suppressed. Because the other methods are all useless. Lin Chuan shouted from above him. This has been the case for thousands of years, and it has been like this since life on Earth. The powerful people always used every method conceivable to gather wealth, influence, and power so that they can become chiefs, dukes, kings, emperors, deity realm elites, and crystalline nine-headed dragons. It gives them the right to enjoy all the riches in the world. They create the rules and all sorts of lies so that the weak will regard each other with hostility and even kill each other. They use ridiculous wars as the reason for them to occupy all the resources and stand above the laws. The weak have fought back using the methods you mentioned, but were they of any use? Over thousands of years, they did it again and again, but they only ended up injuring themselves by ramming their heads against an iron wall. He pushed his right hand down further. The ground around Meng Zhao was squashed down by an invisible force. It sank by half an inch. Meng Zhao grunted and coughed up a mouthful of blood. But he pushed back against the pressure from Lin Chuan and climbed up inch by inch. Even if we didn't manage to knock down the iron wall over thousands of years, how would you know that we will definitely fail this time? Meng Zhao forced the words out of his throat. The world is changing. Civilization is evolving. Everyone is improving at lightning speed. The world today is different from the world thousands of years ago. The humans today are not the same humans from thousands of years ago. We've become smarter and stronger. We're paying more attention to protecting the interests of all people. The belief that men are born equal has already been embedded deep in us. When we fight against the monsters together, all the people from 3-year-old children to 70-year-old grandmas believe that they are vanguards from Earth and that we are protecting our home and civilization together. Big Brother Lin, do you really believe that after half a century's worth of baptism from the war to survive, the normal dragon citizens today would still endure the powerful people and mega-corporations using their power to cover their misdeeds and live like ignorant people? Do you really think that they will not reflect on the past and explore the future? Do you really think that all the normal people aside from you are ignorant and can only be lambs awaiting slaughter? Perhaps the indestructible iron wall in front of you is already full of cracks after having faced the futile attacks over thousands of years. Perhaps, with one more crash, even if we end up bloody and bruised from it, we can create a hole. Meng Zhao straightened his back. His bones were trampled by the undying bird and let out cracking sounds as if they were exploding inside him. It was so painful that he winced. But he still stood straight. He did not intend to fall down again. No. Impossible. As he faced this puny one-star superhuman, Lin Chuan trembled, even though he was a Heaven Realm elite. He mumbled, "We can't possibly knock down this iron wall." Lucia is right. Big Brother Lin, you really do have low self-esteem, but are conceited as heck. Meng Zhao wiped off the blood at the corners of his mouth and smiled. Your self-esteem is too low. You're terrified of the crystalline nine-headed dragons, and from the bottom of your heart, you believe that you're just a demonic halberd pig. It's impossible for you to use upright methods to win against the crystalline nine-headed dragons. But you're too conceited as well. You believe that you're the smartest and strongest demonic halberd pig. You think that the other demonic halberd pigs are stupid and weak and have no right to fight with you and release the loudest shout at the crystalline nine-headed dragons. So all they need to do is wait for you to use the most despicable and shameless method to save them. But you're wrong, Big Brother Lin. You're absolutely wrong. If you refuse to believe that you can make all the demonic halberd pigs wake up, it's impossible for you to truly win against the crystalline nine-headed dragons. Even if you manage to kill one of them, you will just end up as another, more evil crystalline nine-headed dragon. At the end of the day, you won't be able to save Dragon City, the home of millions of dragon citizens, and the great and beautiful city that you and I both love. In the end, it will just be destroyed in the flames of the apocalypse when it will descend on us. Wake up, Big Brother Lin. It's not too late for you to turn around. You can't continue making this mistake. Enough. Shut up. I'm not wrong. Lin Chuan clutched his head, and blood oozed out from between his fingers. It was as if there were two armies fighting fiercely in his head. Stop talking. Shut up. If you're really right, why don't you dare to face all the people you want to face? Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath and shouted at the top of his lungs. Blowing up the Red Radiance Jade Mine and creating a large spirit energy tsunami doesn't only mean the deaths of the deity realm elites and apocalyptic beasts. Countless middle-grade, low-grade, and broken star superhumans as well as normal soldiers from the Red Dragon Army will also die. Are they crystalline nine-headed dragons? At that time, Will you have the courage to tell the millions of innocent souls who died that you're not wrong? Once the northern offense fails, Dragon City will definitely suffer a major blow. We will have to fight against the monsters for who knows how many years after that. More people will die, and a lot more people's living environment will become worse. Your dream of a bright world of equality will remain a dream. At that time, will you dare to tell all the normal citizens who were dragged into this mess that you were not wrong? You said that once this mission ends, you will come with me to our elementary school to visit our homeroom teacher and even eat the fried lizard skewer made by Grandpa Wang. But now, if you get your wish and blow up the Red Radiance Jade Mine, thereby killing countless people and becoming invincible, when you meet our homeroom teacher and Grandpa Wang, will you dare to tell them everything and proudly pronounce yourself as right? There are plenty of children in blessed Heavenly Garden and joyous Heavenly Garden who treat you as their hero and idol. They've listened to your deeds while growing up and work hard with you as their goal. Tell me, Big Brother Lin, look into my eyes and say it. Will you dare to tell them that you're right? Will you really dare to? Chapter 244, You Will Decide the Future. Lucia and Chin, who climbed up with great difficulty. While they coughed up blood, they listened to the two engage in their verbal fight. When they saw that the spirit energy deviated Lin Chuan was rendered speechless by Meng Zhao, both of them were dumbfounded. I didn't expect that you can really just keep yakking away in a fight like those women playing mahjong. Chin Hu mumbled. Shut up and don't be reckless. Don't throw those shooting star blades all over the place. Lucia gritted her teeth. We're all heavily injured, and even with our strengths added together, we aren't Lin Chuan's opponent. We have to see whether Meng Zhao can awaken what remains of his real self in the depths of his heart. What gave you the right to order me around, you stupid woman? You're involved in the matter behind why Frenzied Saber is entirely, no, I mean, most of my squad was wiped out because of your team. We haven't settled this score. Chin Hu's eyes were red as he said fiercely, they were my friends, and I loved them dearly. We were brothers who would die for each other. If you don't give them at least 10 million as compensation, I won't stop until I kill you. Lucia sucked in a deep breath and said, I can give you 10% of the profit we gain from the right to mine the Red Radiance Jades first. But you must use every bit of your strength to help us escape. Understood, Ms. Lu? Also, shut up. Got it, Ms. Lu. Before their voices could fade away, Meng Zhao grunted and crashed near them. Whatever you say now is useless. Lin Chuan pointed at the White Spirit's carcass and said hysterically, Whitey already sacrificed herself for my ideals. Am I supposed to accept her falling hell while I change my mind and run away? No. Since I chose this path, regardless of whether I'm right or wrong, I can only continue it. Meng Zhao stood up with Lucia and Chin Hu's support. The three of them stood together. Meng Zhao refused to give up and pointed at the White Spirit's carcass before executing a major attack. Big Brother Lin, how could you still mention the White Spirit? You're the one who killed her. What did you say? As he expected, Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. He pointed his chain spear at them. You're the ones who killed her. Don't you understand? She didn't need to die. She didn't even need to sneak around and become the White Spirit. She could have appeared under the sun in Dragon City with her head held high and played together with the children in blessed Heavenly Garden and joyous Heavenly Garden. Meng Zhao broke free of Lucia and Chin Hu's grip and walked out of their protection. He stood once more before the burning flames from Lin Chuan's undying bird and said loudly, I believe in you when you say that you weren't controlled by the White Spirit. On the contrary, you were the one who has been bestowing human wisdom to her and turned her from an ignorant monster to an intelligent creature who has emotions, can think, and is just like a human. That's right, Whitey had wisdom that wouldn't lose to that of a human. Lin Chuan's eyes lit up, and he said hurriedly, she was definitely not a monster. But you led her astray. Meng Zhao decided to stake everything under this last blow and said coldly, if you had been more optimistic and chosen an upright method to fight for our rights, you could have told of your experience of living together harmoniously with the White Spirit to everyone so that more citizens would understand that humans did not have to fight to the death with monsters. Agricultural University has a monster controller course, and a lot of monster controllers have pets. Perhaps we could have figured out a way for humans and monsters to coexist and help each other, or at the very least, not bother each other. I mean, I know that it wouldn't be easy. The bloody grudge humans and monsters have from over the past century of battles wouldn't disappear so easily. You and the White Spirit would definitely have faced a lot of suspicion, mockery, threats, and attacks. It would be a difficult path filled with thorns and flames. But no matter how difficult the path is, we should walk on it with our heads held high. This is the true path to become a superhuman. If you did that, could there have been a chance that we could have used another method to end the monster war? The White Spirit was a sentient monster. Once its safety was ensured, it could walk the streets of Dragon City freely. It could even play with the children and use its power to create illusions of beautiful dreams for the children. It's just like how we're currently using huge sandworms to dig tunnels. The current civilization in Dragon City can no longer be separated from monsters. So why couldn't we develop a deeper relationship with some of the highly intelligent and sentient monsters based on a plausible, sustainable angle? And once the war ended, the powerful people wouldn't have a reason to monopolize most of the resources. Regardless of whether it's the deity realm elites or the megacorporations, their power would be weakened and limited. The normal citizens would then be able to live better lives. Big Brother Lin, think about it. If that was really the case, what sort of image would the children in Blessed Heavenly Garden and Joyous Heavenly Garden have of you and the White Spirit? You'd be a hero, a legend, an idol. Many of the children would love the White Spirit. Entertainment companies would even create cartoons and online games based on the White Spirit. Lin Chuan listened to him dumbly and kept shedding bloody tears. He mumbled, "What's the point of you telling me this now?" "There is a point," Meng Zhao shouted. "You're the one who decided the White Spirit's path, thoughts, impression of good and bad, and her image of all humans. She originally had the chance to stand publicly under the sun and be loved and needed by children. But then, she turned into an elusive spirit because of you. She became hated and feared by everyone, and in the end, she died tragically underground. And you're not even done after you killed her. You want to turn her into a demon who destroyed Dragon City. If you really blow up the Red Radiance Jade Mine and cause the Northern Offense to fail, how do you think all the Dragon citizens will view the White Spirit in the future? Everyone will treat her as the criminal who caused Dragon City to lose, and she will be the most evil demon who can control human hearts, the queen of monsters who destroyed everything. When they mention her name, everyone will either tremble in fear or be filled with rage. Even 3-year-old children will want to cut her to pieces and burn her to a crisp. Then, together with their friends, they will spit on her ashes. No one will think of you being friends with the White Spirit either. No one will treat you as kindred. You'll just be a pitiful person who was bewitched by her, a lapdog of the monsters. And in the end, due to us failing the Northern Offense, the monster war will drag on endlessly. The megacorporations and deity realm fighters will get more resources, and their statuses will become greater. No one will then question the lack of rationality and the concept of the powerful becoming more powerful, because we'll be at the critical stage where we're just a step away from dying. In such a situation, it's only natural that we focus all the resources on the powerful. Big Brother Lin, is this really the future you want to see? Lin Chuan's gaze, lips, arms, the chain spear, and the undying bird surrounding him shuddered together. Big Brother Lin, the White Spirit is already dead. She can't control anyone's mind, and whether or not she will be a ghost, demon, destroyer, or something else in the pages of history in the future Dragon City will entirely depend on your next decision, Meng Zhao said sincerely. I'm begging you, don't turn the White Spirit into a demon and yourself into her accomplice who will destroy Dragon City. Lin Chuan looked incredibly pained and conflicted. Trust me. The White Spirit's true goal wasn't to blow up the Red Radiance Jade Mine, but to completely relieve you of your pain, Meng Zhao said. But now, even if you really blow up the Red Radiance Jade Mine, do you think that you will really be happy? If the White Spirit was still alive, would she really want to see you being tormented after you turn into a demon? Big Brother Lin, think about it. Lin Chuan felt like his head was about to burst. He descended into madness and started swinging his chain spear without any pattern whatsoever. Meng Zhao crossed his chain sabers before rushing forward. He was knocked down time and again and was injured all over. Blood poured down his body, but he continued using his contribution points to repair himself and gritted his teeth to stand up again and again. Meng Zhao, stop forcing me! Lin Chuan shouted. Big Brother Lin, you're the one forcing me. The chain sabers and the spear produced dazzling sparks that lit up Meng Zhao's eyes. His shouts were even louder than Lin Chuan's. I don't want to fight you at all. This isn't the fight I want. We should be fighting together and happily killing monsters together. Even if we have to face powerful human enemies, we should be fighting together and using righteous methods to fight against the school of thought shared by Lucia and Qinhu. Lucia was speechless. Brat, say that again. Whose school of thought did you just mention? Qinhu said. Lin Chuan attacked with his spear again. I'll kill you. Meng Zhao dodged. Big Brother Lin, I trust that you won't. Lin Chuan smiled sadly. Things have already progressed to this point, and you still believe me? I have no choice. That's how crazy fans are, and you're my friggin' idol. Meng Zhao shouted. Even now, I still believe that you can win against the monster in your heart and admit your wrongs. That you'll be able to face your low self-esteem and conceit before you destroy Dragon City. That you'll be able to bring forward a relatively good end for yourself and the White Hero. After all, you were once a hero. Whoosh. The chain spear pierced a red crystal cluster. Normally, Lin Xuan could have drawn back the spear with just a light tug, but he seemed to have lost all his strength. His face was drained of blood, and he said wistfully, "The way I am now, I no longer have the right to be a hero." "Yeah, you might never be Dragon City's hero anymore." Meng Zhao put his sabers away and looked at him quietly. "But you can become your own hero, the White Spirit's hero. And perhaps, my hero again." Lin Xuan gasped for breath. The undying bird surrounding him started pulsating. Meng Zhao's hands were trembling so badly that he could no longer hold the chain sabers. They fell with a clang. "Big Brother Lin, we still have time. Please give me and Dragon City a chance." Meng Zhao stretched out his bloodstained hands as if he was holding a burning, brilliant hope in his hands. It might be invisible, but it was there. "Trust me. We can change the future and make Dragon City a better place." As Lin Xuan stared at the hope that was gathered together by blood, trust, and Meng Zhao's vitality magnetic field, shame, regret, and pain appeared on his face once more. Along with them were other expressions that could not be described with words. His chain spear fell on the ground, just like Meng Zhao's sabers. Then, the undying bird circling above his head calmed down and faded away. No way. Qinhu could not believe it. He managed to win by yanking away non-stop? Lucia glared at him. He quickly shut up. Meng Zhao sighed as if a huge burden had been removed from his shoulders. He knew that he had made the right bet. In his previous life, Lin Xuan vanished without a trace after the northern offense. Even if the White Spirit started rampaging in Dragon City as a supernatural entity, he never appeared again. If Lin Xuan had really worked together with the White Spirit to blow up the Red Radiance Jade Mine and truly became a demon, he would be as infamous as the Dark Witch Bai Jiakao. A thing like his idol turning into a demon king was something really shocking. There was no way he would not remember it at all. So, there were only two possibilities. First, Lin Xuan received a reminder from Lucia at the final moment and realized the White Spirit's plan. It then led to him refusing to help it vehemently and becoming enemies with the White Spirit. After that, he died tragically underground with Lucia. Second, he was deceived by the White Spirit and completed the plan to blow up the Red Radiance Jade Mine, create a spirit energy tsunami, and occupy raging waves, but he could not accept the fact that the humans failed in the northern offense, that countless normal citizens and soldiers died tragically, and Dragon City suffered a huge blow. So he killed himself. No matter which possibility it was, both of them suggested that he was never fully corrupted, and Meng Zhao believed that he could still save him. Meng Zhao spread his arms and staggered to Lin Xuan. At that moment, a red granule suddenly crawled out of the depths of the dead White Spirit's smashed eye socket. Chapter 245, Blood Spirit. Big Brother Lin, we. Meng Zhao's back was turned to the White Spirit's carcass, and he was about to say something a mega fan would say when they met their idol to dissolve the awkward situation, but suddenly, all his hair on his back stood up. Unable to believe his senses, he turned his head around and saw a bewitching and monstrous bloody flower made of flesh growing out of the White Spirit's empty left eye socket. Slither. A squirming sound that made his skin crawl rose. The bloody flower of flesh bloomed swiftly, and dozens of red tentacles that looked like nerve bundles crawled out of the middle. They connected the torn-up left face and made it look like a shattered mask of a demon. Bloody tentacles crawled out of the wounds on its body, and under the overabundant radiation from the Red Radiance Jades, they started growing and swelling up rapidly. They bound the torn-up body and went to envelop the stalagmite within it. No, no, no. No. Meng Zhao nearly fell into despair. It's infested by a blood flower. It turned into an undead. Crack. A few especially thick tentacles bound the rock formation, and the thick and big stalagmite started cracking. Meng Zhao staggered to his chain sabers. He swung them at the mutated White Spirit's head. But it swiftly rose and opened its mouth to spit out dozens of long and thick red tentacles. They threw themselves at the two sabers and nearly bound themselves around Meng Zhao's head to crush it into brain juice. Then, the White Spirit opened its right eye. It had no luster, was murky, and bloodshot. It no longer had the cunning and wisdom from when it was alive. It only had killing intent that made it want to destroy everything. Whitey. When Lin Chuan saw that the white spirit had started moving again, he called out to it with delight. But soon, he noticed that the white spirit had turned into a monstrous and ugly creature, and he could not help but be stunned. When the white spirit cast him an indifferent glance and coughed up a lot of tentacles at him, he was rooted to his feet due to shock. Crack! 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 Crumble! The blood-red tentacles twisted the stalagmite in the white spirit's body, and it crumbled with a bang. The white spirit regained its freedom, and its empty abdominal cavity soon filled up with raging tentacles. Under the light of the red radiance jades, Will-o'-the-Wisp danced madly around it. It was just like a demon who came slaughtering its way out of the deepest depths of hell to take revenge. It was only at that moment that Meng Zhao realized that the white spirit had long since been infested by a blood flower. However, the blood flower was a very smart parasite. While the host was healthy and strong, it usually did not try to take over the body. Instead, it was in a semi-hibernating state and focused fully on improving the host's physiological functions and the activity of their brain cells. When the host's life was drained, it woke up and turned its host's corpse into an even more terrifying life form. In his previous life, the white spirit had smoothly completed its plan of blowing up the red radiance jade mine and stopping the humans in the northern offense, so it did not die here. Hence, the blood flower in its body never had the chance to wake up. But Meng Zhao reckoned that the blood flower's help was definitely related to how it was able to grow from a small illusion wolf to a supernatural entity that surpassed an apocalyptic beast. Due to his arrival in this place in this life, he changed a lot of things, and most importantly, he ended its life beforehand, but it also led to it turning it into an even more terrifying undead. How would this transformation change the direction of Dragon City's future? He did not have time to think about it. Cracking sounds were already coming out of the white spirit's body, and its broken bones were returning to place. It struggled to its feet. Its originally white fur had already fallen off, and a layer of fine red hair squirmed about on its mottled skin. The beast's appearance was completely different from when it was alive. It should be called the blood spirit. Qinhu and Lucia could tell just how terrifying the blood spirit was. So, Qinhu shouted and brought his arms high above his head. It looked as if he was holding an invisible saber. He summoned around 30 shooting star blades and finally did not mess it up. They formed a huge saber, and he swung it at the blood spirit's head. Meanwhile, Lucia pressed both of her index fingers at her temples. She stirred up her final shreds of mental power, and her vitality magnetic field surged out like a volcano eruption. It allowed her to resonate once more with the magnetic field of the planet, which was at the depths of the ground. She summoned 9 spikes shaped like fangs. Unfortunately, after the white spirit turned into the undead blood spirit, its fighting power was much greater than when it was alive. The bloody tentacles swung about and knocked away most of the shooting star blades. Even if a few of them stabbed into its body, they were still pushed out once its flesh squirmed. And besides, Lucia had only begun learning how to fight over the last 2 years. She had also been using the spike heart just now, so she had already drained her spirit energy a long time ago. Her head hurt so much that she felt as if it was about to split apart. She could not lock on the blood spirit with the 9 spikes, and the beast avoided them easily while leaving behind red after images. Whoosh! 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 The after images of the blood spirit divided into 3. They appeared at the same time in front of Meng Zhao, Qinhu, and Lucia. The 3 of them felt as if they had just been attacked by a hellish Cerberus and were sent flying like falling kites. They crashed into the wall of the mine and coughed up blood as they fell limp on the ground. The blood spirit twitched as if it was suffering from some kind of neurosis. But it did not go forward to attack them. Instead, it went to the place where the crystal bombs were placed and used a few blood tentacles to nimbly sweep up a crystal bomb. It tore off the seal, which was covered in a large amount of runic symbols, and tossed the bomb at the place with the most red radiance jades. Boom! The red radiance jade crystals blew up and shattered to pieces. They released an incredibly violent wave of spirit energy, which filled the whole cave with a heat that could burn spirits. Regardless of whether they were on Earth or the other world, when humans mined minerals, they always used explosives. However, the atomic structure of the materials on Earth was relatively stable, and most of the changes happened on the atomic level. After scientists conducted repeated research, they created safe bombs that were incredibly stable. If detonators were not inserted in them, even if they were struck with weapons or burned, they would not explode. But the crystals in the other world were materials with super high energy and were incredibly unstable. Even the human's brainwaves might be able to activate the terrifying energy in them. Hence, detonators were not required to activate crystal bombs. Instead, runic symbols were needed to seal them so that their power could be controlled, which would allow them to be safely stored and transported. At that moment, the blood spirit had torn off the seals from a few crystal bombs. It threw them into the depths of the red radiance jade clusters, which shook the entire mine so much that it started swaying violently. All the red radiance jade clusters started cracking. A hidden force surged in the crystals as if they were seeking the ancient power at the center of the planet to wake it up. Meng Zhao, Qin Hu, and Lucia had still not managed to get back to their feet. They were swept back down a few times by the impact wave caused by the explosions. "Is it mad?" Qin Hu yelped. "It's just blowing up the red radiance jade mine. It's not even setting up time for itself to run away." "In a certain sense, it has indeed gone mad," Lucia gritted her teeth and said, "Professor Yi told me that the undead transformed by blood flowers are like zombies. Before their brains completely rot away, they remember their greatest obsession in life. This monster's greatest obsession was to blow up the red radiance jade mine. After it turned into an undead, its obsession turned into an instinct. The blood flower itself is just a fungus-type life form that is at the lowest level of its category. It doesn't have the ability to think. It's just using its instincts to throw the crystal bombs. It doesn't have the ability to think of leaving itself at least 12 hours to run away. Right now, the crystal bombs and red radiance jade mine are the only things in its sight. It cannot see anything else." The spirit energy that surged madly in the cave soon gathered together to turn into a tidal wave. Even though the blood spirit lacked sufficient intelligence to pierce holes in the mine and stuff the crystal bombs inside before sealing them so that it could maximize the power of the explosives, no one could be certain whether just tossing this many crystal bombs within the red radiance jades wouldn't be enough to reach the requirements for a chain reaction that would create a spirit energy tsunami. Meng Zhao, Qin Hu, and Lucia were suppressed completely by the impact waves. It seemed like the only thing they could do was to pray. At that moment, whoosh! When the blood spirit wanted to sweep up more crystal bombs, the remaining half of the sealed crystal bombs were swept away by a chain spear. It was Lin Chuan. "Whitey, we can't." He looked dazed as he mumbled to himself. The blood spirit growled and turned into a fierce, bloody figure that swept past Lin Chuan's shoulder. A pool of blood instantly bloomed on Lin Chuan's shoulder, and his skin and flesh were torn. "Big Brother Lin, it's no longer your Whitey," Meng Zhao shouted anxiously. "It's an undead. A parasite occupied the white spirit's corpse. It's an ugly zombie. Look at her now. Do you think that the white spirit would want to look like that?" Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment, and the blood spirit pounced on him again. He instinctively swung his chain spear to parry the attack, and the undying bird shone brilliantly once more. Unfortunately for him, the fierce battles throughout the day had used up most of his spirit energy, and when he fought against Shen Yulong earlier, he was heavily injured as well. Otherwise, it would have been easy for him to handle Qin Hu. After all, the man was just at the peak of Earth Realm. The blood spirit, however, had gained additional powers from the blood flower. While its ability to create illusions and control minds might have weakened, its physical power had increased. The two figures intersected with each other. A deep wound was left on Lin Chuan's chest. He fell on the ground and revealed the vital point on his neck. The blood spirit's eyes shone with a fierce light, and a barbed tentacle rushed out of its mouth. With just one bite, it could rip apart Lin Chuan's neck. But at the last moment, it stopped. Then, the beast turned into a puppet controlled by two puppeteers, just like how Lin Chuan had been earlier. Its spine started making cracking sounds and twisted as well as shuddered strangely. It looked like there was some sort of energy controlling its body and making it pounce on Lin Chuan to bite his neck, but there was also another force that was stopping it with everything it had. For an instant, the fierce light in its remaining eye disappeared without a trace. Instead, just like how it happened with Lin Chuan, a crystalline tear stained with blood rolled down its face. The bloody flower had bloomed over the left side of the face, and it was still twisted into a face filled with rampaging will for murder. But the right side of the face remained just like that of a fox, and it had the expression of conflict and pain that was just like a human's. It opened its mouth as if it wanted to say something to Lin Chuan. But its throat was already stuffed full of bloody tentacles. It could only let out hissing moans. "This is..." Lin Chuan was stunned. Qin Hu and Lucia were dumbfounded. A thought flashed in Meng Zhao's head. Kindling had never announced the end of his quest to kill a hell beast nor given him his reward. Even if he did not kill the white spirit alone, he had still used his body as bait and nearly sacrificed his good friend so that Lucia's spike could pierce its abdomen. No matter what, kindling should have given something, no matter how little it was, to motivate him to continue spreading the fires of civilization, right? But if the white spirit had not died, it did not seem like the blood flower had full control over it. Yes, that's right. When a blood flower infests a normal monster, it only wakes up after the monster is completely dead. But the white spirit has two brains. Even if the main brain was taken over by the blood spirit, a bit of its soul may be left attached to the swollen bundle of nerves at the end of its coccyx, which allows it to exist for a few minutes or seconds. After realizing this, Meng Zhao started shouting at the top of his lungs. "Big Brother Lin, do you see that? The white spirit is in great pain. It was originally an ignorant monster and only obeyed its instincts to survive and fight. Regardless of whether it kills or is killed, it shouldn't be experiencing such conflicted emotions like uncertainty and pain that humans feel. You're the one who created it and taught it human emotions, desires, ambitions, and the most profound form of love. You gave it a soul and gave it the ability to feel emotional pain. Now, it's already dead. Are you going to watch its soul be endlessly tormented by this ugly zombie?" Chapter 246, Last Shot. Lin Chuan seemed to have snapped out of his daze. He cast a deep glance at the now completely unrecognizable white spirit. Meng Zhao did not know whether he was imagining things, but he seemed to have seen the white spirit nod lightly. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth, cried out, and threw his chain spear forward. The blood spirit should have been able to dodge it, but the white spirit held it back and just let the burning chains from the spear strengthened by the undying bird bind it. Lin Chuan yanked at the chain, and each runic symbol on the chain spear shone and screeched. They dug deep into the blood spirit's body and burned it until the countless tentacles started screeching. The blood spirit kept struggling and jumping around. Lin Chuan used all his strength to tighten his hold over the chain spear. His feet sank into the ground. Even if the flesh, blood, and bones in his arms and spine started exploding, he did not care. Meng Zhao shouted at Chen Hu and Lucia. "Big Brother Lin won't be able to last for long. We have to help him." They all pounced forward. The bloody flower above the blood spirit's left eye opened up to its widest like a mouth. It let out a piercing screech and spat out 3 murky, rampaging, and crazed red lights. The 3 people were stunned. It felt like their brains were struck by an invisible blade. That feeling went from the top of their head to their coccyx, and each of their muscle fibers and nerve bundles started screaming. They could no longer move forward and fell to the ground face first. The undead blood spirit's ability to create illusions and control minds had turned into a simple and crude mind attack. It became much stronger because of the magnetic field from the red radiance jades, and it almost burned their cerebral cortexes. Lin Chuan also faced the blood spirit's mind attack. His body swayed, and the blood spirit dragged the chain spear away. It tossed him against the wall of the mine, but he refused to let go. Meng Zhao heard Chen Hu's screams, Lucia's moans, and Lin Chuan's grunts. He could also hear his own breathing. It sounded like he was suffocating. There was no other choice. He went to touch the 2 tough objects at his thighs. One of them was the self-destruct gun that once belonged to Li Xin, the solo gunslinger who was at Heaven Realm, and an item that he had not dared to use. Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath with great difficulty. With a twist of his thumb and index finger, he opened the bottle containing the bullet made of a meteorite shard. At the moment the bullet left the mithril-based stabilizing solution, it let out a screech stronger than even that of the blood spirit. Meng Zhao used 2 of his fingers to grab it, and his fingerprints were immediately wiped off by the destructive power contained in the bullet. And since the finger nerves were the most sensitive, he felt a pain that seemed to creep straight to his heart. But he endured it and slotted the bullet into the magazine of the self-destruct gun. With a light click, the magazine was pushed into the gun. The profound and complicated runic symbols on the gun shone with an incredibly dangerous light. That light was like a slithering snake. It went from the grip to his arm and fused with his vitality magnetic field. Then, it went further up, and like a rampaging monster from hell, it charged straight to the depths of his mind. Meng Zhao's pupils narrowed into 2 dots. He felt as if even before he fired the gun, the top of his skull would be blown off by the destructive power from the meteorite shard. His brain was about to be blasted to high heaves. He placed his trembling finger over the trigger and aimed at the blood spirit. He continued activating his brain cells so that his brain waves would resonate with the destructive magnetic field contained in the meteorite shard. It would allow its destructive ability to reach the maximum. At the same time, he continued comforting himself. I'll be fine. I'm someone who returned to the past. I'm bound to change the future. So, this self-destruct gun that can even blow up the head of a Heaven Realm elite will definitely not be able to hurt me, even though I'm just a one-star superhuman. Yup. It might even be able to help me activate some mysterious region in the depths of my mind that will release an ancient power or some sort of strange bloodline. Then, I'll be able to awaken to hundreds of supernatural abilities. In fact, it might even be able to push me straight to deity realm. It'll make me stronger and make me live longer. Yes, that's right. That's definitely the case. He narrowed his eyes and took aim at the bloody flower on the blood spirit's left face. Before the bullet left the chamber, Meng Zhao's unstoppable mental strength had already turned into an arrow that burned the bloody flower so much that it shrank. Right when he was about to fire, he heard a clang, and the chain spear that had been binding the blood spirit reached the limit of its metal fatigue. Under the blood spirit's monstrous strength, it shattered. Lin Chuan coughed up blood and fell back. No. Meng Zhao was shocked. His vision blurred, and pain flared around his wrists. The blood spirit flung the self-destruct gun to the side and pounced on Meng Zhao again. It pushed him to the ground, and bloody tentacles spilled out of its mouth. They were sticky, covered in barbs, and extremely smelly. It seemed like the creature wanted to lick, rip off, and eat Meng Zhao's head. Why am I always stuck in such a terrible position? Meng Zhao's mind went blank. At that critical moment of life and death, he heard Lin Chuan cry out, "Whitey!" The blood spirit shuddered. Its right eye instantly regained clarity and looked over. Lin Chuan grabbed the self-destruct gun and took aim at its head. His eyes shone with tears, and an incredibly gentle smile rose to his lips. He called out to his friend once more, "Whitey!" Meng Zhao did not know whether his mind was playing tricks with him, but he could clearly see the blood spirit, no, the white spirit hesitate for a moment before its face morphed into something that closely resembled a human smile. Bang! Lin Chuan fired. The recoil was like an invisible hammer that rammed into the top of Lin Chuan's head. Even the strength of a Heaven Realm fighter's brain was unable to fight against the side effects of a self-destruct gun. Blood gushed out of Lin Chuan's orifices. He fell back, and the back of his head crashed against a cluster of red radiance jades. The meteorite shard bullet drew a brilliant trajectory. It never diverted from its path, and it pierced the bloody flower on the left side of the blood spirit's face. It ran straight into its brain, and created an unstoppable explosion in its brain. Screech! The blood spirit let out its final screech. All the bloody tentacles of flesh on it stopped rampaging monstrously. They straightened out and shuddered in great fear. But the right side of the blood spirit's mouth remained curled up, forming something that still closely resembled a human smile. Or more accurately, it was the same smile as Lin Chuan's. It seemed frozen on its face and did not fade away even after a long time had passed. Boom! The beast's head and the top half of its body were blown to smithereens. Countless blood flower bacterial flora fell all over the ground. They struggled and squirmed in the face of death while screeching loudly. Lucia gritted her teeth and climbed up. She grabbed the blood flower suppressant and sprayed the liquid over it. She also splashed Meng Zhao with the solution. The blood flower bacterial flora that came in contact with the suppressant shrank rapidly, as if they had come in contact with fire. They shriveled, stiffened up, and turned into pools of dried-up blood. The notification telling him that he completed the mission popped up at the corner of Meng Zhao's eye. It finally ended. Big Brother Lin. Meng Zhao was stunned for a long time, as if he had turned into a statue. Then, he struggled up with his hands and feet and crawled to Lin Chuan. It was only then that he noticed that the recoil from the self-destruct gun had turned into spirit flames that could tear through everything effortlessly. They tore through everything so effortlessly that they burned Lin Chuan's brain and blinded his eyes. Even with the mental power and strength of a Heaven Realm elite, Lin Chuan had to pay a devastating price for using the self-destruct gun. If Meng Zhao had been the one who fired the gun, his brain would have exploded with the blood spirit. When he came to this realization, all sorts of complicated emotions rose in his heart. Lin Chuan could not see anything and groped around. When he touched Meng Zhao, he suddenly trembled. Indescribable shame, regret, pain, joy, and relief appeared on his face. "I'm sorry, Meng Zhao," he mumbled. "I was wrong. I brought death to so many people. And Whitey's death. But you also saved a lot of people, Big Brother Lin," Meng Zhao whispered. "You will never know just how many people you saved." "Did I? Did I truly save, a lot of people?" Lin Chuan coughed up blood with a stark pale face. His features sometimes relaxed, while at other times twisted together. He mumbled as if he was tormented by a nightmare. "I don't know, Meng Zhao. I often dream of something. I dream of a warm and calm ocean with us in it. We're all cells that have no difference between us, and we're all equal. Later though, a ray of light shines on us, and a mighty and incredibly tempting voice says evolve. Evolve non-stop. Create your own civilization. So we continue evolving madly and endlessly. We evolve and evolve. And slowly, some of the cells evolve into crystalline nine-headed dragons, who stand above others and can fly freely, while some of the cells evolve into demonic halberd pigs that roll about in the mud. Some of the cells are even worse than that. They evolve into weeds that can do nothing but wait for their deaths. Everyone seemed to have become greater, more advanced, and more powerful. But none of us know each other anymore, and we're no longer kindred. Tell me, Meng Zhao, how are we supposed to evolve next? Will the crystalline nine-headed dragons, demonic halberd pigs, and weeds be able to fuse into one again and be like the cells who helped each other in the warm ocean? Will our civilization become more beautiful? Just what is this and what is civilization? What is considered to be a truly beautiful life? I've been thinking about the answers to these questions, but I never found any. Meng Zhao was silent for a while before he said firmly, "It will, Big Brother Lin. Our civilization will definitely become better. I will search for an answer to all your questions. Trust me, we will save Dragon City and our civilization." "I know. You mentioned it before. You want to use the ultimate style to save Dragon City." Lin Chuan shut his eyes and smiled in a tragic manner. "But you don't understand. The ultimate style won't be able to save Dragon City. If we don't understand just what civilization is, Dragon City is destined for destruction. I feel like I can see it. I can already see it." "Then we'll think of another way." Meng Zhao interrupted him in agitation. "If the ultimate style can't do it, we'll think of another way. If this path doesn't work, we'll find more friends who share the same ideals as we do. We'll use our feet to tread down other paths made of thorns and flames. There's definitely a way. Our civilization will definitely find a way." His vitality magnetic field shone at full force. It was as bright as the light from a lighthouse. Lin Chuan might not have been able to see it, but he could sense Meng Zhao's will, and it was even more brilliant than a red radiance jade. In an instant, the nightmare that had been bothering him for years shattered and disappeared like the wind. "Meng Zhao, you're just so much stronger than I am. Perhaps I am the one, who should treat you as my idol." Lin Chuan exhaled and smiled from the bottom of his heart. Boom. 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 Chain explosions rose from the depths of the red radiance jade mine and rampaging spirit energy charged at the four people like an avalanche. Chapter 247, Spoiler. How could this be? Meng Zhao looked at the clusters of the red crystals crumbling non-stop and sensed the ancient power in the crystal mine gradually waking up. It was like a demonic dragon rising its head from the endless abyss to roar as it overturned the world. Meng Zhao could not believe it and cried out, "That creature used only half of the crystal bombs, and it didn't even make them explode at the depths of the red crystal jade mine. They only exploded on the surface, so why did it cause a chain reaction? Why?" Duh. Lucia pressed her hands to the wall of the mine to sense the gathering spots of the spirit energy and how they gushed out. She gritted her teeth and said, "The red radiance jades are the most unstable mineral. We don't know how much energy is stored here and how pure it is. A small spark might cause an earth-shattering explosion. Besides, aside from the white spirit exploding half of the crystal bombs, we also fought here. Everyone released their vitality magnetic fields and we even used the self-destruct gun. All sorts of spirit energy ripples clashed against each other, so there's nothing strange about us setting off the mine. Can we really do nothing to stop it?" Meng Zhao clenched his fists and said in a quivering voice, "This explosion will turn out just as the white spirit said. It will become a spirit energy tsunami that destroys the world and overturns the entire raging waves. The deity realm fighters and apocalyptic beasts will go through spirit energy deviation, and everything within a large circular area of this place will experience extreme weather conditions for a long period of time. It'll turn into a forbidden zone for humans but a heaven for monsters." "How should I know?" Lucia asked while panting. "Perhaps this explosion will be much smaller than the one the white spirit had planned, but just like an avalanche and a tsunami, no one knows how big it will end up. You should know that aside from the red radiance jade mine, there are hundreds of other crystal mines above us, below us, and around us. Once the spirit energy from the red radiance jade mine gushes out, it will resonate with more than 100 crystal mines, and it'll be like more than 100 incredibly active chemicals fusing together. No one knows what will happen. Perhaps the white spirit's plan will still work. An incredibly powerful spirit energy tsunami that will cover a large area will envelope all of Raging Waves, Graveyard Forest, and Shattered Star Lake. All the deity realm elites and apocalyptic beast will go through spirit energy deviation and will either die together or explode. Perhaps the resonance of the crystals will turn into a pure, destructive force that will be like 100 nuclear bombs exploding under Raging Waves, and the entire mountain range will be blasted to high heavens. Perhaps the strength of the resonance will be smaller than what the white spirit expected, so the deity realm fighters and apocalyptic beast will get radiation sickness. Even though they will not die on the spot, their cells will rot one by one for years, and they will die in pain. Perhaps the strength of the resonance will be even smaller and the intensity of the spirit energy tsunami low enough that it can be safely absorbed by superhumans. For a period of time, it will create a blessed place with incredibly thick spirit energy where superhumans can nourish themselves with the energy that has been hidden underground for billions of years, and their cultivation bases will increase by leaps and bounds. Their strength will improve astronomically. That would be a blessing in disguise. I don't know which possibility is the highest, but there is something that is certain. Meng Zhao and Qin Hu spoke together. What is it? We're dead meat, Lucia said airily. The chain reaction has already started, and we're too close to the red radiance jade mine. We won't be able to escape to the surface in time. Even if the rampaging spirit energy from the red radiance jades is already at its last breath when it reaches the surface and can be absorbed directly by the human body, we'll definitely be burned to a crisp. Forget even about turning into heroic spirits, since not even our brain waves will be able to escape. Meng Zhao found himself speechless. I knew it. You stupid woman, Qin Hu started. But there is one way, Lucia said. Qin Hu changed his tune. Ms. Lu, what method is it? If you can use me, please say it. Even if my bones end up getting crushed, I will escort you out of this place. We still have half of the crystal bombs left. We can use them as our last resort, Lucia said sternly. The natural opening of this red radiance jade mine isn't big. When we climb to the crack, we can put all our crystal bombs there and blow up the entrance. Even though spirit energy isn't normal coal seam fire and can't be blocked by collapsed rocks, but with every second it's slowed, we'll have 1 extra second to flee to safety. Besides, it'll use up a lot of energy to destroy the stones in its way, so it might end up weakened to the point that it will not hit the requirements to form a spirit energy resonance, and the spirit energy tsunami will just turn into dew for us to increase our power. Meng Zhao and Qin Hu looked at each other. They immediately took action and searched for the remaining crystal bombs. As the red radiance jades roared and the threat of death loomed over their heads, they moved quickly. Soon, they gathered everything together. Meng Zhao went to drag Lin Chuan out. Don't bother about me. It's not worth it. Lin Chuan widened his dim eyes and stared at a world that did not exist. He nudged Meng Zhao lightly. Go. This is what I deserve. I should stay here and be punished. But I'm begging you, Meng Zhao. Bring Whitey's corpse out and examine it. Figure out the secrets behind a monster's intelligence and explore the possibility of humans communicating with monsters. Create the beautiful world you spoke of. This is Whitey's will. She heard what you said just now. Meng Zhao nodded. As a harvester, he could naturally not miss out on examining the white spirit's carcass. It was one of the future 9 great supernatural entities. If he could figure out the mystery behind the white spirit's evolution, it would be extremely beneficial to their fight against the remaining 8 supernatural entities in the near future. But he could not just watch Lin Chuan die in this place. That's right, you do deserve to be punished, but you should be punished by the law in front of all the citizens. Meng Zhao yanked Lin Chuan to his feet. If you really admit your mistakes and are willing to face your low self-esteem and conceitedness, then go and tell the judges what you have done honestly. Don't worry, you will have the chance to talk about your motives, ideals, and how you once were persecuted. You can talk about what displeases you about the current Dragon City, your worries, and your hopes. I believe that once you share your full story with the White Spirit, the citizens will not treat you and her as a demon who have done every evil conceivable. Instead, you will make the people think and discuss this non-stop. The problem of the poor's education and the competition between us will definitely be regarded with importance by more people. Even if you're executed and your ashes are scattered, when those rich people lay in their bathtubs in their mansions and watch your execution in a state of comfort, They might shudder in fear for a few seconds and worry that a second Lin Chuan and White Spirit will appear. And that's enough. That's enough of the starting point for us to change the future, Big Brother Lin. Meng Zhao used every bit of his strength to take Lin Chuan on his back. This time, Lin Chuan didn't struggle. "Mr. Hu, take the White Spirit's corpse," Meng Zhao shouted out. Qin Hu let out a puff of air that made his mustache flare. He spat. "Damn it, brat. Can't you see that I have hundreds of holes in me? Even my pee is leaking out. Running for our lives is more important now. Who'd have the patience to carry that bugger around? It's worth a lot of money," Meng Zhao reminded him. Qin Hu's eyes lit up, and he quickly picked up the White Spirit's carcass before tying it tightly on him. Right after the four of them ran out of the Red Radiance Jade Mine, they heard a shocking explosion. It sounded like a large number of crystal clusters had fallen from the ceiling. Highly dense, oversaturated spirit energy leaked at their souls like magma. They did not even dare to turn their heads around and use the last bit of their strength to crawl forward through the winding crack, to the point that their elbows and knees were scrapped so badly that their bones could be seen. "Right here." Lucia finally stopped and said while wheezing, Put the remaining crystal bombs here. Then we can blow up the rock stratum here. We'll block the surge of the Red Radiance Jade Mine. For a while." The three of them stacked all the crystal bombs together in a flurry of motion. They looked behind them. The fine crack that led to the Red Radiance Jade Mine had already turned a piercing shade of red. It was like an aquatic dragon baring its teeth. It could catch up to them at any moment. "Set the explosion timer to 3 minutes. Once I rip off the seal, we'll run with everything we have. The further we run, the better," Lucia said to Meng Zhao and Qin Hu. Right when she was about to reach out to tear off the seal, Lin Chuan stopped her. He had managed to summon strength and moved down from Meng Zhao's back. Then, he fumbled his way on top of the crystal bombs. "No. You run. I'll stay and detonate the bombs manually," he said calmly. "What?" The three were stunned. "Sia's plan won't help you blow up the entire rock stratum," Lin Chuan said. "The rock stratum here is very sturdy, if you put the crystal bombs on the surface, you won't be able to make a lot of rocks collapse. Even if the wall collapses, there will definitely be a lot of cracks left in the middle. The spirit energy tsunami will be able to seep through the cracks and catch up to you, then burn you to a crisp. Someone has to stay and use chisels to open up holes on the walls and stuff the crystal bombs into the depths of the rock stratum. Then, seal them up. They must be detonated while they're inside, since only then will there be a possibility that the entire rock stratum will collapse, which will allow us to temporarily block the spirit energy tsunami. Let me do it. Long ago, my dad taught me how to make the holes and detonate them. But it's too late." Meng Zhao cast a glance at the place where they escaped from and said anxiously, "The chain reaction is getting stronger. Big Brother Lin, you need a lot of time to make the holes and explode the crystal bombs. Even if you set them up on time, you'll be burned to a crisp by the spirit flames." "I know. I'm sorry, Meng Zhao. I don't want to run away from my responsibility and my judgment." But Lin Chuan smiled and raised a shivering index finger to tap at his temple. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He could not stop them no matter what. His vitality magnetic field had become incredibly chaotic and dim. He was like a waning candle in the wind that would extinguish at any moment. "I won't make it. I can't crawl for another 10 hours in such a complicated underground terrain and escape to the surface. It would be better for me to stay here and buy more time for you." Lin Chuan gave a self-deprecating smile and whispered, "Besides, this is a problem I caused, and I must do my best to turn things around, even if it's just a little. Sia already mentioned that as long as the crystal resonance doesn't go over the limit, the spirit energy tsunami will just turn into dew that is beneficial for humans. I might not be able to change anything, but Meng Zhao, you're right. We have to try. Perhaps we're just one step away from making it fall below the requirement. All that's left is for me to make a small, insignificant change." He groped about for the chisel. Then, he held the metal stick that had runic symbols carved on it tightly in his hands. It was as if he was hugging his own life. "Big Brother Lin." Meng Zhao felt as if spirit flames were burning his eyes again, and his vision blurred. "Admitting to your mistakes and trying to remedy it is the best thing a person can do. Lin Chuan, you're a real man. I admire you." Qin Hu gave him 2 thumbs up and grabbed Meng Zhao and Lucia's sleeves. "Since he has the guts to do this, We can't let his goodwill go to waste. We have to run. We can't waste our time dilly-dallying over here. But Meng Zhao and Lucia's feet seemed to be glued to the stones by the sticky liquid from stone statue fungus. No matter what, they refused to move. "Sia?" Lin Chuan called out softly. Lucia turned around and used all her strength to bite into her forearm. Her teeth dug deep into her flesh, but she forced herself not to say anything. Lin Chuan called out to her a few more times, but he did not get any response. He looked a little dejected, but soon, he calmed down. "I'm sorry, Sia, forget me." He stopped talking and just held the chisel tightly. Then, with the last bits of his strength, he started digging holes in the wall. His blood flowed down the lines off the runic symbols and dripped down the metal chisel. It activated the spirit energy magnetic field that was formed by the runic symbols intersecting with each other, and the metal stick began to vibrate rapidly. Sparks flew everywhere, and like an impact drill, he created shallow holes on the sturdy stones. The recoil caused the wounds that had just closed up on his body to tear again. It looked painful. Lin Chuan's eyes twitched, but he did not make a single sound. But Lucia shuddered and released her bloody arm. She opened her mouth, but did not know what she should say. She groped around her body for a long time before she brought out a crystalline pill from her breast pocket. It still contained warmth from her body. Lucia handed the pill to Meng Zhao. He sniffed it and detected the fragrance of materials from high-grade superbeasts. He guessed that it was highest-grade gene medicine prepared meticulously by the Lu family for its direct descendants. Even though it could not allow a person to return from the dead, it could temporarily activate their potential and suppress all pain. Meng Zhao walked forward and knelt down on one knee. He said, "Big brother Lin, open your mouth." Lin Chuan was as obedient as a child. When the pill entered his mouth, he gulped and smiled like a child. "It's sweet." Lucia swayed and nearly fell on the ground. Meng Zhao shut his eyes and said resolutely, "Big brother Lin, we're leaving now. Go. Trust your idol one last time. I'll block the spirit energy tsunami." Lin Chuan paused for a moment, then asked again, just for confirmation, "Meng Zhao, tomorrow will be better, right?" "Yeah," Meng Zhao said firmly. "Tomorrow will definitely be better." Before his voice faded away, kindling shone at the corner of his eyes, and a notification popped up. "Normal citizen Lin Chuan has been cured by you. His pain has lessened. Increased contribution points by 1. Meng Zhao shuddered. He was no longer a pseudo-heroic citizen or a special citizen. At that moment, Lin Chuan was classified as a normal citizen by kindling. Why? His mind raced, but soon, he gained his answer. That's right. What Lin Chuan is doing right now is something that all normal dragon citizens would do if they were caught in this situation. Then, goodbye, my idol. Farewell, normal citizen Lin Chuan. Chapter 248, I would rather die than retreat. Meng Zhao and the other two crawled up desperately. They were urged by the sound of the chisel hitting stones repeatedly behind them. When Meng Zhao was unable to help himself and looked back for the first time, he could still see Lin Chuan. His body looked as if it had been cast by iron. He seemed to have become one with the stones. They crawled forward another 10 meters, and he looked back a second time. But all he could see were sparks, and all he could hear was deafening noise. They crawled out of the dark and winding crack, and he turned his head around for the last time. He saw red flames surging about in the depths of the crack, but he did not know whether it was the flames from the red radiance jades or the undying bird flapping its wings. Big Sisya, we. Meng Zhao looked at Lucia. We go. From the moment they left Lin Chuan, Lucia never looked back. Her blood seemed to have bled dry from the moment she bit her bottom lip. Her skin was pale, and there was no expression on her face. She just moved through the slit-mouthed anaconda carcasses on the ground silently. Once she found the suspension cable hanging on the wall, she climbed up mechanically. Chinhu scratched his mustache and asked in spite of himself, "Hey, brat, is that big brother Lin of yours reliable?" After all, in the beginning, he wanted to blow up the Red Radiance Jade mine. Now. Before he could finish, Meng Zhao grabbed his collar tightly. His angry expression was terrifying enough to make even someone at the peak of Earth Realm shudder in fear. Chinhu was heavily injured and his limbs were barely moving. He could not lift a nail clipper, let alone his saw-toothed saber. When he saw that Meng Zhao was as strong as before, he quickly explained himself. "I'm saying that he's near death. Could he make those holes perfectly? Since you don't believe in Big Brother Lin, why don't you go and help him?" Meng Zhao enunciated each of his words clearly. Qinhu laughed awkwardly. No, it's just a misunderstanding. I would never suspect him. He's willing to stop the spirit energy tsunami and save Dragon City, after all. That's right, I trust that Big Brother Lin can stop the spirit energy tsunami, Meng Zhao whispered. As for saving Dragon City, we'll leave it to the millions of dragon citizens to do it. He grabbed the suspension cable and climbed up with all his strength to leave the endless darkness underground for the light that would definitely exist, even though it was faint. Above their heads was raging waves. Around it was graveyard forest, and further away was shattered Star Lake. At some point in time, a large amount of dark clouds had gathered in the sky. As lightning crackled and thunder roared, the world shone with a faint red light, and it was as if a bloody sea had started raging above the area. Monster birds flapped their wings in the forest, and countless falcons, eagles, and even rocks who were usually very fierce panicked like headless flies. They crashed into each other, and as if their violent tendencies had been amplified 10 times, they started pecking and tearing at each other until both sides fell to the ground. In the depths of the mountain, all sorts of ferocious pests and carnivorous animals seemed to have sensed that the raging tsunami underground was about to sweep through the world. They became uneasy and paced around. As if they had gone mad, they crashed into towering trees and sturdy walls, either breaking them or ending up bruised and battered. It made them look even more monstrous and terrifying than before. Roar! A three-headed griffin with black flames surrounding it flew above raging waves and let out a roar that rang through the heavens. Rustle! An apocalyptic beast that was dozens of meters long and looked like an extra-large version of a mammoth popped up from its elusive cave. It extended its powerful nose and curled it around a towering tree that would require a few people to hug it. The creature uprooted that tree and threw it several kilometers away. It used this method to vent the pain of its blood boiling and burning its organs. Buzz! Countless blood-sucking insects that were larger than dragonflies flew up and formed a black fog that constantly changed shape. They flew to the flock of birds like headless flies. After the birds were surrounded by the black fog, they started screeching in pain. In less than half a minute, their blood was sucked dry and they were reduced to mangled corpses. The blood-sucking insects had not had their fill. They flew out of raging waves and flew to the humans in Graveyard Forest and shattered Star Lake. In the deepest parts of raging waves was a large cave. A thunderous roar came from it, and it caused the entire mountain range to tremble. What's going on? Even the one-star superhumans staying in shattered Star Lake sensed their blood churn. Their spirit energy went slightly out of control. Since they had awakened a lot of their optical cells in their eyes, they could see raging waves in the horizon and that it was covered by dark clouds. The mountain was getting a little red from wisps of red air gushing out from the depths of the mountain. They were dyeing the entire world red. What's going on? The middle-grade and high-grade superhumans who were fighting fiercely against the howl beasts in Graveyard Forest were shocked. Why did the monsters become so much more violent? Even the etherealized plants have become more active. The speed of my spirit energy circulating has become faster as well. It feels like someone added fuel to my vitality magnetic field. It's going out of control. What's going on? A few of the Deity Realm commanders who gave orders in the northern offense were deep inside raging waves. They rose into the air, and their gazes were profound as they stared at the ground under their feet. Father, the spirit energy magnetic field interference is becoming worse. There's something strange about the situation. It might lead to a spirit energy tsunami. If we continue fighting in this environment, there will be too many unpredictable variables. Perhaps we might end up being seriously injured together with the apocalyptic beast. A 5-star superhuman who came fighting with a Deity Realm fighter said with a pale face. So? Are we supposed to turn tail and run? There was a Deity Realm fighter who had a slight build and was rather short. But his skin had a crystalline quality to it, and he looked as if he had been carved out of crystals. The Wang family only managed to gain its current wealth and status by fighting through a sea of blood. I have already staked the entire future of the organization in the construction of the new area and invested tens of billions into this. If we succeed, from now on, Wang family's name will ring through the other world, but if we fail, Wang family will end up falling together with Dragon City. If we retreat now, the investments we poured into the project before the northern offense will all go up in smoke. Not only will we not be able to get even a single crumb from the pie that is the new area, we will also be the subject of mockery. They will laugh at us for running during battle. At that time, we won't even be able to secure a base. I won't give away the wealth and future that is already within our reach to the monsters and other people. Even if I die, I will die in raging waves. The crystal fighter shone with a dazzling light. Meanwhile, on the other side of raging waves, a few fighters dressed in fighting suits of the Red Dragon Army asked for instructions from a built Deity Realm fighter. "General, the situation is off. The apocalyptic beasts nesting in raging waves have all taken action. By the looks of it, they want to fight us to the death. But the spirit energy magnetic wave interference is getting stronger. If it goes over the limit, both sides might end up going through spirit energy deviation. Should we avoid this aggressive wave for the time being?" "Avoid it?" Xiao Zhangyang, the Thunder God, gritted his teeth. "We've been scouting out raging waves for months just to find the hiding places of those apocalyptic beasts. We're to get rid of their nests to prevent future problems. Now, they've taken the initiative to show up on their own, but you want us to avoid them? This is where we want to stay, so we can't let any other race stay with us. If we miss this golden chance and the apocalyptic beasts flee without a trace, it'll be impossible for us to modify Graveyard Forest and Shattered Star Lake while they lurk around and look for chances to seize the place back. If we cause a delay in the northern offense, we will all become criminals in Dragon City. How then will we be able to face all the warriors who were lost here over the past few months?" Before his voice faded away, they heard a shocking monster howl from a nearby area. Countless towering trees fell to the side like weeds in the face of wind. "You've finally appeared, huh, demonic amethyst gold ape?" Lightning sparked in Xiao Zhangyang's eyes. He roared and swung his warhammer before rushing off in the direction of the sound. At the same time, there was a human wandering around the mountainside. Honestly, he could no longer be considered a human. At most, he could only be considered half a human. He looked like he had been eaten by an apocalyptic beast before, and when that creature figured out that it could not chew him up, it spat him out. His face was covered in intersecting monster claws. His eyes were dug out. Only a pair of empty eye sockets were left. They were covered in bumpy scars that were as ugly as a centipede. His nose was crooked, his mouth was crooked, his left ear was bitten off by a monster, and his right earlobe was incredibly big and hung on his shoulder. He was missing his right arm, and his right shoulder to his chest had caved in. He looked as if he had once been trampled by the Emperor Mammoth's war trample. He sported a limp as well. His right leg was stiff and could not move. He could only drag it forward while staggering in a strange and twisted posture. A slim and thin short sword that looked like a large embroidery needle was bound to him by a shoelace, and it swung around beside his left leg. If some kind soul in Dragon City saw this human walking on the streets in the city, they might go forward to help him. But he walked alone in raging waves, where predators wandered about and where apocalyptic beasts roared. He left behind a footprint every time he took a step forward. There was a smile on his face, as if he was enjoying the process of going forward to the top of the mountain. Roar! An apocalyptic beast by the name of Rampaging Tiger suddenly knocked down a tree. This monstrous creature was more than 10 meters long, and its fangs protruded out of its mouth. It jumped out of the forest and opened its mouth wide at its prey. The handicapped man did not stop, nor did he draw his sword. He only cast a faint glance at the rampaging tiger with his empty eye sockets. The rampaging tiger was famous for being fierce, mad, and fearless, but it shuddered and mewed like a cat. It even peed a little. It no longer dared to pounce on the man, it did not even dare to run away. It lay down prostrate on the ground while shuddering. The handicapped man spent some effort to sit down. He touched the rampaging tiger's head and spine and shook his head before he got up again and limped forward. What a powerful spirit energy tsunami. He sucked in a deep breath and mumbled, "I wonder if I will have the chance to witness the world above Deity Realm." Chapter 249, 2 Choose 1. When the Deity Realm fighters fought in raging waves for all sorts of reasons, Lin Chuan finished creating the first hole and sealed a crystal bomb in it. But when he was creating the second hole, he ran into a problem. His arms were already numb because of the metal chisel, and his fingers no longer felt like they belonged to him. His blood had covered the stone, and it was slippery. His angle was wrong, and the chisel instantly slid down. Lin Chuan groped around until he found the chisel. He tried a few more times, but failed. The stones in the cave were just too sturdy. He had to find a unique angle and use all his strength to create a perfect hole for the bombs. But he was already at the end of his strength. He could no longer squeeze out even a bit of power to do his job. The magma under his feet was getting brighter. In fact, it was so bright that even a blind man like him could see it. He licked his dry lips and lifted his metal chisel again to hit the stone. Clang! It fell out of his hand. But it did not fall on the ground. Someone picked it up and stuffed it into his hands. When Lin Chuan looked around, He was stunned. His father looked at him with a smile. Lin Chuan felt so ashamed that he wanted to crawl into a hole and die. "Dad, do you know all that I did? Do you blame me? I told you multiple times that a detonation hole isn't made like this." His father did not ask about him and the White Spirit. He only said seriously, "Even though this is just a basic and insignificant task underground, our hard work is very important to the future of Dragon City. Without us miners mining the crystals one by one, the factories wouldn't have spirit energy and would have to stop working, the superhumans wouldn't have gene medicine and high-calorie nutritional fluid and would be unable to cultivate. Then, Dragon City would be ruined. Son, that's why you mustn't look down on my job. Miners are also very strong." "Of course, Dad," Lin Chuan mumbled. "Miners are also very strong. So, learn properly. You might end up taking over my job in the future." His father said. "You have to hold the chisel with your hands like this, not too tightly, but not too loosely either. It will allow you to bring forth your power and you won't be injured by the impact drill and vibration hammer. Position your thumbs this way, and you'll be able to sense the faint changes in the stones, which will allow you to find the weakest spots. Can you sense it?" Lin Chuan nodded. "Yeah." Clang. The metal chisel fell on the ground again. "Look at how clumsy you are." His father pursed his lips and picked up the metal chisel again. He stuffed it into Lin Chuan's hands. I can't do it anymore," Lin Chuan said weakly. "Dad, could you do it?" "Bah, you're my son. Don't go saying that you can't do something." His father scolded him, but he showed his thick arms, which were as thick as a gorilla's. He held the metal chisel together with Lin Chuan and said gently, "We'll do it together. Pretend that these damn rocks are the strongest monsters, and we'll crush them all." Lin Chuan smiled. His father had been a miner for decades and dealing with these petty rocks was as easy as breathing for him. Soon, they finished creating the second hole. His father's face was pale. His hands around the metal chisel trembled non-stop, and he spat in slight embarrassment and anger. But no matter what he did, he could not help Lin Chuan anymore to make the last and most crucial hole. "I'll do it." At that moment, Lin Chuan heard Lucia's father's voice. In great shock, Lin Chuan and his father stared at the gentle and elegant middle-aged man in a suit crawling forward until he arrived in front of them. He removed his suit and rolled up his sleeves before he grinned at them. "What? Do you think that I only know how to sit at the top and give orders?" Lucia's father asked. "If I didn't have some tricks up my sleeve, how could I control so many wild miners and become the boss of the mining company?" "Mr. Liu, it's you?" His father smiled. "It's been a long time since we met. You haven't forgotten your old skills, have you? Are you looking down on me? Then, let's compete," Lucia's father said. Both of them flanked Lin Chuan and grabbed his arms. They poured all their strength into his body. It might be battered, but his blood vessels popped up on his skin as blood circulated in him. "Mr. Liu, thank you for teaching my son so well," his father said. "It's what I should do. You're a hero, and he will turn into a hero as well," Lucia's father said. Tears streamed down Lin Chuan's face. "Dad, Uncle Liu, Don't say anything, child. Come, let's defeat these stones together," his father and Lucia's father said together. Both of them poured strength into their arms at the same time and helped Lin Chuan strike the first spark on the last stone. Among the sparks, Lin Chuan saw Lucia and Whitey. It was very strange. Every time he was in the wild and was so badly injured that he was at death's door, he would see Lucia in his days. And every time, Lucia would be together with Whitey. They had clearly never met each other, but in his dreams when he was nearly dead, they would always be together, laughing and running around. They would run over earth gold paths covered in maidenhair tree leaves. But Lin Chuan was never able to see what they were running towards. He made the second spark. This time, he saw it in the spark. As Lucia and Whitey ran, they reached the end of the shaded path. There was a school in that area. It was a brand new and clean Blessed Heavenly Street Elementary School. The children of Blessed Heavenly Garden and Joyous Heavenly Garden studied and cultivated there seriously. Smoke curled up from the cafeteria behind the classrooms, and it smelled great. Chain explosions that sounded like the roars of ancient monsters came from the Red Radiance Jade Mine. The light was like magma, and it spread out swiftly. It burned his legs. Perhaps it was due to the pill that contained Lucia's warmth, but he did not sense even the slightest bit of pain. He gritted his teeth and created the third spark. Ring. The bell for recess rang. The children ran out and surrounded Whitey to play. They smiled, and Whitey smiled as well. The school was filled with cheers and laughter. And he sat together with Lucia on a swing by the corner. They swung up and down while watching. They did not think about anything and did not need to be bothered by anything. They just let the gentle warmth of the sun shine on them. By the way, school is about to end soon. Let me bring you to eat the fried lizards made by Grandpa Wang at the entrance, Lin Chuan heard himself say to Lucia. You'll scream when you see the environment in which they're made, but that's scent. Trust me, once you eat them, you won't forget them. You'll never forget them. The spirit energy tsunami surged at him. The magma-like light engulfed his legs. He used the final bit of his strength to tear open the seal of a crystal bomb and stuffed it into the last hole. Then, he used his body to block the hole. Lin Chuan faced the spirit energy tsunami head-on. His vitality magnetic field turned into the undying bird and flew up through the endless darkness. This time, the weeping reaper did not cry. His blood and tears turned into the most brilliant smile. Meng Zhao, Qin Hu, and Lucia heard an astonishing explosion under their feet. Before, the spirit energy magnetic field interference had charged at their vitality magnetic fields like waves, but now, it miraculously became weaker. The three of them looked at each other. Lucia fell limp on the ground, and finally, she could not help but cry. Meng Zhao and Qin Hu pursed their lips. They went to her sides and lifted her up. Big Sisya, let's go. Big Brother Lin has only temporarily sealed the explosion of the Red Radiance Jades. He won't be able to stall for long. We have to use every second that we have to escape and change the world. Meng Zhao shouted. That's right, Ms. Lu, think about the first mining rights. Qin Hu shouted as well. Both of them pulled and dragged her until they reached a place that was not far away from the territory of the stone statue fungi and 10,000 blade flying spiders. The spirit energy magnetic field interference became stronger. The wall Lin Chuan blew up was gradually crushed, melted, and reduced to magma by the rampaging spirit energy released by the Red Radiance Jades. Before long, every underground crack under raging waves would be filled with a destructive gale. It would, of course, tear all the creatures underground to shreds. Meng Zhao looked at the countless 10,000 blade flying spiders jumping about on the wall. They looked like rats that fell into a pot full of oil and had nowhere to run. We can't take this route. It's too long and too dangerous, Qin Hu said while panting. When we came, we found a few cracks that went up. We might be able to climb up to raging waves through them. It might be dangerous, but we can only take the risk. All right, we'll listen to you. Meng Zhao made the decision. Mr. Hu, lead the way, I trust you. Qin Hu looked at Meng Zhao curiously. He scratched his mustache and wondered why the brat would trust him so much. Even he himself did not quite trust that they could crawl up through those cracks. But things had already progressed that far, so they had no other choice. He could only rely on his memories and instincts to look for the cracks in the walls and climb up. The three of them climbed for a long time. The temperature under their feet rose higher, and the spirit energy magnetic field interference grew stronger. The spirit energy tsunami was about to catch up to them. But two cracks appeared ahead of them. One was to the left, and the other to the right. Both of them were wide enough for humans to crawl in them. Qin Hu hesitated. Mr. Hu, which is it? Meng Zhao felt incredibly anxious. Qin Hu scratched his mustache with all his strength. We didn't go into deep detail when we explored the place. Even if we used ultrasound feedback, it was impossible to accurately draw a map of all the forks in the cracks. I only know that this is the general direction, as for which it is. We have a fire coming at our butts. We don't have time. Meng Zhao growled. Trust your instincts, Mr. Hu, pick one. Qin Hu cast a glance at the bright spirit flames under his feet and gulped with great difficulty. He made his decision and pointed at the crack to the left. That one. All right, let's go. Meng Zhao quickly crawled over. But Lucia had regained her composure and observant nature. She yanked Meng Zhao back. No, it's the one on the right. I'm a spirit sensor. I can sense faint spirit energy changes above us. That one leads to the ground. That's right. Ms. Lu is a spirit sensor and mine explorer. We won't go wrong listening to her. It's the one on the right. Qin Hu nodded like a chicken pecking at food. He wanted to crawl to the path on the right, but Meng Zhao stopped him. Wait, Mr. Hu, I want to know your reason for choosing the one on the left. Meng Zhao's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked like a gambler who had just bet all his savings on something. Why did you choose the left? Qin Hu stammered for a long time before he said, what reason could there be? You asked me to rely on my instincts and choose one, so I just chose one. Ms. Liu is the professional, so we should listen to her. Even if it's just instincts, there's a reason for it. Why did your instincts tell you that the left is the path leading to salvation? Tell me. Meng Zhao was incredibly fierce. He looked like a demon. Qinhu and Lucia were both shocked by him. Qinhu's face turned red, and he said, because. Don't you think that the crack on the left looks like, the curves of a beautiful woman when she lays down? Meng Zhao widened his eyes and looked at the crack to the left for a long time before he said in shock, you're right, it does. Lucia found herself speechless. So, if you were running away alone and arrived at this place, you'd definitely choose the beauty crack on the left if you had to choose, right? Qinhu tried defending himself with a red face. What are you saying? You make it sound like I'm some pervert. I'm a person with principles. I was only thinking about it in my head. You don't have to explain, I understand. Meng Zhao pounded his fist against the ground. We're taking the left tunnel. Lucia was dumbfounded. What are you? Meng Zhao, are you mad? Why are you choosing the one on the left? Because. Meng Zhao blinked. Don't you think that crack on the left looks like a beautiful woman? Lucia was about to go mad. What kind of reason is that? You don't understand, this crack doesn't just look like a woman lying on her side, it's also. Meng Zhao looked conflicted. He did not know how to explain things. What is it? Lucia pressed on. Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath and gritted his teeth. It also has bumps at the front and back. The curves are all there. Chapter 250, There's Still a Path Ahead. Lucia was stunned for a total of 3 seconds before she guessed. Qinhu slapped Meng Zhao's shoulder and said earnestly, I'm not trying to criticize you, brat, but look at the time and place. Why are you still thinking about that unhealthy stuff right now? No, you don't understand what I'm saying. Meng Zhao was so anxious that he scratched his face. He pointed at the crack to the right and said, Big Sisya, you said that this is the path to survival because you sense spirit energy fluctuations from the outside world, so you're sure that this is the path leading to the surface, right? Yes. Lucia frowned and nodded. I am certain that this is the path that leads to the surface. Then that's definitely not the path. Meng Zhao said firmly. Think about it. We've spent a few days before we finally found a way leading deep underground. We used up a lot of time to draw a map, but the distance between this place and the surface should be at least hundreds of meters. Besides, we're talking about the rising and falling raging waves above us. Who knows how far away we are from the surface? And we're talking about the linear distance. If we include the winding paths, the angle of the slope, and our injuries, it'll make it difficult for us to move. Even if we climb for a day and night, we might not be able to make it out. Big Sisya, you're drained of spirit energy. It's impossible for you to use spike heart to change the structure of the rock stratum to form a tunnel, right? Then, it's definitely not this path, because we'll be caught by the spirit energy tsunami and burned to death in the crack. Lucia's pupils shrank into 2 dots, and she mumbled, That's true. The spirit energy ripple I sense is very weak. There's still a long way to the surface. Even if we climb out through here, we'll only end up in the depths of raging waves, Meng Zhao continued. Let's not talk about whether the destructive spirit energy tsunami will take shape or not. Either way, the deity realm fighters and apocalyptic beasts will certainly turn violent and enter fights to the death. In our current condition, the moment we crawl out, we'll be set out by the impact waves. It's no different compared to dying underground. It's logical, Lucia said. But even if the right leads to death, how would you know that the left leads to survival? I didn't say that the left definitely leads to survival. We're just taking a bet. I'm confident in Mr. Hu's countenance. Meng Zhao cast an intense gaze at his companion. Qinhu scratched his head. My countenance? Your face, I mean, Meng Zhao explained. He turned his head around and said, Big Sisya, look at Mr. Hu's face, then think of his status, personality, actions, and his relationship with us. Don't you think that they're very strange? Lucia was stunned. What's strange about them? Mr. Hu has a grudge against me, and he's one of the top fighters in Shen Yulong's team. And with his face, he's practically. Meng Zhao thought about it for a long time before he finally found a suitable description. He's the type of person who would not live past 3 episodes in a TV series, past 3 pages in a manga, and past 3 chapters in a novel. Qinhu found himself speechless. Lucia did not know what to say. I'm a rare prodigy and a future star who rose to power miraculously. I'm destined to rule over the alliance of the 5 universities and defeat Dragon City University. And I even inherited Big Brother Lin's dying will. Big Sisya, you're the future leader of Sky Pillar Corporation. You were born with all sorts of valuable materials given to you in Bates and high-grade super beast blood. It'd be nothing strange if both of us survived this disaster. In fact, it's only natural that we'd survive. But Mr. Who actually managed to survive with us. Don't you think that this alone is very unbelievable? Chin Hu hissed at him. Be brat, just you wait. When I'm healed. Don't be hasty, Mr. Hu, I'm pointing out your flaws before I talk about your strengths. This is a writing trick. I'll immediately talk about what's amazing about you. Meng Zhao continued like a rattling gun. I've thought about this for a long time, and I finally found an answer. Mr. Hu has been jumping around in such a lively manner until now because he has a lot of luck and astonishing instincts. Without even knowing it, he can find a way to survive a situation that leads to certain death. He can even rise to the top with such instincts. Right now, we have no other choice but to rely on Mr. Hu's luck. Lucia and Chin Hu looked at each other. Do we? Chin Hu scratched his mustache. Do I really have great luck, and with just a point of my finger, I can direct us to survival? Get rid of that question mark. Be more confident. That's the truth. Meng Zhao took a hold of Chin Hu's hands and stared into his eyes. He said clearly, I trust you, Mr. Hu. Chin Hu was stunned. The next second, his eyes started tearing up. Brat, let go, he cried out in pain. You're friggin' crushing my hand. Meng Zhao let go of Chin Hu's twisted palm and clenched his fists. He punched the wall and said, so, we're going to the left, agreed? Lucia and Chin Hu had no other choice but to agree. When the 3 of them left the Red Radiance Jade Mine, they were already drained of spirit energy. Their bodies were covered in wounds, and they were almost empty of blood. They had only lasted until now due to their strong willpower. Chin Hu and Lucia no longer had the strength to struggle. But Meng Zhao could use contribution points in exchange for healing. Even though he had fought against a Hell Beast with Lin Chuan, which led to the appraisal of his quest to not be high, he could still exchange it for a few intermediate stage healing skills. Besides, the ultimate style was known for its super endurance. At that moment, he was still full of life and had some strength. In Chin Hu and Lucia's eyes, he was basically a monster. And if they wanted to escape death, they needed this monster's help. If they relied only on their dying selves, it would be impossible for them to crawl up for at least 12 hours through the winding underground crack. When they saw Meng Zhao leading the way and crawling to the crack that looked like a beauty lying on its side, both of them felt resigned. They could only cuss while they followed him. But against their expectations, the crack soon widened. The further they crawled, the wider it became, and the further they climbed, the smoother it became. In a while, their abdomens left the ground and they could use their arms and legs to crawl swiftly. Brat, you're seriously? Chin Hu was shocked and delighted. Meng Zhao smiled. In his previous life, Chin Hu had managed to flee and survive. And even though he was already a greasy middle-aged man, he managed to reach Heaven Realm, so he had to have received some sort of blessing. When Meng Zhao said that he was relying on Chin Hu's luck, he was not lying. The truth, however, was that he was relying on his advantage as a person who returned to the past. The next moment, he ran into a wall. There was no other path ahead. The atmosphere instantly froze. All their light was swallowed by darkness. This is a dead end, Lucia said in despair. When they wanted to turn around, they heard an explosion behind them. Waves of spirit flames came charging forward, and each was higher than the last. They engulfed their exit. The resonance from hundreds of crystal mines caused the spirit energy magnetic field interference to become stronger. It was as if invisible magma had enveloped their skins inch by inch, which made their blood boil. Their organs and cerebral cortex started burning. Brat, I just chose randomly. I told you to listen to a specialist. Look, there's no other path ahead of us. Chin Hu looked really gloomy. No. There's definitely a path ahead of us. Meng Zhao gritted his teeth. His gaze turned into 2 impact drills that tried to drill holes into the wall. He took 3 steps back and growled. The last of his spirit energy filled up the spirit meridians in his right arm to form the spirit energy magnetic field for demon subduing pole. He moved his body into the force execution posture for reckless pull technique. His tendons stretched taut due to the secret technique of dragon snake force. His muscle fibers started accumulating power, which traveled through him in wave-like layers. Boom! Meng Chao was burned so badly that his fist moved on its own and rammed into the wall ahead of him. His skin tore and bled, and he fell back on his back. "Brat, are you nuts?" Chinhu was shocked. "You're made of flesh and bones. How could you possibly knock down a wall?" I can. I definitely will." Meng Chao got up through great difficulty. He wiped off the blood and grime from his face, but it only ended up going into his mouth. He gritted his teeth and said, "If there's no path ahead, I will create it." Boom. His second crash left behind a terrifying, blood-shaped human on the wall. Meng Chao fell back. He was a bloody mess, and Chinhu, who was a ruthless person who had been fighting for years in the wild, felt his skin crawl. "You're not a brat," Chinhu mumbled. "You're an absolute nutcase." "Wait." Lucia suddenly narrowed her eyes and stared at the wall with slight puzzlement. Her nose flared and her eyes lit up. "I can sense a very unique spirit energy. There's something behind this wall." Before her voice could fade away, Meng Chao threw his third punch. Boom. Rumble. A miracle happened. When he was sent reeling back one more time, intersecting cracks appeared on the seemingly unbreakable wall. Immediately after, the wall collapsed and revealed a tunnel that was 1 meter wide. It was bright in the cave beyond. Ultramarine, Prussian blue, cobalt blue, lake blue, indigo, azure blue, cerulean, crystal blue, purplish blue, dark blue, peacock blue, sky blue, deep blue, light blue, bright blue, ice blue, water blue, blackish blue, sapphire blue, sharp blue, aquamarine, dusty blue, whitish blue, sea blue, night blue, faint blue, ambient blue, cyan, neon blue. Hundreds of shades of blue intersected with each other. They were in a natural crystal cave, which was a brand new crystal palace. "This is..." Chinhu and Lucia stared at Meng Chao in disbelief. The spirit flames behind them roared again and licked their feet. Both of them looked at each other and quickly grabbed Meng Chao to stuff him into the hole. Then, they crawled inside as well. They were in a natural cave with a diameter of less than 5 meters. It was much smaller than the Red Radiance Jade Mine. The blue crystal clusters around them shone with a calm and peaceful light. They were completely different from the rampaging Red Radiance Jade energy outside, so the trio could not help but calm down. "What is this place?" Chinhu looked around him, then at his wounds. They had stopped bleeding. "I feel much better, and my wounds don't hurt as much anymore. My vitality magnetic field has become much stabler, and my dried-up spirit meridians are filing up again. I feel like I've just crawled into the most advanced medical cabin." This is a natural blue origin crystal cave, and the purity of these crystals is very high. Among all the crystals, blue origin crystals have the closest vibration frequency to that of a human vitality magnetic field, so we're in harmony. It can stimulate a human body's immune and regeneration systems, so its healing effects are incredibly good. It's often used for the creation of high-grade medical cabins and cultivation rooms. Hence, it's also known as a life stone. Lucia put her hands into a hole formed by a blue crystal cluster. After analyzing it for a while, she said, "At the same time, it's also very stable. It's unlike other crystals and doesn't easily produce violent reactions. It can be considered an inert crystal. It's often used for stabilizing agents during cultivation. It's especially useful for neutralizing and stabilizing high-energy crystals which are incredibly unstable, like red radiance jades." Chinhu scratched his mustache for a long time. He thought about it and asked, "So, what does that mean, Ms. Lu?" "So, if the spirit energy magnetic fields from the red radiance jades can be subtly weakened, neutralized, and cancelled by the spirit energy vibration frequencies of the blue origin crystals, there's a possibility that the incredibly violent destructive power will turn into relatively gentle energy that can be absorbed. It will stimulate the potential in our genes and allow us to break our limits." Lucia's eyes shone, and she squashed down the excitement and ambition in her heart. "This natural cave won't become our grave. It will become a super cultivation room the likes of which have never been seen before.